Lu Chaochao, a big shot in the world of cultivation, sacrificed his soul to save the people and thought he would completely disappear from the world. When she woke up again, she found herself reborn in a storybook and became the cannon fodder baby who was drowned at birth. In just a short moment, Lu Chaochao understood everything. She was transported into the loyal and brave Marquis Mansion in the storybook, a wealthy family that seemed to be prosperous but actually had turbulent undercurrents. Lu Yuanze, the loyal and brave Marquis, is the core character in the story. He rose to prominence with the help of his wife, Su's family background, but he had been secretly having an affair with his cousin before marriage. Su, the wife from a high-class family, was isolated, exploited, and even completely destroyed in this marriage. Her life was nothing more than a stepping stone for Lu Yuanze's official career. When Su gave birth to his only daughter, Lu Yuanze drowned her and brought his cousin's illegitimate daughter into the Marquis Mansion to replace his biological daughter. On the surface, the illegitimate daughter was carefully raised as a daughter of a Marquis, but in reality, she never stopped her ruthless plotting. She reported the Su family for collaborating with the enemy and betraying the country, resulting in the execution of more than 100 members of the Su family. At the same time, not only were the Zhongyong Ho family unharmed, they also gained a higher status for their meritorious reporting. In the end, Marquis Zhongyong remarried his old lover, his illegitimate children were made legitimate, and Su's property and glory became the adopted daughter's dowry. Lu Chaochao is the biological baby girl who never survived. Her life was lightly glossed over in the original story and was just a footnote of fate is unpredictable. But who is Lu Chaochao? She is the ancestor of the cultivation world, the supreme power who sacrificed for the common people. An ordinary person wants to control her fate? It's a joke. What's more, she has a plug-in. The whole family can hear her inner voice. Her mother, Ms. Su, was a weak woman who was trapped in a marriage scam and was restricted in every way in the family. Her brothers, one was disabled for protecting the family, one was deposed, and one was forced to leave. They were all victims of power struggles. And she, who sacrificed herself for the common people in her previous life, would never be willing to be a wedding dress for others in this life. As the boss, she chose to be quiet and transformed herself into a dark chess piece. She began to awaken her mother and secretly protect her brother. That day, Lu Chaochao opened her eyes again and heard the midwife's voice in her ears. "It's a dead baby." Then a pair of hands covered her mouth and nose, and the feeling of suffocation was like a mountain pressing down on her. She tried to struggle, but her body was firmly restrained. Her little cheeks gradually turned blue, and her breath was as weak as a candle that could go out at any time. "Dead baby? You are the dead baby. Your whole family is dead babies. I'm still breathing." Lu Chaochao cursed silently, her mind turning anxiously. "Mother." Her milky voice was weak, but it was unexpectedly heard by the weak and desperate mother beside her. Mrs. Su suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze swept across the room, and finally fell on the only baby. The intense anxiety in her heart made her no longer care about her own weakness. "Bring the baby here for me to see." Her voice trembled, and she forced herself to sit up from the delivery bed. "Madam, a dead baby is unlucky and will bring disaster to you." The midwife and the nanny knelt down at the same time, trying to stop them. "Dongji, hurry and bring the child over." Su ignored everyone's dissuasion and forced herself to stand up. She stumbled and almost fell. The head-maid Dengji hurriedly supported her and repeatedly advised, "Madam, don't move. I'll hold the baby." She held the baby in her arms. The cold little body made her heart tremble. She looked down and saw that although the child's face was blue and purple, he still had some body temperature. She screamed in surprise, "Madam, the little lady is still alive." Su took her daughter in her arms tremblingly, looking at the tearful little face in her arms, her hands shaking with excitement. Lu Chaochao choked up and cried in her heart. "What a miserable life. I was going to be strangled to death at birth." Her small chest rose and fell violently, and she coughed so hard that tears came out. Su's heart ached, and she stroked the child's face with trembling fingers. "Who gave you the courage to lay hands on a child?" She shouted weakly and kicked the kneeling nanny. "Drag him away for questioning." "Who ordered this?" The two culprits were dragged away, howling in agony. Dengji was shaking with anger. It was almost the young lady almost. She didn't dare to say any more. She felt scared just thinking about it. Su looked down at the child in her arms, tears streaming down her face. Lu Chaochao opened her toothless mouth and grinned. Mom is so pretty. I want to cuddle with her. Her voice was soft and coquettish. Sue's body froze, and she looked around, only to find that the maids had no unusual reaction. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she was really hallucinating? While she was still thinking, Lu Chaochao made a bubbling sound. Luckily, my mother saved me. Otherwise, you would have to raise the daughter of your enemy. Sue was stunned, and a sense of foreboding flashed through her mind. The daughter of her enemy? Was she pissed to death? It was as if a tear had been torn in her heart, and the more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. Where is the master? She tried to calm herself down and asked. Dingji directed the maids to bathe and serve soup and replied with a smile. When the labor pains started, I sent someone to invite the master, but I'm afraid he would be tripped up by government affairs. Sue nodded and said with a forced smile, maybe he was delayed by important matters. But the vague uneasiness in her heart could not be shaken off. After Lu Chaochao finished her bath, she waved her hands and babbled in protest. Liar! Liar! Daddy is a liar! Her eyes were filled with anger and grievance. He was actually waiting outside for his concubine to give birth to a child. Sue paused, her eyes fell on the child, and the intermittent voice came to her ears again. His sweetheart is in Qingyu Lane. Qingyu Lane? Sue's face turned pale, and the crack in her heart was finally torn open. Mrs. Sue was extremely confused. She tried to discern the message in her daughter's heart, but the child was still young and her thoughts were erratic, so Mrs. Sue could only barely extract some useful content from it. Her world was almost completely turned upside down on this day. Her daughter was strangled when she was born. She heard her daughter's inner voice, and even the husband she trusted with all her heart was waiting for the birth of his concubine's child. Sue sat on the bed, her fingers trembling slightly. In the more than 10 years since she married into the Lu family, she had never quarreled with her husband, nor had she ever doubted the authenticity of this marriage. She had always thought that she had married the best man in the world. But now, this beautiful illusion was shattered by her daughter's voice. She couldn't believe that her husband, who regarded her as his treasure, was actually lying to her. Madam, what's wrong with you? Are you cold? Why are you shaking so much? The maid Dengji asked worriedly. Sue took a deep breath and tried to hide her emotions. Let the wet nurse come over and feed the baby. 3 wet nurses came in one after another, picked up the child, and tried to feed him. But Lu Chaochao just raised his eyelids and suddenly vomited. The coughing and vomiting scared the wet nurses so much that they knelt down and apologized. I don't know why the young lady refuses to drink milk. The wet nurses were extremely anxious. Ahem. Goat's milk or cow's milk? I don't want human milk. Lu Chaochao was howling in her heart with a face full of resistance. Sue said tentatively, go get some goat milk and try it. The mansion always has goat milk, and it tastes great after removing the fishy smell. Not long after, the goat milk was delivered, and Lu Chaochao drank a dozen spoonfuls before dozing off and falling into a deep sleep. The child was taken back to Sue's bedroom. She didn't dare to let the child out of her sight. Looking at the little figure, her doubts grew deeper and deeper. Dengji, you are the only person I can trust, Sue whispered, her voice full of deep uneasiness. Dingji was startled and quickly approached. Madam, what happened? Find 2 people to check Qingyu Lane, Sue said with difficulty, to see if the master is there. Dingji's face changed slightly. Knowing that this matter was of great importance, she nodded and agreed, and immediately made arrangements and went out in disguise. Sue watched her leave, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. By the evening, Sue still hadn't seen Lu Yuanze, and the chill in her heart grew stronger. At this moment, cheers rang out from outside, and a small figure rushed into the room. Mom, I'm back. Where's my sister? The chubby third master Lu Yuanze rushed in, like a rolling dumpling. Zhu Xia held him back and reminded him, Speak softly. The young lady just fell asleep. Don't wake her up. Lu Yuanze nodded, tiptoed to the cradle, and put his fat face close to Lu Chaochao's. Oh, it's the third brother, the big grudge. Lu Chaochao yawned in his heart and glanced at him lazily. Poor third brother. He was deliberately spoiled since he was a child, didn't like to study, became a fool in his father's eyes, and died so miserably. Lu Chaochao sighed in his heart. Lu Yuanze was stunned. He looked back, his mother was far away, and the child couldn't speak. Did he hear his sister's thoughts? Lu Yuanze got closer to the cradle with increasing curiosity. Lu Chaochao continued to mutter in his heart. In the end, his tongue was pulled out, his ears were cut off, his limbs were chopped off, and he became a human pig. How miserable! Lu Yuanzhe was so frightened that he was shaking all over, and his face turned pale. What's wrong? Su found something wrong and asked hurriedly. Mom, I want to go back to my room. Lu Yuanzhe stammered, tears in his eyes. I want to go to school. Now. After saying that, he covered his face and ran out, crying loudly. Seeing this, Zhu Xia smiled and tried to comfort her. Madam, our young master has made great progress. If the old master knew about this, he would definitely be happy. As soon as Zhu Xia finished speaking, Yingxue glared at her. Madam had been waiting for the master for a whole day and was already upset. How could she listen to this now? There was bitterness in Su's lips. Just as she was about to speak, a report came from outside the door. Madam, Miss Dengji is back. Su immediately sat up straight, with a hint of anxiety in her eyes. Dengji walked into the house quickly, her face terribly gloomy. She closed the door, whispered to 2 second-class maids to guard outside the door, then knelt on the ground with a plop, her body trembling uncontrollably, her eyes full of resentment and grief. Madam, you guessed right, Dengji choked up and said. I saw with my own eyes in Qingyu Lane that the master helped a tightly wrapped woman into the carriage, with a newborn baby in his arms. When she said this, she almost gritted her teeth. TSK, they really moved. It seems that they were afraid that I would get into an accident, so they moved to a new place. Lu Chaochao's inner voice floated over, and although it was in a child's tone, it revealed a hint of undisguised mockery. Dingji tried to calm down and continued. I pretended to rent a house and asked around among the neighbors. Everyone said that the couple had lived here for many years. The Marquis even often visited the neighbors, gave them gifts, and asked them to take care of the woman. It seemed that the two had a very good relationship. The color on Su's face faded, and she bit her lips tightly, as if trying to hide the despair and pain in her heart. What's the woman's last name? She was silent for a moment, suppressing the trembling in her voice, and asked softly. I heard her last name is Pei. The Marquis usually calls her Jiao Jiao. It might be a nickname. Dingji hesitated for a moment and answered in a low voice. Jiao Jiao. This name pierced Su's heart and brought back her deep memories. It was a mid-autumn festival night a few years ago when Lu Yuanze was drunk and called out Jiao Jiao with a smile in his dream. She didn't think much about it at the time, thinking it was just a casual remark. But now she understands that it was not a lie, but a real person. Su felt a dull pain in her chest, and tears fell uncontrollably. She thought that her years of trust and affection were all built on lies. Don't cry, my beautiful mother. We won't shed tears for scumbags. Lu Chaochao listened to Su's voice, feeling anxious and helpless. Madam, Dingji couldn't help but call softly when he saw this. Su closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to calm down. After a long while, she spoke in a hoarse voice. Dingji, please go to my mother's house for me. It's under that crooked tree. She paused, as if she had exhausted all her strength. Take out the Emperor's horoscope. Dengji was stunned, his face full of astonishment and worry. Su explained, those things were buried there back then. If anyone found them, they would only say that the Su family had hidden something extremely treasonous. Over the years, I distanced myself from my mother's family because I was afraid of upsetting the master, but I didn't expect. Dengji immediately obeyed the order and left in a hurry. Before Dingji left for long, Su took out a copy of the Buddhist scripture from the cabinet, bit her finger, wrote a few lines of blood on it, and told Dingji to bury it in its original place. Her fingers trembled slightly, and her eyes were full of complex struggle and unwillingness. The next morning, Lu Yuanze finally stepped into the inner courtyard with a tired face. As soon as he entered the door, he put on his usual guilty look and said softly, Yin Yang, there was an urgent matter in the court last night, which delayed my return. I'm sorry for putting you in trouble. Su lowered her head and said nothing, just staring at him quietly. Lu Yuanze in front of her was still elegant and gentle, just like the man who made her heart beat fast back then. But now, there was only coldness in Su's eyes. Where is our little daughter? Lu Yuanze changed the subject and walked towards the cradle. Oh, this is the only daughter of the Lu family. The only daughter? Su chuckled. Isn't she the only one in the Lu family? Her tone was so light that one could not hear the emotion. Lu Yuanze's expression changed slightly. He reached out and picked up Lu Chaochao, but he heard the servant behind him speak quickly. The master is very concerned about this child. He spent the whole night in the study reading books to choose a name a few days ago. Stop talking. Lu Yuanze immediately shouted at the boy, who shrank back in fear. Su saw all this and sneered in her heart. This scumbag dad is so good at pretending. He is such a liar in disguise. Lu Chaochao complained in her heart. Mrs. Su lowered her head with empty eyes, and she seemed to have lost all her strength. She didn't come back to her senses until Lu Yuanze suggested naming their daughter. She is the daughter that our Lu family has been looking forward to for a long time. She was born in the morning, so why not call her Lu Chaochao? Chao means morning and represents hope. Lu Yuanze said with a bit of pride in his tone. As Su listened, she clutched the quilt beside the bed tightly. Her fingertips turned white, and her heart ached. She had accidentally seen a thick stack of white paper in Lu Yuanze's study, which was filled with names: Lu Jingyao, Lu Ziyuan. Each name was carefully selected, carrying the expectations and blessings for the child. But her daughter only got a simple Chaoyang. She couldn't help but say, why not? At this moment, Lu Chaochao in the cradle suddenly uttered a cheerful babbling sound. I want to be called Chaochao. Chaochao sounds nice. Mother, I want to be called Lu Chaochao. The little girl waved her short hands, her eyes full of joy. Su sighed and pinched her daughter's nose. See how happy she is. Let's call her Chaochao. She looked down at her daughter, and Lu Chaochao grabbed her index finger with her chubby little hand and placed it softly on her cheek. Don't be afraid, Mommy. Chaochao will protect you. Chaochao is so awesome. The confident voice of the little guy warmed Su's heart, and the tears in her eyes were replaced by a smile. At this time, Lu Yuanze turned around and said, Yunyang, you have worked hard during this period. The court affairs are busy, and I may not be able to spare the time. Please bear with me. There was a familiar expression of guilt in his tone. Whenever he was like this, Su would advise him to focus on government affairs and not to worry about family affairs. However, hearing these words, Su felt like a thorn in her back. His busyness was just to leave time for his mistress. Her virtue was just to fulfill his love for another woman. You and I are husband and wife. How could I blame you? It's just that our Chaochao has been wronged. Su raised her hand and touched Lu Chaochao, her tone filled with deep loneliness. Lu Yuanze looked at his daughter in the cradle. They were both born on the same day, but Lu Jingyao was wrinkled and cried like a kitten. Lu Chaochao was white and plump, with skin as white as snow, a pair of big, bright eyes, and a calm and lovable demeanor. If he hadn't been partial to her, he would have had to admit that Chaochao was indeed as cute as ice and snow. Daddy, as an apology, we'll give the hot spring villa to Chaochao. Lu Yuanze smiled and hugged his daughter. Hearing this, Su added softly, the Marquis was very generous. There are hundreds of acres of fertile land around the hot spring villa. They all belong to Chaochao. After hearing this, Lu Yuanze frowned slightly. He had originally planned to give only the villa, but now Su had directly added land to it. He did not refute, but in his heart he began to think about finding another gift for Jingyao. Wow, my father is so rich, Lu Chaochao said with some joy in his heart. At the moment when Lu Yuanze was stunned, the little girl in his arms suddenly blushed, and a stream of heat flowed through the swaddling clothes onto his clothes. His face froze, and he looked down at his little daughter, who was already grinning happily, and he could no longer bear it. She peed. The little lady peed. Yingxue hurried forward and took the child away. Lu Yuanze had to get up with a dark face and change his clothes. Su looked at this scene and couldn't help but chuckled and patted her daughter's little naughty girl. You deserve it. This is retribution for bullying your mother, Lu Chaochao said proudly in her heart. After Lu Yuanze changed his clothes and returned to the room, he sat for a while and then stood up to say goodbye. Su watched his back silently, and after he left, she immediately ordered the maid to follow him and investigate. Not long after, Juexiao reported back. The Marquis went to Desan Hall, the old lady's residence. When he left, he took with him the Buddhist beads that the old lady gave him. I heard that the old lady was in a very good mood. Su's heart suddenly felt heavy. The string of Buddhist beads was a treasure personally given to the old lady by the abbot of Hugui Temple. It was said to symbolize the fortune of blessing the descendants. Su once knelt in front of the old lady for 3 days and 3 nights to ask for this string of Buddhist beads to pray for her eldest son, but was coldly rejected. Now, it easily fell into Lu Yuanze's hands. Late at night, Dingji returned with a package. Her face was pale, and her hand was shaking slightly as she pushed the door. Madam, Dingji knelt down and took out a small wood carving soaked in blood from her arms. The wood carving had the emperor's birth date and gave off a chilling aura. Sue's palms turned cold as she looked at the object. She finally understood that if the wood carving had not been retrieved in time, the Su family might have faced a catastrophic disaster. Dengji, guard the door. Su's tone was solemn. After wrapping up the wood carving, he took a deep breath. Su's heart was churning, and she could hardly breathe. Dingji looked at her, his face also turned pale, and he said in a trembling voice, "Madam, there are many people who can imitate handwriting. Maybe this is a misunderstanding." Su felt as if her heart was broken. She had no direct evidence, and all her suspicions came from her daughter, Lu Chaochao's inner voice, and the various strange feelings that had accumulated in her heart for many years. "Go get a brazier. Don't alarm anyone." Su gritted her teeth, her voice trembling. Her eyes fell on the wood carving, her heart filled with pain and confusion. Was it Lu Yuanze? The man she had abandoned her family and loved with all her heart. Would he scheme against her family like this? When she thought about how Lu Yuanze asked her to teach her how to write and said he liked her handwriting from the day she entered the house, the little warmth she once felt turned into a biting chill. His words, "I feel depressed in Sue's house," made her afraid to go home for 18 years. His words, "Don't disturb your family," made her cut off contact with her family. She even dared not touch the sour plums her mother sent her when she was pregnant. "My beautiful mother, don't be afraid. Chaochao will help you." The daughter's voice was light and firm. Su looked down at Lu Chaochao, her big, lively eyes showing dependence and encouragement. "I will hold up the banner for my mother. Let's see who dares to bully her. Go!" Lu Chaochao shouted in her heart. The depression in Su's eyes dissipated a little, and she picked up her daughter and kissed her on the face. She took a deep breath, poured the lamp oil on the wood carving, lit it and threw it into the brazier, watching the wood carving burn to ashes until the last trace of fire went out. "Madam, you are still in confinement. Please stop crying. Your body cannot bear all the cold sweat," Dingji advised, looking at Su with heartache. Su nodded, forced herself to stand up despite her tiredness, and ordered, "Go check on Yanshu. Don't let anyone bully him." Yanshu is Su's eldest son. Ever since he fell into the water and became a moron, he has become a taboo in the loyal and brave Marquis Mansion. Su visits him every day, and now that he has been bedridden for many days, she misses him even more. "Don't worry, madam. I go to inspect the servants every day, and no one dares to neglect them." Dingji comforted softly. Su sighed, but couldn't calm down completely. "Mother, you can't collapse. If we collapse, the bad guys will succeed." Lu Chaochao's voice was filled with the anxiety of a little baby, which made Su twitch her lips. After a few days of recuperation, Su gradually recovered some of her strength. Ingxue reported, "The date for the full moon banquet has been set, and the news has also been passed to Desan Hall and the Marquis. However, the old lady seems not very satisfied and wants to change the date." After hearing this, Su sneered. "Liar. Daddy doesn't want to come at all. He wants to attend the full moon banquet for the concubine's child." Su immediately understood something. She said to Nanny Lin in a calm tone, "Please tell Mother that I only have Chaochao as my daughter, and I will never let her down. I have already invited the eldest princess to come and bless the child. If the date is changed, I am afraid it will be difficult to refuse." Nanny Lin was stunned. She had never seen the usually gentle Su Shi so tough. But when she heard eldest princess, she immediately showed some respect on her face. The eldest princess was the only sister of His Majesty and had a noble status. It was not something that ordinary people could do for Su Shi to invite her. In less than half an hour, Nanny Lin brought back the news that the old lady had agreed to hold the full moon banquet as scheduled. Late at night, Lu Yuanze, who had not been home for a long time, returned to the mansion. When Su saw him, there was no trace of emotion in her eyes. "Yin Yang, why did you set the full moon banquet on the 6th day of March?" Lu Yuanze's face changed slightly, and there was a hint of blame in his tone. "The Marquis hasn't been home for a month, and now he's blaming me?" Mrs. Su lowered her head and wiped her tears. "I just wanted to make plans for the Marquis, and I specially invited the eldest princess. How did this become a bad thing? Over the years, I have been filial to my mother-in-law and taken care of my sister-in-law. I have never acted recklessly. Doesn't the Marquis understand me in his heart?" Lu Yuanze was embarrassed by what Su said, so he could only coax her. "Yin Yang, how can I blame you? You are the one who understands me the most and is the most considerate to me." Then the Marquis must come back on the 6th day of March. I heard that my eldest brother might also rush back to the capital. Su leaned her head on Lu Yuanze's shoulder, feeling the faint fragrance on his body, but her heart ached even more. It's over. On the 6th day of the 3rd month, witchcraft items were found in the Su family. Lu Chaochao's heart was shaking with anxiety, and she wanted to pounce on them and chop them all to pieces. Now that eldest brother is back, I'm afraid he'll be promoted again, right? Su smiled faintly, her tone indifferent. Promotions for meritorious service at the border are only earned at the cost of one's life. Lu Yuanze responded coldly, with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. The 6th day of the 3rd lunar month finally arrived. Lu Chaochao had been born for more than a month. He was white, plump, lively, and cute. He had already become the darling of the whole family. Everyone who saw him couldn't help but hug him. Miss Chaochao is very happy today. She has been laughing nonstop since early morning. Ying Xue hugged her, her face full of joy. It feels so good to have snatched Lu Jingyao's full moon banquet. Lu Chaochao waved his little fat paws proudly in his heart. Su looked at her and shook her head. Although this girl was young and her thoughts were sometimes expressed and sometimes not, she was already content. After all, being able to see a glimpse of the future was a great blessing. But thinking of today's full moon banquet, she still felt uneasy. There are a lot of people here today, so make sure you keep an eye on Chaochao. Su instructed Ying Xue and Juexia. Ever since Lu Chaochao was almost killed when she was born, she never dared to let her daughter out of her sight. At this time, Dingji reported from outside the door. Madam, the guests in the front yard are almost here. The old lady wants you to come over. Su tidied up her appearance and led the people to the front yard. Along the way, she was filled with emotion. Although the Lu family inherited the title, they were only able to survive with the grace of the founding emperor. The Su family married up to help the Lu family, which made the loyal and brave Marquis Mansion have its current reputation. However, thinking of how Lu Yuanze knelt in front of the Su family's door for 3 days and 3 nights to ask for marriage, and looking at the current situation, Su's heart was filled with bitterness. The front yard was already bustling with guests. The eldest princess came in person, and Lu Yuanze's younger sister Lu Wani accompanied her attentively. As soon as Mrs. Su arrived, Lu Wani came up to her, took her hand, and said affectionately, "Sister-in-law, you are finally out of confinement. Wani missed you so much. I was so upset that I didn't come back to accompany you these days." Seeing this, the eldest princess smiled and teased. "You two, sister-in-law, are so close to each other, which is rare." Lu Wani quickly replied, "When my sister-in-law came into the family, I was only 2 years old. She raised me like a mother, so of course I am close to her." Su smiled slightly, patted her hands, and felt a little relieved. Lu Wani was raised by her and could be considered one of her closest people. "What? Big brother hasn't come back yet? Today is my niece's full moon banquet. If he's late, I won't forgive him." Lu Wani curled his lips, quite dissatisfied. Su lowered her head and said nothing, but her eyes swept across the old lady in the hall. The old lady was wearing a dark long coat and sat high in the hall. Although she tried her best to look decent, she couldn't hide her rusticity. Su knelt and saluted. "Mother." The old lady held her hand affectionately and said, "Get up quickly. I haven't come to see you these days because I'm not feeling well. I'm afraid that I'll pass on my illness to you." Su smiled and replied, "Mother, please don't blame the maids. They serve me very well. It's just that my appetite is a little poor." Her face looked as gentle as usual, but she was sneering in her heart. If it weren't for the child from the mistress who took away all of Lu Yuanze's attention, why would she not be able to eat or sleep well? As everyone was greeting each other, a servant announced, "The Marquis has returned home." Not long after, Lu Yuanze walked into the hall quickly, sweat still dripping from his forehead. He apologized and said, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I was looking for a South Sea Night Pearl for my daughter, so I was delayed for some time." When they heard the words Nanyang Night Pearl, everyone was amazed. This pearl is rare, and only the royal family occasionally has it in their collection. The eldest princess also nodded slightly. The loyal and brave Marquis is really thoughtful. Lu Yuanze smiled and bowed, appearing very decent. "It's not as good as my brother's, but it's also a thoughtful gesture." Su looked up at him, her smile revealing a hint of mockery. She certainly understood that the so-called night shining pearls were just scraps used to perfunctorily deal with the emperor. Soon, Ying Xue came out holding Lu Chaochao. When the princess saw the child, Her eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but step forward to take the child. Little Chaochao was fair-skinned and beautiful, with bright eyes, and looked like a delicate porcelain doll, which made the princess love her very much. Oh, this child is so adorable, better than the previous ones. The eldest princess' face was full of joy, and she praised repeatedly. Chaochao, this is the night pearl that Daddy found for you. Lu Yuanze handed the pearl over with a smile. The little baby barely closed his chubby hands, grabbed the pearl, and looked at it for a while with blinking eyes. Night shining pearl? The scraps you gave me are not even worth a fraction of what Lu Jingyao gave me. Xiao Chaochao snorted in his heart, raised his hand, and threw the night-shining pearl to the ground with a thump sound. The whole place fell silent, and Lu Yuanze's face turned pale and blue, as if he had been slapped in public. The eldest princess laughed. Xiao Chaochao is indeed ambitious. Your Majesty will have to put more thought into it. Su picked up her daughter and smiled faintly. The child is ignorant. I am sorry to make the princess laugh. The princess held Su's hand and said softly, This girl and I get along well. If you are free, send her to the princess's mansion to live for a few days, so that I can enjoy the happiness of family life. Su smiled slightly and said, I won't dare to refuse. At this moment, the doorman came to announce, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. When Lu Yuanze heard the prince has arrived, he was obviously stunned. His face flashed with a bit of surprise, and he hurriedly led everyone to stand up to greet him. The 6-year-old Xie Qingxi has already shown extraordinary intelligence and dignity. Although he is young, his manners and demeanor make people dare not underestimate him. The prince walked into the hall, looked around, and finally his eyes fell on the baby Chaochao. His voice was childish but calm. Anne is here to attend the full moon banquet. Qingxi happened to be out of the palace, so he came to see her on the way. Seeing this, the princess smiled slightly and said, So that's how it is. Your Highness is really thoughtful. Su stepped forward and saluted. The prince nodded slightly and then said calmly, Madam Su, there is no need to be polite. I am here only to share in the good news. His tone was neither cold nor hot, but he gave Su enough face. Su turned around and ordered, Bring Chaochao over here. Dingji carefully handed little Chaochao over. When little Chaochao saw the little prince in front of him, a very curious look appeared on his chubby face. Oh, it's the prince! Chaochao chattered excitedly in her heart. The little prince has a very unfortunate fate. TK. He was born to make wedding clothes for others, what a pity. Xie Qingxi's originally calm expression suddenly became a little confused. He clearly heard the baby's voice. How could a baby who had just turned 1 month old make such a clear voice? And what does tis mean? Who is he doing this for? The little prince stared at Lu Chaochao, trying to see something from her little face, but the baby was already yawning, closing her eyes, and sleeping soundly. Xie Qingxi frowned and stared at the sleeping Lu Chaochao, as if he wanted to wake her up and ask her something. But because of the gazes of the crowd, he could only look away, untied a jade pendant from his waist, and put it into the swaddling clothes. I haven't prepared a gift yet, so I'll give this jade pendant to little Chaochao as a gift for her full moon. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The jade pendant that the prince carried with him symbolized his status and position. How could he just give it to someone casually? A trace of excitement flashed across Lu Yuanze's face, and Su felt relieved. The prince's favor was equivalent to adding a layer of protection for Chaochao. Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness. Su bowed slightly, with a hint of respect in her words. The full moon banquet was held in a grand manner, with many guests. Su even gave out porridge for 3 days to pray for Chaochao. Late at night, Lu Yuanze returned to the inner courtyard with a gloomy face and a bit of dissatisfaction in his tone. Chaochao is only 1 month old. You are so ostentatious. Aren't you afraid of ruining her luck? Lu Yuanze said with reproach. Su's face immediately turned cold. What does the Marquis mean by this? Chaochao is the only legitimate daughter of the loyal and brave Marquis Mansion, and also the granddaughter of my Su family. So what if her full-month banquet is grand? Could it be that she has to be as shameful and secretive as those illegitimate children? Su's words hit Lu Yuanze's sore spot. His face suddenly changed, and he clenched his fists quietly, but he couldn't attack. Yin Yang, you misunderstood. I'm just worried that the Marquis Mansion is too ostentatious and will attract unnecessary attention. Lu Yuanze suppressed his anger and softened his tone. Su sneered. My lord is very considerate. But my daughter is upright. Why should she be hidden? Lu Yuanze was speechless and sat in the courtyard for a while, then left on the pretext of government affairs. Su looked at his back, and her eyes gradually turned cold. Late at night, Dingji hurried into the inner room, his face full of panic. Madam, the Marquis just went out. A trace of sadness flashed across Su's eyes, and she said in a self-deprecating voice, Today is Chaochao's full moon banquet, but he still wants to coax the person he loves the most. Dingji whispered, Madam, maybe the Marquis really has something important to do. Su sneered and did not respond. She was about to rest when she heard a commotion outside the door. A moment later, a little maid staggered into the yard, looking terrified. Madam, something terrible has happened. The Su family has been surrounded by the Imperial Guards. Imperial Guards? Su stood up suddenly, her body swayed, and she almost fell down. The commander of the Imperial Guards led people to search the Su mansion, saying that there were items of treason hidden in the mansion. Now everyone is trapped in the mansion, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. The little maid said incoherently. Su's face turned pale instantly, and her heart suddenly turned cold. Her daughter's previous warning had come true. The wood carving had been burned by her, but the Su family still couldn't escape this disaster. She sat down slowly, feeling sad. Who was responsible for all this? She looked at the sleeping Lu Chaochao. The little girl had an innocent smile on her face, as if she didn't know the sufferings of the world. Mother, don't be afraid. Chaochao will be with you. The daughter's voice seemed to penetrate the dark night and gently fell into her ears. Under the cover of night, Su stood in front of the gate, looking at the Su mansion a few streets away. The flames shot up to the sky, and the occasional shrill wails pierced her eardrums. Dingji held her cold hand and whispered to comfort her. Madam, everything will be fine. Su's lips turned purple, her body trembled slightly, and she murmured softly, Just a little bit, just a little bit. If she hadn't heard Chaochao's voice, the Su family would have been doomed. Her Chaochao was the only hope God had given her. It was not until the sky gradually brightened that Su's stiff body moved slightly. Dingji hurried forward to support her. Is the Marquis back? Su's voice was a little hoarse and tired. Dingji shook his head. The Marquis did not come back all night. Su closed her eyes and suppressed the fear and doubt in her heart. She didn't dare to think deeply about whether this sudden disaster was related to Lu Yuanze. At noon, Yingxue hurried back. Madam, I have heard the news. The Imperial Guards searched the Su mansion last night and dug out a blood-written letter under the crooked tree outside your boudoir. Now Mr. Su is kneeling outside the Imperial study, waiting for His Majesty's decision. Su's heart sank, but her face remained calm. She nodded gently, without saying anything. Since marrying into the Lu family, she has gradually lost her former edge, and even her family members who loved her the most have been alienated by her. Now this incident has made her feel even more uneasy. In the evening, Su still hadn't seen Lu Yuanze. Suddenly, the doorman came hurriedly and reported, Madam, someone from the Jiang family is here. Su stood up suddenly. The Jiang family is the aristocratic family that has arranged a marriage with the eldest son, Lu Yuanze. If they come at this time, I'm afraid they have bad intentions. Although the Jiang family and the Lu family were both founding heroes, the descendants of the Jiang family were very competitive and had already occupied a prominent position in the capital. In contrast, the Lu family had long been in decline, and the incident with Lu Yuanze made the Jiang family gradually distance themselves from them. Su changed her clothes hurriedly and ordered, Bring Chaochao here. When Su walked into the front hall, Mrs. Jiang was already sitting in the hall with a stern face. The tray in front of her was covered with a red cloth. The atmosphere was as cold as a pool of stagnant water. Sister Su, long time no see. Madame Jiang's tone was polite, but her expression was extremely cold. I am really sorry that I couldn't come to my daughter's full moon banquet. Mrs. Su forced a smile and said, Our two families are as close as one family. Why should you be so polite, sister? Mrs. Jiang frowned and was silent for a moment. Her tone suddenly turned cold and said, Let's not beat around the bush. I'm afraid Yinshu's marriage will be canceled. Su's face turned pale. What does this mean? Madame Jiang snorted coldly. Yinshu is now a useless person. How can he be worthy of my Yunjin? Our Yunjin is the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family. How can she marry a cripple who is neither human nor ghost? Su stood up angrily, her eyes red. Why did Yinshu do this? Don't you know what happened? Yunjin fell into the water, and it was Yinshu who saved her. My Yinshu almost lost his life for her. She was saved, but Yinshu's life was ruined. Now you want to distance yourself from her? Madame Zhang's face also turned cold. Who asked him to save her? Our Yunjin didn't let him jump. This marriage should have been called off long ago. A waste like Yinshu will only drag down our Jiang family and bring shame to Yunjin. Su only felt his chest churning, blood rushing up, and a fishy and sweet taste in his throat. Sister Su, we are both respectable people, and the men are officials in the same court. We can cancel the engagement, but let's not make it seem like we are enemies. Although Mrs. Zhang's tone was smiling, there was sarcasm on the corners of her mouth. Mrs. Zhang's words were full of contempt. What was so noble about the Su family? Her family was in decline. Her eldest son had become a useless person. Her second son was a playboy and a useless person. Her third son was even a laughingstock in the capital. And her youngest daughter was not favored by the Marquis. The entire Su family seemed glorious, but was actually a joke. Mrs. Su could hear the threat from Mrs. Jiang. Her eyes turned slightly cold, but she did not respond. Lu Chaochao was so angry that his face turned red. His little teeth hadn't grown out yet, so he bit his gums hard, and 2 small lumps appeared on his face. How shameless! Big Brother passed the imperial examination at the age of 8, and he suppressed your Jiang family so much that they couldn't even raise their heads. Zhu Xia's eyes were red as he brought the tray to Su. Su raised her hand and said calmly, "Cancel the engagement." Mrs. Zhang's eyes lit up, and she showed a proud look on her face. But Mrs. Su changed the subject. But it was not the Jiang family who broke off my son's engagement. It was my son Yinshu who broke off Jiang Yunjin's engagement. Mrs. Su stood up. Her eyes were cold, and her tone was firm. My son Yinshu is worthy of heaven and earth, and worthy of the Jiang family. He ruined his life to save Jiang Yunjin, and he has no regrets. But the Jiang family did not remember the old friendship, but instead added insult to injury. They are not worthy of marrying into my Lu family anymore. After saying that, Su threw the token on the tray to the ground, and the jade pendant instantly broke into pieces with fragments flying everywhere. My mother is so awesome. Lu Chaochao was so excited that he kicked his short legs and almost slipped out of Yingshua's arms. The broken jade brushed across Madame Zhang's brow, leaving a bloody mark. Madame Zhang's face turned pale, and an inexplicable uneasiness surged in her heart. You! Madame Zhang was shocked by Su's decisiveness. But now that the marriage certificate was torn up, she got what she wanted and simply sneered. Su Shiyun, you will spend the rest of your life with your disabled son. My Yunjin is too high for Lu Yinshu to marry. Not long after, the servant came hurriedly to report. Madam, the Marquis said. The servant hesitated and finally whispered. The Marquis said that Yinshu saved Miss Jiang voluntarily, so he should not ask for repayment. This is his fate, so he can't blame others. As soon as she finished speaking, Su's face turned pale. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the chair. The maids were so scared that they hurriedly supported her. The scumbag dad actually used my elder brother's life to exchange for his own reputation. Lu Chaochao roared in his heart. Strike him to death. May the sky be struck by lightning. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered outside, and strong winds blew. The clear sky suddenly became dark. A moment later, a loud thunder exploded, accompanied by strong winds, rushing towards somewhere in the capital. Madam, there is a fire in the north of the city. People outside are shouting that someone was struck by lightning. The little maid ran in screaming. Su was stunned and even forgot to cry. She looked at Chaochao in her arms and saw her daughter raising her fist with an angry look on her face. She whispered, "Go and find out which family has the problem." Zhuexia hurried out, and Su Shi was suspicious. Could it be that her daughter had caused the thunder? That night, Su finally received a report from Dengji. The prison has been arranged. The old lady was a little frightened, and I sent medicine to her. The master said that you don't have to worry. He knows what's going on. Staying in prison for a few days may be a good thing for the Su family. After hearing this, Su felt relieved, but she felt even more guilty. She had cut off all ties with her family for more than 10 years because of Lu Yuanze, and now she realized how big a mistake she had made. She sighed softly and decided secretly in her heart that no matter what Lu Yuanze thought, she would definitely go back to her parents' home after this incident. Lu Chaochao actually slept for a whole day and night. The doctor checked her several times and finally spread his hands helplessly. Miss, everything is fine. She just slept too deeply. She usually wakes up every 2 hours. Why did she sleep for a whole day this time? Sue was so anxious that blisters appeared on the corners of her mouth. Maybe he's too tired, the doctor said to himself, and he found it ridiculous. How could a 40-day-old baby be so tired? Sue was stunned for a moment, and thinking back to the thunder in the daytime, she had a vague guess in her mind. She looked down at her daughter in the cradle and thought, could this child really be a little fairy? At this moment, a soft voice came from my ear. I'm so hungry. Sue quickly ordered, quickly bring some milk. As soon as Chaochao opened her mouth, the sweet milk was delivered to her. She drank it with satisfaction, but she wailed in her heart, I am so tired. Who knew that striking a thunder would consume so much spiritual energy? Sue looked at her daughter's soft little face, and her heart softened. This child was not only her hope, but also her support. Madam, that thunder really struck someone. Chaochao hurried in, looking excited. In Ping'an Lane in the north of the city, there is a newly moved house. I heard that the male owner was killed, and the house was bought by someone with a huge sum of money just a month ago. The lady who lives there is very gentle and looks like she just came out of confinement. Her daughter was born on the same day as our young lady, and she also has an eldest son who is very good at studying and has a good reputation in the capital. Bah! The teacup in Sue's hand fell to the ground and shattered. Madam! Chaochao came over hurriedly and found that Sue's hands were scalded red by the tea, so she quickly brought cold water for her to soak her hands. Mrs. Sue, however, did not feel the slightest bit of pain. She stared at Chaochao with her eyes fixed on him, her voice trembling. You said, that family has another eldest son? How old is he? Chaochao was so hurt by being grabbed that she quickly answered, the eldest master is 17 years old, the same age as Master Yanshu. Oh, what a coincidence, his last name is also Lu. 17 years old? Sue was struck by lightning. She opened her mouth, but it was as if someone was strangling her throat, and she couldn't utter a word. Dingji hurried forward to support her and comfort her. Madam, this may not be the Marquis's business. It may not be the Marquis. Chaochao and Ingshua looked at each other. Their faces turned pale. The surname is Lu, 17 years old. Such a coincidence, no one can ignore it. Sue was trembling all over, pinching her palms with her fingers, and blood was seeping from her lips. She choked with sobs and said, he kept it a secret from me for so many years. 17 years? The child is only a few months younger than Yanshu. She didn't dare to think about it too much. It all seemed like a huge conspiracy. Her heart and eyes had been devoted to him since she came of age. She gave up her family for this man and worked hard all her life, but in return she got such betrayal. Madam, I heard that the thunder struck the man squarely. Chaochao tried to comfort her, but couldn't help but feel proud. God is wise. That woman was eager to seduce a man right after she got out of confinement, and she was struck to death in broad daylight. Sue was stunned. You said they were chopped naked? Chaochao nodded. Yes. All the neighbors saw it. It was so embarrassing. Sue wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and sneered. You deserve it. But the unwillingness and depression in her eyes still made her breathless. She hated it, but she was unwilling to accept it. Her years of love for Lu Yuanze were shattered in one day. But how could she easily let go of this betrayal? Just as she was caught in a whirlpool of emotions, the maid outside the door whispered, Madam, the Marquis has returned home and is waiting for you in Desan Hall. Sue sneered, her anger still lingering in her heart. She gritted her teeth and ordered, carry Chaochao and go over to take a look. Desan Hall is located in the East Courtyard. It is the old lady's Buddhist temple, and it is always full of incense. When Sue walked through the corridor and arrived at the door of Desan Hall, she suddenly smelled a burning smell. Wow, what a big boiled egg! Lu Chaochao in the cradle suddenly opened his eyes wide and stared straight ahead. Sue looked up following her daughter's gaze and was stunned for a moment. In the center of the main hall, a bald black head, burnt black like charcoal, sat in front of the table. It was Lu Yuanze. In an instant, the image of the handsome, gentle, and elegant young man in her mind collapsed and was replaced by a living boiled egg. Sue's feelings were too complicated to express in words, and she couldn't help but blurt out, What's wrong with the Marquis? Where's his hair? Did he have alopecia areata? Mother is so clever. She really knows how to touch my heart. Lu Chaochao clapped her hands in her heart. Lu Yuanze's face suddenly darkened, and he said in a bad tone, There was a fire in Ping'an Lane. I went in to save people and accidentally burned my hair. It's not a big deal. Sue suppressed her anger and sneered. What a coincidence. The news of Ping An Lane yesterday spread throughout Beijing. I heard that the man and woman were shameless in broad daylight and were struck naked by lightning. Could it be that the two people the Marquis saved were these two people? Lu Yuanze clenched his fists, his face livid. His mother, the old lady, saw this and quickly scolded Su. You are a woman. What's the point of spreading rumors? Su restrained her expression, lowered her eyes, and said coldly, It's just listening to the jokes in the capital. Since the Marquis is fine, that's good. He and his mistress were cheated on, and their naked buttocks were seen by everyone. Now the whole city is looking for him. Lu Chaochao, who was in the cradle, was gloating in her heart. She wanted to help her mother breathe a sigh of relief, but she didn't expect that these words would make Su's heart churn even more. Su frowned, took a deep breath, and tried to suppress the discomfort in her chest. She thought to herself that such a scandal was closely related to her and her daughter, which was a humiliation to her. Yin Yang, you should just take care of Yuanze more. He is busy for the Marquis Mansion all year round and seldom has time to rest. What's the use of a woman if she can't serve a man? The old lady said unhappily, not wanting to hear Su's rebuttal. You are not allowed to contact your mother's family. The Su family is in a precarious situation now, and the Marquis Mansion might be implicated. By then, it is possible that the crime will be so serious that you will be beheaded. The old lady looked down at Su sternly. Su took a deep breath and pressed her fingers hard on the armrest, her fingertips almost turning white. She sat up slightly, looked at Lu Yuanze, and asked coldly, What do you think, Lord? Lu Yuanze avoided her gaze and whispered, Of course I feel sorry for my father-in-law's suffering, but now that His Majesty is furious, who dares to offend him? I can only do my best to protect the Marquis. Yin Yang, you are a sensible person. Don't let your love affair harm your family. Su's fingers trembled slightly, and she sneered, her voice low and cold. My lord, you are truly righteous. Her eyes became sharper, and she continued to ask, Where is Yin Shu? The Marquis doesn't care about his son, but he is so considerate of others. If Yin Shu's marriage is cancelled, the Jiang family will benefit. Why is the Marquis so willing? Zhang Yunjin will not be punished, so will Yin Shu's life be let off so easily? Lu Yuanze's expression froze, and he said evasively, Yin Shu has a bad fate, and I don't want this to happen, but Zhang Yunjin has some reputation in the capital after all, and it's not good to hinder her future. These words made Su's eyes even colder, and she immediately became suspicious. This cancellation of the engagement was a win-win for the Jiang family, but for Lu Yuanze, what was he planning? Was the cancellation of this engagement related to the interests of the Marquis? Su's anger could no longer be suppressed. Delay? She sneered, gently put down the teacup, and looked at Lu Yuanze sharply. My lord, Yin Shu tried his best to save Zhang Yunjin and fell into the water. After she was rescued, she was afraid and hid in the rockery, which delayed Yin Shu's rescue. My lord, today you use such words to defend the Jiang family. Don't you feel sorry for Yin Shu? Su almost bit her teeth to pieces. Lu Yuanze frowned, looking a little impatient. Yin Yang, the little girl, didn't fall into the water on purpose. She just acted out of fear. The matter of Yin Shu is over. If we keep arguing about it, it will only create a rift with our colleagues. The situation in the court is difficult now. You should also understand me. Su stared at him, her eyes cold and tired. No one is qualified to forgive on behalf of Yin Shu. If you feel pity for the Jiang family, then let yourself experience the feeling of drowning and see if pity is enough to offset Yin Shu's pain. Lu Yuanze frowned slightly, obviously not expecting the usually docile Su to be so blunt. He was unhappy, but felt that Su was just taking advantage of the situation to vent. Okay, since Yin Yang is unwilling to forgive, then forget it. I won't mention the past anymore. He whispered to comfort her and patted Su's hand. Su did not argue with him anymore, but used the excuse of breastfeeding to hold Lu Chaochao and leave Desan Hall. After walking out of the door, Su paused for a moment. She faintly heard the old lady whisper, You insisted on going to that house and caused a stir in the city. Now your good grandson is scared, right? This sentence was like a knife stabbing into Su's heart. Her eldest son Yin Shu was still lying in bed, but the old lady was worried about the bastard outside. Dingji gritted his teeth and looked angry, but was stopped by Su. Be careful with your words. Su's face was cold, and she turned to ask the maid, Where is the young master? The maid quickly replied, I heard that the young master is resting today and is probably reading in Tinglan Garden. Su sneered and led her people directly to Tinglan Garden. Outside the Chihuahua gate, a servant was running hurriedly inside. When he saw Sue's group coming in a mighty procession, he quickly quickened his pace. The servant is going to tell you the news. My good brother is doing something good. Lu Chaochao, who was in the cradle, waved his little fist excitedly. Stop him. Sue's voice was cold and stern. The servant beside him immediately stepped forward, kicked the boy to the ground, and pinned down his arm. The boy's face was pale, and his calves were shaking. Sue glanced at him coldly, and without saying anything more, she pushed open the door of Tinglan Garden. As soon as the door opened, a low voice came from inside. Open it wide. Open it wide. Open it wide. The voice was urgent and noisy. When Sue entered the room, she saw her son Lu Yuanze's eyes were red. He was holding dice in one hand and money in the other, looking like a gambler. Who dares to trespass into my place? Lu Yuanze didn't even raise his head, feeling very proud. But when he raised his eyes and saw Sue's gloomy face, he froze. The dice rolled from his hand to the ground, and Lu Yuanze's face turned pale instantly. Mother! He knelt on the ground, his voice trembling, his expression terrified. Sue took a deep breath, and her vision went dark. She covered her chest, as if even breathing had become difficult. How long have you been gambling? Sue's voice was hoarse, and she could hardly suppress her anger. Lu Yuanze was trembling all over. Mom, I was wrong. I only learned it for 3 days. In 3 days, his originally tender face had become haggard. His eyes were dark, his hair was messy, and he looked lifeless. Sue's heart was broken, and she asked sternly, Who taught you that? The little servant's mouth was blocked by a towel. Zhu Xia stepped forward to untie it. He knelt on the ground and cried, Madam, it was Qing Yu and Qing Yan. They tricked the young master, saying that a little gambling can make you happy, and they also tied up the servant and wouldn't let me stop them. Qing Yu and Qing Yan? Sue narrowed her eyes. These two were servants given by the old lady to tutor Yuanzhe in his studies. Lu Chaochao in the cradle snorted coldly. These two people are not innocent at all. They came to my third brother with a mission since they were young and raised him to be the biggest playboy in the capital. Sue's heart trembled, and her eyes became even colder. Come here. Beat these two traitors to death with a stick. All the servants in the mansion should watch the execution to serve as a warning to others. Sue gave the order without hesitation. When Qing Yu and Qing Yan were dragged away, they kept looking at Lu Yuanze to beg for mercy. Lu Yuanze choked up and wanted to speak, but after hearing his mother's anger and disappointment, he swallowed his words of plea. Sue cleared out all the servants around Yuanzhe and ordered them coldly. Qing Shu, Qing Feng, you did a great job this time. From now on, your monthly salary will be doubled. Keep a good eye on Yuanzhe. She turned to look at Lu Yuanzhe, her eyes as cold as ice, without saying a word. Yuanzhe knelt on the ground, lowered his head, and dared not look up. His expression was dazed as if he had lost his soul. Arrange the beating to death outside Desan Hall. The old lady should also want to see it. Sue gave the order softly, sneered, turned around, and left Tinglan Garden. Chapter 12. Hitting the Old Lady. When the servants gathered outside Desan Hall, the old lady was having a meal. What's the point of making so much noise outside? How can Sue's housekeeping be so outrageous? She said she was the daughter of some famous person in Kyoto, but she seems to be just that. My son knelt in her house for 3 days and 3 nights and still talked about marrying her. Now, the entire Sue family has been sent to prison. The old lady showed a trace of disdain on her face. The news of being struck by lightning these days has spread throughout the city, and she is still very angry. She felt happy only because the Sue family was raided. Nanny Lin was coming back to report, Madam, it is said that the third young master's servant has committed a crime. All the servants in the courtyard will be asked to watch the execution. Nanny Lin paused and said, I remember that the 2 servants seemed to have left Desan Hall. The old lady's face darkened. Isn't this a slap in the face of Di Shantang? Nanny Lin helped her stand up and went out directly. The servants outside the door had all arrived, and everyone looked a little panicked. They all looked at the 2 servants tied in the middle. What nonsense are you doing? What mistakes have they made that deserve to be caned? Do aristocratic families disregard human lives like this? The old lady, leaning on a cane, caned the servant she sent with her in public. What did this mean? Sue bowed to the old lady. Madam, these 2 bastards actually deceived their superiors and subordinates and took Xiao Guer to gamble. They led Xiao Guer astray. They are from Desan Hall and carefully selected by Mother. I am afraid they're deliberately deceiving Mother. If you don't punish them with a cane to serve as a warning to others, won't everyone be able to deceive you? People who don't know this may misunderstand that you are deliberately teaching your grandson bad things. Mrs. Su was furious. When the old lady heard about gambling, her brows furrowed. She looked at the two servants, and there was fear and pleading in their eyes. Madam, help me, madam, help me. It's pay. The two maids in front of the old lady rushed forward and blocked the mouths of the two servants. The old lady's eyelids were twitching wildly. These two book boys were given by Pei Chaochao, Lu Yuanze's mistress. Su glanced at her and slowly clenched his fists. Today, everyone open your eyes and watch. See what will happen to those who betray their master. As soon as Su raised her hand, banging sounds were heard in the yard. The sound of a stick hitting flesh. The two servant boys were tied to a bench. Their mouths were blocked. Their foreheads were covered with cold sweat, and they stared at the old lady intently. Whimpering sounds continued to come from the blocked mouth. One blow after another, each one heavier than the last. In just half an hour, blood splattered everywhere and flowed all over the bench. The two servants' faces were blue and purple. Blood was oozing from the corners of their mouths, and they fell limply on the stool. Their flesh and blood were mixed into a ball, and all the servants were silent. Some maids even cried out of fear. The old lady took a step back in fear. Madam, shall we go back first? Nanny Lin felt the old lady's body trembling and whispered. As soon as the old lady closed her eyes, she could remember the two servants lying on the ground covered in blood. This time, the beating was not only on the maid but also on her. He seemed to be frightened and was half supported and half carried by Nanny Lin and taken back. You eat my food and smash my bowl. If you want to die, I won't stop you. Su was always famous for her virtue, and this was the first time she had beaten a servant to death. Everyone in the mansion felt insecure. Su slapped him and then praised Lu Yuanze's servant in front of everyone. After beating him hard, he let the man go. Mother is mighty. Mother is so powerful. Su felt heavy in her heart, and I didn't even look at Lu Yuanze. Lu Yuanze followed her mother step by step, tears in her eyes. Mom, I know I was wrong. Only at this moment did he realize how dangerous he was. During these 3 days, he completely lost himself. If it weren't for his mother's experience, I'm afraid he would have no chance of being saved. Mom, don't ignore me. It's my son who has gone astray and made you angry. Lu Yuanze followed Su into the house and knelt straight on the ground. Dingji secretly wiped away tears. The Marquis had a mistress who had given birth to children, and everyone in the mansion kept it a secret from his wife. The 3 children were useless, and his wife was in a difficult situation. Who knew? Su's eyes were red, and she stepped forward to help her son up. It's because mother paid too little attention to you, and people took advantage of you. Her son was sensible and obedient before he was 3 years old. So how could he become like this? She had no one to talk to and no one to trust about the frustration and grievance in her heart. Su personally selected all the attendants around him, only to find that few in his courtyard could be trusted. My heart is filled with fear. Alas, my father has a mistress, and her children are smart and clever, but my mother's children are either disabled or spoiled and have no ambition to make progress. They were also divorced. How should I live? I have become a complete control group. The little guy sighed quietly. Third brother is not doing well. Lu Yuanze's crying figure froze for a moment. Keep what to raise? Father? Keeping a mistress? He raised his head sharply. It's not mother's fault. It's Yuanze who is weak-willed and loves to play. It's Yuanze who loses his sense of propriety because of his parents' love. He paused after he said that and looked at his mother without leaving a trace. I don't know when my mother became much more haggard, and she hasn't smiled for a long time. Mom and Dad, you can't always support Yuanze. Yuanze must also work hard. In the future, Mom will still have to rely on you. Su said softly, her eyes a little dazed. Daddy loves Mommy, and he and Mommy are a well-known loving couple in the capital. Who in the capital doesn't envy my mother? Mommy can also rely on Daddy, right? Lu Yuanze said deliberately. Su touched his face and his body swayed slightly. Daddy. Su remained silent. Lu Yuanze pursed his lips, feeling vaguely uneasy. After admitting his mistake, he accompanied his mother for dinner and secretly asked around in Tingfeng Garden. Just realized, 2 months after Chaochao was born, his father never stayed at the courtyard. Even when his grandfather's house was confiscated, he did not return home. He felt a tingling sensation in his heart. In his memory, his father was strict but loved his children, and his parents lived in harmony and had a very good relationship. There was not even a concubine in the mansion. When a maid wanted to climb into his bed, his father was furious and sold her directly. The mother was moved to tears. My father has been very considerate over the years, and my mother is willing to take care of the household for him. Everyone in Beijing praised my father as a good man with a single-minded devotion. But now, when he suddenly learned that his father had a mistress and even had children with her, he felt a chill all over his body. In the past, his servants coaxed him to skip school, to insult the teacher, and to gamble. Now, he only feels fear. He is his mother's left arm and right arm. If he is cut off and can no longer be his mother's support, how will his mother live? That night, Lu Yuanze took out the dusty 4 books and 5 classics and sat in front of the window to study them carefully. Chapter 13, A Chance. Madam, I see that the 3rd young master has really learned well. I went back home yesterday and studied hard. I came to the courtyard to pay my respects early this morning and am going to the school now. You should feel more at ease. Dingji rubbed her eyebrows. Mrs. Su didn't say anything. Lu Yuanze came back last night. The old lady was frightened after watching the execution and developed a high fever at night. Lu Yuanze came to question her, and Su couldn't help asking him whether it was more important that Yuanshao went astray or that she should save the old lady's face. In a rage, Lu Yuanze took away her housekeeper rights. He also scolded her for being disrespectful to her mother-in-law and made her reflect on her mistakes facing the wall in the yard. Got grounded. Early this morning, Lu Wani came to the door crying, saying that she didn't want the power of housekeeper and that her eldest brother was being unreasonable. Only then did Su coax her back. He had not even finished reflecting on his mistakes for half an hour when the eunuchs from the palace came to the door. Madam, someone has come from the palace. They want you to come in. Lu Yuanze came hurriedly to invite. Dingji curled his lips. Ha! What a slap in the face. After being confined to house arrest for half a day, the Marquis came in person to invite his wife. Lu Yuanze's face didn't look good either, but he was thick-skinned after all. Yunyang, why do you want to go to the palace? He went to ask just now, but the eunuch just glanced at him sideways and refused to say anything. Su said calmly, I am still under house arrest, so please go, my lord. Lu Yuanze's face froze. At this moment, the father-in-law was waiting outside the door. He could only sigh and lower his posture and said, Yunyang, I am not blaming you. Mother is old and saw with her own eyes that the book boy who was sent out was beaten to death. Mother thought you hit her and scared her. My father fought in many battles when he was young, and my mother worked hard to raise us. After my father passed away, she supported the family alone. Can't you understand your mother? Yunyang, you are a considerate woman. How can you be so unfilial? You and I are one as husband and wife, and I treat Yunyang as my own family. I hope Yunyang won't blame me for my careless words yesterday. Lu Yuanze does look good, and when he lowers himself, it seems as if you are the only one who is affectionate in his eyes. In the past, the Su family was particularly susceptible to this kind of thing. Today, your mother's suffering. What does it have to do with my mother? Her suffering was not caused by my mother. Filial piety is outsourced. It's really filial piety, Chaochao spitted. After being PUA, Su was instantly awakened. What a fitting outsourcing of filial piety, isn't it? When the old lady was seriously ill, she took care of her day and night, but in the end it was Lu Yuanze who got the reputation. My parents worked hard to raise me, and now my whole family is in jail, but the Marquis wants me to distance myself from him. How can this be filial piety? Su couldn't help but choke back. Lu Yuanze frowned slightly. He looked at her suspiciously. Su seemed different, but Su's obedience over the past decade was not fake. She worships me as a god and listens to me in everything I say. She has been in a weird mood recently, and she must be angry at me for ignoring her. Attract your own attention. There was a hint of pride in Lu Yuanze's eyes. He had spent more than 10 years training Su, so how could she have second thoughts? I know you are angry. I will ask someone to take care of it tomorrow. Su didn't say anything either. She just washed up for a while and went out to receive the order. Lu Yuanze wanted to follow, but the eunuch looked at him and said, My lord, please wait outside the palace. You are not allowed to enter the palace without being summoned. He glanced at the swaddling baby in Dengji's arms. Take the little girl from the Lu family with you. The princess has been talking about her for a long time and is worried about her. Lu Yuanze's face suddenly darkened. Even Lu Chaochao, who was only 40 days old, was invited to the palace. Wow, your scumbag dad deserves it. Chaochao grinned happily. Su thought to herself that maybe the blood letter she had placed under the crooked tree had taken effect. Su was welcomed into the palace. Please, eunuch, take care of Chaochao. Su nodded to Dengji, and Dengji waited outside the door. The atmosphere in the imperial study was depressing. When Su came in, she only caught a glimpse of her father and elder brother kneeling in the middle, and the majestic Ming Huang sitting in front of the hall. She lowered her head and crawled on the ground. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. After going through the whole process, Su was already sweating all over. Emperor Xianping said nothing and just waved his hand gently. The eunuch then brought out the writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, and said in a sharp voice, Madame Zhongyong, please pick up the pen and write a few words. Su's heart was pounding, but she was also a woman who had seen the world, and at this moment her face showed some calmness. She raised her hand and picked up the pen. No one could see what she wrote, but the eunuch standing in front of her trembled slightly. After a moment, Su put down his pen and knelt down again. The eunuch brought the writing material up. Emperor Xianping saw the 8 big words on the paper and was silent for a long time. Old Master Su had white hair and beard. Although he was a civil official, he had a strong character and knelt on the ground with his back straight. He originally planned to die to prove his integrity. But when he saw His Majesty inviting his daughter, Old Master Su shed a tear. Your Majesty, I admit my guilt. He hadn't finished his confession yet. Emperor Xianping laughed heartily and clapped his hands. Great, great, great peace and prosperity. Okay, Emperor Xianping actually stood up from behind the table and walked down the white jade steps. He stepped forward and personally helped Old Master Su, who was kneeling on the ground, up. Old Grand Tutor, I have wronged you. Your Su family has been loyal to Beizhao for generations. Even the daughter in your family has dedicated everything to Beizhao. Emperor Xianping was very emotional. The person who reported the Su family is truly worthy of death. There was a hint of murderous intent between Emperor Xianping's brows. The eunuch behind him presented a blood-written letter. This is what was dug out from the Su family. Old Master Su climbed up tremblingly and was stunned as he read the words that were written with tears in his eyes. There are Buddhist scriptures written in blood, showing piety. In the sentence, I wish to pray for peace and prosperity for the northern Zhao kingdom with 30 years of my life, and I wish your Majesty peace, health, and longevity. In the corner, the names of all the descendants of the Su family were signed. Each person's handwriting was very different, and each person's name was stamped with a bloody handprint. All the descendants of the Su family are great. Emperor Xianping nodded. Old Su Ye's heart trembled. In the whole family, only Su Shiyin can read the handwriting of everyone in the family, but it has never been publicized. Su Shiyin's palms were full of cold sweat. Fortunately, she knew the handwriting of her entire family, and even Lu Yuanze never told him. If she hadn't replaced the puppet in advance, the Su family would have been dotted with blood today. Although I am a girl, my parents taught me since I was young that the Su family's children should take serving the court as their duty. The entire Su family believes in this. I live in the backyard and can only pray to God for your Majesty's blessings and longevity. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, your Majesty. Su bowed her head. The Emperor laughed heartily. Lord Su, you have raised a good daughter and great descendants. The entire Su family is great. He helped Su Yiting up again. Su Yiting is the eldest son of the Su family and Su Shiyun's elder brother. I have wronged Su Aiqing. The Emperor seemed to be in a very good mood. He was still a little afraid of the Su family since the Su family held a high position, but it disappeared unknowingly at this moment. He patted Su Yiting on the shoulder. The Su family is loyal to Beizhao, and the world can learn from it. Come here, I will grant Su Aiqing the post of Shangshuling, and he will take office today. Su Yiting's eyebrows were cold, and he was extremely calm. At this moment, he knelt down loudly and said, My lord, I will live up to your Majesty's expectations. Okay, the Emperor's eyebrows were filled with joy. Although Mrs. Su is a lady in the boudoir, her heart is with Beizhao, and she was granted a 3rd-grade imperial edict. Let's draw up a decree. The Emperor was deeply comforted by the saying that 30 years of life can be exchanged for peace and health. Lu Chaochao raised his ears outside the door. Ha! Scumbag dad has been around for 36 years, and he only got a 4th-rank official through the shadow of his ancestors. My mother is now in the 3rd grade, and she is going to make my scumbag father angry to death. Su Yiting's eyes in the imperial study were rarely confused. Is he hallucinating? Chapter 14. Embracing the Golden Leg. The Su family left the imperial study. Su Shiyin bit her lips hard to restrain herself from crying. Dad, brother, you have suffered. Her eyes were red, and she hardly dared to look into her father and brother's eyes. 18 years. She has been rejecting her parents' home for 18 years. Su Yiting didn't cry when he was wrongly accused, and he didn't cry when his whole family was sent to jail. But now, when he saw his sister calling him with her head down, the tough guy almost cried. He raised his hand and said in a dry voice, "Don't cry. You just came out of confinement. Your eyes will hurt if you cry." They found a secluded place and did not mention the Su family being wrongly accused. Is this Chaochao? Su Yiting secretly climbed over the wall to see her. She was really pretty. This was the daughter he imagined. Su hurriedly wiped her tears. Yes, Daddy, big brother, this is Chaochao. 40 days old. Still a baby. Grandfather. Uncle. A voice with a slightly babyish tone exploded in the ears of the two. The old grandfather was so shocked that he staggered and almost fell to the ground. I'm really old now. I'm hallucinating. Old Master Su had been the emperor's teacher, the highest position among officials, and was the grand tutor of the current dynasty. He had retired long ago, and now the Su family relied on Su Yiting to move around in the court. Su Yiting was 40 years old this year, and he had already taken the position of the 2nd rank, becoming a popular figure in the capital. I originally thought I had to risk my life to protect the Su family, but I didn't expect to rise to the 2nd rank in one step. At this moment, both of them were staring at the swaddling clothes intently. Lu Chaochao was also very considerate and grinned with her toothless mouth, revealing all her gums. The destined ending is that my grandfather will be killed in the imperial study, and my uncle will be blamed for the whole family and beheaded in public. It's great that my grandfather is alive, and my uncle is also alive. My uncle got promoted. The two grown men's eyelids were twitching. The old man planned to die to prove his integrity and didn't tell anyone. Su Yiting planned to take all the blame on himself and didn't tell anyone. Both of them looked at the baby. It's a pity that my grandmother is going to die. She is already old, and after being tortured in prison, she lives in fear all day long. I'm afraid she won't be able to hold on any longer. Su jumped suddenly. Before he could say anything, he heard his father and brother say, "Your mother and the elders of the clan are still in prison. I will take them out first. Sister, I will visit you tomorrow. The eldest princess wants to meet Chaochao today, so I will not go with my brother to pick up mother." Su wiped her tears. She felt that it was a stupid act to break off relations with her mother's family for Lu Yuanze. "I brought a doctor with me before I came. You can take the doctor with you." Su Yiting looked at her deeply and felt that his sister came prepared today. But there was no time to delve into it. He glanced at Chaochao and hurried away with his old father. Su found a young eunuch, gave him some silver, found a place to wash up, and then went to Cunning Palace with the nanny. When Su was still in the boudoir, she had some affection for the eldest princess and became a familiar face in Cunning Palace. "Madam Su, I hope you can persuade the princess a little more." The nanny sighed. She has been married to her husband for more than 10 years, but they still have no children. Let her husband choose a maid or a concubine to give birth to a child and raise him by his side, so that she can have an offspring. Even if she is a princess, it is very painful to have no children. Chaochao thought of the gentle woman when the moon was full. Her palace of children was dim, and it was indeed her destiny to be childless. Su did not respond. She knew how much the eldest princess was looking forward to having a child of her own. After entering the palace, the eldest princess crying stopped slightly. "Hurry and bring the child up here. I've been missing her for 3 days since she came back. Show me what a pretty girl she is." As soon as Su bowed, the Empress Dowager asked her to take a seat. Seeing that the eldest princess was crying so hard, the Queen Mother tried to change the subject. But when Lu Chaochao hugged her, she was stunned. "There is a red dot between this child's eyebrows. Is it painted?" She touched the red between Lu Chaochao's eyebrows. After Su finished her greetings, she smiled and reported to the Queen Mother, "Your Majesty, how can you give a red face to a baby who has just turned 1 month old? This child has a red spot between his eyebrows. I was quite surprised when I saw it. There's a hint of red between this child's eyebrows, and he looks a bit compassionate. He's so beautiful." Upon seeing this, The Empress Dowager couldn't help but take off her long nails and stretched out her hand towards Lu Chaochao. The little fat boy can eat and drink, is round and plump, and is dressed up in a festive manner, which makes people feel itchy just by looking at him. Lu Chaochao waved his little fleshy hands and pounced on him. Ouch, be careful, your majesty. Su was startled by her actions. The little fat boy is not light. The Queen Mother's face had just been covered with the smell of milk when the little fellow bit her and nibbled on it. Su was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she fell to her knees with a thud. I kissed the most noble woman in the world. Su almost fainted. The Queen Mother couldn't stop smiling. As an elderly person, she loved the closeness of children the most. There has always been a rumor among the people that if a child cries when seeing an old man, the old man will surely suffer a disaster. If the child is happy, the old man will be blessed. The Queen Mother is majestic, and anyone who sees her on weekdays will be trembling with fear. Now there is a Lu Chaochao, but it made her smile with joy. It's okay. I'm fine. Even the eldest princess forgot to cry and looked up with red and swollen eyes. This is the girl of my dreams. Lu Chaochao fulfilled all her fantasies about children. How could she be willing to give her husband to her concubine and raise her concubine's child? It was like cutting flesh from her heart. The eldest princess is about to cry again. You just relax. If you give birth to a child, I will let the mother go and keep the child. I will raise him by my side, as if he were my own. I know that you and your husband are deeply in love, but you have no children. How many years can your husband wait for you? In recent years, the husband has become increasingly impatient and has quarreled with the princess several times. Chaochao lay in the Empress Dowager's arms, looking at the eldest princess with tears in his eyes. The eldest princess was disheartened and asked sadly, "Do you also think that your aunt can't have children?" She looked at Chaochao and asked in a low voice. Perhaps the Queen Mother is right. The prince consort has given her opportunities for more than 10 years. The tender sound of milk was heard. She looked at the eldest princess and kept calling out eagerly. Give birth, give birth. Giving birth is so easy. I will give you a child when we get back. Do you want a boy or a girl? She pouted her lips as if she was talking nonstop. Sue's eyelids were twitching wildly. This girl can strike people with thunder when she is angry and can also give people children? She wanted to stop him, but the princess asked, "You said I can't have children?" As soon as she finished speaking, the little guy put his hands on his waist with difficulty. His face turned red, and he spit at her. His tongue was gurgling nonstop, and his saliva was flying out. The eldest princess was a little surprised and asked tentatively, "Do you think my aunt can give birth?" She was crazy, actually asking about a 2-month-old baby. A scene that surprised her even more appeared. The little baby stopped drooling, grinned from mouth to back of head, and clapped his chubby hands crazily, making clapping sounds. The eldest princess was delighted and said, "Mother, every morning I hear you say, I can have children. Give me another 3 months. After 3 months, if I'm still not pregnant, then I will take a concubine for him. Everything is up to you, mother." The eldest princess made up her mind and knelt at the feet of the Empress Dowager. She knew that this time it was her mother-in-law who went to the palace to ask for grace from the Queen Mother. This is her last chance. Chapter 15, The Gift of a Son. The Queen Mother stared at her blankly. The conversation between the two was extremely smooth, and I had no idea how she was communicating with a 2-month-old baby. But when he saw his usually spoiled daughter humbled himself to the ground, he had no choice but to nod in agreement. As you wish. After 3 months, you will not be able to refuse. The eldest princess wiped her tears and got up from the ground. Chaochao, you are truly my sweetheart. Yunyang, you gave birth to a good daughter. The eldest princess looked at him reluctantly. This was her dream boy. Give birth to you. I'll grant you 8 or 10. The little fellow waved his fat hand. Sue's eyelids twitched, and she hurriedly took her daughter over. Your Highness, Chaochao is still a child and knows nothing. This can't be taken seriously. The princess has been married for more than 10 years and has seen countless imperial doctors, but has never been pregnant. What should I do if I don't get pregnant within 3 months? The eldest princess pursed her lips and smiled. Don't worry, I understand. She understood that Sue loved her daughter dearly. But this time she inexplicably believed Chaochao. Serve the meal. The Queen Mother intended to keep Sue in the palace for dinner and to spend more time with her eldest daughter. Palace banquets are complicated and have many rules, but the delicacies from the imperial kitchen are also delicious. The nanny held Lu Chaochao in her arms. When Lu Chaochao smelled the fragrance, her dark eyes lit up. Meat! Meat! I want to eat meat so much. Give me a piece. Let me have a taste. Chaochao opened his mouth and kept shouting in a childish voice. If you can't do that, you can just lick the plate for me. Su was sweating coldly. Bring him to me quickly. The eldest princess asked the nanny to hand the child to her. Are you greedy? You haven't grown teeth yet. I'll let you have some meat when you're 100 days old. The eldest princess liked him more and more the more she looked at him. He really suited her heart. Why can't we specify a child like this? The eldest princess rarely held her with one hand and held the chopsticks with the other. No care was taken about royal etiquette. The eldest princess lifted up the silver chopsticks, picked up a piece of food, and was about to put it into her mouth. Who knew? A short and round little claw stretched out from his arms and quickly grasped the chopsticks. Grab the piece of soft meat on the chopsticks and stuff it into your mouth as hard as you can. Su was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat. She rushed forward and grabbed her hand. Someone come quickly. Su had been paying attention to her since he heard her thoughts and almost let her succeed. It's been less than 2 months and the teeth haven't grown yet. What should I do if I choke? The queen mother was stunned. Oh my, this guy is so quick. I didn't even have time to react. Although the eldest princess had not raised a child, she had some common sense and was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat. The 2 men were afraid of hurting her, so they had to pry open her little hand little by little and take out the meat inside. Lu Chaochao was so anxious that she burst into tears. Meat, my meat? She was crying loudly in Su's mind. Su was both angry and amused. When you grow teeth, I will cook meat for you every day. Let go of me. You can't eat this meat. Su had to coax and deceive her before she took the meat out of her hand. But he refused to wash the oily spots on his hands and clench them into small fists. From time to time, put it in your mouth and take a few sips. Her delicate and fair little face showed a look of satisfaction. Lu Chaochao sighed softly. In her new life, except for retaining her strength, her mentality and thoughts were slowly becoming that of a child. This is the bondage of heaven. Slurp. I took a sip of the oil. It was delicious. The fastest thing in the world is a baby's hand. It's really true. The eldest princess looked shocked. She didn't catch it because the hand was so quick. In order to prevent her from grabbing the bowl, she had to carry Lu Chaochao away from her, and only took her out of the palace after Su had lunch. This child is lovable, and it's his first time in the palace. I have to give him something as a reward. The queen mother gave him numerous jewels and head ornaments with a wave of her hand. The little one's favorite was the golden apple, which symbolized peace and health, and he would not let go of it. The princess wanted to warn the loyal and brave Marquis, so she gave him a huge night-shining pearl. Yunyang, I heard that the Marquis originally purchased 18 night-shining pearls. She paused. She knew how much her friend loved the Marquis of loyalty and bravery. She loved him so much that she almost lost herself and depended on him for her life. But only one of the night pearls was delivered to Chaochao. She didn't say much. Her friend didn't like to hear bad things about Marquis Zhongyong, so she could only stop there. Su lowered her head in silence. The eldest princess sighed. On the way out of the palace, I'm rich. Is this gold real? Chaochao held the golden apple in both hands and ate it until his mouth was full of saliva. Su took a breath. How could she give birth to a money grubber? How could she know that the poorest people in the world of cultivation were sword cultivators? Lu Chaochao is also a sword cultivator. In this life, he has never had money in his pocket. Go back to your mother's home and see how your mother is doing. Su gave the order, and Dingji immediately sent someone to inquire. When Su returned to the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery's mansion, the lights were already on. As soon as she entered the door, Lu Yuanze received the message and hurriedly chased after her. His brows were covered with sweat, and he looked unusually anxious. Yunyang, why did my father-in-law and his family get out of prison? After saying that, he seemed to feel that his tone was not right, and hurriedly asked another question. Yunyang, I joined forces with several ministers this afternoon to intercede for my father-in-law, but this letter of appeal has not yet been submitted. My father-in-law has returned home. What's going on? He held the letter of appeal in his hand, seeming very anxious. Su frowned slightly, looking a little tired. The emperor misunderstood the Su family and promoted my eldest brother. She had a smile on her face, and when she looked carefully, she found a flash of hatred in Lu Yuanze's eyes. I don't know who reported that there are some witchcraft objects under the crooked willow tree of the Su family. There is no such thing as witchcraft. There is only the Su family's patriotism. What's buried in it is... Su kept the secret. Lu Yuanze's heart began to lift. What is buried? He asked in a cold tone. It shows the Su family's loyalty to the court and their willingness to sacrifice everything for it. After Su finished speaking, the maid behind her added another word. We have to thank the whistleblower, otherwise the Su family would not have such good fortune. The eldest master was promoted to the second rank, which is faster than the old man's promotion. The Su family is going to rise again. Zhuexia glanced at Marquis Zhongyong. Marquis Zhongyong's face turned pale instantly, and he clenched his fists tightly, trying to endure the sudden attack. Really, what a good fortune. He took a deep breath. It's not just this good fortune. Our Lady has been commended by His Majesty and granted the third-rank Imperial Edict. The Imperial Edict will come down tomorrow morning. Yingxue held her head high. Her lady was famous in the capital when she was young. If it hadn't been suppressed by Lu Yuanze for many years, it wouldn't have looked like this. This time, Lu Yuanze's eyes were red. When the Marquis is in the court, Yunyang can't hold him back. He is jealous. He is jealous. His father-in-law is from a higher family background than him, and even his wife is of higher rank than him. Ha 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 ha. His eyes are red with jealousy. Lu Chaochao laughed wildly in his heart. The scumbag who lives off women deserves it. Chapter 16, Vicious Sister-in-Law. Lu Yuanze has a very strong self-esteem. When he proposed to marry the eldest daughter of the Su family, he was secretly ridiculed. The Su family was a high-ranking official, and the brothers were all outstanding men. They loved their only daughter, Su Shiyun, very much. She was a real daughter of a noble family. As for the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery's mansion, it became an empty shell after the old Marquis passed away. Moreover, because Lu Yuanze had a weak health and had been studying literature since childhood, it was even more difficult for him to make progress. Asking to marry the daughter of Su family is really wishful thinking. Who knew that Su Shiyun was deceived by his good looks and really insisted on marrying him? After getting married, she accidentally learned about Lu Yuanze's embarrassment and inferiority when facing her father and brother. For Lu Yuanze's self-esteem, she cut off contact with her mother's family. At this moment, she was a third-rank imperial lady, one rank higher than Lu Yuanze. Although there is no comparison between an official position and an imperial edict, she felt a secret sense of joy in her heart. Yunyang has a pure heart, is virtuous and generous. She deserves the imperial title. But I am useless and cannot earn an imperial title for Yunyang. Lu Yuanze let out a breath of foul air. My father once asked for a decree for my mother, but was rejected by His Majesty. Now, he felt like he had been slapped in the face. Su smiled, but said nothing. If it were usual, she would probably humble herself to dust just to please him, right? My parents are out of prison, and my eldest brother has been promoted. I want to go back home tomorrow, Su said with a faint smile. She couldn't wait to go home. Lu Yuanze hummed softly. You should come to congratulate me. The scumbag dad is going to be pissed off. He lost more than he gained. They also provided the Su family with a great opportunity. They deserved it. Lulu. The little fellow kept complaining, which made Su's depression fade a little. It wasn't long before Su returned home. Lu Wani personally brought the butler Quan up. Sister-in-law, you're finally back home. This power of housekeeper was not something I fought for. It was forced into my hands by my eldest brother. She explained helplessly, mumbling with red eyes. Mrs. Su really loved her. When she came into the family, Lu Wani was only 3 years old. The old man was not feeling well at the time, so the old lady waited for him all night. Lu Wani slept in her room, and she was the one who coaxed him up day by day. How could I blame you? We are as close as mother and daughter. Don't I know what kind of person you are? Seeing that Lu Wani's hands were cold, she specially brought her a cup of tea to warm her up. This is Lu Wani's favorite Longjing tea before the rain. Lu Wan snorted angrily. Brother is blaming my sister-in-law without any reason. I will settle the score with him later. If he dares to bully you, I will not acknowledge him as my elder brother. Her angry look made Su feel warm in her heart. In the Lu family, perhaps only Lu Wani is sincere to her. Your elder brother, do you really have me in your heart? Su was dazed for a moment and murmured unconsciously. Lu Wani was stunned for a moment, then pulled Su intimately. Sister-in-law, although my elder brother is a bit of a jerk, he is sincere to you. He knelt in front of the Su family for 3 days and 3 nights before he married your precious daughter. Look at all these years. He has not had a single woman around him. The whole capital knows about his infatuation. If he does something reckless, I'll be the first to disagree. I am your sister-in-law's sweetheart, and I'm telling you the news. Those little bastards outside don't even think about coming in. Lu Yuanze sneered and leaned on Su's shoulder affectionately. Su felt very relieved. Lu Chaochao had just woken up and was smacking his lips. Little cotton-padded jacket, no. I am mother's little cotton-padded jacket that never leaks air. She's leaking. 1 month before my mother gave birth, she didn't even return to the old house. She went to serve the concubine during the confinement period. No one can take my place as my little cotton-padded jacket. Humph! You bully me because I can't speak. When I can speak, I'll scold you like a dog. Su's hand holding Lu Yuanze slowly stiffened. Su's fingertips trembled slightly. What's wrong, sister-in-law? Lu Yuanze smiled and looked admiring. The old lady was already old when she gave birth to her, so she was considered a late-born daughter. Because the old lady was very old, it was Su who raised her. Su devoted more effort to her than to her own children. Sister-in-law, about the new top scholar last time. Lu Yuanze's cheeks were rosy, with a hint of shyness. Lu Yuanze bit her lower lip lightly. She was already 19 years old and could not delay any longer. My sister-in-law asked me last time to help Yuanze find out. She had taken a fancy to the newly crowned #1 scholar while watching him parade on horseback, and she was attracted by his appearance. If Su hadn't heard Lu Chaochao's thoughts, I'm afraid she would have agreed to it by now. But now, Su touched her hair and said, when I entered the house in my wedding dress, you had just learned to walk, and you stumbled over to hug my legs and called me mother. I still can't forget this scene. I love you more than any of my brothers. Lu Yuanze's eyebrows were startled, as if he didn't dare to look into her eyes, and he slightly turned away. I was young at that time and made a fool of myself. Fortunately, my sister-in-law treated me like her own daughter. All her etiquette was taught by Su. Mrs. Su gave her a deep look and said, I will look for a new #1 scholar for you, but I am your sister-in-law after all. Your mother has to make the decision on marriage. Lu Yuanze pursed her lips and agreed reluctantly. If it were in the past, Su would have already taken the responsibility and prepared portraits of all the good men in the capital, as well as their family backgrounds and personalities, and sent them to her for her to choose. This shows the power of the Su family in Beijing. If Su were to arrange the match, Lu Yuanze's marriage could be taken to a higher level. But now, she pushed it to her mother. My mother is from the countryside and doesn't have many friends, so how can she find a good family? After Lu Yuanze left, Su's face suddenly darkened. Madam, didn't you say before that the old master's last disciple is quite talented and you wanted to marry him to Miss Yuanze? Dingji had just prepared the gifts for tomorrow in the warehouse. Go and check whether she returned to her old house in Qingxi in February. Qingxi is 3 days' journey from the capital, so there will always be traces of her there. Dingji paused, then agreed. At dinner time, Lu Yuanzhao just came back from the academy. He was exhausted, as if all his rebellious nature had been shed. Mother, I'll come and have dinner with you. Lu Yuanzhao forced a smile. He tried to catch up on his past studies, but ideals are full and reality is skinny. He had a hard time learning today. Brother Yuanzhao has grown up. Dingji thought to himself that with the third young master by her side, the lady would feel better. I don't know when your second brother will come back. Susai, my second brother has gone out for study and will be back home before the new year. Yuanzhao whispered. After the mother and son finished their meal, Lu Yuanzhao said, I'm going to see my sister. Then he went into the compartment. The relationship between the brother and sister is very good. Dingji covered his mouth and laughed. When Chaochao raised his eyes, he saw his enemy, third brother. Chapter 17, Returning to my mother's home. The third brother lay in front of her bed with a bitter face. Wow, sister, I'm so tired. I'm so tired from studying. I feel so miserable. Although I have never been to school, how difficult can it be to study? Lu Chaochao blew bubbles. Lu Yuanzhao was not convinced. Sister, you are still young and have never been beaten. Studying is so difficult. It is the most difficult thing in the world. I'll read a few sentences to you. I guarantee you'll fall asleep while listening. Lu Yuanzhao said slyly. He took out a copy of the 3-character classic and studied it for 3 years, but he still hadn't finished reading it. Sitting cross-legged in front of the cradle, he whispered, The most difficult thing in the world is studying. When man is born, he is good by nature. Natures are similar, but habits make them different, The little fat boy stumbled after reciting a few sentences and then read from the book. Father and son are close. Husband and wife are harmonious. The 12 zodiac signs from Z to High. The little fat boy scratched his head. As soon as I put the book down, I heard the little doll in my mind chattering. Man is born good. Father and son are close. Husband and wife are harmonious. The little guy spoke with a childish tone and even recited the parts where his third brother stuttered. Click. Lu Yuanze's 3-character classic fell to the ground. He stared at the baby in the cradle in amazement. Isn't this something you can learn with a brain? My third brother is really stupid. Forget it. I'll keep him when I grow up. It's also good to have him as a mascot. Lu Chaochao sighed quietly. Can you learn it with just a brain? Lu Yuanze screamed, hugged the book, and ran out crying. Too stimulated, too hurt. He can't even compare to his 2-month-old sister. Su frowned at a loss. Go and see what happened to Yuanze. She was fine just now. Why did she suddenly cry like this? It was as if the whole world had collapsed. He didn't even collapse like this when he was caught gambling by Su. Lu Chaochao was speechless. She felt that her third brother was as stupid as a pig, and his emotions were unstable. A man's heart is like a needle in the sea. I will never fish for that needle again. I want the whole sea. Lu Chaochao was drowsy and fell asleep soon. At night, Lu Chaochao was lying on the small bed with her arms and legs spread out, revealing her fair, round belly. Under the yellowish oil lamp, Su pulled the quilt for her. Lu Chaochao was pulled into a dream, half awake and half awake. The dream was filled with whiteness, and Lu Chaochao came here inspired by something. Someone prayed for her. I am a believer who wishes to be a vegetarian for the rest of my life and to offer sacrifices to the emperor every day. I only ask for a son or daughter every day. If I could look a bit like Chaochao, that would be even better. The eldest princess prayed in her dream. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Lu Chaochao appear in front of her. Chaochao, the eldest princess, was stunned. She had been praying for a child for more than 10 years, had seen countless doctors and worshipped countless gods and Buddhas, but this was the first time she had dreamed of Chaochao. Unexpectedly, Chaochao in her dream said, "Do you want a child? Boy? Girl? Or both?" The little guy's voice was softer than she had imagined. It was so sweet that it touched her heart. "It's all fine, I'm not picky." How could she dare to be picky? As long as she was given a child, she would jump for joy. Lu Chaochao spread her hands towards her, and a trace of golden light of merit emanated from the eldest princess. "Well, you have done good deeds all your life, and it is your deserve to have such a child. I will grant you a pair of twins." After Lu Chaochao extracted the golden light of merit, a ray of light bounced into the eldest princess's belly. The figure disappeared directly in the dream. The princess's mansion at this moment. Chaochao, the eldest princess, suddenly woke up from the bed. The eldest princess was sweating profusely and was filled with confusion. The prince consort was awakened by her, and the maid lit the lamp, making the room warm. Are you having a nightmare?" The prince consort has been married to her for 14 years, and they are very much in love. If it weren't for the desire for offspring, they would be a perfect couple. "You said you liked Chaochao during the day, but why do you call her name in your dreams?" The prince consort knew that she liked Chaochao, but he didn't expect that she liked her so much. The eldest princess raised her hand and touched her abdomen. At this moment, she actually felt warm in her abdomen, as if there was a fire. She hooked her arms around her husband's neck, turned over, and with their breaths intertwined, she murmured, "My husband, today I will definitely get pregnant." Under the oil lamp, the eldest princess' face flushed, and there was an inexplicable belief in her eyes. The prince consort felt a little warm in his heart and felt both pity and admiration for her. The maid retreated quietly, and the couple, who had been married for 14 years, stayed awake all night. Early the next morning, when Lu Chaochao woke up, he was already dressed and got on the carriage. "Madam, don't worry. The master and the mistress won't blame you. She loves you the most." Dingji saw that she was nervous and comforted her softly. Su pursed her lips and said nothing. She had been married for more than 10 years and had not returned home. How foolish she was. "Where is the Marquis?" When getting off the carriage, Su saw the door lintel of the Su family and was dazed for a moment. The Marquis did not return home last night. He sent someone to send a letter this morning saying that he would be back before lunch. Dingji whispered. There was no emotion on Su's face. She was the only one who understood the pain in her heart. As soon as she appeared, the Su family's doorman shouted, "My aunt is back!" Annie is home. The doorman rushed in and shouted loudly. Sue walked into the gate. Even after more than 10 years of marriage, the mansion was still the same as she remembered. When the maids in the mansion saw her, they all bowed deeply. Hello, Miss Yun. This was her name when she was still in the boudoir, and everyone affectionately called her Miss Yun. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as she passed the hanging flower gate, she saw fireworks being set off outside the gate. Mayan has been married and hasn't returned home for more than 10 years. These fireworks are prepared every day, and they can be set off whenever she comes back. The nanny came hurriedly and burst into tears when she saw her. Old madam, and the sisters-in-law are waiting for you. Nanny personally took Lu Chaochao in her arms. She was shocked at first. This child looked so good. It's a little hot in June. Lu Chaochao showed her arms that looked like lotus roots and giggled, which made people like her at first sight. Thank you, Nanny Wang. Su Shiyin had tears in her eyes and felt a little timid as she stood at the gate. With a squeak, the heavy door opened. The old lady, who had been in jail for several days, forced herself to look out despite her fatigue. The moment when Sue and her mother looked at each other, tears fell like rain. She walked in trembling, knelt in front of the hall, and called out while crying, "Mother, your daughter is back to see you." Then she choked with sobs and became speechless. You cruel girl. You're going to piss your mother off to death. The old lady was always steady, with a gentlemanly demeanor in her every move, but at this moment she was crying bitterly. While gently beating Sue, she cried, "Why don't you come back to visit? I just stopped you from getting married, and you have been holding a grudge against me for more than 10 years. How could Mother harm you? Mother's hair is turned white waiting for you." The old lady's slaps on her body were very light. "Mom, stop crying. It's a good thing that your sister-in-law is back, but you shouldn't cry." Su Yiding's first wife, sister-in-law Zhou, stepped forward with red eyes and helped the old lady up. The old lady's hair was gray, and she fainted several times from crying. Su felt heartbroken. Chapter 18. Uncle listens to your heart. I am an unfilial daughter, and I know I was wrong. Su knelt in front of the hall, her heart full of regret. The three sisters-in-law of the Su family all advised, "Yunyang, get up quickly. Mother loves you the most. She is thinking about you every day. The red bean cake and ginseng chicken soup that you like have been served every day at home for 17 years since you got married, just so that you can eat them anytime when you come home." Second sister-in-law, Li, brought the ginseng soup. This bowl of soup has been prepared for 17 years. The third sister-in-law stretched out her index finger and poked her forehead. You are not allowed to be so petty in the future. We came to the Lu family to see you and wanted to give you honor, but in the end, you drove us out. The third sister-in-law is the same age as Sue and is 33 this year, but she has a cold temper. It looks like a lonely snow lotus. In the second year after Sue got married, several sisters-in-law came to visit her. As a result, the Sue family had a good legitimate daughter, a bright and sunny eldest daughter. After working in the Lu family for a year, he became timid and had no opinion of his own. The mother-in-law glared at him and then shrank her head and dared not refute. The daughter of the Su family actually brought the foot-washing water to wash the old lady's feet. The three sisters-in-law were so angry that they argued with the Lu family, but Su actually sided with the Lu family and drove them out. No contact since then. Although she was in the capital, Su unilaterally severed ties with them. It's Yunyang's fault. Yunyang has wasted her sisters-in-law's efforts. Yunyang knows she was wrong. Yunyang kowtowed solemnly to her sisters-in-law, which scared them. Before she got married, this sister-in-law was the lifeblood of the Su family. When the men of the Su family returned home, the place became lively again. When the old lady woke up, she held on to Su and refused to let go. She felt much better and was radiant again. The Su family has no rule of sitting separately. The whole family sits at the big round table, and it is very lively. However, several children in the clan were in school today and missed it. He knelt in front of the door for 3 days, and you went on a hunger strike for 3 days at home, all for the sake of marrying him. Fortunately, he treated you well and never had a concubine in all these years. The old lady sat at the table and patted her youngest daughter's hand. Sue's body stiffened. She bit her lower lip lightly. Dingxi glanced at her and knew that the lady didn't want to worry her family. There was laughter in the house. Lu Chaochao, however, kept muttering to himself, "Liar, liar. My father is a liar. Woohoo, my mother was deceived by him. My father has a mistress. Her son is 17 years old, the same age as my eldest brother. My daughter and I were born on the same day, month and year. and she will cause the entire Su family to die tragically. Woo 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 woo. Pop! Someone dropped their chopsticks. My grandfather was killed in the imperial study. My uncle took all the blame for the witchcraft and was beheaded in public. It rained heavily in Linluo. My second uncle went out to provide disaster relief. He was framed and caused the Linluo dike to burst, killing all the people. He was torn to pieces by the victims. My third uncle was framed for treason and died in a foreign country. My third aunt knelt down with every step she took and endured all kinds of humiliation before she finally found my third uncle's body. Then, she embraced my third uncle's body and died in the sea of fire. My third aunt was pregnant with a baby. Alas, Uncle Su San started coughing violently, and the chopsticks he held were shaking continuously. Sitting next to him, the woman with cold and aloof features was Lu Chaochao's third aunt, his wife. When she was young, she was spoiled and willful. She fell in love with Mr. Su and insisted on marrying him. After many years of marriage, Mr. Su was indifferent to her, and she always thought that she would live like this for the rest of her life. Little did we know that everything would change from today. Uncle Su's hands trembled a little when he heard those words. He endured humiliation to retrieve the body, hugged the corpse, and was buried in the sea of fire. Her mind was full of thoughts of suicide for love, and she was pregnant with a child. What's wrong? Sun looked at him with a dull expression. She had been following Mr. Su for more than 10 years, and Mr. Su only had disgust for her. Mr. Su San took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. His voice trembled, but he lowered his voice unconsciously, sounding a little gentle. It's nothing, I accidentally choked. Sun paused, silently poured him a glass of water, and said nothing more. The three uncles of the Su family all looked at Lu Chaochao. The Su family was brutally wiped out. Lu Yuanze has a mistress? The three uncles looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Su Yiting didn't say anything, just shook his head slightly, clenching his fist the whole time. After dinner, without stopping for a moment, the brothers went to the old tutor's study. Have you heard Chaochao's voice? Did you hear Chaochao's voice? Mr. Su Air and Mr. Su San said in unison. There was a trace of cold sweat on the old master's forehead. Su Yiting exhaled softly. I'm afraid only a few of us heard it. I don't know whether it's true or not. Uncle Su murmured in a low voice. My wife's face flashed before my eyes, and my heart suddenly felt a sharp pain. Su Yiting's eyes were deep. No one knew better than him that this was true. He wanted to take the blame and never told anyone. This is probably an opportunity God has given to the Su family. It must not be leaked. Chaochao, I'm afraid you are different from ordinary people. The old tutor twirled his beard. The old tutor guessed that perhaps only direct blood relatives could hear it. It only works if you're related by blood. The old lady never heard it, probably because she was in poor health and had been bedridden for many years. Let's send someone to investigate Lu Yuanze first. He swore to heaven that he would marry Yunyang. If he ever lets Yunyang down, I will make him live a life worse than death. Su Yiting's eyes were filled with anger, and the brothers talked all night long. It was not until the evening that Lu Yuanze finally arrived. Based on his understanding of Su over the years, Su had already found a reason for him. She always finds ways to excuse herself. But who knew that he would arrive at the door? My son-in-law is a busy man, and the Su family is not worth your trip. The old tutor was rarely angry. After being married for 18 years, his wife Yunyang doesn't dare to go home. Lu Yuanze was very respectful. Father, since Yunyang got married, she has not allowed Yuanze to visit us. I am an unfilial son-in-law. He knelt in front of the door and kowtowed heavily to apologize. Lu Yuanze felt frustrated and looked unhappy. However, Su did not excuse him. Lu Chaochao was extremely favored in the Su family. She had 2 uncles and 5 older brothers. Only Master Su San had no children. Lu Chaochao is the only daughter. Several sisters-in-law hugged and kissed her again and again. Lu Chaochao really liked the warm atmosphere of the Su family. It would be great if my parents could get divorced and I could kick out my scumbag father. The little girl sighed in her heart. But she also knew in her heart that Su had been subjected to PUA for nearly 20 years, and everything still needed the right time. It is still necessary to break the last straw for the mother. When Mrs. Su heard her daughter's words, her expression became gloomy. Divorce? How easy is that? What about her 3 sons? Before curfew, Lu Yuanze suppressed his anger and took Su back home. As soon as he got on the carriage, his face suddenly fell. Yunyang, didn't we agree that you wouldn't go back to the Su family for the time being? On the wedding night, he lifted up his trouser legs and showed Su Shiyun his swollen knees from kneeling for 3 days and 3 nights. He said that knowing that the Su family looked down on him, he could never raise his head when he saw his father and brother, and he felt very depressed. The coaxing gradually broke off Su's ties with her natal family. "Mother, he's going to brainwash you again," Lu Chaochao yelled angrily. And at this moment, Chapter 19 marrying into a fire pit. "Because of your words of inferiority, I haven't returned home for 17 years. My father is old, and my mother has white hair. Lu Lang, I have done enough for you." Su hugged Lu Chaochao and pinched her daughter's cheek. "Besides, Lu Lang, it's not easy for you to get promoted. Why don't you ask your elder brother and father for help? They will definitely help you." Su's words made Lu Yuanze's face turn pale. Lu Yuanze valued her relationship with her mother's family, but was unwilling to lose face. Su always coaxed him to accept the Su family's help. It's really like eating free food. A man of steel cannot ask for help from others. Besides, am I not doing this to save your face? Lu Yuanze suppressed his anger and held Yunyang's hand with a loving face. Su felt uncomfortable all over and pulled her hand back unconsciously. "My father is the emperor's tutor. My elder brother is a second-rank official, and I myself have a third-rank imperial decree. Lu Lang, I have no shortage of face. I really don't want you to work too hard." Su's words really trampled on Lu Yuanze's self-esteem. Lu Yuanze was shaking all over. He felt that Su had changed. But Su's words, "I don't want you to suffer," seemed to be unchanged. She still felt sorry for him and loved him deeply. Lu Yuanze suppressed his anger and said, "Yunyang, I have some matters to attend to in the court recently, so I probably need some money to take care of them. If there are rare treasures, that would be even better." Su's dowry was generous, and she had taken out a lot of her private money to support the Lu family over the years. The Lu family's assets are extremely meager. Even the Lu family's large mansion was renovated after she moved in. Su nodded, and Dingji gave him the key to the warehouse. "This is the key to the Lu family's storehouse." After saying that, he covered his mouth and chuckled. "As for me, I won't give you the key to my private storehouse. The private storehouse is the dowry given by my parents. If you use my parents' things, Lu Lang will feel uncomfortable." Lu Yuanze moved his lips, but finally said nothing. He wanted Su's private vault, but he wanted Su to beg him to accept it instead of asking for it himself. Lu Yuanze found a reason to leave. He seemed to be getting more and more impatient. On the way back home, Su saw someone carrying gifts all the way to the Jiang family. The eldest daughter of the Jiang family is getting engaged, and it's time to distribute wedding candies. Candies were distributed lavishly in front of the Jiang family's door. Crowds of people rushed forward. "Oh, is it the Miss Jiang who was engaged to the disabled man from the Lu family?" someone asked loudly. The maid brought out a big basket and said with a smile, "Today the young lady has got married and found a good husband. Congratulations to my young lady, and she will get a red envelope." After saying that, she grabbed a handful of copper coins, and everyone immediately congratulated her. How can a disabled man from the Lu family be worthy of Miss Jiang? It's better for him to quit. It's better for him to quit. Everyone applauded. Su was so angry that her eyes turned red and her chest kept heaving. "Jiang Yunjin, which young man are you going to marry?" Su gritted her teeth. Even Lu Chaochao opened his eyes. Dingji came back with an embarrassed and resentful look on his face. It's Lu Jinghuai, who just passed the imperial examination last month. It's still the Marquis, who personally acts as the matchmaker. Yes, he is a distant cousin." Su felt weak all over. "He did it on purpose. He deliberately wanted to deprive my son of his help." Su's nails dug deep into the flesh. "He wants to dig out my flesh. He wants to dig out Yinshu's heart. He sold Yinshu's wife to his concubine's son." This time, Su almost hated him to death. He even acted as a matchmaker himself. "No wonder I'm short of money recently and need to take care of it. To get engaged, doesn't it require a lot of gold and silver? And all kinds of rare treasures? He is really awesome, using his wife's dowry to support his mistress." Su wiped away her tears and said, "Where is Luani? We have found out that she went back to Qingxi." Su was extremely angry, and her expression was a little cold. Dingxi hesitated for a moment. "Explain." "I have not heard that she has returned to Qingxi. She has always been in the capital and has never left. I also bought a lot of things the baby needs, I also went to a gold shop and got a set of gold bracelets, gold collars, and safety locks for the baby. Dingji looked at her worriedly. Madam, you're almost deserted by everyone. The entire Lu family was lying to her. Mrs. Su couldn't even cry anymore. Her heart was numb with pain. The child who held her legs back then, after all, failed her. Don't cry, Mommy. Mommy, I love you every day, and I will help you win without any effort. Chaochao is awesome. Chaochao is really awesome, okay. Lu Chaochao pouted her pink lips and yelled at Su. She was serious and extremely earnest. Su leaned against Lu Chaochao's little face. Fortunately, Chaochao was still there. Mother, the new #1 scholar loves to beat his wife. He had a wife in the countryside who was beaten to death by him. In your previous life, you tried to dissuade Lu Yuanze, but Lu Yuanze thought you were jealous of her, and she hated you for that. Later, she scratched her mother's face. Woo woo woo. Chaochao felt extremely distressed. Su wanted to listen more, but it was gone. I just remember these few sentences. As soon as I returned home, Lu Yuanze came to me hesitantly. Sister-in-law, have you found out clearly? Lu Yuanze blushed. That day, she fell in love with the top scholar. Su dismissed the servants and asked, Yuanze, are you moved? Lu Yuanze looked at her sister-in-law shyly. Sister-in-law? She stomped her feet. Su looked at her indifferently from where she couldn't see. I helped you out of the fire pit in my previous life, but you scratched my face? Then, marry her in this life. I heard that the newly crowned #1 scholar had been betrothed to a child bride who was extremely vulgar and illiterate. Lu Yuanze frowned slightly. But the child bride was unlucky and died of illness last year. There are some rumors in the countryside that the top scholar has a bad temper and always scolds his child bride. Yuanze is afraid that he will suffer. Otherwise, forget it. Your sister-in-law can't bear to see you suffer. Su seemed dissatisfied. There are so many young men in the capital. I can always find one that suits my taste. Lu Yuanze's eyes sparkled as she held Su's hand and shook it again and again. Sister-in-law, good sister-in-law. A man's temper is called masculinity. Besides, the child bride has no talent, no family background, and can't even read. She can't win over men because she is incompetent and she deserves it. If a man beats a woman, it must be her fault. Yuanze, you have the ability and the confidence. Lu Yuanze raised her head slightly. She had a good appearance. How could she be compared to a child bride? It's never the man's problem that this woman can't control the man. Lu Yuanze glanced at her and smiled, his lips slightly deepening. Su gritted her teeth tightly. Let's take another look at each other. A man's talent and official position should not be the most important thing. What matters is his character. Su deliberately went against her. No matter what, I will marry her. I will go find my mother. Even if my sister-in-law disagrees, my mother will definitely agree. Lu Yuanze was very satisfied with this. He immediately hurried out the door and headed towards Desan Hall. Oh my, jump into the fire pit, jump into the fire pit. Lu Chaochao was so happy that his saliva was gurgling. Chapter 20. The princess is pregnant. Nightfall. Su was invited to Desan Hall. The old lady wanted Su to find out what the new #1 scholar, Gu Ling, had to say. Although the old lady is Lu Yuanze's biological mother, she is already old. Now that Su is a third-rank imperial official, it will naturally bring honor to Lu Yuanze. Su said frankly that she did not think highly of Gu Ling. Mother, although Gu Ling is talented, he is not worthy of her. Yuanze deserves better. Mother, if Yuanze marries him, you will definitely regret it. I raised Yuanze. How can I harm Yuanze? Su even shouted to stop her, and many people in the mansion heard it. So what if you raise her? Yuanze is not your child. You are probably holding a grudge against Yen Shu for having his marriage rejected, and you can't bear to see her get along well. The two parted on bad terms. Everyone in the mansion knew about this, and this was exactly the effect Su wanted. She had to pick herself out. The second day, the old lady then asked someone to find out the truth. This matter went extremely smoothly. Gu Ling had no power or influence, and marrying the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery was already a great honor. That same month, they asked someone to exchange engagement letters and arrange the marriage. Lu Yuanze is already 19 years old and will be 20 next year. It was scheduled directly for 3 months later. The marriage is a bit urgent, which shows how anxious the Lu family is. There was laughter and conversation in the mansion, and everyone was happy, except for Su, who had a gloomy face. Everyone thought she was not satisfied with her marriage. Only Lu Chaochao knows. Her mother wakes up laughing in her dreams every night. Spring passed and autumn came. Lu Chaochao was already 5 months old. She took off her thick coat and put on a thin little skirt. Her white and tender arms, like lotus root nodes, were exposed, looking delicate and soft like white dough. A touch of red between her eyebrows makes her look like a fairy. Today is the Chinese Valentine's Day. I really want to see the Lantern Festival. I really want to go out. Chaochao has never been out before. Lu Chaochao heard the voice of the maid outside and kept muttering in her heart. She found that she could gradually make sounds, but her pronunciation was not very accurate. She can now sit very steadily because she was well taken care of in the womb, and she can eat and sleep well, and can also crawl a little. Madam, the eldest princess came to tell us the news, saying that she is pregnant. Dengji hurried in, her face full of joy. Su suddenly sat up from the couch. Really? He then put his hands together and bowed. Bless me, Bodhisattva. Bless me. Yura has been giving out porridge and clothes and doing countless good deeds over the years. After 14 years of marriage, she is finally pregnant. Mrs. Su cried with joy. Her father was a tutor and often brought her into the palace. As time went by, she and the eldest princess had a very good relationship since childhood. Quick, send someone to deliver the gift. Have you sent any letter to the palace? Su's face was full of joy. Yes, it's sent. The eldest princess is just 3 months pregnant, and the baby has just taken root. She was the first to come to our house to report the news, and the second one came to the palace. Dingji couldn't help but be curious. The eldest princess seemed to value the lady very much. Even the pregnancy was reported to the Marquis Mansion first. Su was stunned. How long have you been pregnant? All in all, today is exactly 3 months. Dingji also asked about the time carefully. Su suddenly looked towards Lu Chaochao. Lu Chaochao was sitting on the bed, sucking her fingers with relish. Su opened her mouth and said, 3 months ago, the eldest princess asked Chaochao for a child. By the way, the princess also said that she would give the young lady a big gift to express her gratitude. Dingji was a little curious. Why did the princess give the young lady such a big gift? Su's eyelids twitched. For some reason, she didn't want Chaochao's reputation to be exposed. At least, not now. She looked out the window and saw the Marquis Mansion, which was covered with flowers, was still as splendid as usual. But she had already begun to guard against the Marquis Mansion. The eldest princess and Chaochao have some kind of fate, and this matter cannot be made public. She still remembered that her Chaochao almost lost his life when he was born. Dingji nodded in agreement. Su thought about it and felt that since it was a rare opportunity for Yura to get pregnant, she had to go there in person. It happened that Lu Yuanze had just finished school, and he would come to his sister's cradle every day to recite his lessons. Yuanze, I'm going to trouble you to look after my sister today. She can crawl, so be careful that she doesn't fall off the bed. Mother may not be back until late. Su knew that he had a good relationship with his sister, so she smiled and said. Lu Yuanzhao's eyes lit up. Mom, don't worry, I will take good care of my sister. Yuanzhao raised his chest. Although I can't recite as well as my sister, but he is the older brother. This is the only confidence he has in front of his sister. Why? He had memorized the book for 3 months in front of his sister's cradle, and he only understood half of it. His sister, I learned 100%. He simply couldn't imagine what a powerful weapon his sister would be if she entered the school. He felt inexplicably sympathetic towards his sister's future classmates. Sister Chaochao, your third brother is here to see you again. He heard his sister's mumbling before he even entered the door. He looked around and saw that the maids were all outside the door. Do you want to go out and play? If you kiss your third brother, I will steal you out. How about that? Lu Yuanzhao smiled. The 8-year-old boy smiled like a wolf grandmother. Brother, dear third brother, please sneak me out. Lu Chaochao was almost suffocated. Today was Chinese Valentine's Day, and she really wanted to go see the couple. Ugh, I want to watch boys and girls. She stretched out her white arms, which looked like lotus roots, and reached out to her third brother. Lu Yuanzhao held her in his arms, and his arms felt heavy. Wow, third brother has finally found a use for his body. Lu Yuanzhao felt like he was holding a sweet and soft treasure in his arms. Yue. Lu Chaochao kissed his third brother, and a long string of saliva flowed down his face. The third brother's eyebrows were curved. My sister is so fragrant and soft. It's not enough. Please coax third brother again. Lu Yuanzhao teased her deliberately. Lu Chaochao sucked her fingers, her little face wrinkled. After thinking for a while, She reluctantly took her fingers out. With saliva dripping from his mouth, he handed it to his third brother with a reluctant look on his face. Look, I grab a bowl at noon, and my hands still smell of meat. Then, I'll share it with you. She stared at the third brother with her big eyes in protest, her face full of reluctance. She spent a long time aiming before she put the meat into the bowl. Ha ha ha. Lu Yuanze almost laughed crazy when he saw the fingers stretched out in front of him. Eat it, eat it. Third brother won't compete with you. He laughed so hard that tears came out. Oh my God, his sister is so cute. Lu Chaochao grinned with his toothless mouth and stuffed the food back in. Chaochao, please suck your fingers less. They will become smaller and turn white. Lu Yuanze packed 2 sets of clothes for her. As the weather was a little hot, he changed her diaper. Now he is extremely skilled at doing this. He opened the door and said to Juexia and Ingxue, my sister wants to take a nap. I'll stay with her in the room. Don't come in unless you have something to do. My sister took a long nap, so I took the opportunity to sneak out. The maid agreed, and he closed the door. He carried his sister on his back, sneakily opened the window, and jumped out. Oh, the breath of freedom. Thick hair. Lu Chaochao cheered, his big eyes sparkling with light. Chapter 21. Big Brother cuts his wrists. Lu Chaochao lay on the back of the third brother. Lu Yuanze knew very well the positions of the servants on patrol in the mansion, and he took Lu Chaochao with him all the way. When you were about to step out of the inner door, Lu Chaochao suddenly straightened up. Chaochao, don't move. Be careful not to fall down. Lu Yuanze was startled, and his sister stood up and almost fell down. Lu Chaochao sniffed. She pointed to the garden on the right. This place is remote, with very few people patrolling. It is considered the most remote inner courtyard of the loyal and brave Marquis Mansion. Lu Yuanze was stunned for a moment, and he lowered his voice unconsciously. This is Mingda Garden. It's Big Brother's yard. After his eldest brother got into trouble, he lived alone in the courtyard to recuperate. He drove out all the maids in the courtyard and did not allow anyone to take care of it. The courtyard became much more desolate. When he was born, his eldest brother had already gotten into trouble. That year, he often heard people mention his brilliant elder brother. This is a forbidden area in the mansion. My eldest brother will be angry. Mom and Dad don't dare to disturb him. Grandmother didn't even allow him to be mentioned. After the eldest brother became disabled, his temper became extremely bad. Rumors began to spread outside that the eldest brother was both disabled and crazy. Lu Yuanze was a little afraid of him. Lu Chaochao showed some anxiety on his face and pointed straight at the gate of Mingda Yuan. There is a smell of blood. There is a smell of blood. Go check on Big Brother. Lu Chaochao pointed at the door, his heart filled with anxiety. In the original book, the misery of the Lu brothers was only briefly mentioned. But only when you are really in it, you will realize the despair. Lu Yuanze was frightened. He knew that his sister had some magical powers. Thinking of his elder brother, he didn't care about being afraid and immediately pushed the gate of Mingda Garden. The gate of Mingda Garden was closed. He knocked on the door, but there was no response from inside the courtyard. No, the eldest brother doesn't allow anyone to serve him, and he has driven out all the servants in the yard. It is said that he only has a personal servant left by his side. The yard was swept by servants who sneaked in at night. Leave at dawn. Lu Chaochao thought to herself that her elder brother was heartbroken and had shut himself off from the world. At this moment, smelling the increasingly strong smell of blood in the air, Lu Chaochao became anxious. She raised her little hand and pointed at the foot of the wall. Lu Yuanze glared at her and said, "Drill a dog hole?" No, a scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. How can a scholar crawl through a dog hole? After a moment, Lu Yuanze lay in the dog hole, muttering as he went in. How can a scholar's dog hole be called a dog hole? I'll put up a hole for the top scholar tomorrow. Lu Yuanze, with his hair full of weeds, dragged his sister out of the dog hole. You crawl too slowly. He held his sister in his arms. He rushed straight towards the inner courtyard. The courtyard was deserted and dead silent everywhere. Once in the mansion, she was treated above all else, but now it has become a taboo. Lu Chaochao pointed to the left, and Lu Yuanze ran to the left without hesitation. The little fat boy was sweating profusely as he ran. As he approached the door, even he could smell the strong smell of blood. Lu Yuanxiao's heart trembled. How could Chaochao smell the bloody odor through several courtyard gates? This is too outrageous. Bah! Lu Yuanxiao slammed the door open, and a strong smell of blood hit him in the face. Ugh! Lu Yuanzhao retched with nausea when he smelled blood. Then he was stabbed by a sting in front of him. His eyes turned red, and his whole body went cold. All I saw was blood red. Dazzling, large patches of red. Brother! Thick streaks of blood spread from the man, lying on the bed all the way to his feet. Lu Yuanzhao's feet landed directly on the blood, leaving 2 lines of footprints. The young boy was so frightened that his heart was trembling, and his hands were shaking as he carried Lu Chaochao on his back. The man in blue at the head of the bed was lying on the bed with his eyes closed. His wrists were hanging over the edge of the bed, and blood was dripping down his wrists. Brother, he committed suicide. Lu Yuanzhao was almost speechless. His whole body was weak, and he almost staggered towards his brother. Brother, Mama, Dad and Mom, someone come quickly. Lu Yuanzhao had never seen such a scene before and stumbled over. I reached out and touched my eldest brother. His whole body was cold, and he was shaking badly. Even Lu Chaochao was shocked by this scene. The young man on the bed had beautiful eyebrows and eyes, like a banished immortal. But his face was full of death and lifeless. Although he was still alive, his heart had long been dead. Falling from heaven to earth is a drop that no one can accept. Idiot, quickly grab a handkerchief and cover your wrist. Lu Chaochao screamed anxiously. Lu Yuanzhao put her on the bed, shaking and crying, while busy wrapping a handkerchief around her wrist. Brother, please don't die. What should we do if you die? Brother, I'm so scared. Mother, please come back soon. He wrapped his wrist tightly. Damn it, where's the servant? Lu Yuanzhao's eyes were red. The mother was afraid that my eldest brother would commit suicide, so she kept a personal servant by his side. At this moment, the eldest brother was holding a piece of broken porcelain tightly in his hand, with thick bloodstains on it. Third brother, please don't die. If you die, who will help mother and us? Lu Yuanzhao cried loudly. Lu Chaochao glanced at him secretly, then put her finger in her mouth and bit it hard. She has great merits and spiritual energy, so it is no exaggeration to say that her blood is a magical medicine. But you can bite it? She stared blankly at the saliva on her fingers, confused. Oh, I forgot I had no teeth. She had no choice but to scratch the porcelain with her finger, grimacing in pain. A drop of blood gushed out, even with a hint of golden light. Just put it directly into Big Brother's mouth. Nothing was wasted. Her blood is precious. At this moment, the sky and the earth were surging with wind and clouds, and a golden light leaked out from the horizon. The golden light sprinkled on the earth, and the plants on the earth grew wildly. In a blink of an eye, the whole city was full of flowers. People came out of their homes, saw this magical scene, and knelt down to worship. The eldest brother's pale complexion began to turn visibly red. Lu Chaochao took out her finger and secretly rubbed her saliva on her elder brother. He withdrew his chubby fingers as if nothing had happened. Wow, big brother, if you die, who will take charge of Mom? Dad is having a mistress. Mom will be mad to death. Lu Yuanzhao cried with tears and snot. Lu Yanchu slowly opened his eyes and heard this sentence. Even after you suck my blood, the king of hell wouldn't dare take you back. The king of hell would have to send you back personally. Chaochao muttered secretly. In the original book, Lu Yanchu attempted suicide this time, but was rescued by the imperial physician. But it also left a more serious trauma. Lu Yuanzhao was crying so hard that he didn't pay any attention to this sentence. Lu Yanchu only felt a bloody smell in his throat, but this smell was very light, with a faint scent of grass, as if with infinite vitality and power. Clearly, he felt the blood draining from his body, and he clearly felt his breath fading away. But now, the wrist moved. A wave of heat spread from top to bottom, and even the legs that had been numb for a long time felt slightly itchy. Even my wrist doesn't hurt anymore? Chapter 22 Big Brother can still be saved. Lu Yanchu gently opened his eyes. There was calmness in his eyes, and he just lay quietly on the bed, without any movement. Just like the past 8 years of paralysis. Brother, you're not dead? That's great, brother. Woohoo, you scared me to death. Where is the servant? Where is the imperial physician? Lu Yuanzhao hurriedly snatched the porcelain piece from him and threw it far away. But he didn't dare leave for the time being, fearing that his elder brother would do something extreme again. Brother, look, I'm Yuanzhao. I'm your third brother, and you held me in your arms when you were a child. Brother, I almost forgot what you looked like. Lu Yuanzhao lay beside his eldest brother, trying to get his attention. My eldest brother had been drowning for too long and was no longer breathing when he was rescued. After the miracle doctor used a golden needle to save him, he could no longer move. He was paralyzed in bed all day long, and he always resisted the servants who occasionally pushed him out in a wheelchair. His temper became erratic and extremely violent. He is crazy and disabled, and no one dares to approach him. It took him 8 years to recover, but he could only clench his hands. The first time he tightened his grip, he slit his wrists. Lu Yuanze felt suffocated just thinking about it. Brother, I'm going to ask the imperial physician to go find Mother. Can you help me look after Chaochao? Chaochao is our sister, the fourth sister. She is so small, sweet, and soft. You will definitely like her. Lu Yuanze held Lu Chaochao over, and Lu Yinshu didn't even look at her. No, a hoarse and harsh voice sounded. It seemed like they hadn't spoken for a long time. No, don't be a doctor. No. Don't tell Mother. Lu Yinshu hadn't spoken for a long time, and now he spoke haltingly and hoarsely. Lu Yuanze was stunned. But your injury. But seeing that his elder brother was resisting and about to get angry, he did not dare to provoke him. He also noticed that his elder brother's face had turned redder, so he fetched a basin of water and a rag. Kneel on the ground and clean the blood. No wonder my big brother is a beautiful, strong, tragic villain. A 9-year-old genius drowned while trying to save someone. Unfortunately, the other person refused to call for help, leaving him paralyzed in bed. The worst thing is that he will have to watch his entire family die in front of him in the future. He luckily escaped, fought a battle of wits and courage with the male and female protagonists, but still lost in the end. Lu Chaochao blinked, shook his head, and sighed. Lu Yinshu's dead eyes trembled. He struggled to turn his head and found his third brother wiping the floor with his butt sticking out. The only person left in the room was a baby who could sit and crawl but could not speak yet. Sensing his gaze, the baby opened his toothless mouth, revealing a row of gums. Wow, my brother is so handsome. Lu Yinshu. He is paralyzed and even has problems with his ears? The whole family died tragically? And before, I heard from my third brother that my father had a mistress? Lu Yinshu has been shutting himself off for 8 years, ignoring the outside world. And even when his mother cried to death in front of him, he was unwilling to say a word. But now, Lu Yinshu smiled self-deprecatingly. So what? He's a cripple, a paraplegic. He needs help even to eat, drink, defecate, and urinate, and can't even take care of himself. Suddenly, he trembled all over, his whole body filled with despair and fear. Get out! He widened his eyes, clenched his teeth, and veins bulged all over his body. Lu Yuanze was mopping the floor when he heard his elder brother's sudden roar. He said weakly, "Brother, I won't disturb you." Lu Yinshu seemed to have fallen into a state of frenzy. Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Lu Yinshu was filled with a sense of irritation, and he looked at Lu Yuanze with crazy eyes. If you treat me as your brother, then get out and never come in again. I don't want to see you. You disgust me. Lu Yinshu's voice was hoarse, his fists were clenched, and blue veins bulged one after another. Lu Yuanze was frightened. He picked up Lu Chaochao with grievance, his eyes red, and hadn't left yet. Then I smelled a strange odor. Lu Yinshu's taut string broke in an instant. He seemed to be neither crying nor laughing. Ha 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 ha. He couldn't even take care of himself. How ridiculous. The once brilliant and talented young man is now paralyzed in bed, needing help from others for eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating. His pride has been trampled underfoot and rubbed repeatedly. Lu Yuanze seemed to understand something. He said nothing but put his sister on the stool and said softly, "Chaochao, don't move." He fetched a basin of clean water, took some clean clothes, and washed his elder brother amid Lu Yinshu's furious cursing. Lu Yinshu scolded him angrily and later even begged him, asked him to leave. By the time he changed his clothes and washed them again, Lu Yinshu was in complete collapse. He used to be a promising young man. He used to be highly sought after, but now he has become a useless person. He was afraid of seeing other people's eyes, and he refused everyone's help and closeness. He just didn't want everyone to see him in such an embarrassing and undignified state. It's ridiculous that you can't even control your poop and pee. Brother, we are brothers. Lu Yuanze was also a rich and wealthy young man, but he never disliked his elder brother at all. Lu Yinshu glanced away and closed his eyes, not looking at him. It's such a pity that such a good third brother ended up having his eyes gouged out, his ears cut off, his hands and feet chopped off, and then put into a jar to become a human pig for people to see. Both brothers shuddered. Lu Yinshu suddenly opened his eyes. Lu Yuanzhe didn't want to hear about his miserable future anymore. He was tired of hearing about it. Brother, the house has been cleaned. I'll push your wheelchair, and we can go outside to bask in the sun, okay? Lu Yuanzhe asked his brother cautiously. The house has no windows or doors opened all year round, and it is filled with a chilly atmosphere. Lu Yinshu didn't say anything. He just helped his elder brother up with a smile and sat him against the head of the bed. Sister Jiang hugged him. Alas, big brother will have to be fed urine and pressed down by others. This family is destined to be cannon fodder. Lu Yinshu looked indifferent. Luckily, I can cure your leg, brother. Lu Chaochao was very happy. Lu Yinshu. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yinshu started coughing violently. He turned his head and looked at Lu Chaochao suddenly. What did she say? Does she know what she is talking about? Lu Yinshu even suspected that he was crazy. It would have been fine if it was just hallucination, but he actually heard that he could still be saved. But before he woke up, he was indeed somewhat conscious. Lu Chaochao tilted her head slightly and stretched out her chubby little white arms towards him. Lu Yinshu had a mocking smile on his face. He couldn't even lift his arms. After 8 years of recovery, he was able to clench his fists tightly. Hold up. The vague murmur of the baby made him shudder all over. His fingertips trembled slightly, and he tried hard to raise his arm. He was so tired that he was sweating profusely, but he only managed to move his arm an inch. But Lu Yinshu almost cried with excitement. 8 years! He hadn't moved his arm in 8 years. Today, his arms can actually move. Chapter 23 Spoil Her. Lu Yinshu inexplicably thought of Chaochao's words. After sucking my blood, even the king of hell dares not take it away. However, Lu Chaochao was unwilling to wait any longer, and like a ball, she slowly and clumsily crawled into her eldest brother's arms, happily nestled in big brother's arms. As if he was not satisfied again, he took his eldest brother's hand and surrounded himself with it. But the eldest brother's hands were too weak, and he immediately fell down again. She was dissatisfied again. Her little mouth is raised so high that you can hang an oil bottle on it. She lightly touched her brother's forehead with her fingertips, and a warm breath flowed in from his forehead. My eldest brother is too weak and can only be moisturized little by little. Lu Yinshu was slightly stunned. I just felt warm all over, as if my dry body was moisturized. Lu Chaochao grabbed his arm again and wrapped it around herself. This time, the fingers of both hands were clasped together, and the arms did not droop. It seems that I have gained some strength, but it was just a trace of strength. Even so, Lu Yinshu had tears in his eyes and hugged Chaochao, as if he was hugging the whole world. Sister, you will hurt big brother. Lu Yuanzhe pushed the wheelchair over, which scared her. The most important thing is that I'm afraid that my elder brother will get angry. The eldest brother has a bad temper. Even when his parents come, he is cold-faced. He can't please anyone. Lu Yuanzhe said carefully at this moment, Brother, my sister didn't mean it. She is only 5 months old and doesn't understand. Unexpectedly, Lu Yinshu's voice was so soft that he was even afraid of scaring the baby in his arms. That's fine. Lu Yuanzhe widened his eyes. What on earth happened? As soon as he turned around, the elder brother protected his younger sister. After his eldest brother sat in the wheelchair, he pushed his eldest brother for a walk in the garden. The eldest brother was skinny and his clothes were leaking wind, and Lu Chaochao was lying in his arms. Big brother is too thin. It's uncomfortable to hug him. Big brother should eat more meat. My body is uncomfortable. I thought to myself, drooling. The garden is in a state of desolation and has long lost its former prosperity. Lu Chaochao lay in the arms of her eldest brother. Wow, what a big pond. It would be great to raise fish and turtles. Why isn't it blooming? The little girl muttered to herself, and Lu Yinshu felt her vigorous vitality and looked up at the sky for the first time. He hasn't stepped out of the door for a long time. Big brother smiled. Wow, big brother looks so good when he smiles. Lu Chaochao's eyes suddenly widened. Lu Yuanzhe glanced at his elder brother secretly. It turned out that his elder brother really liked his younger sister. He said, no one can resist such a lovely sister. Why? I really want to steal my sister to school. Studying is so boring, but it is very interesting when I bring my sister with me. The 3 siblings walked around for a while, and then they heard the servant hurriedly calling out, Young master, young master. It was Yuanbao, Lu Yinshu's personal servant. Yuanbao was running so hard that he was sweating profusely. When he saw Lu Yuanze sitting in a wheelchair, his heart finally settled down. Today is the day when the young master went to get medicine. He met a servant from the Jiang family and had a fight with him. Yuan Bao's hair was messy, and there were suspicious red marks on his face. But when she saw that the young master actually went out, her eyes turned red with excitement. "Sir, I brought back the lunch. Otherwise, can we eat it in the pavilion?" Since the young master could no longer take care of himself, he had been eating light porridge and side dishes every day and rarely ate meat. He wants to reduce the number of toilet visits. He is maintaining his only decency. "Meat! Today is a holiday. I want to smell the smell of barbecue. Otherwise, I will throw a tantrum." Lu Chaochao's face was twisted as she glared at her older brother Qingjun. He clenched his chubby little fists, looking like he was about to throw a tantrum. Lu Yuanze smiled. Yuan Bao was stunned. "It's been 8 years. This is the first time I see the eldest son smile." He served the eldest son all day long, and no one knew how much the eldest son wanted to die. He tried to kill himself countless times, and every time he begged him to wait a little longer. "Let's go to the pavilion and set up a barbecue stall. Prepare some meat porridge for me." He was too thin, and Chaochao said he was not feeling well. "Yes, yes, yes." Yuan Bao cried with joy and limped to the small kitchen. Soon, a small stove appeared in the pavilion. "There is a cool breeze today, so it's not too hot." There was a small stove in the pavilion with a clean iron plate on top. On the stone table were a lot of thinly sliced meat and some sauces. The meat porridge was also warm on the iron grid, bubbling. Lu Yuanze had been busy for most of the day and was already starving. When he saw the table full of meat and vegetables, his eyes turned green. Yuan Bao filled a bowl of meat porridge. He wants to feed the eldest son. Lu Yuanze picked up the thin slices of meat and placed them on the iron plate. In an instant, the iron grid gave off a sizzling aroma, and the air was filled with the smell of cumin after the seasoning was sprinkled on it. "Wow, this meat is so tender and fragrant." Hiss, hiss, hiss. Lu Yuanze took a bite. It was so hot that he gritted his teeth, but he refused to spit it out. Lu Chaochao took a deep breath of air. "My mouth is watering with greed." "Chaochao, drink milk." Lu Yuanze brought her milk when he went out. Lu Chaochao widened her eyes in anger, pointed at the meat on the table, then pointed at her milk with an accusatory look on her face. The two brothers were delighted by seeing this. Although she couldn't speak, everyone understood her accusations and grievances. "You haven't grown teeth yet, and you're only 5 months old, so you can't eat meat. But you can smell it. Is your brother good to you? I'll eat meat and let you smell it." Lu Yuanze was so shameless. The little guy's eyes turned red with anger. When Lu Yuanze saw the two of them making a fuss, his anger dissipated a little. "Yuan Bao, go get a banana." Su had people deliver fresh and easy-to-harvest fruits every day, and Yuan Bao quickly took one. "Use a spoon to scrape it into puree and give some to your sister. She is over 5 months old and can eat puree." He had fed his younger brothers this before he became paralyzed. Lu Yuanze tentatively scraped a spoonful, and Lu Chaochao ate it with a smile on his face. "Wow, wow, wow. I'm finally alive. So sweet, so good. Big brother, I love you. I love Big brother the most." Well, the third brother is a little bit stupid, but he is also very loving. Lu Yuanze fed her 7 or 8 spoonfuls before stopping. "Eat again tomorrow. If you eat too much, you won't be able to digest it. I'm afraid you'll have diarrhea. Let's add more slowly." After saying that, he took a roasted chicken leg from the stone table and scraped off the meat. Gave the bone to Lu Chaochao. Lu Chaochao then got up and kissed him, sitting in the eldest brother's arms, chewing on the bone. I sighed with satisfaction in my heart. "Ah, this life is worth it." The two brothers could hardly hold back their smiles. Lu Yuanze usually only ate a few mouthfuls of porridge to hang on to his life. But today he finished the bowl of meat porridge cleanly, and the light in his eyes seemed to come alive again. They stayed until the afternoon, when Lu Yuanze was exhausted and Lu Yuanze was ready to leave. "Brother, do you need a doctor?" "I won't tell anyone. Just keep it a secret, okay?" Lu Yuanze was always thinking about the terrifying wound on his wrist. Lu Yuanze rubbed his fingers, which were more flexible than before. All of this originated from Chaochao. Chapter 24. Meeting an extramarital affair. "Brother, there's nothing wrong. No need to call a doctor, and don't tell mother." He glanced at his third brother. "Starting tomorrow, come to my yard after school every day. I will give you extra lessons." Since he became paralyzed, he had all the books in the house moved out and burned. After Yuan Bao sent the two away, Lu Yuanze sat in a wheelchair and used his fingers to lift the gauze on his wrist. My wrist had become smooth and clean without me noticing. The bloody wound has healed. It took him 8 years to barely move his fingers, but now they are extremely flexible. The arms can be raised an inch. 8 years! His hands felt the strength again. Lu Yuanze didn't cry when he drowned. He didn't cry when his fiancée hid behind a rockery and caused him to become paralyzed. He didn't cry when his engagement was broken off. And he didn't cry when his family abandoned him. But this time he cried. When Yuanbao came back, he whispered, "Use the golden needles to prick my legs." Yuanbao's lips moved. When he was first paralyzed, the master asked him to tap his legs every day and even pricked his legs with needles. The master still had no feeling. He had not sought consciousness for years. Yuanbao took out a golden needle from the box and gently inserted it into the young man's leg. As the golden needle penetrated little by little, cold sweat broke out on Lu Yuanze's forehead. Young master. Once the entire golden needle was inserted into his body without him feeling anything. But now, his legs tensed up and he felt a dull pain running through his body. Young master, something seems different. Before, when I pushed in, your legs were so weak, but now... Yuanbao was shocked to see that the young master was sweating profusely. Yuanbao cried out, "Master, are you conscious? Are you feeling any pain?" "I'll go get the doctor, and I'll tell the Marquis's wife." Yuanbao has had a hard time in the past 8 years. The master fell from being a favored child of heaven to being a humble person, and as his personal servant, he also experienced the warmth and coldness of human nature. "No!" Lu Yuanze's eyes were deep. "Don't tell anyone. Don't even give a whim. Don't call a doctor. The one who can save him is not the doctor." Yuanbao was puzzled, but he still nodded. Lu Chaochao, at this moment. Lu Yuanchao secretly climbed in through the window and put his sister back. "I will come to steal you again in 2 days." At this time, Su had already returned home, and Lu Yuanchao even had dinner with her. Early the next morning, Su then made arrangements to take Lu Chaochao out to buy jewelry. She planned to buy as many longevity locks, gold fingers, gold necklaces, and head ornaments as possible for the little girl to use in the future. She finally thought it through. She doesn't spend. Lu Yuanze gave flowers to his mistress outside. "Madam, I'm glad you're thinking positively. I was worried that you would use your private treasury to subsidize them." Dingji secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Every time the Marquis Mansion was short of money, as long as the Marquis frowned, Madam would eagerly give it to him. He even asked the Marquis to accept it, which was really humble to the extreme. Mrs. Su's face was grim. He wants to marry Yuanze to a bastard. He also wants to use my money to support his concubine's family. What a wishful thinking. The carriage stopped outside the Jinpin building. Coincidentally, another carriage also stopped here. As soon as Su got off the carriage, she saw a beautiful young lady getting off the carriage opposite. The young lady wore a veiled hat and a long gauze dress, looking very delicate and graceful. Behind her was a nanny holding a baby, who looked about 5 or 6 months old. The swaddling clothes on the baby were actually in Sanskrit and were something from the temple. The young lady raised her head, and her eyes fell on Su. Su frowned slightly. She felt the malice in the other's eyes. But she clearly had never seen the other person. "Ladies, please go upstairs. We have just arrived a batch of new models for children." The shopkeeper smiled when he saw the two of them, indicating that both of them were big customers of the store. "Sister is older, so please go in first." Her tone was gentle, but she emphasized the word older with extra emphasis. Su even nodded slightly at her. Lu Chaochao, however, lay on the maid's shoulder, and a groundhog-like scream broke out in her mind. "Ah! It's a curse, it's a curse. It's the heroine and her mistress. She's my father's mistress." Su's steps stiffened and his body paused. She felt a surge of rage rising up to the sky, and she was so angry that she almost lost her mind. She bit her lower lip hard to control her anger. No wonder she bit the older sister so hard. "You two are really destined to be together. Your daughters are almost the same age," the shopkeeper said with a smile. Su's eyes fell on the infant in Sanskrit's cradle. "Is this the heroine that Chaochao said was my child in her previous life?" The baby girl was a little thin, but her eyes... She was inexplicably unhappy. These eyes can appear on adults, but should not appear on children. There is a deep sense of disobedience. The baby girl was holding a string of Buddhist beads in her hand. There were 108 Buddhist beads, and Su recognized them at a glance. They belonged to the old lady. The old lady treasured it so much that she even forbade herself to touch it. Su's breathing became slow and rapid. The other party even smiled provocatively. The shopkeeper of Jimpinlin knew what was good. When he saw the string of Buddhist beads, he couldn't help but wonder. It is said that there is a string of shelling beads in Hugwa Temple. The 108 beads are covered with Sanskrit and blessed by the abbots of all generations. There is also a relic in the center, which is even more precious. The late emperor went to ask for it before his death, but he failed to find it. This one is somewhat similar. The more the shopkeeper looked at it, the more similar it seemed. The young lady pursed her lips lightly, and her voice was extremely pleasant and sweet, not much less than that of the young girl. Thank you for the compliment, shopkeeper. This is the shelling pearl. The young lady only revealed her watery eyes and smooth forehead. Pei Jiao enjoyed everyone's envious and shocked gazes. She looked at Su, the mess in the mansion, and the old lady's poor health. She was in charge of the housework and took care of the old lady, looking much older. She curled her lips slightly and touched the black hair on her temples. Dingji frowned slightly, his eyes falling on the hairpin on her temples. The abbot once said that this baby of mine is blessed with great fortune and luck. I'll give these Buddhist beads to my little daughter to play with. Pei Jiao said with a chuckle. He didn't care, causing everyone to exclaim in surprise. This is a treasure that even the previous emperor could not obtain. When Pei Jiao was pregnant, she went out with the old lady to burn incense and met an old Taoist on the way. The old Taoist knelt straight in front of the old lady, wanting to ask her for a bowl of water. He said that the old lady would have a granddaughter, who was a treasure from heaven, and would be blessed by heaven and would be invaluable in the future. Asking for a bowl of water was asking for a bit of blessing. The old lady was still skeptical at the time. Who would have thought that when they arrived at the Hugwa Temple, the abbot, who even the royal family was not allowed to see, came to personally greet the old lady. To be frank, a distinguished guest will be arriving in her house. The little girl is a person favored by God. If you treat her well, the mansion will be blessed with great fortune, which is invaluable. He also gave Buddhist beads to the old lady to create a good relationship with her. The old lady was shaking with excitement. After leaving Hugwa Temple, the old lady held her hand and solemnly promised, Jiao, your blessing is yet to come. The most precious thing is naturally her Jingyao. As for the daughter born to Su, no one ever cared about her. Chapter 25 Genius Mother. This lady is very wealthy. Everyone couldn't help but compliment her. This Buddhist rosary is an extremely precious item. Pei Jiao had been feeling depressed for many years, and at this moment, a hint of pride rose from her brows. My son is even better at studying. He passed the examination and became a scholar when he was only 10 years old. He is 17 this year and is engaged to Miss Jiang. Next year, he will take part in the provincial examination. Pei Jiao glanced at Su, whose face was pale, and felt very happy. Oh, the one she's betrothed to is the daughter of the Supreme Court Justice? A few days ago, I heard that she's betrothed to a talented young man. Is she the mother of the talented young master Lu Jinghuai? So, he's the madam's son? Pei Jiao nodded slightly. Miss Jiang is really lucky. I heard that she was engaged when she was young, but her fiancé was unlucky and became a disabled person, paralyzed in bed, and needed someone to take care of his excrement and urine. Now we have another talented young man. Pei Jiao chuckled. A good girl should marry a good man. How could she be a match for a cripple like that? She said with disdain. Everyone became more and more excited. Lu Jinghuai passed the imperial examination at the age of 10 and had the best chance of becoming the top scholar. The new top scholar is 33 this year, and Lu Jinghuai was only 17. He will be the youngest #1 scholar in Beizhou. The shopkeeper couldn't help but show some kindness. The brocade quilt on this baby is peace brocade, right? The peace brocade is a special item used by the Hugwa Temple to protect babies. It requires close relatives to kneel down on a 1,000-step ladder and knock on the ground with each step to obtain it. Pei Jiao smiled and nodded. This girl was born weak, and her husband loves her so much that he knelt down to beg for the peace brocade. Pei Jiao touched her daughter's cheek. At the beginning, when she was pregnant with her eldest son, Lu Jinghuai, she tried her best to teach him. Let him follow in the footsteps of Su's eldest son, Lu Yanshu. But Lu Yanshu is like a cloud in the sky, elusive and untouchable, so mortals can only look up to him, but cannot compare with him. That was her and her son's nightmare. No one knows it better than her. Because of Lu Yanshu, Lu Yuanze gradually wavered in his feelings towards Su. Lu Yuanze is too outstanding, so outstanding that a father can never give him up. Even during that period, he unconsciously placed the honor and disgrace of the loyal and brave Marquis Mansion on that child's head. Her Jinghui had been forced by herself to chase Lu Yuanze since she was a child. He couldn't help it and secretly went to see the brilliant young man and was shocked and upset. I was completely devastated. A serious illness. Fortunately, Pei Jiaojiao's lips curled slightly. Fortunately, the little bastard had a bad fate. It was like a rainbow in the sky, stunning but fleeting. Over the years, she did not dare to relax every day and forced her son Jinghui to replace his position little by little. But Lu Yuanze had already become disabled and a disgrace to the Marquis Mansion. When her daughter was born, her treatment reached its peak. The old lady treated her like a treasure, and the Marquis loved her to the extreme. At this moment, she touched her daughter's cheek and said, "She has been doted on by her father since she was young. When I was pregnant with her, I was greedy, so her father asked someone to send a basket of lychees from outside the Great Wall. 3 horses died of hunger." Sue's eyes dimmed slightly. She had also received a few lychees. Lu Yuanze held it to her eagerly, and she felt like she had found a treasure. The skin of the lychees is dry and the flesh is a bit sour. It turns out that they are leftovers from others. Madam is so lucky. This child, who has the prophecy from the abbot of Huguo Temple, will be very rich. Everyone couldn't help but come closer to take a look. I wanted to praise the child for being pretty, but then I saw another fair, tender, and delicate baby behind him. In contrast to the two sides, the child in the ping and brocade looks like a monkey. The other party is like the little fairy boy under the seed of guanine. I really can't praise it enough. Lu Chaochao lay on the maid's shoulder and felt her mother trembling with anger. Her little face wrinkled into a ball. "Humph, that blind old abbot. Just forget about this pair of eyes. How blind you are." Lu Chaochao's eyes widened, and he looked at the Buddhist beads in front of him. These 108 Buddhist beads have all been blessed by holy monks. No villain would dare to mess with them. It's almost the Mid-Autumn Festival, so no evil spirits would dare to get close, right? Everyone became more envious. Pei Jiaojiao is being sought after by everyone. She didn't doubt Sue at all. After all, she and the Marquis had been together for 17 years, and Sue hadn't noticed anything unusual. Sue Shiyun, she trusts Lu Yuanze very much. Lu Chaochao stared at the string of Buddhist beads. Others couldn't see it, but she saw it clearly. There are 108 Buddhist beads, each of which is surrounded by a faint golden light, and is a good thing that can truly protect people. She just felt furious. How can they match? The abbot is getting old and confused. Old thing, you blind old thing, you bully my mother. Mother, the hairpin on her head is your dowry. I am so angry. Sue was horrified when she heard this. The last time she scolded her own father, she even chopped off his hair. Lu Chaochao mobilized a trace of spiritual energy and chopped straight towards the string of Buddhist beads. Pei Jiaojiao was enjoying everyone's flattery when suddenly, a crisp breaking sound was heard. Everyone was stunned. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the string of Buddhist beads blessed by the Buddha's teachings suddenly broke into pieces and fell to the ground with a crackling sound. The golden Buddhist beads shattered to the ground. The golden light scattered, and the moment it hit the ground, it turned gray and lifeless. Hey, why did it suddenly crack? This is not a good sign. The brilliance of the bead is gone. Everyone was shocked. Someone picked up a bead, which had just felt warm and shiny, with a layer of light golden light. But now, they turned into rotten wood. With a gentle pinch, it broke into sawdust. Everyone felt their scalp tingling. Pei Jiaojiao looked as if her neck was stuck, and she looked shocked and panicked. She knew how much the old lady valued this thing. Sue kept her lips tightly closed, fearing that she would laugh. It is rumored that this blessed shelling pearl is indestructible. But now, it has broken for no reason, and its spiritual energy has dissipated. Did this lady offend someone? After saying that, Sue quickly moved aside. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a large empty space around Pei Jiaojiao. Everyone looked terrified. You! Pei Jiaojiao's breathing stagnated slightly. She stared at everyone blankly, and her eyes instantly turned red. But what Sue said was well-founded, and she couldn't refute it. Even the shopkeeper gave her a subtle look. "Ma'am, I'm sorry, could you please come back next time? I'm sorry. Our store is not very convenient today." The shopkeeper felt a chill on his back. It's almost the middle of July. The gates of hell are wide open, and the whole city will be closed for 3 days. He didn't dare touch anything evil. God knows what she did to be able to defeat Shi Lingzhu. Pei Jiaojiao was so angry that her eyes turned red, and she clenched her teeth as she stared at Su. "Madam, please go back first." The maid behind her pulled Pei Jiaojiao's sleeve. Although the Marquis gave her enough love, he would never allow her to make trouble. He attaches great importance to face. Otherwise, he wouldn't have raised her for 17 years and wouldn't have dared to bring her back home. Pei Jiaojiao turned around and was about to leave, but Su raised her hand gently. Chapter 26, Catching a Thief. "Madam, please stay." Su looked at her meaningfully. "What else do you want to do?" Pei Jiaojiao's tone was a little unhappy, and she looked at Su with resentment. Su shook her head. "This is a bit offensive, but it concerns Madam's face and dignity, so I have to stop, Madam." "Madam, where did the hairpin come from?" She pointed at the hollow hairpin on Pei Jiaojiao's head. The hairpin outlined by the hollow gold threads is lively and charming. A hint of guilt flashed across Pei Jiaojiao's brows, but she quickly straightened her back. "It was given to me by my husband. It is an heirloom in his family." "How come? Wife of the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery. You can't even afford such a small thing." "This hairpin was given to Jinghuai by the Marquis when she passed the imperial examination last time." Su's eyes were sharp. "This is really strange. How could my dowry be worn on your head?" "Dengji, report to the authorities." Su's eyes flashed with coldness. "This is something from her private vault." "Lu Yuanze, you are so brave." He eats her food, wears her clothes, and even uses her dowry to support his mistress. "Today, I must skin him alive." "Don't call the police." Pei Jiaojiao suddenly shouted. The soft and coquettish voice was almost blocked. "This hairpin was given to me by my husband's family. Do you have any evidence to prove that it is yours? How can you slander me out of thin air?" Pei Jiaojiao burst into tears before she could speak, which made many people feel distressed. She has a slim figure, and even if she only reveals her pair of watery eyes, she is captivating. Su's beauty is dignified and generous. Dengji didn't dare to leave, so he sent someone to sneak out and report to the authorities. "Evidence? This hairpin was made by me when I was 15. I drew the blueprint myself and had someone make it myself. There is no other hairpin like it in the world. The blueprints are still in my house. Do you want to see the evidence? Or maybe you've never taken a close look at it." A trace of resentment welled up in Su's heart. She was only 15 years old, and the first time she fell in love, she threw herself into the fire and destroyed her true love. "This is a token of love between me and the Marquis. My name and the Marquis name are engraved inside the gold hairpin, symbolizing our everlasting love." How ironic. This was the design she had personally done to commemorate her love with Lu Yuanze. There were countless gold threads layered on top of each other, and wrapped inside the hairpin were her and Lu Yuanze's names. Su felt a dull pain in her chest. Suddenly, a pair of small hands grasped her index finger. "Mother, don't be angry. If you get angry, you'll make your body sick, but your enemy will be happy." Su smiled at Chaochao. Not long after, the officers arrived. Pei Jiaojiao's face turned pale, and the maid behind her glared at her suddenly. This was the maid left behind by Lu Yuanze. It was both to serve her and to look after her. Who reported this to the authorities? The man had a dignified look on his face. When he saw Su, he bowed to her. Su now has a third-rank imperial title, and those guards in the capital city have made a clear note of who they should not offend. The daughter of the old Taifu and the younger sister of the current Changshu, Su Yiting. Minister Su ascended to the position of minister at the age of 37. Everyone in the capital was afraid of him. The Su family is really lucky. Originally, His Majesty was wary of him, and Su Yiting had been in the third-rank position for 8 years. Who would have thought that he would be framed one day? Instead, he got promoted. It was this servant who reported it to the officials. "The hairpin on this lady's head was my wife's dowry. I don't know how it ended up on this lady's head. This lady is the mother of Lu Jinghuai, a talented young man from the capital. She can't be a thief, right?" Dingji covered his mouth and chuckled. A famous young genius with natural talent. But unfortunately, he stepped on the eldest son, Lu Yinshu, to get to the top. Pei Jiaojiao's face flushed. The mother who was just called a genius boy was praised so highly, but now she was thrown down so badly. "I didn't steal." Pei Jiaojiao glared at Su. She was just jealous that she had a genius son. Dingji quickly pulled the hairpin off her head, but the hairpin was caught in her hair. Dingji didn't feel sorry at all and just pulled it straight. The hairpin was taken away in an instant. Dingji was so upset that she stepped on the hairpin and bent it. Then Lu and Su were revealed. This is really Madame Su's hairpin. Madame Su's name is even on it. The onlookers were amazed and pointed at Pei Jiaojiao. Could it be that the mother of the genius boy is actually a thief? Someone even murmured, which made Pei Jiaojiao tremble with excitement. No, it's not me, she almost yelled. Pei Jiaojiao was so angry that she was shaking all over. The maid hugged Lu Jingyao and winked at the servant in a hurry. Genius boy, Lu Jinghuai's mother is actually a thief. She even stole someone else's dowry. The onlookers laughed out loud. I didn't steal. Pei Jiaojiao was panicked. Her son now had a very good reputation, was on a very good track, and had made friends with important people. Dingji glanced at her with disdain. I didn't steal it, so why is this thing on your head? You said you didn't steal, then call your husband out for a confrontation. Pei Jiaojiao suddenly fell silent, biting her lips tightly, not daring to say Lu Yuanze's name. This sentence made my scalp tingle with fear. When everyone saw this, they thought, hey, there really is something fishy going on. You said you didn't steal, so why don't you dare to ask your husband to come? This lady is dressed like a decent person, but she actually stole someone else's dowry. Oh, that genius young man. Could it be that he used stolen things to betray his people? At this moment, they were standing at the gate of Jinpin building, and many people were coming and going, pointing and talking. Dingji said inconspicuously, I heard that he got engaged to the Jiang family a few days ago and brought a lot of gifts. Was this gift also stolen? Pei Jiaojiao's eyelids were twitching. The officials couldn't afford to offend the Marquis Mansion, but they were afraid of Pei Jiaojiao's son. Lu Jinghuai studied at Tian'an Academy and was said to be accepted as a close disciple by the dean. The dean even said that Lu Jinghuai's talent was enough to win the top 3 prizes. The officer said, Madam, please come with me. Pei Jiaojiao didn't want to leave. If she left, she wouldn't be able to explain herself today. The maid glanced at her and tugged at her sleeve. If she didn't leave, staying here would only make things worse. It would be of no benefit to Master Lu in the future. The reputation you worked so hard to build will be destroyed in an instant. Pei Jiaojiao left reluctantly. I will go with you, sir. Dingji represented Su and went to the Yamen together. He also asked Ding Xue to go back home to get the blueprints and dowry list from that year. Su picked out a gift for Chaochao and then returned home leisurely. As soon as she returned home, the old lady asked someone to invite her to Desan Hall. Nanny Lin came in aggressively, with a fierce look in her eyes. Su stood outside Desan Hall. The old lady is taking a nap. Thank you for waiting for me. Nanny Lin had a bad look on her face and had no intention of letting the lady in. Su raised her eyelids slightly. When they first got married, the old lady set rules for her in the same way. At that time, Lu Yuanze advised that the old lady had raised them alone and had suffered a lot. So if she had some emotions, let Su bear more of the consequences. Su was standing outside the door, feeling dizzy from the sun. And now, Chapter 27, selling everything to pay the dowry. Bring a stool. She glanced at Jueshia, who immediately responded with a smile. After a while, a small table and a chair were set up in front of the old lady's door. Su lay on them, fanning herself with a fan. Su's leisurely appearance hurt Nanny Lin and everyone in the room. In less than half an hour, the old lady slowly woke up. When Su came in, the old lady didn't look tired at all, but rather had a hint of anger between her brows. Did you have a conflict with someone outside today? The old lady's brows were full of displeasure. You are the daughter-in-law of my mansion, and you represent the reputation of the mansion. I heard that you sent Lu Jinghuai's mother to jail. The old lady's breathing was a little heavy. Now, Lu Jinghuai is her great-grandson and her darling. Since Su gave birth to several useless children, she valued Lu Jinghuai more and more. Su stood up straight with a faint smile on her face. Mother got the news so quickly. She covered her mouth and chuckled. It's just a small matter. Who brought the news to disturb my mother's meditation? Nanny Lin looked unhappy. The room was a bit stuffy. The old lady liked quietness but was afraid of cold, so she didn't want to use the ice basin in this weather. Lu Jinghuai is known as the talented young man who has the greatest chance of winning the top 3 places in the imperial examinations. You sent his mother to jail. Isn't that ruining the child's reputation? You are also a mother. How can you be so cruel? The old lady felt extremely hateful just thinking about it. Su frowned slightly. Mother is so unreasonable. His mother is wearing my dowry on her head. She is a thief. What's wrong with a thief being sent to prison for stealing things? Besides, who knows if the things he eats and uses are stolen? After hearing this, the old lady was so angry that she started shaking all over. Her eyes turned red, and she almost couldn't breathe. My daughter-in-law has asked Dingji to find the dowry list and send it to the county government office. I heard that a lot of things were lost. The old lady's face changed drastically. Her dowry was priceless. As a token of sincerity, Su divided the keys of her dowry into 3 pieces. One for Marquis Lu Yuanze, one for the old lady, and one for Su. Mrs. Su was generous. The old lady privately gave a lot of things to pay Chaochao. Nonsense. This matter can be settled privately. Why bother to let it go? That child is a rare talent. Why offend him? The old lady gritted her teeth, not willing to let her darling grandson bear such a bad reputation. The future is ruined. She looked at Su with resentment. This vicious woman. Mother, you don't know the value of things. My daughter-in-law has 3 brothers. At that time, they emptied their private property to support Yunyang. The value is extremely high, and this matter cannot be settled privately. If it's done publicly, there's nothing to say. If it's done privately, my 3 brothers have bad tempers and will be of no benefit to Master Lu in the future. The old lady's tone paused. Mr. Su has just taken office as the minister and is in charge of the entire court. The Marquis Mansion is not to be trifled with. If this dowry gets out, there might be a thief in the family. It's a good opportunity to find that thief. The old lady was horrified when Su said this. Until evening, the old lady sent a message saying that the thief had been caught. When Su led his men over, a look of understanding flashed across his eyes. She guessed that the other party would push Nanny Lin out to take the blame. The old lady's face was extremely ugly, and she slightly closed her eyes. She has followed me for 50 years, and she has disappointed me so much. She stole all your dowry and sold them one by one. Then Lu Jinghuai's mother is probably an innocent buyer. She glanced at Nanny Lin threateningly. Nanny Lin's children all manage affairs in the mansion and are the old lady's confidants. In order to save Lu Jinghuai's reputation, the old lady would rather cut off her own arm. Su felt bitter in her heart and said calmly, "Send them to the government office." Nanny Lin's children are the sons of thieves, and they must not be kept in the government office. They might seek revenge for their mother in the future, which would be a disaster. Nanny Lin's eyes suddenly widened, but the old lady ordered someone to block his mouth. The lost dowry must be found without missing a single piece. Su glanced at the old lady, feeling extremely upset. The old lady almost gritted her teeth and responded word by word. As it should be. By the time Su left, Dingji had already returned from the government office. Dingji's eyes were filled with joy. He closed the door and whispered, "Madam, I'm afraid the other party is going to sell everything he has." 17 years! I have been stealing dowries for 17 years. Now that I have to give them all back, I am afraid I will lose half my life. I have inquired about it. Lu Jinghuai is extremely mysterious. No one knows who his parents are. We only know that he spends a lot of money lavishly and believes that heroes do not care about their origins. He makes friends all over the world. Many poor students are very good friends with him. Su showed a hint of sarcasm. You took my money and spent it lavishly. How noble you are? Don't ask about the origin? What right does he have to ask about the origin? He is a concubine's son, a most despicable identity. In his previous life, he made friends with poor scholars and won 3 first prizes in the imperial examinations, making him very famous. Later, his biological sister, Lu Jingyao, his mother's adopted daughter, personally reported the Su family and his mother for treason, and the entire Su family was killed. She got rid of my uncle and my mother perfectly. She married into the Marquis Mansion in a proper manner, without any dirt on me. In the previous life, our family was dedicated to offering sacrifices to the heavens. Mrs. Su's heart bled as she listened to her daughter's voice. Good, very good. A scholar from a poor family? Everyone knows that poor families value reputation and character the most. If it were revealed that he was the son of a concubine or an illegitimate child, would he still be able to thrive like a fish in water? Su murmured in a low voice. At night, Su slept soundly. The entire Marquis Mansion stayed awake all night. The old lady's private vault was wide open, and rare treasures were taken out one by one. The old lady was kneeling in the small Buddhist temple, her Buddhist beads almost torn to pieces. Sell it all, and fill the deficit quickly. Chaochao is still in prison, and Jingyao's eyes are swollen from crying. Jinghuai is also feeling bad. If his reputation cannot be restored this time, it will have a huge impact on Jinghuai. Lu Yuanze looked grim. He had sold out all his private treasury and even put his farm up for sale. At this moment, he couldn't help but hate Su Shiyin for making him so embarrassed and miserable. She caused Jinghuai to be plagued by a bad reputation. She is such a vicious woman. Chapter 28, Stealing My Sister Out. Before daybreak, Lu Yuanzhe came to pay his respects to Mrs. Su. He had 2 dark circles under his eyes. Mom, it was so noisy last night. The house was like a thief, with constant rustling. He rubbed his eyes, looking like he was still sleepy. Su felt refreshed, and she certainly knew why. Maybe there are rats in the house. Don't worry, Mother has put rat poison there, and it will be quiet at night. Su implied something meaningful. Keep your voice down. Your sister didn't sleep well last night. I guess she needs to make up for it in the morning. Mrs. Su had breakfast with her son. Lu Yuanzhe ate a few mouthfuls in a hurry, then shouted with a book bag on his back, I'm going to go see my sister, and I'll leave after I'm done. Dingji couldn't help but laugh and said, when she was pregnant, he kept saying that he didn't want a younger sister. Her younger sister is spoiled and cries a lot. Now she only leaves after going to and from school every day after seeing him. It smells so good. At this moment, Lu Yuanzhe sneaked into the house. Sister, I'm here. I brought you a bottle of milk, diapers, and some clean clothes. Happy, my brother is here to steal me. My brother also brought my favorite flower bag to hold me. Lu Chaochao opened her hand and was put into the bag by her brother. Hurry up and go, or Sister Xue will come to see me. Lu Chaochao lay in the bag with his little head sticking out. Lu Yuanzhe pushed open the window like a thief and jumped down with his sister on his back. The house was so busy today that she actually managed to sneak her sister out. Lu Yuanzhe hung the cloth bag on his chest, and his sister took her head out of the bag, revealing her pretty little face. The capital city is the most prosperous area in Beizhou, bustling with activity. Lu Chaochao didn't even have enough eyeballs. The sugar man looks good. Purchase. Lu Yuanzhe bought a candy man and ate 1 bite himself and 1 bite for his sister. Lu Chaochao couldn't take her eyes off the little doll. Bye. The air smells of free money and the smell of burning paper money. There were many people kneeling and burning paper on both sides of the road. There were new paintings of gods pasted on the doors of every household, and there was a hint of fear on the faces of people passing by. Don't be afraid, sister. Every year from July 13th to July 15th, for these 3 days, everyone stays indoors. This is a day when ghosts are wide open and evil spirits are everywhere. Living people should avoid it. These paper ingots and paper money are burned for them. The god paintings on the door have the function of suppressing evil spirits. Don't worry. Every year His Majesty invites the abbot of Hugua Temple to come out of seclusion. There will be no problems guarding the capital. He touched his sister's head, and suddenly, there was a sound from behind. Fat Tang Yuan, what's in your bag? Why is it moving? Lu Yuanzhe quickly pushed his sister into the bag. What's it got to do with you? He held the bag in front of him, looking defensive. Fat Tang Yuan, you're so feminine. You're actually carrying a flowered bag. Haha, you're not good at studying. Are you planning to be a girl? The other party's tone was extremely provocative. This is Li Siki, the little grandson of the Duke of Hugua. Standing behind him were 2 young masters, the eldest son of the Jiang family and Jiang Yunmo. He is Jiang Yunjin's younger brother. There's also a little monk. This is the emperor's 4th prince, only 6 years old this year. I heard that he was born with a bad fate and was born weak and sickly. He cried day and night since he was born and refused to open his eyes. He was sent to Hugua Temple to become a young monk, but he still looks thin. You are the sissy. Your whole family is sissy. Lu Yuanzhe had already arrived in front of the academy, stuck out his tongue, and refused to give him any. Then why are you carrying a flowery bag? Anyway, I would never carry such a fancy bag even if I die. Li Siki rolled his eyes. Jiang Yunma echoed from the side. That's right. Lu Yuanzhe didn't want to pay any attention to him at all. The Jiang family was full of treacherous people who would take advantage of others' misfortunes. Bah! Open the bag quickly, and let me see it. Li Siki wanted to snatch it. Just in time, the teacher walked in with a ruler in hand, and he sat down unhappily. He also glared at Lu Yuanzhe fiercely. I became more and more curious about what treasure he had in his bag. This is the introductory class of the Imperial College, and the students are 7 or 8 years old. There are 12 people in the class. Lu Yuanzhe comes from an average family and is a poor student. Because Jiang Yunma gets involved, he suffers some discrimination in the class. He was even rejected by his classmates. His only good friend had been ill recently and had not come to the academy. The teacher was lecturing in the classroom, shaking his head, and Lu Yuanzhe would look down at his sister from time to time. Li Siki became more and more curious and glanced into the distance. Then someone attracted Lu Yuanzhe's attention. Lu Yuanzhe was not paying attention, and Li Siki snatched the flowered bag away. Bang! The flowered bag knocked the books on the table to the ground. The master said sternly, "Yuanzhe, please stand up." What did the master just say? Lu Yuanzhe looked stunned. On governance. Meng Yitzi asked about filial piety, and Confucius said, "Do not disobey." Fan Shi was driving, and Confucius told him, "Meng's son asked me about filial piety, and I answered, 'Do not disobey.'" Fan Shi asked, "What does that mean?" Confucius said, "When they are alive, serve them with courtesy. When they are dead, bury them with courtesy and offer sacrifices to them with courtesy." Lu Yuanzhe recited it immediately. The teacher glanced at him and waved his hand for him to sit down. Li Siki smiled at him provocatively, then lowered his head to look at the flowered cloth bag. When he lowered his head, he saw a delicate baby as delicate as white porcelain, sitting in the bag with its butt sticking up, holding its little feet and chewing them. She stared at him with dark eyes. Only her head was visible. The chubby little face was smiling foolishly, biting its toes, looking so cute. Li Siki opened his mouth wide, damn it. Lu Yuanzhe stole his sister out. Lu Chaochao glanced at him. Her face wrinkled. She hesitated for a moment and generously handed over her foot. Ah. Li Siki's face was dull. He lowered his voice and said, "Thank you for the tree, but I don't like chewing my toes." His face looked a little conflicted. It's okay for babies to chew their hands and feet, but why do they ask others to chew them too? Perhaps, in their eyes, this is the joy of sharing good things? Let me see. Jiang Yunma poked him. Li Siki glared and grabbed the flowered bag tightly to block his sight. Lu Yuanzhe was so restless that he remained in agony until the get-out of class was over. Rushed to Li Siki. "Give it back to me." Cold sweat broke out on his brow. Jiang Yunma is the villain in the middle, and he has always been targeted by Li Siki. What if Li Siki bullies his sister? He shouldn't have brought his sister here. Lu Yuanzhe's eyes turned red. How do you talk to Brother Qi like that? You're yelling at me, believe it or not. Before Jiang Yunma could finish his words, Li Siki glared at him fiercely. Shuh! Li Siki raised his hand to his mouth. Then he held the flowered bag like a treasure. Lu Yuanzhe, come with me. Jiang Yunma raised his foot to catch up, and he immediately scolded. Jiang Yunma, you are not allowed to come over. Jiang Yunma stamped his feet in anger. What on earth was in the flowered bag? He actually provoked Li Siki to scold him. The Imperial College was huge, and the garden was full of flowers. Li Siki asked the servant to stand outside the rockery to keep watch, while the fourth prince and Lu Yuanzhe hid in the flowers. Lu Yuanzhe even had cold sweat on the tip of his nose. Give my sister back to me. Li Siki glared at him. I didn't bully your sister. You were so brave that you actually dared to bring your sister to the academy. Did you steal her? If he brought such a beautiful and lovely sister out, his mother would definitely beat him to death. Chapter 29, One-Day Trip to the Academy. Can you bring someone with you? Your sister is suffering from the heat and has prickly heat all over her body. He secretly untied the cloth bag, and the little girl felt a little more comfortable. Lu Yuanzhe breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his sister sleeping peacefully in his arms. Your sister is so pretty. Li Siki's face was full of envy. Lu Yuanzhe actually had such a beautiful sister. Of course, my sister is super cute, and she even kisses me. Lu Yuanzhe looked proud. Li Siki felt bad. His mother only gave birth to 3 legitimate sons, and his concubine gave birth to a daughter, but she looked like a monkey. He looked at the child again and again, and returned the child to Lu Yuanzhe with reluctance on his face. Lu Yuanzhe hung it in the cloth bag on his chest again. What's her name? Li Siki looked at her eagerly. Lu Yuanzhe didn't like him at first, but seeing that he liked his sister, he couldn't help showing off. Her name is Chaochao, Lu Chaochao. It sounds really nice. What does your sister want to eat? You can sit at the same table with me for lunch later. Li Siki was worried that he couldn't take good care of Chaochao, so he couldn't help but ask. The fourth prince looked at him in surprise. The milk I brought out this morning has gone bad. I don't want to sit with you. I hate Jiang Yunma. Lu Yuanze looked embarrassed. The weather was too hot, and his sister's food was ruined. I'll have someone go to the kitchen to ask for it later. Li Siki paused and said, Then Jiang Yunma, you are not allowed to sit with me at noon. I will protect your sister for you, and will never tell anyone else. The friendship boat just capsized like that. Then, can you let me hug your sister more? Li Siki looked at her eagerly. She is so cute. Lu Yuanze pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. When Lu Chaochao woke up, she saw several little boys surrounding her and was frightened. What a big face, it scared me to death. Don't cry, Sister Chaochao. I'll feed you milk. Li Siki is the little grandson of the Duke of Protectorate. The Duke of Protectorate and Su Jiajing have different views, and the two sides have been sworn enemies for many years. The Duke of Hugua's mansion and the Su family have been at loggerheads for many years. Li Siki naturally had no good impression of Lu Yuanze. And now, does your sister need a diaper change? Does your sister want some water? Can you bring your sister to the academy tomorrow? Can your sister smile at me? Li Siki kept asking. When Lu Chaochao heard the voice, she grinned and smiled at Li Siki. Li Siki was so happy that he smiled from ear to ear. Your sister smiled at me. Your sister smiled at me. He couldn't help but gently kiss her cheek. It was so soft and fragrant, and there was a milky scent all over her body. Lu Yuanze shook his head. Tomorrow is July 13th. We are going to go out for a parade. Scholars have a literary air, and when they recite aloud, they will exude a sense of righteousness. During these 3 days, every academy would take turns to parade through the streets, carrying the scrolls on their backs as they walked, in an effort to drive away the evil spirits that had left the ghost gates. Ordinary people will stay indoors during these 3 days. Li Siki looked at the fourth prince suddenly. Sure enough, the fourth prince's face was pale and full of fear. Don't be afraid. We will go back to the temple as soon as school is over. The fourth prince shook his head. My mother is not in good health. I want to stay in the palace to accompany her. Besides, if the abbot enters the palace, he can protect me. Lu Chaochao blinked her eyes and said, this is the body of Tianin. Born in a year, month, day, hour, one is born weak. If not born in a royal family with the protection of dragon energy, one is likely to die at birth. But living is also a torment. People are born to see ghosts. Wouldn't they be scared to death during the Mid-Autumn Festival? Lu Chaochao complained in his heart. Lu Yuanze widened his eyes. No wonder the fourth prince has lived in the Hugua temple all year round. If his mother, concubine Xian, had not been seriously ill this year, he would probably not have been able to return to the palace. After school, go back to the palace early. Don't bump into any dirty things. Don't go out for the next 3 days. He is weak and a sinister person, so he can be easily possessed by evil spirits. Sure enough, just after lunch, someone from the palace came to take the fourth prince away. In the 3rd year, he missed home and sneaked back to the palace on the 15th day of July. When he woke up, it was 3 days later. His temperament changed drastically in those 3 days. It is said that the Empress consort Xian was frightened by him and fell seriously ill. Li Siki sighed. He knew a little more. That time, the fourth prince's eyes were bloodshot. He bit concubine Xian's dog to death and sucked all its blood. The whole person is like an evil spirit. After waking up, I had no memory. During those 3 days, the body was possessed by evil spirits. The worst thing was that he didn't dare to open his eyes until he was 3 years old, and he covered his eyes with gauze every day. He often saw ghosts when he was a child, which is why he was extremely difficult to bring up when he was young. Is there no way to stop the evil spirit from taking over? Can't the monks at Hugua Temple do it? I was born sickly and frail, living in a cold temple, separated from my parents for years. I also had to be on the lookout for my body being taken away from me. Lu Yuanze always thought that the fourth prince had a cold personality, but now, looking at him, he feels that he is pitiful. Li Siki shook his head. The abbot can only keep him safe for a while. Even if the virtuous concubine searches the whole world, she can't find a permanent solution. After the two of them had the experience of raising a baby together, they felt that the other was a good person. How simple is this? If you cut my hair, even the king of hell would be scared. Lu Chaochao lifted her chubby little feet and kept babbling. She found that talking more often every day was very helpful for her voice. Alas, the instinct to chew hands and feet is simply impossible to control. And recently she always felt itchy at the roots of her teeth, and she guessed that she was about to grow teeth. Lu Chaochao grabbed a handful of hair in annoyance. Hey, don't scratch it, don't scratch it. There are only 2 strands. Don't scratch them all off. Lu Yuanzhe heard her mention the lanugo and took a quick look. Her hair was not cut and still remained, but he had some doubts about his sister. Could these 2 soft hairs ward off evil spirits? Was it true? In just one afternoon, the 2 developed a deep revolutionary friendship. Until the end of school, the 2 of them were still looking at the flowered bag lovingly, smiling gently. Lu Yuanxiao's face was full of smiles. He had made a new friend, just walked out of the academy gate. He then saw Su standing at the door with a sullen face and holding a stick. Ah! As soon as Lu Yuanxiao stepped out of the door, he was beaten and screamed. His screams could be heard throughout the city. Everyone watched as Su took out a fair and tender baby from his school bag. The baby is as cute as ice and snow, with a lovable appearance. Lu Yuanxiao, you are so bold as to sneak your sister to the academy. Su was furious. God knows how panicked she was today. Almost overturned half of the capital city. I think you are itching for trouble. I'll make you bold and let you sneak out of the house with your sister. Will you dare to do it again next time? Will you dare to do it again next time? Su picked up a stick and chased after him, hitting him. Lu Yuanxiao screamed and wondered in his heart. I'll dare to do it again next time. Chapter 30. The Mid-Autumn Festival. Go and kneel in the ancestral hall. You can't come out without my permission. Su's face was stern, and she hugged her daughter tightly. Lu Yuanxiao hung his head and said, oh, dejectedly. Then he went to kneel in the ancestral hall, silently. Dingxi's legs and feet were so weak from fright that he just came back to his senses. Mother, please don't blame my brother. Chaochao really wants to go out. Baji, he gave Su a kiss on the face. Mrs. Su glanced at her daughter, who was laughing heartlessly, and said, you are the happiest person today, but you scared your mother to death. She was terrified just thinking about it. The young master also likes my sister, madam. Dingxi wanted to plead for Lu Yuanxiao. Lu Yuanxiao is usually sweet talker and never puts on airs, so the maids all love him very much. Su glared at her in reproach. All right, kneel down until after dinner. Dingxi immediately gave the order happily, asking for dinner to be served half an hour earlier today. Madam, you seem to be in high spirits because of the good news. Dingxi couldn't help but smile. If Madam wasn't in a good mood today, I'm afraid the young master would have been in big trouble. Su pursed her lips and chuckled. Early this morning, all the things that were lost from her private vault were recovered, and she also received a large sum of compensation. At least she was compensated financially for all the hard work she had done over the years. I'm afraid the Marquis Mansion is just an empty shell. Well, the old lady had dark circles under her eyes early in the morning. She said she wanted to go burn incense. I'm afraid he looked over there. Dingxi was unconvinced. Madam, how about? Let's get divorced? Dingxi thought about it countless times and finally said this. Lu Chaochao immediately jumped up in his arms. Divorce, divorce, divorce. Change new daddy. Change new daddy. Look, the young lady is secretly happy. Dingxi really didn't want the lady to be tortured again. Just thinking about how she had lived in a scam for the past 17 years made her feel sorry for her wife. Su looked slightly stunned. Dingxi, I have 3 sons and 1 daughter. Since ancient times, when a woman divorced and returned home, she did not take her children with her, unless the other party voluntarily gives up. Now Lu Yuanze's chips are not enough. Not enough for him to abandon several children. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Dingxi ordered someone to prepare dinner. In the evening, the old lady and Lu Yuanze returned to the Marquis Mansion. They both looked tired, with a hint of anger in their eyes. Su disrupted all their plans. Your wife is so vicious. She actually wants to destroy Jinghuai. Jinghuai is the son of my Marquis Mansion and the hope of the Marquis Mansion. Did you see how Jinghuai was trying hard to suppress his loneliness today? It made me feel so sad. The old lady held her handkerchief and cried. Nanny Lin was her confidant, but she was also pushed out to take the blame, and this time she was seriously injured. She is also a mother. How can she be so cruel? Just because the bastard she gave birth to is not good enough. Does that mean she has to ruin other people's children? The old lady slammed her cane on the ground with a thud. Lu Yuanze frowned. Mom, be careful with your words. They are not bastards. They're also my children. Lu Yuanze looked a little hesitant. The old lady slammed her cane on his head. He covered his head in pain, with blood oozing from his palm. Confused. If it was Yinshu back then, it would be fine. But now he is a cripple. A cripple who needs someone to take care of him, including eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating. If he stays alive, he will only bring shame to our mansion. How smart is Jinghui? He is famous in the capital. Jingyao is even more so. She got the prophecy from the abbot, which is invaluable. And what about Jiao Jiao? She has been following you without any status and has been wronged for 17 years. Su Shiyun, that vicious woman. The old lady looked resentful. This time, Jinghui's reputation was almost ruined, and he almost lost everything. Her family is powerful. I had originally planned that if her baby died young, I would raise Jingyao under her name. If she had the baby under her name, she would have feelings for him and would not be on guard. There is always a chance to do anything to the Su family and Su Shiyun. In the future, Jingyao will kill her own relatives for the sake of justice and gain a good reputation. Pity. If Jingyao was here, we would be able to ease the pain of missing each other. We have a good granddaughter, but we have to raise her outside, hiding her from the public. Lu Yuanze's eyes moved slightly, but he said nothing. As it got darker, the servants in the mansion closed the doors and windows and checked whether there were door gods posted on them. Midnight. Waves of white mist emerged from the sky, covering everything. In the white fog, there appeared faintly various terrifying creatures with bared fangs and claws. There were headless people wandering aimlessly, looking for their heads. There were broken arms and limbs, bloody mouths, and all kinds of strange and terrifying things, all floating in the sky. There were faint, sharp sounds in my ears. Su was wearing clothes, and Dingji didn't even dare to light the oil lamp. She said in the moonlight, "Madam, don't worry, there are door gods posted everywhere. There is also black dog blood sprinkled on the foot of the wall. It's completely fine." Su glanced at Lu Chaochao, who was sleeping Anren, and kicked off the quilt because she was too hot, revealing her snow-white belly. Su pulled Chaochao's clothes to cover her belly. "Today, I'm afraid it's better to just sleep in the morning." "Has Yuanxia gone out? Did he have his meal?" Su looked a little embarrassed. Juexia chuckled and lowered her voice. "Don't worry, Brother Yuanxiao has already gone back to rest. Before he left, I sent someone to deliver some snacks. It should be paraded in the streets now." The whistling sound of the wind outside the door was faintly mixed with the howling of ghosts and wolves, which made people's scalps tingle. Every July 15th, people are in a panic, alas. Dingxi sighed. Tonight seems to be more terrifying than previous years. The fog is so thick that you can't even see your hand in front of you. It's all white, and you can't see anything. In previous years, as long as you closed the gate, you could still move around in the yard. But this year, the white fog actually entered the mansion. White fog entered the mansion, and it seemed that many inexplicable things appeared in the mansion. "Have all the servants gone into the house to make way?" asked Mrs. Su. "It is midsummer, but I feel a bone-chilling cold. I touched my arm and got goosebumps all over. I gave them instructions this afternoon to evacuate and return to their houses. There is no one in the yard right now. I'm afraid it won't get better until morning. My eyelids are twitching so much. I don't know how Yuanxiao is doing." This was Lu Yuanxiao's first time to participate in a parade. Beizhao stipulated that scholars could participate in parades to exorcise evil spirits after they turned 8 years old. Everything is voluntary. Why can't I hear the sound of reading? In previous years, the deafening sound of reading could be heard everywhere on this street. It always dispelled the terrible darkness and brought a glimmer of light. Dingji's brow was also a little anxious. Today is different from previous years. "It's okay. There's a great monk here, so everything will be safe," she whispered. The two maids, Yingxue and Juexia, also hugged each other and shivered. Suddenly, there was a sharp creaking sound next to my ears. The piercing pains the eardrum. Several people looked towards the door, suddenly. The door creaked, and something seemed to be trying to squeeze in. Chapter 31. Baby language is dirty. The door banged. Dingji looked at the door with horror and saw a crack appearing on it. How could this happen? Aren't they afraid of the door gods painted with cinnabar? That sticker can't actually keep away evil spirits? Su's eyes darkened slightly. "Where did you buy the cinnabar painting?" The blood color on Dingji's face disappeared in an instant. Yes, the Marquis brought it." As soon as she said this, she almost lost all strength and felt a chill rushing to the top of her head. Dingji was about to cry out loud. Before you gave birth, the Marquis had prepared the cinnabar painting. At that time, no one knew that the Marquis had an affair and had a mistress. Su felt a chill in her heart. The door creaked and was pushed further outward. Yingxue and Jueshia had already retreated to the inside, and both of them stood in front of the lady, trembling all over. Eh? Klung, 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 klung. We found you. The voices coming from all directions almost drowned them. The door was shaking, and Sue bit her lips tightly, with a fishy taste on the tip of her tongue. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Why hasn't the sound of reading appeared yet? Yingxue cried, and everyone's hearts sank. Lu Chaochao raised his hands above his head, placed them on both sides of his head, and spread his legs like a little frog. The thick flesh of the little hands and feet moved impatiently. The bursts of laughter in her ears made her feel annoyed, even in her sleep. She opened her eyes. She was woken up in the middle of the night. She looked grumpy and full of resentment, heavier than that of a demon. She puffed up her chubby cheeks, raised her little fists, and looked angry. Dingxi was so frightened that he shuddered and stepped forward to cover her mouth. Chill. She coaxed Lu Chaochao while shivering. In a flash, the overwhelming sound suddenly stopped. The evil spirit that was madly pushing its way through the door stopped. The frightening laughter stopped. It seemed that even the passing wind had quieted down. It was very quiet, without any sound. Lu Chaochao angrily pushed Dengji away, raised his round index finger, pointed at the door, and cursed viciously with his mouth open. All I know is that she was extremely angry and cursed a lot. Judging from his expression, he was cursing very dirty. Only Sue covered her ears silently, with a look of confusion and helplessness on her face. What did the young lady say? Yingxue whispered to Jueshia. Jueshia scratched his head, thinking that the young lady was particularly fierce at this moment, in a cute and fierce way. My little ancestor, please stop scolding me. There are evil spirits outside. They will eat people if you piss them off. Dingxi coaxed and persuaded him. Outside the door, it was as quiet as a chicken. Lu Chaochao yawned and looked outside the door with satisfaction. A large black mass was crawling on the ground. The most terrifying evil spirit in the legend that frightened the whole world was trembling in fear at this moment. If someone saw this, they would probably fall to their knees and exclaim what a miracle it is. Lu Chaochao rubbed his eyes, closed them, and fell asleep again. The sound of snoring means a sound sleep. The white fog outside the door retreated silently, like a tide. Dingxi bravely leaned on the door and said, Madam, why did they leave? Did the young lady really scare them away? Mrs. Sue's eyelids twitched slightly. What nonsense are you talking about? Chaochao is talking in his sleep. What does a half-year-old baby know? Dingxi laughed foolishly. That's true. Everyone was very lucky to have escaped the disaster and survived. I'll go to the front door and see what's going on outside. Sue was worried, so she put on her coat and prepared to go out. I'll accompany you. Dingxi knew that he was worried about the third young master. The two of them didn't dare to carry the lantern, as they didn't know if it would attract evil spirits. The mansion was silent, except for the cinnabar painting in Sue's bedroom, which was torn to pieces by the evil spirit. Madam! Dingxi's eyes were red, and he seemed to hate her to the extreme. Sue's expression was indifferent. From now on, anything he sent should be kept separately. Lu Yuanze, you married me in a grand sedan chair and made me devote my whole life to the Marquis Mansion. But you just sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor with your mistress. I will make you lose all your reputation and everything. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, and at this moment, Sue still didn't know how vicious Lu Yuanze really was. The yard was silent, but outside the house there were sounds of ghosts howling all night long. Sue and Dengji lay at the gate, secretly peeking outside. Strange, our street seems to be particularly quiet. Dingxi was a little puzzled. He could clearly hear evil voices before. At this moment, it is exceptionally calm. Maybe it's because the abbot is here? Chaochao's voice flashed through Sue's mind. Dingxi nodded. That was probably it. Madam, I heard the sound of reading. Dingxi looked happy. Sure enough, the deafening sound of reading that came faintly in the air began to dispel the evil spirits in the white fog little by little. The two were worried about Lu Yuanzhe, so they didn't leave and just sat on the steps at the door waiting. Tonight is extra long. Every minute and every second was extremely painful. Until the first ray of morning sun appeared on the horizon and the first ray of sunlight fell on the earth, the white mist began to dissipate rapidly. Retreating back into the darkness little by little, lying dormant, waiting for the next arrival. Whoa! There were suppressed cries coming from the street. This was the joy of surviving the disaster. Lu Yuanzhao returned home, feeling dizzy, and was taken back to Tingfeng Garden by Su. Did everything go well last night? Were you scared? Mrs. Su had breakfast served. Lu Yuanzhao didn't want to eat, but in order to reassure Mrs. Su, he took a few bites after all. Lu Yuanzhao was still a little scared at this moment. Mom, my son is fine. Was everything okay at home yesterday? Yesterday, when we were parading the streets, we found that the evil spirits had entered the courtyard. They seemed to be more powerful than in previous years. There were even cases of injuries. Fortunately, the abbot arrived in time. Otherwise, there would be a big disaster. I was assigned to Lu Jinghuai's group yesterday. Lu Yuanzhao curled his lips. He knew from his sister's thoughts that the genius boy Lu Jinghuai was his father's illegitimate child. Su's eyes trembled slightly. At this moment, Lu Yuanzhao looked a little strange. Mother, Lu Jinghuai has a great reputation, and many people secretly bet that he will win 3 prizes in a row. He is a destiny star. Some even speculate that he will be able to dispel the 3 days of darkness during the Ghost Festival on his own in the future. But guess what? Yesterday, those evil spirits were not afraid of him. How strange. Logically speaking, those evil spirits are very afraid of the scholarly spirit of scholars. Lu Jinghuai is the best among them. How could this be possible? Lu Jinghuai is 15 this year, and this is his first time to participate in a parade. Lu Chaochao sat on the bed, holding an apple, and her upper teeth had white tips the size of rice grains. Her baby teeth had not yet fully grown out, so she often used these poor little teeth to scrape applesauce to eat. Of course, it's because he plagiarized his brother's article. Both mother and son were stunned. Before my eldest brother was 8 years old, he was famous in the capital, and no one could surpass his name. But within 2 years of my eldest brother's paralysis, he became known as a child prodigy. He even stole the questions that my eldest brother had written for him when he passed the imperial examination at the age of 10. Lu Chaochao smacked his lips because his title of genius was not worthy of his reputation. Su's face suddenly fell. Chapter 32. The abbot was blinded by her scolding. Lu Yuanzhao clenched his fists. To this day, some people still compare the big brother of that time with Lu Jinghuai. People call them the talents of backgammon. Whenever the eldest brother is mentioned, people always sigh with regret, saying it is a pity that such a talented person has become a cripple. He would also praise Lu Jinghuai. Let Lu Jinghuai step on his elder brother to get to the top. Mom, my son is having a hard time with his studies right now, and I want to borrow some of my eldest brother's old books and articles. Do you know where they are? Lu Yuanzhao coughed lightly and asked casually. Su pursed her lips and said, when your eldest brother got into trouble, he was extremely resistant to everything in the past. Your father sent someone to move away. I moved to Lu Jinghuai a long time ago, hum. Lu Chaochao couldn't even hold the big apple with both hands. It was bigger than her cheek. Come to think of it, I haven't seen your elder brother for a long time. She looked a little gloomy. When I think of my eldest son, my heart still aches. She devoted all her efforts to her eldest son, and when he got into trouble, she almost lost half her life. Later, the eldest son refused to leave the hospital, and she couldn't go in either. Sometimes I could only sneak in to see him after he fell asleep, watching him getting thinner day by day, watching him sink into despair bit by bit, watching him lose his desire for life bit by bit. It's been 8 years. When will he be willing to leave the house? Su sighed. Perhaps Big Brother will think it through soon. Lu Yuanzhao couldn't help but think of the last time he met his big brother. He seemed to like Chaochao very much, and even broke the original rules for Chaochao. Mrs. Su smiled but said nothing. She didn't dare to expect too much. Her eldest son being alive was her last hope. During the day, Lu Yuanzhao had a sound sleep. In the next 2 days, he continued to hide during the day and come out at night. After 3 days, the little fat boy has lost a lot of weight. It's so painful. It happens every year, and I can't bear it. Why can't I get rid of this damn evil spirit? Su cursed inwardly. Lu Yuanzhao yawned. Mom, it's great that my son was able to escape unscathed. I heard that the abbot has gone blind this year. Lu Yuanzhao was a little scared. Really? Su was surprised. When he left, the abbot's eyes were still covered with a black cloth. Lu Yuanzhao went back and fell asleep immediately. Su couldn't help but think of the last time she cursed the abbot in her heart, scolding her for giving the Buddhist beads to Lu Jingyao. She might as well be blind. Su shuddered. Her daughter seems, it's a bit of a big deal. Just after the Ghost Festival, Su's second uncle came to visit. This time, Mrs. Su did not refuse politely, but opened the door to warmly welcome him. She didn't know whether Lu Yuanze was happy or not. Anyway, she's very happy. At that time, Lu Chaochao had just turned 6 months old, which was the right stage for him to eat complimentary food. He would hold a hard biscuit to grind his teeth every day. The saliva is slurping. She was wearing a short red skirt and sitting cross-legged on the couch. There were a few sparse hairs on her head, and Sue had tied them into 2 small buns in a unique way. Chaochao, do you miss your second uncle? The second uncle is in charge of water conservancy and is a kind person, unlike his eldest brother Su Yiting, who looks stern. He is exceptionally kind. Lu Chaochao spread out her hands and was held in his arms. Following behind him were 2 young men. There were his legitimate sons, Su Yuhing and Su Yuqing. These 2 are twins. He is 16 years old this year, looks exactly the same as before, and has an extremely handsome appearance. Unfortunately, the birth of twins was difficult and the labor process took too long, so the babies were born with some intellectual disabilities, also called amnesia. This is Chaochao's younger sister. Call her younger sister. The second uncle touched his 2 sons' heads, feeling a little sad. It would be great if the 2 children could be safe and healthy. The 2 of them blinked, and even the look in their eyes when they looked at Lu Chaochao was clear and confused. Don't blame me, Chaochao. Your 2 brothers don't understand what I say. The second uncle sighed. He was 16 years old, but he couldn't even call his parents. Lu Chaochao tilted her head and said, Brother Yuheng? Brother Yuqing? Hey, their souls are unstable? No wonder they look stupid, as if something is missing. The 2 brothers, who had no reaction to the outside world, suddenly looked up at Lu Chaochao, looking at her with burning eyes. In their world, they couldn't hear or understand anything for 16 years. But Lu Chaochao's voice went straight to their souls. Wow, I have so many brothers. Each one is more handsome than the other. Brother, hug me. Lu Chaochao wanted to pounce on everyone he saw. At this moment, he opened his hand and extended it to Brother Yuheng. The second uncle panicked. Chaochao, brother doesn't understand. It's been 16 years, and he can't be taught anything, and he doesn't understand anything. But Lu Chaochao stubbornly continued to open his hands. Brother, hug me. The voice was soft and tender, stubborn and cute. Su Yuheng frowned, as if he could only see the little person in his eyes. Then, under his father's shocked gaze, he carefully spread out his hands and held the chubby baby in his arms. Baji, Lu Chaochao gave her a generous kiss. Su Yuheng hugged her in panic. I'm Chaochao's younger sister. You have to call me sister. The little girl generously handed over the teething stick that was covered with saliva. Su Yuheng was stunned for a rare moment, staring at her blankly. No. Ah, sister. He opened his mouth and stuttered for a long time before he uttered the word sister in a hoarse voice. But Uncle Su was shocked, even shed tears on the spot. Yuheng, he can speak. My son can speak. After 16 years, his son could actually speak and respond. Lu Chaochao spread out her arms again and shouted to Brother Yuqing, hug me, and still received a hug. Mr. Su and his wife were already crying with joy, although the 2 sons still did not respond to their calls. But they responded to Chaochao. This gave them hope again. Shiyun, you gave birth to a good daughter. The second sister-in-law actually wiped away her tears. She was injured when she gave birth to twins, and she only has 2 children in this life. I had given up hope a long time ago, but now, the situation has improved. Mrs. Su was also surprised. Don't cry, second brother and sister-in-law. From now on, Yuheng and Yuqing will come to your house often to play, and let Chaochao stay with them more. Or, I can bring Chaochao back. As long as she could help her second brother, she would naturally be happy to do so. The second brother and his wife wiped their tears and started chatting with Su. Lu Chaochao took the opportunity to grab the index fingers of his 2 brothers and solidify their souls. What a joke, this thing is my specialty. But I pricked up my ears to listen to their conversation. This time, His Majesty sent me to Lin Luo to control the flood. I may not be able to return until after the new year. You should be careful in the capital, Lu Yuanze. Second, Uncle Su frowned slightly. My second brother's words may not sound nice, but you must be more cautious. Su pinched her handkerchief and took a deep breath. Second brother, I understand everything. You must be more careful. However, Mr. Su secretly glanced at Lu Chaochao, who was chewing on the teeth stick. Prick up your ears and listen carefully to what is going on. Chapter 33, Marrying a Scumbag. Lin Luo flood? Isn't that the reason why my second uncle was torn to pieces by the victims? Second uncle, you must be careful of Dong Jiaming. He will hurt you. The little guy was anxious in his heart, and the second uncle's brows relaxed. Hey, we came to the right place. Dong Jiaming? Okay, he remembered this person. Su was also thinking of a way to remind her second brother. Mr. Su didn't even have dinner. He sat for a while and then left in a hurry. We also agreed to bring Chaochao to interact more with our two sons. After this visit, he felt that both children had become smarter. At night, Lu Chaochao was sleeping soundly when he heard some faint noises coming from outside. Su got up and put on her clothes. Dingji went in and reported. Someone outside hurried to Desan Hall and said that someone was seriously ill. Lu Chaochao yawned, turned over, and continued to sleep. It feels good to be able to turn over. Luck is a thing that waxes and wanes. In the original book, the Su family was in decline, and Su's three sons met with accidents one after another. So naturally the heroine's family was doing well. Now the Su family has been promoted, he is not dead, and his third brother has not gone astray. Mother also took the opportunity to empty the warehouse of the Lu family and the heroine, so naturally everything goes wrong. Although there was a lot of noise outside all night, Lu Chaochao slept soundly. Su was invited to Desan Hall early in the morning. The old lady looked tired, and she was furious when she saw Su, who looked refreshed. It's all her. It's all her fault that the situation has become like this. You sleep peacefully. Wani's marriage is about to be arranged, but you don't even take care of it. You make an old lady like me busy. What's the point of marrying you? The old lady said lightly. If it were usual, Su would have knelt down and apologized. At this moment, Mother, I have loved her for so many years. Who in Beijing doesn't know it? No matter what, my daughter-in-law is not wrong. How can you be old? When you were born, others of your age had already become grandmothers. You can still give birth to a daughter, so you won't be old. Su said in a coquettish tone with a smile. But the old lady couldn't laugh at all. She always felt that Su was mocking her, but she couldn't find any evidence. This makes it even more frustrating. Wani is your biological daughter after all. I may love Wani on a daily basis, but you still have to be her biological mother to arrange her wedding, so that others will not blame you. Mrs. Su smiled. Everyone in the capital knew that she did not agree with Lu Wani's marriage, so she naturally stayed away from it. In the future, even if Lu Wani regrets it, it will have nothing to do with her. The old lady had a gloomy look on her face. Pei Jiaojiao made a fool of herself in public last time and was locked up in the government office for a night. She came back and made a scene with Lu Yuanze all night. There were rumors in the capital again that Lu Jinghuai's mother was a thief, and there were even rumors that it was his family that was struck by lightning last time. It really affected Jinghuai's reputation. Time and again, everyone was not serving Lu Jingyao wholeheartedly. She had a high fever last night and was so scared that she couldn't sleep all night. As a result, he became more and more worried about keeping Lu Jingyao outside. If I could be raised by Su, get Su's property, and gain Su's trust, I could always look after my little sweetheart. You are Wani's sister-in-law, so help her check more. Su smiled but said nothing. I called you here today because I have something to discuss with you. A letter came from Qingxi Old House, saying that a distant relative met with misfortune, leaving behind an orphan daughter. That daughter is about the same age as Chaochao. She has been raised to be skinny and has no one in the clan to help her. I want to ask if we can lend a hand. I thought, since there is no child of Chaochao's age in the mansion, it would be better to find a companion for Chaochao. Chaochao's brothers are useless, so his sister can help him. What do you think? The old lady said this, but her tone was very firm. Su had been married for 17 years and had never received any rejection. That year, the old lady caught a cold and fell seriously ill, unable to get out of bed. When wealthy families take care of their sick parents, they just go through the motions. But the actual work is done by the maids and servants, which is considered extremely filial. And Su, the darling of heaven at that time, could not bear to see her son being tortured. Intently trying to put a damper on Su's prestige, she said a word and Su personally took care of her excrement and urination, without ever complaining. She didn't even think that Su would refuse. When the time comes, we'll add them to the family tree together with Chaochao and raise them as twins. The old lady smiled. If they were twins, their birth dates wouldn't have to be changed, and they could return home to recognize their relatives with a legitimate reason. Su's nails dug into the flesh. How dare they? How dare you think that? He actually wanted to bring the illegitimate child born from his mistress back to his wife's lap and let her raise him? Suddenly I remembered that this was their original plan. It was because she heard Chaochao's inner voice that she escaped the disaster. If you think about it, Chaochao died at that time, and she raised that evil child like a treasure. In the end, he backstabbed me and the Su family. For her, it was no less than a calamity. Su's scalp felt numb. At this moment, she clenched her palms tightly, without showing any expression. Mom, I already have Chaochao. Why do I need another daughter? Besides, that child's parents are both gone? Su asked worriedly. The old lady hummed slightly. Mother, it's not that my daughter-in-law doesn't tolerate others. I'm afraid that child will bring misfortune to his father and mother. Look, before she was born, everything was great, the family was harmonious, and the parents were loving. After she was born, the family was broken up, and everything went wrong. I'm afraid she has a hard life and is unlucky with her relatives. My daughter-in-law is young, so I'm not afraid. But mother, Su sighed, as if hinting at something. The old lady frowned slightly, and a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. Lu Jingyao and Lu Jinghuai are her sweethearts, and she will not tolerate outsiders gossiping about them. Jingyao's destiny has been certified by a high-ranking monk and is precious. Forget it. Since you don't want to, I won't force you. The old lady didn't think much about it. She just felt that it was a pity that Lu Chaochao was not drowned. Su walked out of the door, and the smile on her face instantly collapsed. Dream! Lu Chaochao knew nothing about this, and even if she knew, she would not let Lu Jingyao be her sister. As long as she doesn't want it, no one can force her. Lu Chaochao just turned 7 months old and had her first baby tooth. She can eat more and more complimentary foods, and occasionally even eat half a steamed egg. And it's time for Lu Wani to get married. In your previous life, my mother tried to stop you from marrying into a hell, but you ended up burning her face. This time, let's see if you'll regret it. Lu Chaochao was dressed festively, with a hint of red between her eyebrows, making her look even more adorable. Beat her to death, beat her to death, beat her to death. The mansion of the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery was bustling with activity, decorated with red lanterns and red double happiness symbols hung everywhere. The old lady was overjoyed, and the mother and daughter cried for a long time before she was sent out. Su, among the people who came to pick up the bride, actually saw Lu Jinghuai. Lu Jinghuai seems to have a good relationship with the new top scholar Gu Ling. Did he know that Gu Ling would commit domestic violence and beat his wife? Su looked on coldly as Lu Wani, with a coquettish look on her face, walked towards the marriage she longed for. Chapter 34. Chaochao teases his scumbag father. After Lu Wani got married, the mansion suddenly became much quieter. On the day of returning home, Lu Wani looked shy, and standing next to the new top scholar, they seemed to be a perfect match. Just like a perfect match. Lu Wani glanced at Su, and the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously in sarcasm. Sister-in-law, I'm glad I didn't listen to you. Ling is such a good man, but you said he was not worthy of her and stopped Wani from getting married. She betrayed Su without hesitation. Gu Ling looked over with a sharp gaze, with a hint of coldness in his expression. I wonder when did I offend the Marquis's wife? Gu Ling frowned slightly. Mrs. Su said calmly, although Wani is not my daughter, I personally taught her everything about her growth. She is better than my own daughter. She was spoiled by me and has a spoiled personality. I was worried that she would regret it, so I stopped her a little bit. As for not being a good match, that's completely a rumor. Who in the entire capital doesn't know that I love her to the bones? She wants to marry me just based on the first glance at her while riding a horse in the parade. How could I not stop her? Su sighed, as if she was heartbroken. Lu Wani curled her lips, and her face flushed. She is definitely not the Gu Ling that she fell in love with during the parade. When she went to Pei Jiaojiao's house, she met Gu Ling, who came to look for Lu Jinghuai. At that time, she became interested in him. Pei Jiaojiao even went to great lengths to invite Gu Ling to her home. And the two of them, we have had private contact for a long time. He just wanted to use Su's help to elevate Lu Wani's status, but she was unwilling to interfere in the marriage. Lu Yuanze also returned home early, had lunch, and attended a return banquet. Lu Chaochao successfully scooped up a few mouthfuls of meat paste. She twisted around in Dengji's arms excitedly. It would be nice if my aunt could marry again, so that she could eat meat again. Su smiled. Sister-in-law, let me tell you, it's been a long time since my eldest brother came home. You should also reflect on whether you have done something wrong. There was a hint of gloating in Lu Wani's tone. She was holding on to Su just to ask for Su's help and find a good marriage for her. Who would have thought that he wouldn't even help with such a small thing? In order to get Pei Jiao out of prison, a lot of her dowry was even sold. Men are meant to do great things, so it's okay for women to suffer a little grievance. Lu Yuanze leaned intimately in Gu Ling's arms, her eyes full of happiness. Su took a handkerchief and wiped the oil from the corner of Lu Chaochao's mouth. Yes, yes, next time you are abused, remember to reflect on yourself. Think about why you were beaten. Lu Chaochao was very happy and waited for her to be beaten. Wani is right. Su even smiled at Gu Ling. Don't come back crying and complain. By the time the return banquet was over, it was already evening. I have to hurry and make some winter clothes for the young lady. Every autumn rain brings a chill, and the weather will soon change. Dingxi sat in front of the bed, embroidering a tiger head hat for Lu Chaochao by the light of an oil lamp. Call me Mom? Su was coaxing Lu Chaochao. Lu Chaochao grinned, revealing her only little baby tooth. Liang kiss. Her words were not clear, but she was able to speak now, which was good. Su was very happy. Chaochao can't speak yet, but that girl learned to speak a long time ago. Lu Yuanze said reflexively as soon as he entered the door. Of course she can speak. She is a modern person from 2,000 years later. If she hadn't used modern knowledge to help her scumbag father, how could our Su family be so miserable? After hearing the words, 2,000 years later, Su took a deep breath. His eyes dropped slightly. Which girl? Lu Yuanze put his fist to his lips and coughed lightly. My colleague's daughter. She can speak at 7 months old. She looks very smart. He waved his hand, and Dengji was stunned for a moment. After glancing at the lady, Su nodded, and she stepped back. Chaochao, call me daddy. Call me daddy. There was some surprise in Lu Yuanze's eyes. Chaochao looks much better than Jingyao. Call daddy. Call daddy. Lu Yuanze coaxed Chaochao. Lu Chaochao blinked her eyes. Call daddy. Call daddy. Her soft and tender baby voice melted people's hearts. Lu Yuanze shook his head. Just call me dad. Daddy. He pointed at himself. And Lu Chaochao said crisply, Hey. Su chuckled, then covered her mouth tightly, her whole body shaking with laughter. The veins on Lu Yuanze's forehead were throbbing, and it took him a long time to suppress his anger, but there was a hint of displeasure in his eyes. What's the use of looking good? Jingyao clings to him a lot. Lu Chaochao, when she sees him, she will turn her, but towards him. Chaochao, I am the father. There was some displeasure in his eyes. Chaochao pointed at her father innocently and naively. Dog ditch. Dog ditch. She looked so naive and ignorant of the world, which made Lu Yuanze so angry that his teeth were almost broken. Chaochao is still young. Why are you angry with a child? Lu Yuanze carried Lu Chaochao to the side. He lowered his voice, and his elegant face showed a hint of intimacy. Shiyun, it's been a long time since we last lived together after Chaochao was born. He gently stroked Su Shiyun's shoulder, but Su Shiyun just felt nauseous. She forced herself to slap him and glanced at Lu Chaochao, who had a burning gaze. Chaochao is watching. Girls are delicate and stick to me. My Lord Marquis, is he lonely sleeping alone? Su chuckled. Lu Yuanze caught a glimpse of Lu Chaochao's gaze and wanted to be gentle with her, but then he lost interest. He took his hand back awkwardly. Don't let your imagination run wild. How could I feel lonely? Besides, I don't like anyone else except you. It's just... Lu Yuanze paused. My lord, is there anything in trouble? Su asked considerately. Lu Yuanze didn't know how to start. If it were usual, Su would have given him the key to the private vault and let him choose, and would never let him ask for it without dignity. How should he say that the government was short of money? The marriage between Lu Jinghuai and Miss Jiang had been decided, and the betrothal gift had been drawn up, but it was all returned to Su. Even Lu Wanni's dowry was not presentable, and Su did not add any dowry. Lu Yuanze was dissatisfied. My lord, are you short of money? Su's eyes lit up, and she spoke generously. If you are short of money, you must tell me. We are husband and wife as one, and have been married for many years. There is no need to separate you and me. Lu Yuanze was moved by what Su said. He wanted it, and he also wanted Su to beg him for it. The mansion has no money, so it's only natural that you eat my dowry. The Marquis is living off Yunyang, and Yunyang is happy. Su knew that Lu Yuanze had a strong sense of self-esteem and was very concerned about face, so she stepped on his sore spot and said this as if unintentionally. As expected, Lu Yuanze's face turned dark and his fists were clenched. I'm not short of money. I keep Yin Yang's private treasury for my own spending. I'm not yet at the stage where I would eat a woman's dowry. Lu Yuanze said in a heavy tone. Oh, by the way, ask Yinshu to come out and testify, saying that Yinshu didn't want to be a burden to Miss Jiang, and he voluntarily canceled the engagement. There are rumors outside that Lu Jinghuai stole Yinshu's fiancée. How ugly it is. Don't ruin his future. He is a genius who is going to win the top 3 prizes in a row. There was a hidden joy in Lu Yuanze's eyes. Bang! Sue's face darkened, and she dropped the teacup on the table. Chapter 35, Stealing Brothers article. Is that what you were here to say? Can you ask Yinshu to come out as a witness? He was broken off from engagement and despised by others, and you still want him to come out as a witness? You are rubbing salt into Yinshu's wounds. Lu Yuanze coaxed her in a gentle voice. Yin Yang, Yinshu is already disabled, so what if he suffers some grievances? He won't go out, and he can't stand the harm. He said in a light tone, which made Sue furious. I've seen Lu Jinghuai before. A 17-year-old boy who has won 3 first prizes in a row must be extraordinary. He will surely soar to the sky. It's better to make a good relationship with him. Some people even say that he is the second Yinshu. His literary talent and his articles are not inferior to Yinshu's. Lu Yuanze's eyes lit up, as if he had come alive again. Sue looked at him indifferently. Does he still remember that Yinshu was smarter than Lu Jinghuai? No one can step on my son to get to the top. Sue's whole body was trembling, and her lips turned pale. This was more than just a testimony. It was also to let Lu Yinshu come out as a stepping stone, to make Lu Jinghuai famous. Even if Yinshu is paralyzed, I won't let him become a stepping stone. As for Lu Jinghuai, he had an intersection with Jiang Yunjin before she broke off the engagement. Who knows if they had an affair without a matchmaker? A genius boy? A top 3 scorer in the imperial examination? He's nothing but an adulterer. You still want my son to testify against him? Dream on. Sue gritted her teeth. Bang! Lu Yuanze slapped Sue in the face with a hint of anger on his face. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Yuanze looked a little flustered. Sue raised her hand and gently wiped the blood from the corner of her lips, hatred surging in her eyes. I think you are crazy. Yin Yang, how did you become like this? So petty and intolerant? You have lost all your magnanimity and virtue. After he said that, he turned away. Dingji pushed the door open suddenly and saw that his wife's cheeks were bruised and there was blood at the corners of her mouth. Tears immediately rolled down his cheeks. My lord, how dare you do this? Dingji hurriedly ordered someone to fetch some water and apply hot compress to reduce the swelling. Mrs. Su had a blank expression on her face and let the maids get busy. There was no sign of it. Lu Chaochao sat upright on the couch with a serious expression, and even his favorite apple rolled to his feet. Genius? He just stole the reputation from his big brother's article. If he steals the eldest brother now, when the heroine grows up, there will be 5,000 years of Chinese poetry and songs to help him. The lights outside the house were bright. The atmosphere inside the house was depressing, and there was undisguised hatred in Sue's eyes. Whenever Sue's mouth moved, she felt pain on her face. Go check out the articles that Lu Jinghuai has become famous for in recent years, and bring back his old articles as well. Sue thought of Chaochao's thoughts, and her expression moved slightly. Su Yiting sent a few reliable guards, and Sue asked them to run errands on weekdays. They are all trustworthy people. After Lu Yuanze left the house, he did not return for half a month. It seemed that he was intentionally trying to put pressure on Sue and force him to bow down. Lu Wani also sent a special message. This man will never hit a woman for no reason. It must be the woman who made a mistake. Sister-in-law, think carefully about what you did wrong. Admit your mistakes. As a woman, it's nothing to bow your head like a man. That's almost too much. Madam has taught her for more than 10 years in vain. Madam loves her like her own daughter. She is so heartless. Dingji was so angry that he cursed. Mrs. Su smiled inexplicably. Does the old lady know about this message? Dingji said unhappily. How could you not know? I want to tell the old lady first, and then came to Tingfeng Garden. I'm afraid the old lady also has the idea of asking you to reflect. Lu Chaochao sat on the bed, her eyes rolling around. It's not far from where my aunt will get beaten. Fight, 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 she muttered to herself while clapping her hands. Sue pinched her chubby little face. This little girl really knows how to watch a show. All right. She couldn't wait to see it. I really want to eat mincemeat tonight. If I could eat meat paste, I would definitely be the happiest child in the world. Meat paste, meat paste, meat paste. Lu Chaochao sat on the bed, grinning and smiling at Su, looking so adorable. Today is the 15th day of August. Let's steam some meat paste for Chaochao and make some snacks that she can digest. When Su saw her daughter, her heart melted. If Chaochao hadn't come, she would now. Are you facing a desperate situation? Su frowned slightly. She wanted a divorce, but she also wanted to take away the 4 children openly. It's hard, but there is hope every day. Yeah, mom is so nice, great, the most beautiful and best mom in the world. Lu Chaochao hugged her and gave her a kiss. It would be even better if I could go out to enjoy the moon tonight, Lu Chaochao muttered to himself. Su pretended not to hear. I accidentally discovered a kind of egg yolk bean in the small kitchen. It is said to melt in your mouth and is the size of a fingernail, just right for the young lady to eat. I'll get some later. The kitchen baked mooncakes early this morning, and everyone is looking forward to watching the moon tonight. I heard that there was a moon viewing party outside, and all the talented men and beautiful women showed off their talents. In previous years, the eldest princess also held a grand party. Dingxi pinched Su's shoulders. Su's eyebrows were filled with a smile. This baby is so precious. How dare she hold a lantern festival? Let's go to the pond tonight and release lanterns. Let the kitchen prepare more food and give everyone double the monthly salary. Su's words made everyone bow and thank him happily. Su looked down at Chaochao and said, "It is my blessing to have Chaochao. Take 10,000 taels of silver from the treasury and use Chaochao's name to provide disaster relief. I heard that many victims came to Linluo due to the flood. If you settle down outside the city, it will be considered a good deed." Your Majesty is so kind. Dingxi bowed solemnly. He turned around and did it himself. It was not until the evening that Dingxi returned home. There is no curfew in the city today, and red lanterns are hung all over the city. Madam, the victims are so pitiful. They have now settled down in a small town 50 miles outside the city. In order to express their gratitude to the young lady, they have renamed the newly decided village Chaoyang Village. Su nodded, but Lu Chaochao's eyes lit up as she ate the egg yolk molten beans. No wonder she felt tiny fragments of golden light continuously flowing into her body today. However, this will also serve as a kind of shelter for the victims. It is still unknown now, but when a disaster strikes, Chaoyang Village will be the only survivor. To bear her name is to be blessed by heaven. Madam, the Marquis still hasn't returned home. The old lady just went out to attend the temple fair under the pretext of worshipping Buddha. Dingxi hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice. Several maids couldn't help but lower their voices, fearing that they would anger Mrs. Su. The Marquis has not returned home for 10 days. Su's eyebrows were indifferent. If it were in the past, she would have reflected on it with great fear and trepidation and admitted her mistakes humbly. Now Lu Yuanze still wants to oppress her. I'm afraid he is dreaming. She wished she could eat his flesh and drink his blood. Okay, if you don't want to go back, then don't go back. We can just spend a quiet holiday. Su knew that today was Mid-Autumn Festival, a day for family reunion. Then Pei Jiaojiao would naturally find a way to keep Lu Yuanze there. In order to embarrass her and make her admit her mistake, Lu Yuanze naturally stayed. Will she be embarrassed? Dingxi's eyes were filled with tears of grievance. Madame was the principal wife, the legitimate wife who was brought into the family in a grand sedan chair. Now, the Marquis was actually spending the Mid-Autumn Festival with his mistress. This was an insult to Madame. Dingxi, you have to understand that what I want is no longer his true heart. Instead, I want to escape with my children safely. The more arrogant and reckless he is, the more we can push him into hell. Chapter 36, Fire. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, there was no Marquis and no old lady in the mansion. But everyone just felt relaxed. Su even had a table set up in the pavilion, which was filled with plump crabs, hot wine warming on the stove, and a variety of exquisite pastries. She loves eating crabs, but the old lady doesn't like the taste of crab, and she hasn't eaten it for 17 years. After school, every day, Lu Yuanzhe would go to his elder brother's courtyard to review his lessons. Now he was holding Chaochao and went to look for his elder brother again. My eldest brother was in a wheelchair. In just 2 months, he had become plumper, and one could even vaguely see his former charm. His hands were already able to be raised slowly, but he never told anyone. Chaochao is here? Come on, big brother will hug you. Lu Yanshu didn't like to laugh and was a little indifferent, but every time he saw Chaochao, the ice would melt in his heart. Wow, Chaochao really wants to fly lanterns. Fly Kongming lanterns, fly flower lanterns. Chaochao also wants to play. Lu Chaochao lay in her brother's arms with an accusing look on her face. Lu Yuanze scratched his head. Since I sneaked my sister out last time, my mother has been watching her more strictly. Lu Yinshu glared at him. What if something happens to my sister? Brother has prepared lanterns. Would you like me to take you to the lake to release the lanterns? The elder brother smiled and looked like a gentle gentleman. He has picturesque eyebrows and eyes, and is handsome and elegant. If he were not sitting in a wheelchair, he would probably make all the girls in the city scream. Lu Chaochao nodded his little head vigorously. The best big brother in the world. It would be great if you could draw a sky lantern of Guanyin Bodhisattva for Chaochao. There are various Kongming lanterns in the sky. It must be fun to release a different one every morning, such as a Bodhisattva lantern. Lu Chaochao muttered to himself. After her eldest brother helped her to light the lanterns, he asked someone to bring out the writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. This was the first time he had ever held a pen since he became disabled. Brother is best at painting Buddha statues. Today, please paint a portrait of Bodhisattva for Chaochao. He picked up the pen and painted on the lamp. Tears welled up in the servant's eyes with joy. The eldest master was truly alive. Lu Yinshu's hands were unable to hold the pen for long, and he did not finish the portrait of Bodhisattva until it was completely dark. By the time the painting was finished, it was already night. Lu Chaochao was dancing with joy, and the bells on her chubby wrists kept ringing. Turn on the light. The pronunciation was not clear, and only a few words could be vaguely heard. She looked at her eldest brother with amazement. It's really amazing. The Bodhisattva painted by my elder brother has kind eyes and brows, as if he is quietly watching the world, just like a real Bodhisattva. Hearing the shock in his sister's heart, Lu Yinshu couldn't help but smile slightly. Lu Yuanze took a candle and lit the wick of the Bodhisattva lamp. The moment the wick was lit, the Bodhisattva seemed to be injected with a soul. His whole body was filled with Buddha's light, and a breath of compassion came to his face. Lu Yuanze took a step back, not even daring to look directly at him. He almost wanted to kneel down and worship. It is said that my eldest brother is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and it is true. As long as he exists, he can cover up all the glory. Lu Chaochao sat in her eldest brother's arms with her head tilted back, crying in amazement. The Bodhisattva lanterns flew up into the air little by little and merged into thousands of Kongming lanterns. The Kongming lantern emitted a faint white light, floating between heaven and earth. Lu Chaochao blinked her eyes, made a light gesture with her small hands, and a stream of spiritual energy flowed into the lamp. A moment, all the Kongming lanterns were floating and gathered the Bodhisattva lanterns in the center. Just like the stars in the sky are surrounding their gods. Look, what's in the sky? Someone looked at the sky in surprise and shouted. At this moment, everyone was gathered in front of the high platform, admiring Lu Jinghuai's performance, and was listening to everyone's compliments with pride. At this moment, everyone looked up at the sky. The hustle and bustle of the city seemed to be paused in an instant. It's the Bodhisattva. It's the Bodhisattva appearing. Look, the Bodhisattva has appeared. Everyone shouted loudly, kneeling on the ground like crazy and kowtowing continuously. Oh my God, the gods have appeared. Are they here to protect us? Everyone cheered, while Lu Jinghuai stood awkwardly in front of the platform, pursed his lips, and suppressed the anger in his eyes. The whole city is worshipping the Buddha. But Lu Chaochao had no idea how much shock the Bodhisattva lamp she lit had caused. She didn't even know that the old lady of the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery had been kneeling under the lamp all night. Just to ask Lu Jinghuai for help, he won the top 3 places in the imperial examination. Chaochao yawned, looking a little tired. The mansion was busy today, and she didn't take a nap. Brother, I will take my sister back to sleep. You should also go to bed early. Lu Yuanze hugged his sister with heartache. He has grown a lot since he knew that his father had a mistress. Of course, stealing my sister doesn't count. Sleeping in Big Brother's yard. Not going home. Lu Chaochao murmured in a daze. No, fat. Lu Yinshu was staring at the osmanthus wine in a daze. Let Chaochao go to my room to rest. Lu Yuanze then carried his sister in. She left 2 maids to guard the door before quietly leaving. At night, everything is quiet and everything is perfect under the moonlight. Suddenly, a thick black smoke rose from the mansion, making Dungji wrinkle his nose. Where did the fire break out? He drank too much at night and had a few sips of wine. Now his wife is still drunk. She looked up toward the smoke. The moment his eyes fell, his pupils shrank suddenly. Madam! Dingxi's voice suddenly became sharp. There's a fire. There's a fire. Come quickly. There's a fire in Mingyuan. Dingxi was trembling all over, and his sharp voice pierced the night sky. Su was so frightened that she trembled all over and woke up instantly. Yinshu, my Yinshu! Chaochao! Su's face turned pale in an instant, and she stumbled all the way towards Mingda Garden. Su's whole body felt cold, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She was so frightened that she couldn't even utter a word. Ah! Ah! She rushed forward like crazy. At this moment, thick smoke was billowing at the gate of Mingda Garden. Where is Chaochao? Where is the eldest master? Dingxi asked loudly. Maids and servants came from all directions, fetching water and pouring it. But the raging fire was not extinguished at all. The maid guarding the gate was trembling all over. Young miss, you are also in the eldest master's room. You're all in the room. The maid knelt on the ground and cried. I saw the third young master carry him in with my own eyes. Su's body swayed, and he was about to fall to the ground. Madam! Dingxi was terrified. Su's throat was dry, and she cried as she crawled. My Yinshu, my Chaochao, I want to go find them. No, they're still in there. My child is still in there. Madam, the fire is too big. You can't go in. Dingxi hugged Su tightly. Su cried bitterly. What should I do with Yinshu? Yinshu hasn't come out yet. Chaochao is only 7 months old. She will be scared. Let me go. My Chaochao. My Chaochao is still inside. Su rushed inside like a madman. The raging fire seemed to destroy everything, and all he could see was red. Her child. Su seemed to be crazy. Chapter 37 You're wearing. Su collapsed in front of Mingda Garden. She looked terrified, staring blankly at the fire that seemed to be burning everything. The fire crackled and burned, as if it was going to devour everything. She struggled to get up, but a figure quickly rushed into the fire. Your Highness! The guard's face turned pale with fear. As luck would have it, the crossbeam at the gate fell down, blocking everyone out. The scorching flames eroded Xie Qingxi's skin bit by bit, and the young man frowned slightly. Lu Chaochao, he shouted loudly. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince rushed into the fire, which made the guards change their expressions. Guards rushed in from all directions to put out the fire. Xie Qingxi didn't know where the dormitory was, but he could vaguely hear intermittent voices. Damn it, damn it, damn it all. He listened to the voice and seemed to be a little out of control. He rushed towards the direction of his inner voice. He felt his whole body burning and pushed open the door of the dormitory in anger. In the firelight, he seemed dazzled. I saw the disabled Lu Yinshu from the Lu family, and I saw Chaochao. He seems... Seeing Lu Yinshu staggering to his feet, it seemed as if they were covered in a layer of faint light, preventing the raging fire from getting any closer. He's hallucinating at such a young age. Lu Yinshu was already at the end of his strength, but he still held Chaochao tightly and refused to let go. Xie Qingxi clearly saw the little girl's angry eyes. The little girl always looked lovable and kind, but at this moment she made people feel a little scared. Chaochao, don't be afraid. I'm here. Xie Qingxi stepped forward to support Lu Yinshu and asked him to hide in the corner, only to find that he was covered in cold sweat and his face was as pale as paper. But at this moment he hurriedly took Chaochao. Don't be afraid, Chaochao. Brother Qingxi is here. Don't be afraid. He gently stroked Lu Chaochao's hair and comforted her. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that the burning sensation around him gradually weakened as he got closer to Chaochao. There was even a hint of coolness. They hid in the corner of the dormitory with a raging fire in front of them. Boom, boom. There was a slight explosion in the sky. The roar of thunder poured down from the sky. Then came heavy rain. The raindrops fell on the raging fire quickly, extinguishing the flames. The people outside hurried back, shouting as they ran. Strange, the Imperial Observatory clearly said there has been no rain for the past half-month. The moment the rain extinguished the raging fire, Lu Yinshu seemed to be relieved. He couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground. Su stumbled into the room and saw the child in the ruins. Her heart was broken. Yinshu! Chaochao! Su rushed forward crying. Your Highness, thank you so much, Your Highness. Thank you so much. Su couldn't stop crying. The imperial physician had already rushed forward to look for the prince, but the prince waved his hand and said, Let's see the eldest son of the Lu family first. The imperial physician squatted on the ground, looking somewhat suspicious. It's strange that young Master Lu was originally a disabled person with dried blood. Now, he wanted to explore it more carefully, and then he heard Su asked, "How is the Inkstone book?" The doctor then withdrew his hand and said, "Madam, the eldest son is fine. He just fainted after inhaling some thick smoke and being nervous. He will be back to normal after taking good care of himself." He wanted to feel the pulse again, but then he heard the prince say, "Let the little girl take a look." The little girl lay sullenly in Xie Qingxi's arms, her pale little face covered with black ash. "The child is fine, she was just frightened. It seems she has a big mood swing and is angry." The imperial physician thought to himself, "This little girl has a really bad temper." When Mrs. Su heard that the two children were safe, the tension in her heart suddenly broke and she fell down immediately. "Where is the Marquis?" The prince frowned. There was no one in charge in this mansion. "The Marquis has not returned yet." Dingji wiped his tears and asked someone to carry his masters back to the next courtyard. Xie Qingxi had no choice but to carry Lu Chaochao out the door. "Don't be afraid. We are safe." Xie Qingxi couldn't help but think of the little guy's eyes just now. The look that tried to destroy everything made him lose consciousness. How could such a small child have such a scary look? Probably he was frightened. "This little boy is still a good guy." Lu Chaochao sighed softly. How come such a good person was betrayed and became the heroine's slave? How pitiful! The little prince was such a diligent person, but a fake took over his body and used the heaven to fall in love. The people of Beizhou suffered. Xie Qingxi paused. Where? What to wear? Taking his body? Using Beizhou Ji to fall in love? Xie Qingxi felt a chill all over his body. Someone actually pretended to be him. His breathing stopped. He wanted to continue eavesdropping, but the little girl was very sleepy at the moment. She yawned and fell asleep in his arms. When Lu Yuanze hurried back home, Mingda Garden had been burned into ruins. My lord, the servants knelt on the ground one after another. Lu Yuanze looked sad. The raging flames were shocking even from several streets away. Yinshu, Chaochao, my Chaochao. Lu Yuanze stood in the ruins of Mingda Yuan. His figure shook, as if he had aged several years in an instant. Lu Yuanze looked devastated and his face was full of grief. The servant's face froze. My lord, the young lady was rescued by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The eldest son was also unharmed. Only Mingda Garden was burned down. Lu Yuanze was stunned for a moment, then fell to his knees with a thud. It's really the Bodhisattva's blessing. It's really the Bodhisattva's blessing. Thank you, Your Highness, for saving Yinshu and Chaochao. He kowtowed hard to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Xie Qingxi, however, held Chaochao in his arms and said calmly, Master Lu and Chaochao are very good. There are 3 days off for Mid-Autumn Festival, but the Marquis is so busy that he doesn't even go back to the Marquis Mansion. If I had come a moment later, I'm afraid that the Marquis' wife and daughter would have died in the fire. Xie Qingxi's face showed a little sternness. Lord Lu's eyes were red, and he sighed softly. I thank Your Highness for saving my life. Thank you, Your Highness, for saving my life. Lu Yuanze had a reunion dinner with Jiao Jiao today, so he couldn't explain it clearly. Lord Lu, please take care of yourself. Although Xie Qingxi was only 8 years old, he had been trained as the crown prince since he was young, so he could see that Lu Yuanze was guilty. The prince returned Chaochao to Dengji. Dengji's eyes were red. When Madame wakes up, she will definitely thank you in person. The prince waved his hand. Originally, he just came to see who was so weird as to light a bodhisattva lamp and attract the whole city to kowtow and worship. Who knew that when the Lu family caught fire, Chaochao's inner voice could be heard. This trip is worth it. When Su opened her eyes, she heard Chaochao's mumbling. As long as you burn me to death, you can raise the little heroine under her mother's lap. How vicious. Humph, you want me to make room for you? That's wishful thinking. Su's eyes were red. She stood up and hugged Chaochao in her arms, crying inconsolably. Mom almost lost you. Mom almost lost Chaochao. Chapter 38, The Reverse Scale Moved. Lu Chaochao was held tightly in Su's arms. The little guy raised his hand clumsily and touched his mother's hair. No, don't be afraid. It's cold, no? Afraid. Su cried even harder. Madam, the Marquis is outside the door. Dengji said in a low voice. Su said viciously, Let him go. Get out. There was a hint of murderous intent in Su's eyes. How deeply she had loved him in the past, how fiercely she hated him now. He actually dared to attack Chaochao. Outside the door, Lu Yuanze also heard Su's voice and felt quite unhappy. Su sure has been really confused these days. He spoils her too much. He makes her unable to see her own position. Xiao Jiao is so gentle and considerate. Jing Yao is so smart and caring. Lu Yuanze suppressed his anger and said, Yun Yang, I didn't want the fire to happen. I will move back to the Marquis Mansion during this period of time and take good care of you and your daughter. It's strange. We clearly agreed to burn Tingfeng Garden, so why did Mingda Garden catch fire? After saying that, he left the courtyard. The arsonist was caught last night. It was a servant from the inner courtyard kitchen. He said that Su had punished him and he was holding a grudge against her. Humph, the second uncle's son of that servant's wife, is Lu Jinghuai's servant. Woohoo, burned Big Brother to death. There will be no evidence to prove his plagiarism. Su's eyes lit up slightly. Chaochao, was it Big Brother who protected you last night? Lu Chaochao nodded with a smile. Okay, Big Pot, go. She pointed in the direction of her eldest brother. Mingdayuan was burned down, so he moved into Ting Fengyuan last night. Lu Chaochao's face was full of heartache. Her elder brother had to hold on to the wall last night to stand up and walk a few steps, and his hands were all burned and had blisters. Yinshu, he is actually willing to protect you. Su was happy, but also sad to see her son suffering. Since the accident, the eldest son has become extremely indifferent and irritable and does not allow anyone to get close to him. She carried Chaochao and went next door. There were a lot of things taken out from Mingdayuan piled up next door. Small wooden horses can be seen everywhere, as well as items commonly used by children. Are these all taken out from Mingdayuan? Su's face was full of surprise. The maid nodded. Most of them are the young lady's things. Su was quite surprised. Chaochao, do you come to see my brother often? Chaochao nodded his little head. When she saw Lu Yinshu, Su was even more shocked. The eldest son, who was originally skinny, has now gained weight. If he were not still sitting in a wheelchair, he would not look like a patient at all. Bow, big pot, bow. Before Su could stand firmly, Lu Chaochao flew over. Oh! Mrs. Su was startled. Her son was paralyzed and unable to move, so how could Yinshu hug him? Su was shocked. But what shocked her even more was the son, who was diagnosed with paralysis by countless imperial doctors, actually raised his hands and caught his little daughter. The little girl nestled in her eldest brother's arms, and Su, I was so shocked that I couldn't recover. How could this happen? Yinshu, are you getting better? Su's tears fell, and she approached her son tremblingly. She hadn't been near her son for many years. Since becoming paralyzed, Lu Yinshu has refused visits from anyone and does not want to see the despair and sorrow in the eyes of his loved ones. She hadn't seen her eldest son so peaceful for a long time. Mother, you've worked hard. Lu Yinshu's voice was gentle, and his eyes were a little moist as he looked at his mother. I thought my parents were in harmony, but I didn't expect. His mother was living in deception. How could he bear to let her face it alone? He raised his hand, which was still wrapped in gauze as he had been burned last night. I lifted my legs gently and gradually regained my strength. It will probably take another half a year to get back to its former level. Lu Yuanzhe secretly drank rice wine last night and slept until dawn. At this moment, he walked forward with his head down and took his sister away, allowing his mother and brother to reminisce about the past. I'll never drink it again. Woo, my sister almost got burned to death. Lu Yinshu and Su closed the door, and from time to time Su's suppressed crying could be heard from the room. Lu Chaochao pointed at the door. Eavesdropping. Lu Yuanzhe shook his head. A real man wouldn't eavesdrop. After a while, he hugged his sister and leaned against the door with his ear close to hers. From inside the house, the eldest brother's voice could be faintly heard. Mother, the more he cares about something, the more we should destroy it. Not only that, we have to get out of this unscathed. I hope Mother can keep the news of Yinshu's improvement a secret. A disabled person has no use to him. Only then can we get out of this. He should never, ever touch Chaochao. They want to burn Chaochao to death. His mother is heartbroken so that they can adopt Chaochao. Lu Yinshu's face was gloomy. As for what we heard, we must keep it a secret and protect her. Lu Yinshu looked extremely serious. He discovered that he and his mother could actually hear Chaochao's inner voice. Wow, how did my elder brother and mother know that my scumbag father had a mistress? Big brother and mother are really smart. Big brother is mighty, big brother is domineering. I am for big brother. Ouch! Su suddenly opened the door, and the two little guys fell on their faces to the ground, falling flat on their faces. "Oh no, I've been caught eavesdropping." Chaochao raised his head innocently and pointed at his third brother. "It was my third brother who held me and did it." Lu Yuanze bared his teeth and looked at his sister Chaochao, who was destroying the bridge after crossing it. "But what did they say they heard? What are they protecting? Let me eat the whole thing." Lu Chaochao looked depressed. Su and Lu Yinshu looked at each other, then at Lu Yuanze, guessing in their hearts that he might have heard it too. Sure enough, after dinner, Lu Yinshu called Yuanze into the room. The family felt relieved only after Lu Yinshu strictly forbade them to reveal Chaochao's true feelings. The second day, Su did not go back to the Marquis Mansion, but went to the government office to report to the authorities alone. Su was a third-rank official, and the prefect attached great importance to him, even meeting him in person. At noon, in front of the students of Jinghong Academy, Lu Jinghuai's servant was taken away in public. The young man in the bright moonlight frowned slightly at this moment. "Excuse me, sir. What is going on? What has my servant done wrong? He is now a scholar and does not bow when he sees an official. He was also a famous young genius in the capital, and the officials also gave him great respect." It was lunchtime, and people were coming and going at the gate. "The Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery's Mansion reported that your servant, Mr. Lu, ordered someone to set fire to the eldest son of the mansion. We're going to take him in for questioning." He paused after saying this. "Then maybe Mr. Lu will be summoned for questioning. I hope Mr. Lu will cooperate." Lu Jinghuai clenched his fists slightly. "Is this true? Then Lu will definitely cooperate." Lu Jinghuai's expression showed nothing, but the classmate next to him spoke. "The eldest son of the loyal and brave Marquis Mansion? Is he the genius of the Lu family who was so brilliant 8 years ago? Come to think of it, you both have the surname Lu, and your writing styles are extremely similar. You even got the title of Little Master Lu back then. Maybe you are related?" Master Zhou, at the side, said jokingly. But Lu Jinghuai's face darkened, and he turned and left. Chapter 39, The Fun is Coming. Hey, Brother Jinghuai, I was just joking." Zhou Lin and Wang Yuechuan hurriedly chased after him. "Jinghuai, why is your servant having a conflict with Lu Sanfei? Is this a misunderstanding?" Wang Yuechuan asked. He knew that this young genius Lu hated being compared with Lu Yinshu. Even when he was taking the examination for the scholar, some people took his essays and mistook him for Lu Yinshu. Will it not implicate Brother Jinghuai? Brother Jinghuai will take part in the autumn examination in half a year. The dean is counting on you to win the first place. Zhou Lin was a child of a poor family and was quite aloof. Lu Jinghuai does not care about family background when making friends, and is quite famous among the children from poor families. The children from poor families secretly regard him as their leader. A few people entered the tea house and sat on the second floor, overlooking the world. There were also people around me talking. "Damn it, I don't know who put a bodhisattva lamp last night, and it made me kneel for half the night. Let me catch him and beat his butt until it blooms." My head was swollen from the bump, and I thought it was a manifestation of the bodhisattva. I don't know which bastard did this. Speaking of which, the fire at the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery's Mansion yesterday was really big. I wonder if anyone was burned to death. Everyone was talking about it. Lu Jinghuai sat in the crowd, his handsome face full of gloom. Zhou Lin's eyes were full of smiles. Last night was so funny. The whole city was praying. Everyone wanted to catch the bastard who lit the lantern. Lu Jinghuai. His mother forced him to kneel all night, praying for success in the imperial examination. Shameful. Lu Jinghuai had no appetite, so he found an excuse and left the group. After he left, Wang Yuechuan chuckled. "Why are you pretending? You stole Lu Yinshu's fiancé. How can you not have any grudges against him?" Zhou Lin opened his eyes and asked, "What's going on?" Lu Yinshu had a fiancé, and he became disabled because he tried to save her from drowning. Lu Jinghuai. It must be the girl who fell into the water. Zhou Lin exclaimed. The man who saved her became a cripple and gave up her bright future. She actually abandoned Lu Yinshu and got engaged to Brother Jinghuai. Zhou Lin was incredulous. The whole capital is bragging about how talented the man is and how beautiful the woman is, making them a perfect match. Wang Yuechuan said disdainfully, "Lu Yinshu has become disabled. Who will speak for him? Who would want to offend the last disciple of Jinghong Academy, a talented young man who is very likely to pass the imperial examination? Of course, they will support him." Zhou Lin frowned, feeling that Lu Jinghuai's filter was somewhat broken. Brother Jinghuai is confused. He is aloof and unworldly. He never looks down on the poor and doesn't care about family background. How can he be so foolish? He even brought out a number of books with his own annotations, which everyone could circulate. This is also extremely admirable. Oh, when will I finally get wise? Before he was 10 years old, Brother Jinghuai was just like everyone else. After he turned 10, he seemed to have gotten wise, and his articles are full of spirit and are praised by everyone. Zhou Lin sighed, looking envious. The Lu family really produces geniuses, 2 of them in a row. Zhou Lin muttered, without noticing Wang Yuechuan's thoughtful eyes. However, at this moment, the atmosphere in the Marquis Mansion was tense. Why did you go to the police again? You are the mistress of the Marquis Mansion, but you are always involved in this kind of thing. If you make a fuss, do you think the reputation of the Marquis Mansion will be good? Yanshu and Chaochao are not injured. Hurry up and retreat. The old lady almost gritted her teeth. Last night, the fire was so big, but no one was burned to death. Sue's eyebrows were slightly cold. Mother, what you said is funny. Someone burned down the mansion and killed my son. Why didn't you report it to the authorities? Could it be that Mother set the fire? She asked casually, scaring the old lady so much that her face turned pale. Lu Yuanze hurried over, and his eyelids twitched when he heard this. Yin-yang, what nonsense are you talking about? Yanshu and Chaochao are the bloodline of the Marquis Mansion. How can you doubt Mother? Wouldn't that hurt Mother's heart? Hurry up and admit your mistake to your mother, Lu Yuanze said as a matter of course. Su said lightly, just stick to the facts and speak human words to human beings. When talking to ghosts, you naturally speak ghost words. These words made Lu Yuanze even more angry and his face turned red. The old lady couldn't even get up in one breath. When did Su become so unfilial and unbrotherly? Yanshu and Chaochao were set on fire by someone maliciously, but I can't report it to the police? What's the logic behind this? Aren't they descendants of the Marquis Mansion? My lord, tell me, can I report this to the police? Su looked at him with a smile. Lu Yuanze's heart skipped a beat. Why can't I report it to the police? Of course I should report it to the police, but why did you arrest Lu Jinghuai's servant? He is someone who has nothing to do with you. Madam, I know that the child is your sweetheart, but you can't wrongly accuse a good person. Lu Yuanze sighed. Su used to be so obedient and sensible. Why is she so unreasonable now? Su curled the corners of her mouth slightly and looked at his expression carefully. Of course we found out that the second uncle's son of the servant's wife was Lu Jinghuai's servant. This relationship was complicated by thousands of twists and turns. If it weren't for Chaochao, no one would have been able to find it out. Lu Yuanze was stunned for a moment. He was afraid that even he himself didn't understand the complicated relationship. How? How could it be possible? Lu Yuanze couldn't even imagine that he actually found out. Why did he burn the inkstone and books? Lu Yuanze was a little confused. He had no idea that Lu Jinghuai's genius was plagiarized from his elder brother's article. The treasure he was so proud of was a fake. He always thought that only Lu Chaochao would be burned. Make room for Jing Yao. Last time, the master said that he had a noble character and asked Yanshu to testify for him. Is this a noble character? Su's expression was indifferent. I heard that his identity is unknown and he has been living alone with his mother. Maybe he is an illegitimate child of someone in the capital. Su sneered, not caring at all about Lu Yuanze's twitching eyelids. I don't know which senior official was so confused and blinded that he gave birth to such a bad person. Enough! Lu Yuanze could not hide his anger. Lu Yuanze's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Yin-yang, the book boy did it, and there is no evidence to prove that it was him. Let's not misunderstand a good child. Lu Yuanze clenched his fists slightly. Seeing that Su was furious, he did not dare to persuade her to withdraw the lawsuit and could only leave the house in a hurry. Su's eyes were cold, and she watched him leave. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. He is even worse than an animal. What kind of person did I marry? Su bit her teeth until they bled. Humph, the scumbag dad is looking for someone to rescue Lu Jinghuai again. He and the Minister of Rights, Mr. Chun, have a very good personal relationship. If it weren't for someone's help, would he have been able to keep it a secret for so many years? Minister of Rights? Wasn't it through her mother's family's influence that he introduced her to the second-rank Minister of Rights? Su was so angry that she was shaking. Fortunately, there is Chaochao. Su had been playing with Chaochao for half an afternoon when she heard Dengji's angry report. Madam, Shatong was detained and took all the responsibility, but Lu Jinghuai. Dingxi's eyes turned red with anger. I heard. Someone is the guarantor. And the other party is quite powerful. Why don't we go back and invite our uncle? Dingji couldn't swallow this. Su waved her hand. Come here. She leaned over and whispered in Dengji's ear, and Dengji's eyes became brighter and brighter. Oh, ma'am, you are so awesome. After saying that, he jumped out of the door happily. Chapter 40. Strong Revenge. At night, suddenly, a shrill scream was heard in the capital. The Duke of Loyalty and Bravery is having dinner. What's going on? He's screaming so creepily in the middle of the night. Ingxue, go and see what's going on? Mrs. Su was shocked. The old lady looked at her unhappily. As the mistress of a Marquis Mansion, you care about everything. Is this what the Su family taught you? As soon as the words fell, Ingxue came back to report with excitement on her face. A fight has started. A fight has started. Madam, there is a fight outside. Ingxue's eyes were burning. Madam, Chungbei is catching an adulterer. It is said that an official has a mistress, and the wife is trying to catch the mistress. The fight is very intense. I also heard that the concubine gave birth to a son and a daughter, and the son is the famous genius Lu Jinghuai. Lu Jinghuai's face has been slapped to pieces. There's a baby who's about 7 or 8 months old. That baby, TSK. Clang. The old lady and Marquis Zhongyong's faces changed drastically, and the ceramics in their hands fell to the ground and shattered. Who did you say was beaten? Lu Yuanze's heart trembled. He tried to suppress his anger and pretend to be calm, and his voice was shaking. A woman from an alley in the north of the city. No, a vixen. It is said that the Minister of Rights has a concubine who gave birth to a son and a daughter. The daughter is only 8 months old, but she is very good at cursing. She pointed at my stepmother, Madame Qin, and called her a bitch. Oh, Mrs. Qin was so angry that she slapped her in the face. The old lady's figure shook. Go and have a look, go and have a look. The old lady's voice trembled slightly. She was talking about her beloved granddaughter and grandson. Mother, don't let such dirty things pollute your eyes. You are the old lady of the Marquis Mansion. How can you watch such dirty things? Su hurriedly advised with good intentions, blocking all the old lady's words just now. That concubine is shameless and has no skin. She bears children for the man outside. Why are you still going to see such a cheap person? The old lady felt dizzy and pushed Su away. Let go. I'll go take a look. Eyes were bloodshot. Su retreated quietly, hiding the smile in her eyes. Take me to see it. I want to see it too. I want to see it. If you don't take me with you, I'll throw a tantrum. I'm going to get angry. Lu Chaochao hurriedly got up from the cradle, holding onto the edge of the bed, his chubby calves trembling. Oh, my little ancestor, are you really capable of joining in on this kind of fun? Dingji saw her anxious look and knew what she was thinking. Well, if you don't let me go, I will crawl out. She used her hands and feet to crawl towards the door very quickly. The dogs in the yard were all frightened by her. Hurry up and pick up Chaochao. The ground is cold. Take her to see this guy from a distance. Su was helpless and had to take her with her. The Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery left the house quickly, running all the way towards the north of the city. Su looked at Lu Yuanze's familiar look and sneered in her heart. When we got outside the alley, there were already people standing in 3 layers inside and outside, and everyone had meaningful expressions on their faces. At this moment, half an hour has passed. Take off her clothes. Take off her clothes. You shameless slut who can be slept with by anyone. Take off her clothes. There were even men whistling and cheering. Oh, no wonder she was struck by lightning last time. It seems that God couldn't stand her having a mistress. Everyone ridiculed. Pei Jiaojiao's artificial crying voice continued to be heard from inside. Madame Qin became more and more angry. Bitch, look at you. You are such a slut. Can't you live without the nourishment of a man? You actually came out to steal my man. You actually raised such a grown-up son. What an old fool. You even dared to have a mistress, who even gave birth to a son and a daughter. Madame Qin hated Pei Jiaojiao. I'm managing the household and serving my parents-in-law, but he's keeping a mistress, enjoying the happiness of having 2 wives. Lu Jinghuai, you are a concubine's son, a shameless bastard, and you actually call yourself a genius? You are a dirty and lowly thing. Madame Qin is 42 years old this year and has only 1 daughter. There is no son in the family. This is a pain in her heart. At this moment, my eyes turned red with anger. When Mrs. Su heard these words, she almost smiled. They were really saying what was in her heart. Lu Yuanze and the old lady felt dizzy and pushed the onlookers away like crazy. Pei Jiaojiao's outer clothes were stripped off, leaving her only in an inner garment. The inner garment had been pulled down to her shoulders, revealing half of her shoulders. Pei Jiaojiao's cheeks were swollen. Her eyes were red, and she covered her clothes tightly with her hands, looking very sad. "No, I didn't. I was not Lord Qin's mistress," she cried softly. Madame Qin looked arrogant. "You are a man who uses his beauty to please others. Taking off clothes is easy for you, isn't it? As soon as you open your legs, you will be showered with endless favors and countless gold, silver, and jewelry." Pei Jiaojiao bit her lower lip, her expression full of humiliation. "You said you are not a concubine. Then who is your husband? Just say it." Pei Jiaojiao trembled all over. She couldn't say anything. Mrs. Qin's expression became increasingly stern. "Die, you all will die." Lu Jingyao, who was 8 months old, was furious. Her miserable cries made Mrs. Qin even more unhappy. The child understood human language at the age of 8 months old. Although he spoke haltingly, the resentment in his expression was chilling. He slapped Lu Jingyao in the face, knocking her down in front of the door. A newly grown tooth was spit out. "Monster, this child is a monster." Qin looked at Lu Jingyao. The look in this child's eyes was particularly incongruous on a baby. "Jingyao, Jingyao, how dare you hurt my child?" Pei Jiaojiao was held down tightly. Her eyes were red at this moment. "Jingyao is not a monster." Pei Jiaojiao's heart was pounding. No one knows how powerful her Jiaojiao is. What is there to be afraid of? It's ridiculous that an illegitimate child born to a concubine dares to parade in public. Mrs. Qin looked at Lu Jinghuai with disdain. The boy's spine was straight, and his thin body seemed to have withstood all the blows. His eyes were calm as he looked at her quietly. Pei Jiaojiao's 2 children. Mrs. Qin felt a little uncomfortable. "Break the bones of this bastard for me, and see how hard the bones are. Take off the bitch's clothes, and parade her through the streets to give everyone a taste of her goodness." Qin said in a light tone. "No, no." Pei Jiaojiao screamed in horror. When Lu Yuanze saw this scene, he almost fainted. He had planned everything for the Su family, but he never thought that Pei Jiaojiao would be exposed to everyone in advance. "Stop!" Lu Yuanze shouted. He immediately asked his servants to bring clothes to cover Pei Jiaojiao. Seeing his son's cheeks bruised and swollen, and his proud spirit seemed to be shattered in an instant, Lu Yuanze's heart trembled. The old lady's hands were shaking. "What a sin! What a sin! The child is innocent." Qin sneered. "Old lady, this is not your remote countryside." The irritated old lady's face turned pale. The old lady hates people mentioning her birth the most. "Lord Lu is kind and gentle to women. How come you are also having an affair with this bitch?" "Nonsense. Madam Qin, please be careful with your words." Lu Yuanze frowned slightly. He was a dignified and elegant man, and looked particularly upright. Lu Yuanze sighed softly. "Madam Qin, there may be some misunderstanding." Mrs. Qin glanced at him. He took out a piece of paper from his arms and threw it to Pei Jiaojiao, as if giving alms. Chapter 41, Fainting. Misunderstanding? The house she lives in is under my husband's name. Her bastard Lu Jinghuai was admitted to Jinghong Academy on the recommendation of my husband. Even a few days ago, his servant spent money to burn down the mansion of the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery, trying to kill the eldest son of the Lu family. It was my husband who rescued him. Lord Lu is so generous. He allowed outsiders to murder his son and even protected the murderer. Qin sneered. "I said there was no affair. Do you believe it? You're a slut. Just spread your legs, and I wonder how much good you've done for your son." These words so excited that veins bulged on Lu Jinghuai's forehead, as if he were a trapped young animal. "Madam, madam, madam." There were hurried shouts coming from outside the crowd. Lord Chen rushed over in a hurry, without even putting on his official hat. "Everyone, please go away. This is just a misunderstanding." Lord Chen is already 43 years old, and most of his beard is white. He hurriedly ordered his servants to clear the area and drive everyone away. But everyone was watching from afar, looking at him with mocking eyes. Mr. Chen is still strong despite his old age. Some people even joked loudly. Lu Yuanze was so angry that his breathing became heavier. Lord Chen hurriedly stepped forward to coax the furious lady. "Madam, this is all a misunderstanding. Madam Pei and I have nothing to do with each other." He glanced at Lu Yuanze with deep resentment flashing in his eyes. "No connection? This house is in your name, and you are the one who guaranteed him, right? Chen Yuliang, I really misjudged you. How dare you mess around behind my back?" And you even gave birth to a bastard. It would be fine if he was just a bastard, but you actually let him thrive in the capital. You are slapping me in the face." Mrs. Qin was so angry that she walked up to him and scratched his face. Lord Qin covered his face and begged for mercy. As everyone knows, Mr. Chun is dominated by his wife. "It's not me. It's really not me. I." Lord Chun humbled himself and coaxed his wife, feeling extremely angry. But because Lu Yuanze was present, this matter was difficult to explain. Su stood at the corner, watching the scene calmly. Watching Lu Yuanze's utmost restraint and watching the servant help pay Chaochao up. Looking at that family, all my dignity was gone. "Madam, if there is anything, let's go back and talk about it. Madam, if there is anything, let's go back and talk about it." Lord Chun coaxed carefully. Qin looked at Pei Chaochao deeply. "Go back and kneel down to reflect on your actions." Qin was a notorious tigress. When Lord Chun was promoted, he started drinking and drinking with other women. Qin grabbed a rolling pin and beat him all the way out of the brothel. Mr. Chun didn't even have time to put on his underwear. He ran around the streets with his but sticking up and was therefore ignored by the emperor for 3 years. After this, Lord Chun never dared to provoke her again. Lord Chun did not dare to provoke her at this moment. He looked a little angry, but did not dare to refute. "Pei Chaochao, look at how dignified and elegant you dress on weekdays, while your son looks like a legitimate son. I wonder where you got the face from. You are worthy of it." She looks like a vixen. She spreads her legs whenever she sees a man. She'll strip you every time she sees you. "Let's go." Qin saw something fishy at this moment. Lu Yuanze looked angry. The old lady burst into tears out of heartache. But what about her husband? After being married for decades, how could she not see it? "I'm afraid I'm just taking the blame for someone else." What an idiot. I'm afraid that even if she caught someone cheating today, she was framed. But so what? Qin touched her temples. She just couldn't stand the shameful and dirty things. So what if she is her mistress? Then I'll slap the sisters I don't know twice. She took out 2 taels of silver from her pocket and threw it directly in front of Pei Chaochao. "Just think of it as a reward from the master to relieve your tired body. Okay, I won't make things difficult for you. It's just a toy. If you like it, you can take it back to the mansion in a sedan chair and make it your concubine. Why bother to come out and steal?" Qin said sarcastically. She glanced at Lu Yuanze, who treated his mistress like his main wife, had both a son and a daughter outside the family, and his son had an excellent reputation. Just thinking about it made her so angry that she would explode. Thinking about it more carefully, not long ago, Lu Jinghuai's servant hired someone to kill someone. It's terrifying when you think about it. I'm afraid he is ready to replace the wife at any time. Qin glanced at them with disgust, then left with his men. Lord Qin looked back at Lu Yuanze, then ran after Qin in small steps. Qin was sitting in a sedan chair, and he was running with his old arms and legs swinging, sweating profusely. After everyone left, Pei Chaochao covered her face and cried softly. "Jinghuai, Jinghuai." She looked at Lu Jinghuai with great worry. Lu Jinghuai was a man of noble character and never dared to reveal his identity in public. Now he was knocked down from his pedestal in public. Lu Jinghuai looked at her and Lu Yuanze indifferently, and didn't even dare to call him dad in public. "My Jingyao, my child." Pei Chaochao's hair was pulled apart, and she held her child with a feeling of grievance. However, Lu Yuanze didn't dare to get any closer. "Too many people are staring at this place today. Mrs. Pei, I'm afraid you should ask a doctor to take a look," he said in a low voice, then winked at Pei Chaochao and hurried away with the old lady who was reluctant to leave. What an injustice. It's all because of these vicious women. How could they have the heart to harm my grandchildren? The old lady cried softly. Lu Chaochao raised his neck and tried to see farther. "Fight, fight. Tear her face apart. Ha ha ha, okay. Humph. I told you to hurt my mother. I told you to hurt my mother. You deserve it." Mrs. Qin is such a nice person. Lu Chaochao's chubby hands turned red from clapping. There was a faint smile on Su's face. His eyes fell on Pei Chaochao's door, but they were extremely cold. "Since you dare to attack my child, don't blame me for being ruthless. Su dares to love and hate, but he also has a bottom line. Children cannot choose their own birth, and those 2 children are innocent too." Even though she was filled with hatred, she never attacked Pei Chaochao's 2 children. Now, she doesn't have to worry about it. Great, the heroine was slapped in the street. Humph, how can the heroine not be a demon? There is an adult soul living in her small body. The The whole capital knows that her family has a concubine who cannot be seen in public. Let's see how arrogant they can be. Lululu. Chaochao jumped happily in Dengji's arms. Su touched Chaochao's head and kissed her on the cheek. The book boy had taken full responsibility for the arson, but he had given them a heavier revenge that they could not bear. This somewhat relieved Su's anger. She thought about it carefully and realized that Lu Yuanze might not know Lu Jinghuai's reputation as a genius, and he stole it. Su frowned slightly. For the time being, she didn't want to knock Lu Jinghuai off the altar of genius. Only in this way would she have the chance to take the children away. Her children were regarded as a disgrace to the Marquis Mansion, and the day of their divorce would be their chance to shine. When Su returned to the Marquis Mansion, a doctor had already been called in. The old lady was so angry that she fainted. P.S. Please comment and rate and urge for more updates after reading. Love you guys. Chapter 42. Domestic Violence and Return to the Mother's Home. Su went over slowly to take care of the patient, and before she even entered the room, she heard the old lady scolding. What a vicious woman. A bunch of vicious women. How could they be so cruel? The two children are extremely smart. How dare they? The old lady was so angry that her heart ached. When Su came in, she stopped talking again, her face looking extremely ugly. Who made Mother angry? Su frowned slightly, looking angry. Did Mother also go to the north of the city to catch the adulterer? Mother must have been hurt by the mistress. Don't worry, the old Marquis never had a mistress. Su smiled affectionately and poured a pot of tea for the old lady. The old lady said calmly, "It's just a pity for two smart children. After all, they had no choice in being born." Su's eyes dimmed. Humph, no way to choose when to be born? But one person chose to steal Yinshu's articles and even wanted to burn Yinshu to death. One tried to replace Chaochao and tried to kill the entire Su family. Madam, you are wrong. If the top beam is not straight, the bottom beam will be crooked. We don't know what the character of the child born by the concubine will be like. Besides, that woman gave birth to a foxy girl with a seductive look. Who knows if the child is hers? Su covered her lips and chuckled. The old lady's expression changed slightly. She glanced at Su unkindly. You don't mention outsiders. You must serve Yuanze well. Yuanze hasn't been home for half a month, right? As a woman, you should be more considerate of men. It's okay for a woman to suffer some grievances. Once a woman gets married, she is no longer a member of her parents' family. Your parents are old, so don't bother them all the time. As for this man, even if he made a mistake, we as women should be magnanimous and reflect on whether we have not done well enough. Back then, Yuanze must have endured tremendous pressure to marry you, don't you think? The old lady clapped her hands, looking earnest. Su pursed her lips and said nothing. As the two were talking, they heard someone hurriedly reporting from outside the door. Madam, Miss Wani is back. The maid who delivered the message looked unhappy. Today is not a holiday. Why did she come back? The old lady thought to herself. Did she come back just because she heard Page Jiao Jiao was humiliated? However, Su picked up the teacup and covered her slightly raised lips. Lu Chaochao lay in Dengji's arms, her eyes wide open. It's on. The big show is about to begin. Lu Chaochao is already 8 months old and has grown 2 baby teeth. She was well taken care of in the womb, and because she often absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, she can actually walk a few steps by holding onto the wall. The weather was getting colder, and the little guy was wrapped up like a ball, and Dingji could hardly hold him. Lu Chaochao excitedly took out 2 teething biscuits from his arms, looking like he was waiting for a good show. She now hides many treasures in her pocket, and she doesn't allow the maids to see them. Su smiled when she heard this. Her Chaochao is really a funny guy. As soon as Lu Wani entered the room, he saw the old lady and burst into tears. Mom! Lu Wani burst into tears and knelt down in front of the old lady. The old lady was shocked. What happened? The old lady was particularly fond of her daughter, and when she saw her come in, she started crying and her heart was broken. Lu Wani's eyes were red and swollen from crying. When she looked up, she saw a huge slap mark on her face. Who hit you? The old lady was furious. Lu Wani's tears were streaming down her face. There was no trace of the arrogance and willfulness she had before getting married. In just 3 months, I lost a lot of weight. Lu Wani bit her lower lip lightly and said with sobs, "Close the door." The maids looked at each other, closed the door, and retreated. Lu Wani took off her clothes one by one, and the old lady was so shocked that she almost jumped up. The Marquis Mansion was in financial difficulty, But Sue had a huge dowry, and she had spent all of it on Lu Yuanze over the years, making her skin as white as mutton fat jade. But now, there were whip marks all over his body, new wounds and old wounds, crisscrossing each other, which was shocking to the sight. Some of the wounds had already scabbed over, but others were still bleeding. His clothes were stained with blood, and a large piece of skin had been torn off. Lu Yuanze was sweating profusely from the pain and crying nonstop. The old lady was shaking violently. She wailed in shock. "Who is it? Who is it? How dare you hurt you like this?" The old lady's heart was trembling. The anger that had not yet subsided yesterday was now aroused again. She did not realize that after several fits of rage, her hands and feet became numb and trembled slightly. In the past, Sue was concerned about her, worried that she would have a stroke, and always took care of her emotions. When she saw it, she smiled faintly. Lu Yuanze looked sad. "It's Gu Ling. It's Gu Ling. He lied to me. He pretended to be a gentleman, but he was a lunatic." Lu Yuanze was almost desperate. After they got married, Gu Ling would always slap her when he was furious. But after he came to his senses, he knelt beside her and admitted his mistake, being extremely gentle. She was eaten away bit by bit, and it took 3 months, but who knew that Gu Ling would become even more powerful? This time she was tied up and beaten until she was covered with wounds. It was difficult to escape. Sister-in-law, I know I was wrong. It was all Yuanze who didn't know what was good for her. Yuanze let you down. I know I was wrong." Lu Yuanze knelt at her feet. He no longer had the arrogance he had when he delivered the message to Sue some time ago. Gu Ling is a madman. He is a gentleman in front of people, but a madman behind their backs. When he is bullied or wronged outside, he beats women when he gets home. His child bride was beaten to death by him. "Mother, he will beat me to death." Lu Yuanze got goosebumps all over her body when she thought of his cruel appearance. This time she escaped. She can't go back home again. The old lady then remembered Sue. "Yunyang, let them get divorced. Let them get divorced. This will torture Yuanze to death." The old lady was heartbroken. Men who beat women are unacceptable and must be divorced. Double standard dog. The scumbag father beat my mother and asked my mother to reflect. Now his own daughter was beaten. He wants justice and divorce. It's what he deserves. Just beat him to death. Sue sighed, looking worried. "Mother, that's not what I meant. How can you take a fight between a husband and wife seriously? They fight at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. It's just a temporary angry remark, so don't take it seriously. Besides, my son-in-law is a man. If a man is bullied in the officialdom, a woman can bear it a little and share the burden. Besides," Sue looked up and looked at the petrified Lu Yuanze. "Yuanze has a spoiled personality. No matter who she marries, she will have to temper her personality. The son-in-law beat her because she did something wrong and made a mistake. If Yuanze changes and reflects on it, won't it be fine? I would rather tear down a temple than ruin a marriage. I won't be the villain who breaks up a couple." Sue shook her head with a look of rejection. She even advised Lu Yuanze, "Yuanze, you too, mother is old. Don't use these things to irritate her. A married girl is like spilled water. We can't get involved in this life forever, right? You say, is this the truth? This is what Yuanze and mother taught me." Sue returned all the words she had said. "Mother is so powerful and majestic. Mother did a great job." The little guy wanted to applaud again. Dingji quickly held her hand. Chapter 43. Chaochao has many backstage. You. The old lady was so angry that she almost couldn't breathe. "You have such a cruel heart. How could you say such things? Look at Yuanze's body full of injuries. How can you be so vicious? Do you want to torture her to death? Is it appropriate to treat a sister-in-law like you?" The old lady was so angry that her eyes turned red. She felt that Sue was a ruthless person. But Sue said calmly, "Mother, didn't Yuanze say this herself? How can a man beat a woman for no reason? The woman must have done something wrong and deserved to be beaten. Mother, this is what Yuanze told me. Or does it mean that I deserve to be beaten, but Yuanze doesn't?" Sue's expression showed a hint of bitterness. "Sure enough, this isn't a biological child. It's just different. When I came home, my mother said she would raise me as her own daughter, but it turned out she was lying to me." Sue wiped her eyes, looked hurt, and rushed out covering her face. The door slammed open, and the maid at the door unconsciously glanced inside the house. Then he saw Lu Yuanze, whose clothes were disheveled and his body was covered with scars. Lu Yuanze screamed and pulled her clothes to cover herself. "Waste, turn your back!" Lu Yuanze screamed. Dingji thought about the sad thing 1,000 times before he suppressed the smile on his face. Oh, and he reached out and pinched Lu Chaochao's mouth. Lu Chaochao laughed so happily that his mouth split to the back of his head. Dingji ran out after his wife. As soon as he returned to the yard, Lu Chaochao heard his mother say, "This young couple is just not right. How can they run to their husband's house after a quarrel? They are newlyweds, so they should not make their husband worry. Send someone to invite the son-in-law and tell him that Wani has returned to her parents' home. Ask him to take her back. The old lady has been sick several times this year. Don't make her angry again." Sue's trick made Lu Chaochao's eyes widen. Mom is so awesome. Lu Wani struggled hard to escape back home, and her parents personally sent her back. Will Chaochao think that mother is cruel and ruthless? Seeing Chaochao present, Sue couldn't help but sigh, blinking eyes every morning. My mother is the kindest person in the world. How kind she is. They just take advantage of my mother's kindness, humph. They're too much. Lu Chaochao flattered her mother earnestly. Sue's heart was warmed. Mother is going to see the eldest princess. Do you want to go and see her? Lu Chaochao opened his hand and threw himself into Sue's arms. She remembered the eldest princess, and the baby in her belly was given by her. I wonder when Jingyue will come back. Sue thought of her second son who had not returned home for a long time and felt a little worried. It's almost the end of the year, and I'm afraid the second young master is also rushing home. I think he will be able to return home soon. Dingji couldn't help but persuade. Lu Chaochao was born in February and is now more than 8 months old. Second brother? My stupid, love-brained second brother. Lu Chaochao complained, and Sue became worried. Seeing that Chaochao no longer thought about it, he had to give up. The weather was cold, and Dingji had already prepared many cute little items for Chaochao, and now she dressed Chaochao up extremely cutely. I have never seen a child prettier than Miss Chaochao. Everyone wanted to serve the little lady. She had a good personality, never cried or made a fuss, and was well-behaved and sensible. At this moment, he carried Chaochao into the carriage, and soon they arrived at the princess's mansion. "Madam, please come in quickly. The princess has been waiting for you for a long time. The weather this year is really exceptionally cold." The nanny had been waiting at the gate and welcomed Sue into the gate. There was a big snowstorm this year and natural disaster. Oh, the little guy felt a little lost. Sue took note of this matter seriously. The room was lit with silver charcoal, and it became warm instantly. "Don't be so polite, Yunyang." Before she could salute, she was stopped by the nanny. A woolen blanket was spread on the ground, and Lu Chaochao was placed on it. After becoming pregnant, the eldest princess became gentler. At this moment, she looked at Lu Chaochao with a smile. She is 5 months pregnant, and her belly is particularly big. "Chaochao, do you still remember your aunt?" The eldest princess stretched out her hand towards Lu Chaochao. Chaochao was more than 8 months old and could walk a few steps with support, but she crawled very fast. At this moment, she quickly crawled to the princess, pointed at her belly, nodded, and whispered, "Two." She shook her head and showed 3 fingers. After thinking about it, he felt that something was wrong and raised 2 more fingers. "Chaochao, Chaochao, this is for me," the little guy said in a baby voice, patting his little chest. The eldest princess nodded hurriedly. "Annie knows. This is a secret between you and me, right?" Ever since she had the dream of being given a child, the eldest princess found out that she was pregnant. 3 months later, the baby was found to be twins, and I believed it to the extreme. Chaochao said 2, and it means 2. What are you two whispering about? Sue looked at her suspiciously. She smiled all the time, but didn't say anything. The eldest princess sighed and said, "I've been married for more than 10 years and have never been childless. Since I became pregnant with this child, my friends have been asking about it many times. That lady once gave birth to a sickly little girl and has not been pregnant since then. She is now 42 years old. She once begged me for a recipe for pregnancy. It doesn't matter if the baby is a boy or a girl, at least to leave a support for her daughter. The family is large and powerful, and her daughter is very sick. If her parents pass away, I'm afraid that she will be eaten by the relatives until there is nothing left." Seeing Sue's nervous expression, the princess said hurriedly, "I won't tell her unless you agree." Sue knew that Chaochao had some unusual methods, but she was unwilling to let Chaochao risk his future for fear of harming Chaochao. Seeing her resistance, the princess stopped talking. Madame Qin is actually a good person, but she has a bad fate. After they got married, 1 year, Master Chen was accidentally injured by someone, and she protected him from the disaster and injured him. Later, Master Chen was promoted to the position of minister, and even though he was confused, he still respected her. Su sat up straighter and asked, "Is she the wife of the Minister of Rights?" The eldest princess looked at her in surprise. "You know that too?" Su nodded. Lu Chaochao grabbed the chair and stood up slowly. He muttered in his heart, "It's that kind lady. Help her, help her." Chaochao is willing to help her. Su glared at her in reproach, but Lu Chaochao looked at her obediently. She paused and said, "Well, no matter whether this thing succeeds or not, this matter cannot be told to anyone. It would have a bad influence on Chaochao. Don't I understand this?" The princess noticed that her expression relaxed and guessed that there might be some reason. But she did not ask any further questions and just sent someone to invite Mrs. Qin to come. Mrs. Qin arrived very quickly, and after paying her respects, she saw a baby girl with 2 small hairpins sitting at the princess's feet. The baby girl was not even 1 year old yet, and she had a pretty face, which made anyone happy when they saw her. "Here, the secret recipe for having a baby you asked for." The eldest princess nodded towards the baby on the ground. Mrs. Qin opened her eyes wide, her face full of surprise. "I have little education, so don't lie to me." Chapter 44. Lifting a rock to drop on the sister-in-law's foot. "Can I still scare you?" This is Madame Su from the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery, and this is her daughter, Lu Chaochao. "This baby of mine was given to me by Chaochao." After saying that, he stretched out 2 fingers. "I want to." Praying to the Buddha every morning didn't work, so she has now changed to praying every morning. When Madame Qin heard about the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery's mansion, her eyelids twitched. Seeing Su's dignified and virtuous appearance, he hated Marquis Zhongyong even more. "You don't love your wife at home, but you're good at hiding the slut outside." There was even a hint of sympathy in his eyes. Su stood up and bowed deeply to Madame Qin. "Thank you for your help last time, Madame Qin." Qin waved her hands and said, "It's okay, just do it." Then she paused. "Madame Su, you have to make a decision now." Qin felt chilled when she saw how Marquis Lu treated that family so dearly. Su nodded. The eldest princess was a little suspicious. "You two know each other?" "It's quite interesting that we met by chance." Qin was unwilling to reveal it, so the princess didn't ask. Hey, you two, please don't make fun of me." Qin has a good relationship with the eldest princess. "I kowtowed 1,000 times in the Huwa Temple, but I still couldn't have a child." She touched her belly with a lonely look. This world is unfair to women. She could only try her best to provide support for her daughter. She walked forward and picked up Lu Chaochao. "Chaochao, are you willing to give me a child? I am willing to be a vegetarian all my life, light a perpetual lamp for you, and worship you." Qin's expression was very serious. She knew that the eldest princess never joked. No matter how bizarre it was, she wanted to give it a try. Chaochao stretched out his hand and touched her forehead. A stream of spiritual energy flowed into her sea of consciousness and reached her 4 to 8 meridians. "Yao, Didi, or sister?" the little guy asked seriously without clear words. Qin held her in her arms and said, "A healthy son." Her daughter was weak and had difficulty giving birth. She didn't want her daughter to suffer and didn't want to marry her off. It has also received some criticism over the years. "If I don't have a son, the house will probably be divided up by the clansmen in the future. Even my daughter cannot be saved." Chaochao nodded and grinned at her aunt. Okay. She was repaying Qin. "Is it done?" Qin touched her belly in surprise. The princess rolled her eyes at her and said, "Go back to find your husband." Qin burst out laughing, but she didn't dare to make any dirty jokes in front of Lu Chaochao. "Chaochao, if your aunt can get pregnant, the doors of our Qin and Qin families will always be open to you." Qin was the daughter of a general. The princess refused to be outdone. "The princess's mansion will always be open for you." He even took off the jade pendant from his waist, as if she were there in person. This is too expensive. I can't accept it." Su stood up and started to refuse. The eldest princess waved her hand and said, "This is not for you. It's for our Chaochao. Take it quickly." The little guy staggered over to take the jade pendant and hung it around his waist. "Good, it looks good." The chubby baby looked very happy. "When Annie gets pregnant, Annie will give you a token of trust from both the Qin and Shun families. If that bastard bullies you." Qin's eyes were slightly frivolous, and she chuckled. Lu Chaochao patted her round belly, making a loud, thumping sound. Life. Su stayed there until evening before returning home. "As soon as I entered the door, I heard Lu Yuanze's shrill cry. I won't go back. I will never go back. I won't go home. Mother, save me. Lu Yuanze was so frightened that his face turned pale, but he was held back by the sturdy old woman. At this point, the old lady took the medicine and fell into a sleepy state. Guling was wearing a blue shirt and looked like a gentleman. Sister-in-law, I'm here to take Yuanze home. Yuanze is spoiled and willful, and I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. He looked at Lu Yuanze with gentle and considerate eyes, but scared Lu Yuanze so much that she trembled all over. Sister-in-law, I know I was wrong. Sister-in-law, please save me. She begged Su cautiously. If you save me, I will tell you a secret. Okay, sister-in-law. She tried to bargain. Su was heartbroken. She knew the truth from beginning to end, but she never thought of telling her. Now, she is willing to speak only when her interests are affected. But no need. Yuanze, sister-in-law, is not interested in secrets. It's inevitable for a couple to quarrel. They quarrel at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. Sister-in-law understands it all. Son-in-law, Yuanze has been spoiled by us. Please teach her the rules properly, Gu family. Lu family, no objection. If you don't believe me, ask the Marquis. This girl from the Lu family was not taught well, and it is the Lu family that is bringing shame upon itself. She spoke generously, and Lu Yuanze felt as if she were falling into the abyss. Gu Ling smiled at Lu Yuanze. Thank you, sister-in-law, for your understanding. After the two left, Su said calmly, from now on, all letters from the Gu family should be sent to my courtyard. The old lady has been sick several times this year. If she is stimulated again, I'm afraid she will have a stroke. If anyone disturbs the old lady while she is recuperating, you'd better watch out for yourselves. He glanced at her with a stern look. Everyone knelt down tremblingly. Yes. After Mrs. Su had dinner, the old lady woke up slowly. When he heard that Lu Yuanze was taken back by her brother-in-law, he was shocked. He sent someone to ask more questions, and only heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that the two of them were walking back hand in hand in a loving relationship. She seemed worried and sent someone to the Gu family to ask about Lu Yuanze's dowry maid. Now, Lu Yuanze's two maids who came with her as a dowry have become Gu Ling's concubines, so they naturally responded according to Gu Ling's wishes. The matter was thus concealed. In the evening, Lu Yuanze came to Desan Hall and heard his son say again, "Let your sister live a good life." The top scholar is a man and a court official. How can he kneel down when he makes a mistake? Let her control her temper. Is she still as willful as she was at her mother's house? The old lady asked anxiously, Is Gu Ling really worthy of trust? Lu Yuanze frowned and said, Mother, Gu Ling is the new champion. His Majesty thinks highly of him. Why is he not worthy of trust? The old lady looked a little unhappy. It's all because of your daughter-in-law. She couldn't tolerate Yuanze and insisted on sending Yuanze back to Gu's house. I thought Lu Yuanze would scold me too, but unexpectedly Lu Yuanze got angry. Mom, Yin-Yang tried to stop you, but you and Yuanze insisted on getting married. Besides, Yuanze and Gu Ling are newly married, and she goes back to her parents' home in a rage. What will outsiders think? Lu Yuanze was a little annoyed. Pei Jiao had been worrying about him these past few days, so he turned around and left Desan Hall. Tingfeng Garden was filled with laughter and conversation. Standing outside the hanging flower gate, Lu Yuanze couldn't tell the feeling in his heart when he heard the laughter and chatter in the house. From the moment I decided to marry Su, it was all a scam. At this moment, seeing Lu Yanshu in a wheelchair, the silly Lu Yuanxiao, and the 8-month-old Lu Chaochao, who could only act cute to get meat, he sighed softly. Turn around and leave. If anyone is to blame, blame Su's children for being useless. After Lu Yuanze left, Lu Yanshu looked up at the door. Silver charcoal was lit in the room. Lu Chaochao was drowsy, revealing her snow-white belly. Su hurriedly covered her. Eat, and slurp. In the dream, he was thinking about Ruru and slurping his saliva. Lu Yanshu's cold eyes turned gentle and peaceful when they touched Chaochao. Chapter 45, Cremation Fragrance. Ah, baby. Lu Chaochao held the doll in her hand and kissed it again and again. Su's face was full of helplessness. Yanshu made it for you last night. After saying this, his face showed a look of disgust. How can you make such an ugly doll? With only one eye and a bloody mouth. So ugly. Lu Chaochao puffed up her cheeks. Humph! Her big eyes were wide open and her cheeks were puffed up. Dingji chuckled. This was secretly drawn by the young lady and specially made by the eldest master. Su smiled knowingly and wanted to coax her, but the little girl was very angry. Holding the ugly doll in his mouth, he used his hands and feet to climb out. Let her crawl. It's good for a 9-month-old baby to crawl more. After the new year, she'll be able to walk after she changes into a thick cotton-padded jacket. Ingshu Eduesia. You guys follow the young lady. Lu Chaochao was wearing gloves and climbed up without any effort. The little ball crawled up like a fluffy ball, and even the dogs passing by the mansion could make a noise and a quarrel. When he was tired of climbing, he stood up and walked a few steps with the help of the wall. Grunt, grunt. I crawled into Desan Hall unknowingly. There was a scent of Buddhist incense coming from the house, which was the smell of burning incense and candles for a long time. She pushed open the door of the small Buddhist temple with a grunt. The doors and windows of the temple were always closed, so it looked a little dark. There was a cushion at the door with incense burning in the middle. Fairy mist was lingering, and the statue of Bodhisattva could be vaguely seen. It was a little dark in the room, and I couldn't see clearly. Young lady, let's go back. The old lady will be angry if she finds out. Ingshua said in a low voice. Lu Chaochao glanced at her, quickly climbed onto the stool, and then climbed onto the altar. After thinking for a while, he pushed the Bodhisattva to his side and put the clown doll on it. The height and size are just about the same as the Buddha statue. He grinned, revealing his 2 baby teeth, then turned around and pulled Ingshue's sleeve. Ah, you wanted to take the Buddha statue away. Ingshue widened her eyes. If the old lady found out, she would probably be so angry that she would die on the spot. She pouted slightly, frowned her eyebrows, her little face full of pleading, and clasped her hands together, saying please, please. Big twinkling eyes and thick eyelashes like 2 small brushes. Who can resist it? Juexiao was brave and took the Buddha statue and hid it in his arms. Lu Chaochao opened his hands, and the master and his 2 servants secretly ran out. The 3 of them dodged the patrolling guards and returned to Tingfeng Garden in a sneaky manner. On the way back, Lu Chaochao saw a lone little duck in the lake about the size of a palm. He was delighted to see it, so he picked it up in his hands and took it back. Where did the ducklings come from in such a cold weather? Asked Mrs. Su. The white fluff felt extremely comfortable to the touch, and Lu Chaochao treated it like a treasure. Picking them up in the lake, so cute. Lu Chaochao hit them on the face again and again. The 2 little guys were so cute that it was against the rules. Tom, what? She pointed at the duckling and gave it the snacks hidden in her pocket. The little duck took one look and walked away with its butt sticking out. The little duck wants to eat food. Dungji brings it some. The girl wants to play. Clean it up. The little duck was washed and brushed, and its whole body was filled with fragrance. Lu Chaochao likes it very much. Even when she goes to bed at night, she lets the little duck sleep next to her. Girl, ducks can't sleep on the bed. It would be so smelly. Ingshua looked conflicted. The little one even prepared 2 pillows. She slept on one side, and the duck slept on the other side. Lu Chaochao pointed at the duck and said, Okay, friend, let's go together. After that, she pressed the little duck next to her. Hold in arms. I fell asleep in a short while. Ingshua tried to take it several times, but the young master woke up in a daze, so she had to give up. Early the next morning, Lu Chaochao opened her eyes sleepily and burst into tears with her mouth wide open. Cold! Lu Chaochao cried with snot and tears all over her face. She pointed at the stiff duck while crying. Woo, 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 crushed to death. Dead. Whoa, 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 whoa. The babyish crying voice made people laugh and cry. In fact, when she brought the duck back yesterday, Mrs. Su found that the duck was very sick and was afraid that she could not keep it alive. Don't cry, you didn't mean it. Let's bury the little duck, okay? Su coaxed her. Lu Chaochao was crying with bubbles in her nose. Her eyes were red, and her little hands were pointing at the ground. It's cold. Shall we cremate it? After you are cremated, you will be reborn as a human in your next life. Seeing that she was crying so sadly, Mrs. Su couldn't help but hug her and comfort her. Ingshua picked up the duckling and walked out. Lu Chaochao struggled and jumped out of Su's arms. Wow, I'm going to see you off. Lu Chaochao felt helpless and couldn't control her words and actions. Trapped in the baby's body, she gradually returned more and more to her original nature. Look after her. Don't let her catch a cold in this cold weather. Su was reading a letter when Lu Jingyue came and said he would return home in 3 days. Su's eyes were filled with joy. The eldest son, Lu Yanshu, was 17 years old, and the second son, 16 years old. This was the first time they had been away from home for such a long time. After a while, Yingxue came back holding Lu Chaochao. Lu Chaochao's face was dark, and her eyes, which had just cried, were as clear as the sky after the rain. "Why is your face so dark?" asked Mrs. Su. "Has the little duck been cremated?" Mrs. Su asked 2 questions in a row, but the maid didn't say a word. It's burning, it's burning." Zhu Xiao looked bitter. Originally, the young lady was kneeling on the ground, apologizing to the little duck, and she was crying even harder. But as it burned, the fragrance became stronger and stronger. She stopped crying, but her mouth was watering. In the end, the duck's feathers were burnt dry, its skin and flesh were browned, and oil was sizzling. "In the end," Yingxue said dryly. Su's eyes suddenly widened. "She ate it?" The voice rose an octave. Yingxue shook her head. No, I didn't get to eat it. She grabbed it, but only got a handful of ashes." Su pressed her eyebrows, and the veins on her forehead were throbbing. "Take him to wash up quickly. Jingwe will be back home in 3 days. He hasn't seen Chaochao yet." Su touched Chaochao's head. "Oh, my second brother is going home with his true love. My stupid, love-brained second brother." Su's eyelids were twitching. Lu Jingwe was engaged, and the other party was a good girl. 3 months ago, the second young master fell off a cliff, and I was really scared. Dengji covered his heart. The Su family is no exception. At that time, Lu Jingwe fell off a cliff and was missing for 3 days. Later, news came back that he had been rescued. I planned to recover before returning home. Chaochao heard the sound coming from the sky and blinked. Like what?" Pointing at a group of small black dots flying in the sky. Dingji snorted coldly. "It's the bastard outside who did it." Su gave her a sidelong glance, and Dingji lowered her head guiltily. She was careless for swearing in front of the young lady. Pei Jiaojiao's identity as a mistress was exposed, and she was pointed at by outsiders. Some people even guessed whose mistress she was. Suddenly, she was in the center of the vortex, being ridiculed and scolded. Lu Jingyao is trying to save face for her mother. In just 9 months, he can speak fluently. It is said that, Dingji curled his lips. It is said that birds all over the world are extremely fond of her. Now that she is sitting in the square, countless birds from the capital fly over and surround her, creating a wonderful sight. It seems that everyone in the palace is concerned about this. Lu Chaochao's eyes lit up. When Su saw the interested look, she shuddered. Her family's Chaochao is a little troublemaker. Someone is afraid that something bad will happen. Chapter 46. The Miracle of Seeing Ghost. "Where is Chaochao?" Su asked in surprise when she saw that there was no one on the bed. "Didn't she say that she was going to see a miracle this afternoon?" "Yes. Probably someone was behind the scenes hyping up Lu Jingyao's behavior and calling it a miracle. It even attracted the attention of the palace and attracted many court officials to come. He has the mind of a child. He just wanted to see a miracle, but now he is carrying a large plate of leftovers to feed the birds. I will let Yingxue accompany him. Let's go. There are too many people in the square, and it's not good to squeeze in the morning." He immediately put a thick cloak on Su and took an umbrella for her. Su couldn't help but laugh and said, "It's rare that the sun is out today. Why do you bring an umbrella? It's freezing cold, and it's rare that the sun is out." Dingji smiled mischievously. "She is still a little lady. She stumbled and carried me here. If you don't take her with you, she will probably be in trouble." Su smiled and shook her head. Chaochao would never cry. She just throws a tantrum. His mouth was full of saliva, and he was spitting out water angrily. The baby, who was fuming at the sound of his milk, got so angry that he held a small bamboo tube and gulped down the water while drinking it. He drank and cursed at the same time. Although I don't understand. Judging from his expression, the curse was particularly dirty. Not to mention how cute it is. Su didn't want to make Chaochao angry, so she immediately took the oil paper umbrella out of the door. When he went out, he happened to see Lu Chaochao sitting cross-legged by the lake, spilling rice all over the floor, muttering as he did so. Time. It's raining." The chubby baby spoke in a baby voice and could not even walk properly. A large group of pigeons and various birds surrounded her. When she waved her hand, the birds rushed to stay on her. Su was stunned. However, Chaochao quickly drove the pigeon away. Beat. The little girl still looked disgusted, and even asked Yingxue to hold an umbrella for her to prevent the pigeons from approaching her. The birds come and go, eat and leave, and new ones come again. There are countless birds in the sky now, and no one noticed anything unusual here. Only Lu Chaochao added more rice to the plate. Miss Chaochao is so loving. Dingji, did not forget to praise her. Su turned around and looked at her again. In the sunshine, the little girl was wearing a green jacket, with a small bun on her head and a string of red bells hanging on it. She was smiling particularly. Brilliant! Let it rain, let it rain, let it rain. Make my mother happy. Su sat in the carriage and looked up at the sky again and again. Is it really going to rain today? Even before the carriage approached the square, traffic jam started to build up nearby. There were many people crowded around, making it difficult for the carriage to move. The people of Beijao were particularly enthusiastic about miracles, and many people came to join in the fun. Madam, there are 2 shops nearby that belong to us. Let's go upstairs to the shops and take a look. Dingji took Su and weaved through the crowd, turning several corners before squeezing out of the shops. It's a grain store. Madam, please go upstairs. This is the best viewing spot. The servant had prepared tea and snacks early. Su sat in front of the window and could just see the big stage 100 meters away. People around could hear people talking. There are so many birds in the sky. I've never seen so many birds. There are all kinds of birds. Pei Jiaojiao, who was hated by everyone some time ago, is now holding her daughter with a proud look on her face. Madam, you are really good at giving birth. Your eldest son is talented and knowledgeable, and your daughter is so capable. In my opinion, this is the mascot of our Beijao, and it may bring good luck to Beijao. Someone around her complimented her. Pei Jiaojiao didn't look as embarrassed as she was when she was slapped that day. She smiled slightly and said, if I can bring good luck to Beijao, it will be Jingyao's honor. Lu Jingyao leaned over to her ear, and although his voice was childish, his words revealed hatred. Yaoer, let me help you. The 9-month-old baby had incompletely developed vocal cords and a little stuttering. Pei Jiaojiao was ambitious, and she felt at ease when she saw Lu Jingyao. With a smart son and a daughter gifted by God, what else does she have to fear? Lu Jingyao looked up at the sky. Humph! If God allowed her to travel through time, then she was the destined heroine. At this moment, she was sitting cross-legged in the center. Take a deep breath. More and more people gathered around. She knew that there were ordinary people, court officials, and royal family members here. Her mother and father are in true love, and the one who is not loved is the mistress. The vicious wife of Su is just occupying the toilet without doing anything. More and more pigeons were circling overhead, and all kinds of rare and exotic animals were circling in the sky. There were bursts of exclamations from the crowd. Countless people followed the crowd onto the street, looking up and watching everything. Su's heart sank. Why? If Pei Jiaojiao and Lu Yuanze were truly in love, they could just carry her into the house. Why did he hide it from her and marry and have children outside? Even, she wanted to kill herself and her child to make way for her child. Aren't her life and the child's life no longer life? Su was so angry that she was shaking. Now, looking at the birds flying all over the sky, is even the heaven going to help her? Su couldn't help but feel frustrated. Let's go down and take a look. Su wanted to go out and take a look. Dingji pulled her and looked hesitant. The young lady repeatedly told us not to go downstairs. Maybe she was afraid that too many people would disturb the madam. Madam, Dingji looked at her worriedly. More and more people poured into the streets to see the birds gathering from all directions. A group of young men in blue clothes surrounded Lu Jinghuai, who was the leader. Brother Jinghuai, your sister might be in that guy's eyes. Brother Jinghuai, it's time to take advantage of the situation. The young man nodded in the direction of the imperial city. Lu Jinghuai looked serious and shook his head gently. Jinghuai only wants to be my sister's support, not to borrow my sister's east wind. Everyone immediately flattered him. Brother Jinghuai is a man of great talent, so he naturally doesn't care about these empty names. Brother Jinghuai will definitely win the first prize in next year's provincial examination. Lu Jinghuai shook his head modestly, but no one cared. The sky was dark, and it seemed as if a storm was about to come. At this moment, Lu Chaochao was sitting in the pavilion with a dogtail grass in his mouth, quietly covering his nose. City center. Countless people flocked to the scene, and some even started to lead the crowd, shouting that this was a miracle. Pei Jiaojia smiled. Jingyao was so smart. She could play with people's hearts at such a young age. It was Jingyao who taught her how to set the pace. Everyone opened their mouths and shouted, "Miracle, miracle, miracles, miracles." The whole city was shouting miracle. With his mouth open and looking at the sky, he looked frantic. Snap, snap, snap. More and more small raindrops fell from the sky. Everyone smacked their lips touched their cheeks, and looked at the sky suspiciously. Is it raining? Questions were raised one after another, and even the voices became quieter. He touched the raindrops on his face and rubbed them with his hands. Why are the raindrops white? Someone exclaimed. Strange, the raindrops have a strange smell. He even smacked his lips hard and felt a strange, fishy smell spreading in his mouth. No, it doesn't look like rain. Everyone looked up at the sky. More and more raindrops fell down, becoming denser and denser. Everyone watching the white raindrops falling from the bird's butt. Chapter 47. This house will end without me. The crowd looked crazy just now. At this moment, his pupils contracted. His face was full of resistance and shock. It's bird shit. It's bird shit. Run, run. It's bird shit falling from the sky. It's raining shit. It's bird shit. Run. Help. Everyone didn't even dare to look up. They lowered their heads and ran around in panic. I was afraid that if I looked up, bird poop would fall into my mouth. The madness just now disappeared in an instant. Countless bird droppings were seen falling from the sky, and because of the large number of people, there was no way to avoid or hide. There were even court officials among them, their cheeks red with anger, their heads covered in bird shit. What miracles? It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Screw your miracle. Some people even cursed on the spot. Everyone fled in panic, and Sue, feeling lost, looked at the chaotic scene in shock. The group of people who had called it a miracle were now cursing. Dingji widened his eyes and took a long time to come back to his senses. Rain of bird shit. I'm afraid this will become a laughingstock for Beizhou. Dengji almost laughed out loud as he watched this group of fanatical people become sober. Thank God for your blessing. I have avenged my wife. Haha, Dengji couldn't stop laughing. Sue thought of Chaochao's strange behavior, and she raised her hand to touch her forehead. No way, Chaochao did it. To avenge myself and make myself happy. What a sweet and caring little thing. The bird shit rain lasted for a full half hour. There was no place to step on the ground, and everyone was retching as they walked. I'm afraid he hates Lu Jingwei's family with a vengeance. The palace carriage rushed past the door, and angry curses could be vaguely heard. Pei Jiaojiao, standing in front of the platform, looked terrified and was even kicked as a revenge. This cruel mistress actually tricked us into coming here to suffer. Those who can be mistresses are really not good people. The bastard born from a concubine is even less of a good thing. Sue burst out laughing. Lu Yuanze didn't get any benefits either. Lord Lu, do you have a grudge against me? You deliberately tricked me into coming to see some miracle, but ended up getting covered in bird shit. I will never let you go. Master Lu, just wait. Lord Lu, please take care of yourself. Several adults covered their faces, climbed onto the carriage in embarrassment, and ran away. Sue held an umbrella and got into the carriage carefully. Returned to the gate of the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery's mansion. Get some hot water and take a bath first. Although I wasn't stained with bird droppings, I still felt that the whole capital was filled with a strange smell. Sue washed 2 or 3 times and had someone light incense in various places in the house. Only then did she feel better. Where's Chaochao? As soon as I asked the question, the little guy lay down at the doorstep and tried desperately to crawl into the house. The chubby little hands were tightly holding a small stick. The threshold of the main courtyard was high, and Lu Chaochao lay on it, looking like she was about to cry. Liang Qin, hug me. Help Chaochao. Stuck on the threshold, neither going up nor down. Dingji stepped forward and lifted her down, and saw her staggering to her feet while grabbing the stool. The baby, who was not even as tall as her waist, handed the stick to Sue. He hung his head and said cautiously, Yes, it's Chaochao, wrong. He spoke word by word in a soft voice, and his pronunciation was not standard. She stretched out her little hand shakily. The baby's hands and feet are chubby, and his hands are plump with dimples. When he spreads out his hands, he looks so adorable. What's wrong? Sue was unwilling to punish her. Seeing her little girl like this, her heart melted. The little guy's face looked pitiful, and even his long and thick eyelashes were hung with sparkling tears. But Sue knew that in her heart, she was laughing with her hands on her hips and looking up to the sky. Ha ha ha, I put laxatives in the bird food. Let her go crazy, let her act like a demon, and pull her in the face. No, shouldn't have put the medicine. He stuttered and paused before he could finish the sentence. Fight me. Then he wrinkled his face, squinted his eyes, and turned his head to the side. He stretched out his little hand, looking like he was ready to die bravely. Seeing this, Sue's heart softened. He held her in his arms. My dear Chaochao, how could I bear to hit you? I know you want to protect me, right? Sue kissed her cheek with a sweet, milky scent. Chaochao opened his eyes as black as washed stone were sparkling. He nodded heavily. Lu Yuanze did not return home until dark. In the evening, Sue received an urgent letter sent from 100 miles away. Linluo flood? Sue's face turned pale, and her hand holding the letter paper suddenly tightened. Thinking of what her daughter said, Linluo flood, her second brother was deceived. The river burst its banks and was torn to pieces by the refugees. Why did he go up the levee himself? It's so dangerous on the levee. Now there is heavy rain, and the levee may burst at any time. Dingji hurriedly tried to persuade him. Don't worry, the second master said that if he hadn't gone to the levee, he probably wouldn't have discovered that there was a problem with the levee. He discovered the problem and thus avoided a disaster. He is now guarding the dike every day, risking his life. Sue cried with worry. Dingji also knew that this was dangerous, but he could do nothing about it. The people all love him very much and send him food every day. Don't worry, the second master knows what's going on. Sue wiped her tears and asked, Have you sent the letter to your parents? Dingji nodded. The letter went to Sue's house first. Sue immediately took Chaochao back to her parents' home. The old lady was in poor health, and her family seemed to be hiding something from her. While Lu Chaochao was playing with the old lady in a naive manner, Sue went to look for her father. Seeing that my father and brother both had success, I felt relieved. And her silly daughter, he was sitting cross-legged on the bed, making the old lady laugh until she cried. She clenched her little fleshy hand into a fist and stuffed it into her mouth. I was muttering in my heart, Grandma, look, let me show you how to swallow a fist. Oh. Saliva dripped down her fist. She opened her mouth wide and stuffed her fist in tightly. Grandma, look, I'll give you a fist. Oh, you funny guy, put out your fist quickly. You are my grandmother's sweetheart. You really are. The old lady wiped her tears with laughter. Seeing Sue come into the room, she pointed at her and smiled. Tell me, you were a dignified and quiet girl when you were little. How come you gave birth to a daughter who is such a lively treasure? The old lady's face hurt from laughing. What made her even more delighted was that the two twins from the second room, Su Yuhing and Su Yuqing, actually responded. These two grandsons are what she loves the most. The twins were born with difficulty and were somewhat retarded when they came out. They consulted many famous doctors, but the two children seemed to live in their own world and had no reaction to the outside world. And now, the two of them were so amused by Lu Chaochao's teasing. Su Yuqing held a piece of cake in her hand. Eat, sister, eat. Su Yuhing tilted his head and looked at Lu Chaochao. Why could he hear his sister's voice? The sister who swallowed her fist is both silly and cute. Holding a handkerchief, I wiped my sister's saliva. Lu Chaochao's face turned red from swallowing the fist. Ouch! It's so tiring to coax adults. This family will have to leave without me. Chapter 48. Want to eat fart? Will you swallow my fist next time? Sue wiped the saliva off her cheek. The 9-month-old baby's face was red, and he looked guilty. I'm so embarrassed, Lu Chaochao screamed in her heart. She stuffed her fist into her mouth and couldn't get it out. After struggling for half an hour, the little fleshy hand was finally taken out. Will you be naughty again next time? He stretched out his index finger and gently tapped her forehead. Wow, no, I dare not. The little guy sobbed pitifully. I'll dare to do it next time. I just don't believe it. If it can be put in, how can it not be taken out? How is it possible? Sue looked innocent. But little Chaochao looked innocent and admitted his mistake very sincerely. Chaochao. Then he patted his chest, making a loud patting sound. Be good? Chaochao, be good. Pointing at myself, I'm the best boy. I would never do that kind of thing. Our little lady is so well-behaved, and she is so thoughtful. Dingji just felt that the little lady was extremely adorable. Sue sighed softly. If I hadn't heard her inner voice, I would have almost believed it. When I returned home in the evening, the house was filled with a rich fragrance. There was also a faint stench in it. When Sue saw the lights on in Tingfeng Garden, her heart skipped a beat. Really? Madam, the Marquis has returned home. Juexia shook her head at the madam. The Marquis was in a bad mood at the moment. Sue nodded. Take Chaochao downstairs to wash up and go to bed. After a whole day, it's time to rest. Chaochao had already fallen asleep. When Sue entered the room, she saw Lu Yuanze wearing a middle-length robe and with his hair loose, sitting under the lamp, with a look of indifference on his face. Lu Yuanze has a very good appearance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bewitched her to the point of losing her mind. Even after 17 years, Lu Yuanze still looks like an elegant and dignified gentleman. Time has left no trace on his face. Instead, it adds a touch of maturity. No wonder Pei Chaochao was willing to wait for him for 17 years. Su concealed the indifference in her eyes and showed a hint of movement. Lu Yuanze turned around and looked. He has a pair of affectionate eyes. Looking at her at this moment, it was as if the iceberg had melted, as if he were the only one in the world. Look, he still favors Su. Yin Yang, is second brother okay? I was in court today and heard that there was a flood in Linluo and it was about to burst the dam. I'm afraid there will be a disaster. He stepped forward to help Su, who had her eyebrows slightly lowered and showed no expression at all. The people of Linluo are xenophobic. Since my second brother is from the capital, I'm afraid he will be targeted by the people. I have a close friend in Linluo who is working in Linluo. His name is Dong Jiaming. If my second brother needs anything, he can go find him. Su's hands and feet were cold, but nothing could be seen on her face. Dong Jiaming? Isn't this the person Chaochao mentioned who harmed his second brother? Su's heart trembled. Well, I will send a message to my second brother tomorrow. Su took a deep breath, not daring to show any abnormality. Is the Marquis writing? Su looked at the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone on the table. Lu Yuanze smiled and said, yes, Yunyang also comes from a family of scholars, and her handwriting is even better than mine. Lu Yuanze put down his pen. After getting married, the two of them had a happy life with each other, enjoying each other's company. Su frowned and said, didn't you learn my handwriting? He even used this handwriting to frame the Su family. I haven't written to you for many years, and I feel a little rusty. Yunyang, I miss the days when you were with me. Lu Yuanze gently hugged her waist. Yes, we knelt down under the moon and swore our vows when we got married. If you betray each other, you will not die well. Lu Lang, will you lie to me? Su's gentle voice. Lu Yuanze held her in his arms, his mind distracted, and he didn't pay any attention to what she said. No, if I lie to you, I will die a miserable death. Su smiled faintly and said, Lu Lang, you'd better bear with it. Lu Yuanze hasn't been close to Su for 9 months. In the past, I always disliked Su Shi for not being as pretty as Pei Jiao, but I kind of miss Su's obedience. Thinking of the humiliation he suffered outside today, Lu Yuanze was filled with resentment. After being embarrassed by Pei Jiao several times in a row, he began to miss his sensible wife at home. Since he put his arms around Su's whole body stiffened slightly. Tiny goosebumps appeared all over her body, and she felt extremely nauseous. He used the Su family's power to climb up the ladder, and also used his own hand to harm the Su family. Su pressed the tip of her tongue tightly, biting out a bloody smell. It's not time to fall out yet. As Lu Yuanze's cheek moved closer to her, Su covered her mouth and couldn't help but dry heave. Lu Yuanze was stunned. Su hastily pushed him away with an apologetic look on her face. My lord, I just smelled a foul odor. She covered her nose and even retched. Lu Yuanze only felt a slap hit him hard on the face. He took a sharp step back. He raised his hand and sniffed it gently. My lord, why do you have a smell? Su's face was full of gloom. Lu Yuanze was furious, but he could only suppress the anger in his heart. His chest kept rising and falling, as if he was very angry. It stinks of shit. She even pinched her nose, looking like she couldn't stand it. Lu Yuanze was so angry that his face turned red, and he even fell into self-doubt. He took a deep breath and didn't dare to get close to Su. He just whispered, maybe he was covered in bird poop outside today. When he talked about this, he felt depressed. Su covered her mouth and laughed. Did the Marquis also get deceived by that mistress? Did the master see the last time Madame Qin caught her mistress committing adultery? Su looked at him with interest. She even found it funny that Lu Yuanze was pretending to be calm. People in this world are so stupid. She can commit adultery and steal men. How can we believe that she can perform miracles? Now she's got bird shit all over her head. Maybe even the gods can't stand it anymore. Su said calmly, as if he didn't notice Lu Yuanze's increasingly stiff expression. Why are you being so harsh, Yin Yang? Lu Yuanze showed a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Su's eyes widened in surprise. How can the Marquis say such a thing? I'm the principal wife. Which principal wife in the world would like a concubine? Besides, Pei's clothes were stripped off by someone, and she became someone's mistress. She has no shame at all. Is she still afraid of what others say? If you ask me, it's her mistress who is capable. He was able to hide it from the wife for so many years. I guess he must be a heartless person. Su spat. It's a pity that Lu Jinghuai is actually an illegitimate child. TSK, TSK. The two tisk-tisk sounds were full of deep meaning. Lu Yuanze's face was slapped loudly, but he could do nothing about it. Lu Jinghuai is a real talent. If someone's family has a boy like him, it will bring honor to the family. Lu Yuanze pursed his lips. He had no way out. If such a child is registered under your name, would you be willing? Lu Yuanze asked suddenly. Su looked at him in surprise. Chapter 49. Chao cried in anger. My lord, why do you want to humiliate me? I have sons and daughters. Even if Yanshu is abandoned, I am not comparable to that dirty person. He is the son of a concubine, a dirty and cheap thing that cannot be seen in public. How can he be registered under my name? My lord, you may not like me, but you cannot insult me. What Su said made the veins on Lu Yuanze's forehead bulge. A hero's origin is not judged by his character. Jing Huai is a good boy. Lu Yuanze took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress the anger in his heart. The son of a whore can hardly be considered a hero, Su said calmly. Enough! Perhaps Lu Yuanze felt that his tone was a bit harsh, so he slowed down his tone a bit. Never mind, it was just a joke. I have Yunyang and Yinshu. That's enough. Su did not comment. Yunyang, where's the jade pendant you wore around your waist? The patterns on it are intricate. Can I take it away and study it? It looks like it has some history. He was referring to the jade pendant that had been passed down through the Su family. The Su family has a jade pendant, which is said to be passed down to daughters and not sons. This generation was taken away by the Su family. No one knows how many years the Su family has passed down this jade pendant. All we know is that it has been passed down from generation to generation, and the old lady treasures it very much. The old lady gave her the jade pendant just before she got married. He also told her not to give it to anyone. On the wedding night, Su took out the jade pendant and played with it, and Lu Yuanze also took a few glances at it. You mean the dragon-patterned, auspicious cloud pendant? Right. Su shook her head and said, this jade pendant cannot be lent to anyone else. It can only be passed on to the daughters of the Su family. Lu Yuanze wanted to say more, but when he saw Su raising her hand to fan his nose from time to time, he felt humiliated and said it immediately. Then I will come to accompany Yunyang when I have time. Yunyang, please take care of yourself. After saying these polite words, he left Tingfeng Garden. Only after Lu Yuanze left did Su become suspicious. What does he want the dragon-patterned auspicious cloud pendant for? Su fell asleep in a daze and was still thinking about it until dawn. The pendant with dragon pattern and auspicious clouds? Madam, you can't give it to him. It is a family heirloom passed down in the Su family. If your parents find out, they will probably come to your house and beat you up. Dingji joked with a smile while combing Su's hair. Lu Chaochao, who was sitting cross-legged on the couch, waiting for Inshue to feed him roasted sweet potatoes, raised his eyes. Dragon-patterned auspicious cloud pendant? Why does it sound familiar? Lu Chaochao grabbed 2 tufts of hair, nearly pulling them off. Hey, isn't this the jade pendant that the mother gave to the fake daughter? Su was so angry that she was shaking. She had actually given this jade pendant to Lu Jingyao. Su was so angry that she took out the jade pendant. He opened cabinet after cabinet, took out a heavy sandalwood box, and unlocked several locks before taking out the dragon-patterned auspicious cloud pendant. As the dragon-patterned auspicious cloud pendant appeared, Lu Chaochao suddenly sat up straight. Such a rich spiritual energy. Apart from anything else, this jade pendant is truly spiritual. Every time I take it out, I feel refreshed. Dingji didn't even dare to touch it. There are even auspicious clouds floating in the transparent white jade, which seems real or like a dream, and not like any ordinary thing in this world. This jade pendant feels warm to the touch and makes people feel very comfortable. I'm afraid you're going to use it to appease that bitch outside. Dingji cursed angrily. Su sneered, he wishes. This is for my Chaochao. At this moment, Su thought that Lu Yuanze might have come just for the jade pendant. Is there something magical about this jade pendant? But she often played with this thing, and there was nothing unusual about it. Lu Chaochao sat on the couch, eating roasted sweet potatoes dripping with honey and drinking some soup. But his eyes fell on Su. She scratched her head again. Long Wenxiang Yunpei always felt that it sounded familiar. It's not something she saw in the book, but something she is familiar with in her bones. Mother, please take care of your dear daughter. Lu Chaochao looked eager. Su chuckled. This little girl was very curious. Show it to Chaochao. Su didn't tease her. This thing would be passed on to Chaochao sooner or later. With the jade pendant in his hand, Lu Chaochao slowly lowered his head. The little guy was startled. Hey! Ah! Lu Chaochao screamed in her mind. Su was so frightened that she covered her ears, but she felt a sharp pain in her ears and heard nothing. Isn't this hers? Shit, this is her storage jade pendant from the world of cultivation. When she offered sacrifices, she felt sorry for these treasures, so she took off the jade pendant. Why is it here? At this moment, she was reciting the magic spell unconsciously, and she felt a huge force entering her body from the jade pendant. Lu Chaochao blinked. I could only watch helplessly as the jade pendant gradually became dim. She closed her eyes gently. Her storage space is back. And from the dragon-patterned auspicious cloud pendant, he directly entered her consciousness space. Lu Chaochao was so angry that her mouth was grinning. No wonder the heroine in the book took out so many treasures that she was familiar with. Damn, those were all hers. When she first saw the storybook, she thought it was written by people based on her magic weapon. Result, damn it, this is originally hers. Why is Chaochao shivering all over? Are you cold? Su touched her daughter and felt that she was trembling all over, and her two teeth, as big as rice grains, were chattering from biting each other. Light another pot of silver charcoal. What surprised her even more was that the voice she heard in her head was also not right. All the sounds were of teeth grinding. It looks like it's going to bite someone. When Chaochao heard her mother's voice and looked up, Su saw her eyes turned red with anger. Wow! Su picked her up and she burst into tears. Whoa! Lu Chaochao's eyes and nose were red, and tears were falling. I was so miserable. My storage space actually fell into the hands of a counterfeit. Her little hand trembled as she pointed at the sky. Say, Laotian, oh, you damn god, you're not a good thing. I'm going to kill you. What's sweet? Do you want some candy? Dingji felt so distressed that he hurried to coax her. There was a rumbling sound of thunder in the distance, but no one dared to get close to the capital. Lu Chaochao said nothing, just hugged her mother's neck and cried loudly. Poor girl, it turned out that it was my storage space that helped her. The Su family was killed tragically. It's so unfair. Chaochao, do you like this jade pendant? Here you go. Mother won't give it to anyone else. How could Su not feel distressed? Seeing Chaochao holding the jade pendant tightly, she just thought that Chaochao liked it. Lu Chaochao cried until she fell asleep. It could be seen that he was very angry. But this time, she got the jade pendant back, and I'm afraid the heroine will have a very difficult time leaving. When Lu Chaochao woke up, it was already evening. She was still a little dazed when she woke up, but the warm touch of the jade pendant in her hand made her more sober. The little guy returned the jade pendant to Dingji embarrassedly. Hide. Don't cry anymore? Dingji hooked her little nose. He hid the jade pendant himself. Get up quickly. It's snowing outside. Put on more clothes. The second young master has returned home and is now in the front yard. Dingji changed Lu Chaochao's clothes quickly. Lu Chaochao's eyes widened. Hurry, I want to see the most powerful love brain in history. Chapter 50, Second Brother Returns Home. As the year draws to a close, the first snow falls. The capital city seemed to be covered with a layer of white frost, and even the flowers and plants were covered with a light frost. Lu Chaochao is 10 months old. 10-month-old Lu Chaochao has grown up and has inherited all the advantages of Su and Lu Yuanze. The baby's chubby face has a pair of clear eyes that are round and bright like stars, with a hint of innocence. The cheeks are puffy like a little bun, and people can't help but pinch them. At this moment, she was wearing a small red jacket with 2 small buns on her head and a bunch of pom-poms hanging on it. She walked unsteadily and could take a few steps on her own without even the help of a maid. Our daughter looks just like a doll in a New Year painting. She's really pretty. Dingji couldn't help but admire. She helped her lady raise 3 sons, but none of them was as pretty as Chaochao. Miss Chaochao speaks and walks earlier than her 3 brothers. Yingxuan nodded involuntarily. Would you like me to hold you in my arms? Dingji saw a light snow falling outside the house. Even though the maid had swept the snow early, the ground was still a little white. Easy to slip. Lu Chaochao was very excited. Let's go. Send a few. Let's go. Chaochao spoke in a baby voice with 2 chestnut cakes in his pocket. She is now almost 1 year old and can already eat some soft complementary foods, roasted sweet potatoes, roasted chestnuts, rice flour, and various meat pastes. She especially loves roasted sweet potatoes, The sweet aroma after they are roasted is extremely pleasant. Seeing that she had an idea, Dingji held Yingshue's hand and led her to the main courtyard. Stepping on the thin, first snow, Lu Chaochao giggled. One step leaves a small footprint. The many footprints look extra cute. She laughed as she walked. When passing by the flower garden, the little girl frowned, shook off the maid, squatted in front of a wilted flower, and her little face almost touched the flower. "What's wrong, young lady?" Yingxue had just opened her mouth when Chaochao stretched out her index finger and made a shushing sound. "Could I? Fa. The little hand pointed at an orchid. Dingji couldn't help but smile. Children are so innocent that they think flowers, plants, and trees can talk. "Okay, I'll listen to the young lady. I'll ask the servants to move the orchids to the greenhouse later." He coaxed Lu Chaochao to move forward. Lu Chaochao was small and couldn't walk, so after a while, Dingji picked her up. As he walked quickly towards the front yard, Lu Chaochao heard a soft sobbing sound. Sounds soft and innocent. Lu Chaochao blinked and turned the corner, then saw a young man in a moon-white gown kneeling outside the door. There was also a petite girl in white standing under the eaves. The girl was covering her face and sobbing softly. Sue's furious voice came from inside the house. "You've read so much that you've lost your mind. You're engaged. Why did you bring a girl back home? You were slapping your fiancé in the face by doing this." Sue was so angry that her face turned red. Originally, she doubted Chaochao's thoughts. After all, the second brother already had a fiancé and was not such a naughty person. But at this moment, seeing him kneeling outside the door and insisting on bringing the girl in, she was so angry that her head felt dizzy. Lu Jingyue glanced at his mother worriedly, but when his eyes fell on Su Jiqing at the door, he became more confident. Miss Su's face was pale, and she was shivering with cold standing outside the door, as if a daughter was clinging to her. "Mom, my son, and Wen Ning have no feelings for each other, and getting engaged is not what he wants. My son just wants to marry someone he loves and wants to live a loving life like his parents. He doesn't want to be a stranger who treats him with respect." Su was so angry that she felt dizzy. The marriage between Yinshu and Jiang Yunjin was arranged by the old Marquis himself, so that's all. But the Wen family lived next door to the Lu family back then. The little girl from the Wen family follows Lu Jingyue around all day long, calling him brother. The two of them have a childhood sweetheart relationship. Later, the Wen family was exiled, and only 3 years after leaving Beijing, Lu Jingyue started to act up. "I only treat Wen Ning as my sister. You can kill your son. He cannot marry Wen Ning." Lu Jingyue sighed quietly. He was about 6 years old when he got engaged to Wen Ning. Wen Ning was indeed cute back then, but he didn't understand the relationship between men and women at that time. Now that he thinks about it, he treated Wen Ning as his sister. "Mother, Qingqing can't marry anyone else." Lu Jingyue looked a little embarrassed. "When my son was studying, he encountered danger and fell off a cliff. It was Qingqing who carried him back and saved him. Qingqing lost both her parents when she was young, and she has already ruined her reputation by raising her son. Mom, I can't be a treacherous person." After spending the past few months together, Lu Jingyue naturally developed a liking for Su Jiqing. Miss Su is gentle and considerate. She lives in the mountains all year round and is extremely simple. Su's eyes were almost spitting fire. Although Lu Jingyue went out for study, the 2 servants he brought with him were both good at martial arts. Wherever he went, he would write a letter home. Unfortunately, after falling off the cliff, the servant couldn't find any trace of him. They searched for 3 days in a row, searching every village around. But the village where Su Jiqing was had clearly been searched, unless someone deliberately hid him. "Mom, my son has been in a coma for 3 days. After waking up, he has been recuperating at Qingqing's house. Perhaps, when we came to search, Qingqing went up the mountain to collect herbs. Qingqing's family is poor, and their life is extremely hard. It is my son who has increased her burden." Lu Jingyue sighed. He had a high fever at that time, and his temperature fluctuated. He was in a daze due to fever all day. When he opened his eyes, he saw the girl in front of him, blushing and hugging him with tears in her eyes. When their skin touched, he was shocked, but the girl shed tears. Lu Jingyue took a deep breath. He had already ruined Qingqing's reputation, so he must marry her. Qingqing is kind-hearted, so she saved her son. If you don't save her, the servant will find you. So it's not. Lu Jingyue felt a lump in his throat. You are dressed elegantly. Even the jade pendant hanging around your waist is worth 1,000 taels. Your clothes are even more exquisite. How do you know that she is not attracted by your money? She deliberately hides you. Su couldn't help but sneer. The girl at the door was filled with shame and anger, and immediately cried, "Madam, why do you humiliate me?" Although Qingqing was born in poverty, she is also a man of integrity. If Zheng Yue hadn't begged me, Qingqing would not have wanted to go to the capital. Qingqing has no plans to get married in this life. The worst that can happen is, I'll cut my hair and become a nun, living a life of seclusion and worshipping Buddha for the rest of my life. Su Jiqing's eyes were filled with tears, and her expression was determined. Meeting Brother Yu is Qingqing's greatest luck in life. Qingqing doesn't dare to hope to marry Brother Yu. I only hope that Brother Yu will be happy in this life. Su Jiqing said with tears in her eyes, and then walked out crying. Lu Yuanze's eyes suddenly turned red. When Su saw this scene, he got a splitting headache. "You can't leave." "Mom, if Qingqing leaves, I will go with her." Lu Yuanze's eyes were red, and he held Su Jiqing's wrist tightly. Feeling Qingqing's trembling, he felt even more distressed. He gritted his teeth, stood up slightly, and planned to hit the pillar to show his determination. I heard a childish voice beside my ear. Bang against the wall, bang against the wall, bang against the wall. Bump, 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 bump into your love brain. Look at your love brain bumping into the wall. The voice was full of gloating. Lu Yue, who was about to bang his head against the wall, silently bent his knees and continued to kneel with his head down. Chapter 51. Second brother is really green. Hey, why don't you bump into it? Lu Chaochao scratched the wall angrily. In the original book, Lu Yue hit his head and broke it bleeding in order to keep Su Jiqing. Hearing the sound of angry gnashing teeth in his ears, Lu Yue looked around and took a deep breath. Where on earth did the sound come from? Do demons and weirdos all like to watch jokes these days? Kick! Lu Chaochao pointed at the osmanthus tree in front of him. Dengji was stunned. Kick the tree? Lu Chaochao nodded. Together. The baby grinned with his two little teeth, looking like he would roll around in the snow if you didn't kick him. Dengji's eyelids were twitching. The two maids immediately raised their legs. Lu Chaochao rolled his eyes, used some spiritual energy in his hand, and when the two maids pretended to kick the tree, he hit them hard with the spiritual energy. The osmanthus trees are trimmed into round shapes and covered with snow the moment when spiritual energy hits them. Overnight, the accumulated snow fell from the trees. The snow on the trees fell directly on Lu Yue and Su Jiqing, covering their heads with snow. In order to appear weak, Su Jiqing wore very little and was shivering from the cold. Lovesick brain, eat more snow to cleanse your brain. Lu Chaochao rolled her eyes. When Dengji heard the sound, his heart skipped a beat. When I saw the little lady pouting, I realized that she was taking out her anger on the lady. She sighed, then picked up the little lady and walked into the courtyard. "Madam, please forgive me. I accidentally bumped into the osmanthus tree just now." The second young master caught a cold. Dengji apologized to the second young master, then carried Chaochao into the house. Lu Yue was clearing the snow for Su Jiqing with a distressed look on his face. His eyes fell on Lu Chaochao, and he couldn't move them away. "What a nice kid. Liang Qin." As soon as she opened her mouth, Lu Yue looked as if he had seen a ghost. "This is not." It was that voice in his head. Just now. Was that her inner voice? Su looked at Lu Yue unhappily and said, "This is your sister Chaochao." Lu Yue had heard about Chaochao before, and Su often shared interesting stories about her sister with him. For example, she loved sucking her fingers the most, and when she met a good friend who suited her heart, she would pass her saliva-covered fingers to them. His sister was cuter than he had imagined. "Chaochao, I'm the second brother." He was still kneeling in the snow, shouting with eager eyes. Lu Chaochao raised his head. "Stupid idiot. Only an idiot can be my brother." "Oh my, is love brain contagious?" Lu Yue didn't understand what love brain meant, but after a guess, he could still guess it almost right. Seeing the disgust on the 10-month-old baby's face, Lu Yue couldn't help but feel sad. You fell off the cliff, and in just a quarter of an hour the servant couldn't find you when he rushed to the scene. It's hard for me not to be suspicious." Su looked at Su Jiqing with suspicion. Su Jiqing stood straight, stubborn, and noble, and said seriously, "I happen to be picking herbs at the foot of the mountain." Haha, this is so funny. She had clearly been squatting at the foot of the mountain for 3 days. Her face was covered with mosquito bites. She waited until my second brother fell off the cliff. Lu Chaochao kept complaining in her heart. Lu Yue? Squat for 3 days? What's the meaning? Also, when he woke up, he did see many small red spots on Qingqing's face. Lu Jingyue was a little confused. Forget it. Since you saved Yuer's life, you can stay in the Marquis Mansion. But engagement is absolutely impossible. Su's expression was indifferent. She could see the intentions of Su Jiqing, this little white flower. But my son can't see through it. Dingji, take Miss Su to Mingxin Garden. Su Jiqing looked back every few steps, and only after seeing Lu Jingyue nod his head did she follow him up the branch. After Su Jiqing left, Su did not torture her son, but just raised her hand to let him get up. Mom, I know you can't bear to leave me. Lu Jingyue smiled. His knees were numb from the cold and the snow. He hissed slightly before standing up, supporting himself with the support of his knees. Yingxue hurriedly brought him some hot tea. Warm yourself up and don't let the root of the disease remain. The Lu family's children are all good-looking, and Lu Jingyue is naturally not bad either. He limped in. Mom, Qingqing and I truly love each other. Lu Jingyue said sincerely. Su said angrily, do you have any brains? I think she is a liar. Lu Jingyue smiled and said, Mom, there are so many rich people in the world. Why did she cheat only me? After saying that, he smiled again. She doesn't lie to others, but only to me. Does that mean she has feelings for me too? Mrs. Su almost fainted from anger. She didn't know what love brain meant, but at this moment, she suddenly understood. Of course not. She waited for you at the foot of the mountain for 3 days. The smile on Lu Jingyue's lips froze. Why did you think of going hiking? Su asked with a frown. Lu Jingyue hesitated for a moment and said, it was Brother Jinghuai who said that the morning glow here is extremely beautiful. He changed his route temporarily. Hearing Lu Jinghuai's name, Su gritted her teeth. Yuer and Lu Jinghuai had a very good personal relationship, and she knew that before. No wonder. Lu Jinghuai wanted to throw him to death. Lu Jingyue was full of suspicion. What on earth was my sister talking about? Jinghuai and I have been brothers for many years and are his best friend. Su sighed and had Lu Chaochao carried out. The mother and son talked for a long time in the house. When they came out, Lu Jingyue looked shocked. How could it be? How could it be? Father and mother lived in harmony and loved each other forever. They were a famous, loving couple in the capital. Why? Why is that, Dad? He murmured, looking as if he had suffered a great shock. He had seen many of his classmates' parents fighting with each other, and had seen them worry about their aunts and concubines. He often expressed his feelings about his happy life and his loving parents. But now all of this has been exposed. His father had a mistress for 17 years, and the mistress's son was the same age as his brother. And my best friend is actually Dedies illegitimatson. But if you think about it carefully, the first time he met Lu Jinghuai was because his father said that Lu Jinghuai was extremely talented and asked him to help him more. Lu Jinghuai also likes to ask about his parents from time to time. Lu Jingyue was struck by lightning. Even her younger sister was almost strangled to death when she was born, just to make way for Lu Jinghuai's younger sister. Looking at his mother in front of him with red eyes, Lu Jingyue felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. He walked out of the door in a daze. The emotions in my heart were surging, overturning everything in the past. Standing in front of Mingxin Garden at this moment, he wanted to see Qingqing and talk to her. He stood in front of Su Jiqing's door and raised his hand to knock on it. Qingqing is the person who understands him best in this life, and he treats Qingqing very differently. Qingqing, such a pure and kind-hearted girl, would definitely not be the one arranged by Lu Jinghuai. My second brother is really green on the head. Not only is he a close friend of Lu Jinghuai, but even his wife has slept with Lu Jinghuai. Lu Chaochao lay at the back, complaining in his heart. Chapter 52 Chaochao's Reminder. Squeak! Su Jiqing opened the door, a look of helplessness showing on her face. Brother Jingyue. She looked resentful. Lu Jingyue stood in front of the door, originally looking forward to seeing her. But he could hear Chaochao's inner voice. His mind was filled with that sentence. Even his wife was slept with by Lu Jinghuai. Like being struck by lightning. Brother Jingyue? What's wrong with you? Did Madam make things difficult for you? Su Jiqing pulled him into the house, and Lu Jingyue paused. My sister is outside. He sighed and carried out his sister, who was squatting in the corner watching the show. A 10-month-old baby is quite heavy. A hint of displeasure flashed across Su Jiqing's brows. It was gone in a flash, and no one noticed. Sister Chaochao is so cute and adorable. Su Jiqing wanted to touch her head, but Lu Chaochao frowned and backed away with a look of disgust. Dirty. The words that came out of her little mouth made Su Jiqing's face turn pale. Chaochao, don't be so rude. Lu Jinghua looked flustered and explained hurriedly. Chaochao is young and can't speak yet. Qingqing, don't take it to heart. She is only 10 months old and is talking nonsense. Lu Jinghua saw Su Jiqing crying and hurriedly put Chaochao on the chair and went forward to coax her. Su Jiqing's eyes were red, but she bit her lower lip, stubbornly refusing to cry. This made Lu Jinghua feel more and more distressed. Qingqing shouldn't dream of picking the bright moon in the sky. Qingqing and brother Jinghua are worlds apart. Qingqing should go back. It is already a blessing for Qingqing to have brother Jinghua's company. Qingqing shouldn't have disturbed brother Jinghua's family and made you two feel estranged. Lu Jinghua became more and more anxious and angry. But you have already lost your innocence in order to save me. I must be responsible for you. I want to marry you. Qingqing. Lu Jinghua's face was full of anxiety, and he even raised 3 fingers to swear. You are an innocent and simple girl, and it is me who has misled you. Lu Jinghua wanted to ask her about her and Lu Jinghua, but seeing her tearful eyes, he could not open his mouth. Qingqing saved me with good intentions, so isn't it an insult to her if I doubt her? Su Jiqing sighed and pretended to be strong. Brother Jinghua, I don't want to be the conflict between you and your family. I just want you to be well in this life, instead of quarreling over me. Qingqing doesn't ask to be your wife, nor does she want to destroy the relationship between you and Miss Wen. Qingqing can stay by your side as a personal maid, pouring water for Miss Wen elegantly. As long as I can see you every day, I will be happy. Su Jiqing looked at him sadly. Lu Jinghua was somewhat moved. Kiss, 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 kiss. The waving of flags and shouting made Lu Jinghua blush instantly. Quickly backed away. When he turned around, sure enough, Lu Chaochao was staring at him with eyes as big as copper bells with a burning gaze. His head was throbbing. Lu Jinghua suddenly came to his senses and kept his distance from Qingqing. After falling off the cliff, Su Jiqing took off her clothes and shyly hugged herself to reduce her fever. For such a simple and shy girl, this is probably the most daring thing she has ever done in her life, right? During the 3 months we've been together, he never crossed the line. Although he loved Qingqing, he still abided by the rules and did not dare to cross the line. A hint of annoyance flashed across Su Jiqing's eyes. Qingqing, how can you be her maid? Qingqing is a girl from a good family. She has self-respect and self-love. How can I humiliate you? Lu Jinghua said calmly. Lu Chaochao grinned and laughed. Su Jiqing inexplicably disliked Lu Chaochao, but Lu Jinghua asked, "What are you laughing at?" Lu Chaochao pouted and said in a baby voice, "Laugh at her. She wants to fall, and Air Guagua is in her arms." Su Jiqing's face flushed, and she was angry. Does the second brother want to be the scapegoat? Lu Jinghua raised his eyebrows. What is a scapegoat? God has mercy on me, my second brother is so miserable. Lu Chaochao's eyes were full of pity. Second brother, you are really green. If second brother doesn't believe me, just call your good friends and bring your sweetheart along, and you'll understand, eh? Lu Chaochao laughed cunningly. Lu Jinghua took a deep breath and picked up Lu Chaochao. Qingqing, we finally got back to Beijing today, so take a good rest. After that, he paused and said, tomorrow, I will take you to meet my best friend. He is very talented. You must like him very much. Su Jiqing snorted softly. Qingqing likes brother Jinghua the most. When Lu Jinghua came out carrying Chaochao, Su Jiqing leaned against the door, looking at him infatuatedly, until he walked away. As Lu Jinghua walked, he asked, Chaochao doesn't like her? Mother doesn't like her either, and Chaochao doesn't like her either. Yeah. The little guy nodded heavily. Bah! Lu Jinghua sent Chaochao back to Tingfeng Garden, and then went to Mingda Garden to see his elder brother. It was already midnight when I learned from my eldest brother about the ups and downs of the recent period. Late at night, he stood in the corner of Tingfeng Garden, looking at the light in the house without saying a word. Su was feeding Chaochao with egg custard when she heard Deng Zhi ask, the second young master is outside the door. Do you want to invite him in? What are you doing here? Give your brain a cool down, maybe it will sober you up. Originally, he was so sissy because of this woman. Su shook her head and ignored him. It was unknown when Lu Jinghua left. Early the next morning, he took Su Jiqing to the appointment, his best friend in life. When Lu Jinghua saw Su Jiqing wearing a deep blue dress, his eyebrows trembled slightly. Lu Jinghua likes blue the most. Jinghua, I don't want people to look down on you, so I dressed up specially. Do you think it looks good? She bit her lower lip. Her eyes were extremely moving, as if she had come alive. Lu Yuanze's nails were almost digging into his palms. It looks good? It looks better than ever. Lu Yuanze's words made Su Jiqing's heart skip a beat. It's all for you, she said coquettishly, and then followed him into the restaurant. Lu Yuanze had already booked a restaurant, and now the waiter led them into the elegant hall. Pushing open the door, a young man in a blue gown was admiring the calligraphy and paintings on the wall. Lu Yuanze tried hard to suppress the anger in his eyes. He already knew what his father had done last night. Brother Jinghuai, he called out. Lu Jinghuai turned around with a faint smile on his face. Zheng Yu. He is as gentle as jade, like a graceful gentleman. Su Jiqing lowered her head slightly, not even looking at him. She just followed behind Lu Jingyue, seeming very reserved. Is Jingyue's injury okay? Several people sat down one after another. Su Jiqing sat next to Lu Jingyue, facing Lu Jinghuai. Fortunately, Qingqing rescued me, and I was lucky enough to survive, Lu Jingyue said with a smile. Lu Jinghuai looked at Su Jiqing with clear eyes. Jingyue and I have been friends for many years. Saving him is like saving me. This glass of wine is for the young lady. Thank you for your kindness. He seemed very respectful. Sir, you are too kind. It's just a life. How can Qingqing watch it die without saving it? The two men behaved with moderation and were extremely evasive. Chapter 53 witnessed. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lu Jingyue also got drunk. He patted Lu Jinghuai's shoulder and burped. Hiccup, Brother Jinghuai knows me best. Hiccup, you understand me. With friends like this, what more could I ask for? Lu Jinghuai sighed softly. I am ashamed to say that Brother Jingyue is not in the capital, and Jinghuai and the Marquis Mansion have had some misunderstandings in the past few months. My mother loves jewelry, so she often buys some rare things. But the servants of the Marquis Mansion stole Madame Su's dowry and sold it, and my mother happened to buy it. It even reached the government office. My servant was scolded by my mother a few days ago, and he held a grudge against me. He shifted the blame and even set fire to the Marquis Mansion. Now Jinghuai is right, but he can't explain himself. Lu Jinghuai sighed softly. Lu Jingyue was drunk and hooked his arm around Lu Jinghuai's shoulder. What kind of misunderstanding is this? We are brothers, but brothers, hiccups, brothers. If you like the jewelry, I'll get it for you. We are no strangers to each other. We have been good brothers for many years. Not to mention the jewelry. You deserve the position of the prince of the Marquis Mansion. He spoke with great joy, and Lu Jinghuai drank a few more glasses. Zheng Yu said he was drunk and talking nonsense. The position of the crown prince belongs to Master Yanshu. Master Yanshu is extremely talented and brilliant. Who in the capital has not heard of his name? Lu Jingyue sneered. He is no match for you now. Compared, incomparable. Dad, you scold us every day for not living up to your expectations. Hiccup, it would be great if you were really my brother. The position of crown prince belongs to you. Lu Jingyue's eyes were swaying, and Su Jiqing hurried forward to hold him up. Zheng, Mr. Lu, you are drunk. Qingqing will help you lie down. Su Jiqing staggered and supported him. He could not even keep his steps steady, and his eyes were dazed. His legs went weak, and Lu Jingyue fell onto the bed. He was snoring softly and had drunk too much. Su Jiqing's voice was a little shy. Mr. Lu, please help me call the servant. He has drunk too much. She was not sure whether Lu Jingyue was drunk or not, so she did not dare to act rashly. His tone was distant, but his expression was resentful as he looked at Lu Jinghuai. Lu Jinghuai curled the corners of his lips, and the young man in the long gown stretched out his hand and took her into his arms. You still call me Mr. Lu? Why are you so formal? If you do this, I will punish you. He pecked Su Jiqing's lips hard, her face blushing. Su Jiqing bit her lower lip lightly, her eyes full of love. Secretly looked at Lu Jingyue, who was snoring on the bed. I'm afraid he will pretend to be drunk and ruin your plans. Su Jiqing said softly. Lu Jinghuai showed a hint of frivolous disdain. I have known him for many years. How could I not know what he is like? He trusts you and me to the extreme. Let alone him. Even his mother is a fool. Lu Jinghuai chuckled. For 17 or 18 years, there has never been any doubt. When my father married her, he went into Su's bridal chamber in the first half of the night. In the second half of the night, he went into my mother's room next door. Therefore, his birthday was almost the same as Lu Yanshu's. Aunt Pei is gentle, kind, and considerate. If it weren't for the noble family background of the Su family, why would Madame Pei have suffered for so many years? Fortunately, Jinghuai, you are so hardworking that you can get all this for him. Su Jiqing hugged Lu Jinghuai, no longer showing the reserved and noble attitude she had in front of Lu Jingyue. Lu Jinghuai stretched out his index finger and lifted Su Jiqing's chin. Did he touch you? Huh? Did you kiss here? Did you kiss here? Or here? He pointed at Su Jiqing. Su Jiqing glared at him in reproach. My body is yours. How can you let him touch it? How can he be worthy of it? Lu Jingyue even blushed when holding hands, feeling offended. I protect her in my heart and would not tolerate any offense. Su Jiqing felt a little uncomfortable and inexplicably didn't want to stay here with Lu Jinghuai. Let's go next door? Su Jiqing pulled him. Lu Jinghuai gently pulled open her dress. No, right here. This is not the first time I've done this in front of him. Last time, when he fell off a cliff and was unconscious, you were much more unrestrained than you are now. Ching, let me see what you can do. Lu Jinghuai's eyes were red. Just thinking about the last time, Lu Jinghuai couldn't help but tremble. He deliberately humiliated Lu Jingyue and deliberately tortured Su Jiqing when Lu Jingyue was unconscious. But he woke up. That day, Su Jiqing jumped onto the bed in a panic, and Lu Jinghuai was standing behind the door, watching Lu Jingyue getting trapped in it little by little. Don't you miss me? Lu Jinghuai bit her lips hard, shocking Su Jiqing and making her scream. When panicked, he covered his mouth tightly. She cried, How could I not miss you? I even gave my body to you. But you are already engaged to Miss Jiang. Lu Jinghuai said indifferently. Jiang Yunjin? She is just a piece of wood. How can she compare to you? Su Jiqing's face flushed. Really? Did you touch her? Su Jiqing pursed her lower lip. Lu Jinghuai pinched her cheek. How could I touch her? What a joke. Jiang Yunjin is the daughter of a noble family. How could she do such a thing? His plan was to make Lu Jingyue turn against the Marquis Mansion because of Su Jiqing. Lu Jingyue is a very grateful person and would never let Su Jiqing down. My mother is also thinking about you. She only recognizes you as her daughter-in-law. Lu Jinghuai coaxed her into a state of excitement. The drunk Lu Jingyue turned his back to the two of them. At this moment, Yu opened his eyes. There was a chill in his eyes. They really do know themselves well. If it weren't for his sister's voice, he would probably have been kept in the dark his entire life. Hearing the regular rhythm behind him and suppressing his sobs, Lu Jingyue felt no ripples in his heart. His salvation was all fake. It's a conspiracy from beginning to end. Lu Jingyue coughed lightly, and the two people behind him suddenly stopped moving. His body froze in place, as if a basin of cold water was poured over his head. He mumbled something dazedly and lay flat on his back. He gently opened his eyes, and the two figures were closely connected. Ching. He kept repeating Ching's name. The two people opposite him were so frightened that they dared not make the slightest movement. Lu Jinghuai suddenly woke up. He almost missed something important. He pushed Su Jiqing away without leaving a trace and quickly put on his clothes. Su Jiqing also put on her long skirt, shivering all over, and the two of them went out one after the other. His clothes were disheveled, his face was flushed, and his black hair was slightly disheveled. A group of old men sat opposite. How disgraceful! You have no shame in broad daylight. This is a restaurant, not an inn. It's unlucky. Another old man with a white beard looked disgusted. These people are the censors of Beizhou, also known as censors. They are responsible for correcting the officials and cleaning up the bureaucracy. Even if the emperor says or does something inappropriate, they will advise him. What's more, he was killed in a head-on collision in the Jinwan Hall. They are a group of old stubborns who give the emperor a headache. That person just now? Is he Lu Jinghuai, a famous young genius in Beijing? Several people showed displeasure, and they were showing off their prostitution during the day, and they were still in a restaurant. Really disgusting. No one had ever seen Lu Jingyue inside the house. Well, Jinghong Academy attaches great importance to him. If he can win 3 yuan in a row. One of the old men raised his eyebrows. I'm afraid that your majesty intends to let him teach the prince. Several people frowned slightly and secretly wrote down the matter. Chapter 54. So wise and so close to a demon. Lu Jingyue lay there for half an hour before rubbing his head and sitting up. Su Jiqing sat quietly in front of the window, a very beautiful picture. Brother Jingyue, you're finally awake. Come and have some sobering soup. Su Jiqing went forward to help him up, seeing that he had a headache after the hangover. She felt distressed. Have you been waiting for a long time? Ching Ching, you are so nice. Lu Jingyue saw Su Jiqing squatting down, putting on his shoes, hiding the gloom in her eyes. After drinking the sobering soup, the two went out. Mr. Lu had something to do, so he left first. He specifically asked me to make a sobering soup for you. She did not forget to curry Lu Jinghuai's favor. Lu Jingyue smiled and nodded. Brother Jinghuai and I are close friends. When the two returned home, Su Jiqing was sticky all over, so she made an excuse to go back to the courtyard to rest. After she left, the smile on Lu Jingyue's face suddenly disappeared. It's cold to the bone. His fists were clenched so tightly that the bones of his fingers turned slightly white. Love is a light so green that it makes you panic. La la la. Before entering Tingfeng Garden, I heard Lu Chaochao humming happily in her heart. As soon as I stepped into the door, a small cannonball rushed up and hugged my legs. A childish voice sounded, and the little guy grinned. The little meaty hand waved gently, and Lu Jingyue squatted down. Missing second brother? Lu Yanshu was sitting in a wheelchair, holding a book between his fingertips. She kept saying she wanted to give you warmth. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chaochao put a green hat on Lu Jingyue's head. Good news. It's particularly appropriate for the occasion and very suitable for my second brother. Lu Jingyue felt so upset that he almost vomited blood. Lu Yanshu's lips curled slightly, his eyes filled with joy, and he whispered, Did you see him? Lu Jingyue picked up his sister and nodded sullenly. A scam. It's all a scam. A scam targeting the mother and their family. Lu Yanshu's eyes were indifferent. Since she wants you to be grateful, then thank her generously. He took a lot of effort to invite several censors to the restaurant. Thank her? Brother, I'm so angry. They wanted to feed us one by one. Lu Jingyue gritted his teeth in anger. They even had sex in front of his eyes. I didn't ask you to thank me in person. Lu Yanshu opened the book slowly with a calm expression. He guessed that Lu Jinghuai and Pei Jiaojiao must have attacked the descendants of the Marquis Mansion without telling his father. A man values his offspring. Although he values Lu Jinghuai, he will not allow Pei Jiaojiao to kill his 3 brothers. So, Lu Yuanze didn't know Su Jiqing and didn't know her. Don't say too much. The mansion will arrange a thank you banquet tomorrow. Doesn't she want a home? Then give her a home. There was a cold look on Lu Yanshu's face. Lu Chaochao was confused when she heard this. Oh my God, how come Big Brother knows everything? My eldest brother is indeed the #1 villain. Big Brother is mighty and domineering. Big Brother is really awesome. The brain of the whole family is on my Big Brother. Fortunately, I saved Big Brother and saved his heart. Otherwise, my mother will be humiliated. My eldest brother will be forced to drink my urine. My second brother will die unjustly. My third brother will have his eyes gouged out and his hands and feet chopped off to become a human pig, and my grandfather's entire family will be executed. Lu Jingyue's chest kept rising and falling, but he held it tightly. Lu Yanshu has a gentle look and is not as smart as his brother. Chaochao, you are our salvation. Come on, Big Brother will take you to eat some meat. What do you want to eat? Meat paste. Lu Yanshu picked up Chaochao and rolled the wheelchair out. Cluck, cluck. He imitated the sound of a rooster and then patted his thigh. Oh, Lu Yanshu understood. Chicken legs. Since the last time she cremated the duck, she has opened up a new world. I have to eat roasted chicken legs. Tired of eating the chicken soup in the small kitchen, she crawled into the kitchen, pestered the chef, hugged his legs, and called him Uncle, Uncle. Good uncle. She called out Uncle in a soft voice, her little face full of anticipation, her hands clasped together in prayer. Who can stand the look of a baby like this? The small kitchen even put a lot of thought into marinating the chicken legs with honey, and they are baked until they are tender and sizzling with oil. Lu Chaochao often went into the small kitchen to steal food, and when she came back, she would not drink milk. Dingji squatted there for several days before he discovered something strange. The chef from the small kitchen was transferred to the big kitchen, and a cold-faced old lady was appointed to be the chef. Hey, it lasted 3 days. I gave the little one some special treats again. Transfer position again. This time she lasted for half a month and was able to eat special meals again. Sue had no choice but to surrender and give her some healthy snacks every day to coax her so that she wouldn't act cute and beg for food all day long. Don't think she doesn't know. Even the maids in her room secretly saved snacks for her. The small kitchen made a lot of dried meat and put it in her pocket every day to chew on, which stopped her from eating all over the yard. Even so, she still had a few thumb-sized sweet potatoes as well as peanuts, chestnuts, and other things hidden in her pocket. Throw it in wherever there is a fire. You won't starve even if there is a famine. Lu Yuanze touched her pocket. The left side is filled with small peanuts and sweet potatoes. There are small chestnuts on the right. There is also a lotus-wrapped snack hanging on the wall. Lu Chaochao blinked her eyes and took out a few silver coins from her pocket. Buy. She waved her little hand generously. Okay, let's buy. Lu Yuanze's eyes were smiling with joy. His previous hobby was reading. Now he loves raising kids. Only for Chaochao. Early the next morning, Su prepared a banquet. Su Jiqing blushed. Isn't this too expensive? Mrs. Su smiled and said, Miss Su, you are the lifesaver of my family, Jingyue. No reward is too much. I have already asked someone to invite the Marquis back home to thank Miss Su for her kindness. Su Jiqing's eyes were red. No one has ever been so nice to me. The old lady also liked her very much. This girl was smart and clever, and she was more pleasing to the old lady than Mrs. Su. As soon as Su Jiqing arrived, she began to massage the old lady's shoulders and legs, and her words and actions were very much to the old lady's liking. When you come to the Marquis Mansion, just treat it as your own home. If someone bullies you, an old woman, will take care of it for you. The old lady gave Su a sidelong look, but Su was not angry. Su Jiqing pursed her lips and smiled shyly. She certainly has an old lady's appetite. Pei Jiaojiao told her the preferences of everyone in the Marquis Mansion, just to help her conquer the mansion smoothly. The Marquis has returned home. The maid reported outside the door. The old lady's brows showed a hint of joy. Please invite your excellency in. It's freezing cold, don't catch a cold. The old lady smiled especially kindly. Sleeve. Don't worry, as long as my father agrees, no one can stop our marriage. In the Marquis Mansion, my father has the final say. Lu Jingyue emphasized this sentence. Su Jiqing was also feeling a little excited. Mrs. Pei has been a mistress for more than 10 years. She is willing to stay with this man and be his shadow behind him. How good is this man? She was really curious. There were footsteps outside the door. Chapter 55 Epidemic. Are there guests in the mansion? Lu Yuanze's voice was gentle and more mature than that of a young boy like Lu Jingyue. And this maturity is fatal. As the words were spoken, a tall and straight figure walked in. The man had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, with a few snowflakes on his shoulders. He raised his head, his eyebrows were sharp, and his eyes were bright, as if they were filled with tiny starlight. He was elegant and steady, a look she had never seen before. Su Jiqing's eyes trembled, and she looked away unconsciously, as if she had been burned. She clearly felt that the man's eyes were on her. It was just a casual glance, but she felt as if her whole body was on fire. The loyal and brave Marquis stepped forward and greeted the old lady, then shouted, "Have dinner. Just sit next to me. You saved Zhengyu, so you get this position." This position originally belonged to Su. Su Jiqing glanced at Su. Su smiled dignifiedly. "Miss Su, just sit back and relax. The air of the Marquis' mansion is precious, and this is as it should be." The clothes Su Jiqing wore today were arranged by Su. This outfit is Lu Yuanze's favorite, like the young Pei Jiaojiao, but better than Pei Jiaojiao. It has to be said that Su Jiqing is very good-looking, and Pei Jiaojiao has worked hard to find such an excellent person. Lu Yuanze glanced at Su Jiqing and said nothing. Su Jiqing sat next to the old lady with a red face, very considerate. Lu Chaochao held her little bowl, looking unconvinced. "Small." She looked accusing. "Small, this bowl is really small." Su couldn't help but coax him. The little ones use the small bowls, and the adults use the big bowls. Lu Chaochao was so angry that he stood up and stood on the stool. "Big!" He compared himself to when he was standing on a stool and found that he was the same height as Su when he was sitting. "Same big," the little kid complained seriously. He even stretched out his hand to indicate that he wanted a big bowl. Lu Jingyue silently took the small bowl, poured the food into the large bowl, and handed it over. Lu Chaochao's brows were wrinkled like an earthworm, and he always felt that something was wrong. She knocked her head, wondering what was going on. After she traveled through time, it seemed like her brain was not enough. There are often two kinds of thoughts colliding. I obviously have my own ideas in my head, but I can't control my hands, I can't control my mouth, I can't control my nature. Lu Chaochao didn't think about it anymore. She held the bowl that was bigger than her head and bared her two little teeth. Howl, howl, howl. She picked up the bowl and started slurping, and you couldn't even see her head. Lu Yuanze glanced at him displeasedly, but endured it and didn't say anything in the end. After lunch, Lu Yuanze left home. Lu Jingyue accompanied Su Jiqing for a walk in the mansion. Qing, don't worry. You are so smart and clever. Your parents will like you. After I get married, I will have 60 taels of pocket money every month, and I will support you then. It's a pity that I'm not as talented as Jing Huai. Otherwise, I could have passed the imperial examination and won you honor. Even this mansion belongs to you, big brother. However, although my eldest brother is the prince, he is disabled, and it is still father who makes the decisions in the mansion. But don't worry, my heart is worth $1 million. We are in true love. It doesn't matter whether we have money or not. I believe Qing is not a vain person. We can definitely be a loving couple. These words were taught to him by his eldest brother, and every word he said would step on women's minefields. The smile on Su Jiqing's face was a little stiff. She originally wanted to coax Lu Jingyue to marry her, but at this moment, she kept it to herself and didn't say a word. She found an excuse and went back to the yard to rest. Lu Jingyue curled his lips and went to the Imperial College with the article given to him by his elder brother. Only the sons of royal family and officials could enter the Imperial College, but only students with the rank of scholar or above are accepted. Many students receive their enlightenment at Jinghong Academy. At this moment, Lu Chaochao was holding 2 jade pendants and swinging them. This piece was given to you by Madame Qin, and this piece was given to you by Lord Chun, the Minister of Rights. Mother put it in the small box for you? Su asked her. Lu Chaochao pushed the jade pendant away indifferently. Su was helpless. You don't even know the weight of these jade pendants. One for the eldest princess, one for Madame Qin from a military family, and one for the Minister of Rights. These were things that Lu Yuanze could never ask for. These are the promises made by each company. Commitment to Chaochao. Lu Chaochao held a roasted sweet potato and said, "No, how about Hong Hong?" Su burst out laughing. A promise worth 1,000 gold is not as good as a roasted sweet potato. The new year is coming to an end, and every family has a banquet. And this time, Su looked at the post in her hand and chuckled. All the posts in previous years were sent to her. Now, Lu Chaochao's name is written on the post. She was just a sideline. I heard that Lord Chen slapped the Marquis in the street, and they broke up. Deng Ji was very happy, and Lord Chen even spit on him. Su touched Chaochao's face and said that Lord Chun did this for Chaochao's sake. You deserve it. Yingxue rolled her eyes. Lu Chaochao was still happily eating a sweet potato and had no idea what was going on. Search the box and make sure it is not seen by the Marquis. Fortunately, they kept it a secret for fear of bringing disaster to Chaochao. Was just saying that. Suddenly, a hurried voice came from outside the door. Ma'am, something happened. Zhu Xiao walked hurriedly, his face pale. Madam, please come to the palace quickly. The Empress Dowager is critically ill, and all relatives from all houses have entered the palace. Empress Dowager, I'm afraid something might go wrong this time. Someone has come to the palace. Su stood up suddenly. How could this happen? He was fine a few days ago. I don't know. Su hurriedly changed her clothes and entered the palace. Madam, the princess asked if she can bring the young lady with her. The maid hesitated. Su hesitated, thinking that Chaochao was only 10 months old, and she was afraid of offending the nobles by entering the palace at this time. It's an epidemic. It's contagious. Lu Chaochao's words shocked Su so much that she almost collapsed. Disease? How could there be an epidemic in the palace? Su's heart trembled. Take me, take me, take me. I am immune to all poisons. Hee. I am not afraid of the plague. Lu Chaochao jumped for joy. Oh my God. She really wanted to go see that resentful male protagonist. If you don't take me with you, the prince will be dead. In the original book, the little prince was killed today. Su's hair felt numb and her eyes widened. Her palms trembled slightly. Is the prince dead? Is there an epidemic in the palace? Su was panicking. Together, Lu Chaochao held his mother's fingers tightly and refused to let go. When Su heard that there was an epidemic in the palace, she dared not bring her into the palace. With me, there may be hope. Without me, many people will die. Mother is also going to be seriously ill. Please, my dear, she begged Su. She must go into the palace with her mother. Su was extremely flustered, but Chaochao refused to say anything more, so she had to pick her up. Forget it. Go into the palace. Epidemic. Does the palace know about it? She had some veils pulled off and secretly hid them in her arms. She paused and said, "Take the 2 little maids that my eldest brother sent with you." Su Yiting sent 2 10-year-old maids over. Although the maids were young, they had learned martial arts at the age of 3 and were not inferior to adults. "You must follow the young lady closely. You cannot leave her side, even for a moment," Su said sternly. "Yes. Please give me a name, madam." The 2 maids were twins, and they looked exactly the same. "You are the elder sister, so let's call you Yu Qin. You are the younger sister, so let's call you Yu Hua." Soon, Su brought everyone into the palace. Chapter 56 revealed. Outside the palace gate, there were many carriages parked. Towards the end of the year, it was snowing heavily, and I felt the bone-chilling cold as soon as I got out of the carriage. Dingji hurriedly put a cloak on Mrs. Su and then wrapped another layer around the young lady. The women in each mansion all looked worried and had no intention of asking the ladies around them for news. "Your Majesty today is the Queen Mother's biological son and is the most filial son, as everyone in the world knows. It's so cold." Several old officials sniffed. They were already old, and standing in the snow and ice was even more unbearable. "Madam, please bring a hot water bottle." Ingshua handed over a hot water bottle that could be hidden under the sleeve. At this moment, the palace gates were wide open. The ladies were arranged in order according to their status. Although the Su family is of high status, Su is already married into the Lu family, and the Lu family is just a middle-class family in the court and is of no importance. As soon as the palace gate opened, an old maid came out with a smile on her face. This is the wet nurse beside the eldest princess, and she is quite proud of herself. She jumped over the ladies step by step and came to Su's side. "Madam Su, Chaochao is young and it is snowing heavily, so the eldest princess specially asked you to ride in a sedan chair into the palace." Sure enough, the eldest princess's guard of honor followed behind her. Everyone was shocked, as the eldest princess attached great importance to rules. At this moment, he actually broke the rules and invited Su to ride in his sedan chair. Su looked down at Lu Chaochao, who was sucking her fingers, and said, "Well, it's all thanks to the girl. She and the eldest princess have been friends for 20 years, and the eldest princess has never broken the rules." "Then I would like to thank you, madam, for your concern." Su expressed her gratitude and then carried Chaochao into the sedan chair. Palace servants were constantly sweeping the snow in the palace, but there was still a thin layer of snow. The further they went in, the colder Su felt. Many palace people were coughing slightly and looked unhappy. Her heart skipped a beat. After passing through the palace wall and arriving at Cunning Palace, I could smell a strong smell of medicine before entering the main hall. "How's the Queen Mother?" Su carried Chaochao down from the sedan chair. The nanny's eyes were red. The Queen Mother had a good constitution and rarely caught a cold this year. But it's the end of the year, and maybe it was the heavy snow and the temperature dropped, so she got seriously ill. She has a high fever and a constant cough. This morning, she couldn't even breathe. Your Majesty even stopped the morning court session and stayed by the Queen Mother's side. All the doctors in the Imperial Hospital have arrived at Cunning Palace, but the fever is still high. If it weren't for the fact that His Majesty still had some sanity left, I'm afraid the Imperial Medical Bureau would have lost its head. It is a lung disease, a lung disease. It is contagious, and the symptoms are like a cold, but gradually worsen in the later stages with constant coughing and high fever, and then death from organ failure. Lu Chaochao lay in Dengji's arms, her eyes sparkling. Su felt a chill in her heart. Your Majesty is still in Cunning Palace? The maid nodded. Yes, His Majesty has never left. Su's face was as gloomy as water. Where is the eldest princess? Su couldn't help but worry when she thought of the eldest princess. The eldest princess was originally going to come, but the Empress Dowager had issued an imperial decree before she fell into a coma. The eldest princess's pregnancy was extremely difficult, so she was not allowed to enter the palace. She had waited for more than 10 years for this pregnancy, so how could they dare to let her enter the palace? Su breathed a sigh of relief. Go, go! Lu Chaochao knew what her mother was thinking and immediately started making a fuss. Su was helpless. She knew there was something strange about her, but she was also worried. However, if something happens to Your Majesty and the Crown Prince, I am afraid that the country will be in chaos. She calmed down and personally carried Chaochao into Cunning Palace. The door was closed. When I opened it, the house was filled with a strong smell of medicine. It can't be dissipated completely. The Emperor knelt in front of the bed with a frown on his face and red eyes, glaring at everyone. The entire Imperial Medical Bureau can't even cure the cold? What's the point of me keeping you? The Emperor was so angry that his fingers were shaking. The queen mother was of humble origins, and after giving birth to him, the two of them had an extremely difficult life in the palace. The two depended on each other, and the emperor valued his mother very much. The imperial physician knelt on the ground and trembled. There were already a group of ladies of honor standing in the room. After Su bowed, she stood beside them. These are all people who come to take care of the sick. Cough, cough. The queen mother had fallen into a semi-comatose state, had a high fever, and her face was red, but she was still coughing violently. The emperor was deeply distressed when he saw this. He held the queen mother's hand tightly and refused to let go. The house was filled with a sickly smell. From time to time, a suppressed, shallow cough could be heard. Su was horrified. Oh, it really is lung disease. The neighboring southern country had been in war for a long time, with countless casualties, and the bodies piled up, breeding bacteria, so some people burned the bodies. After the burning, a heavy rain polluted the water source, causing many people in the southern country to suffer from lung disease. However, due to the blockade by the Southern Kingdom's imperial court, there is no news to the outside world yet. Lu Chaochao hugged her mother's neck, thinking about how to remind her. Go away. The emperor waved his hand. Su took a deep breath, stood up, and knelt in the middle. Your Majesty, I have something to report. At this moment, everyone retreated. Su Yiding frowned fiercely and looked at his sister worriedly. The emperor looked at her deeply. He had an impression of Mr. Su. Su Shiyun, the legitimate daughter of the Su family, married to Zhongyong Ho Lu Yuanze more than 10 years ago. A few days ago, because Mr. Chun, the Minister of Rights, was raising a foreign wife, he checked on Marquis Zhongyong. This investigation also revealed a lot of things. Lu Yuanze was well known for his devotion in Beijing, and his investigation revealed that Lu Yuanze had deep love for another woman from another family. In his eyes, Mrs. Su was confused. Having been deceived by men for nearly 20 years, I am ignorant and stupid. At this moment, even Lu Chaochao was hugged. Only the emperor and Su were left in the house. Su took a deep breath, knelt on the ground, and said, Your Majesty, I'm afraid the Queen Mother is suffering from an epidemic. The South has been at war for a long time, with countless casualties and corpses piling up. Disease has spread throughout the South. But the Southern Kingdom has blocked the news. If Your Majesty sends someone to investigate, you will know. When the emperor heard about the epidemic, his heart sank. But then I started to have some doubts. How could Su, a woman who never left the house, know about the epidemic in the South? Su's palms were covered in cold sweat, and she didn't know how to explain to the emperor. But the emperor asked nothing. He just waved his hand, and the chief eunuch Wang came in. Send a message to the Lord Protector of the country. Yes. Eunuch Wang summoned Lord Protector Li outside the palace gate. Duke Protector of the country, is there any unusual movement coming from the South Country? The atmosphere in the hall was solemn. A trace of cold sweat appeared on Su's forehead, and he was even trembling slightly. The Duke of Protectorate is already old, but after years of fighting, he looks energetic and extraordinary. Your Majesty, the last war in the South was 3 months ago, but recently it has been too quiet. All cities have closed their gates, and our spies have not come out since they went in. Lord Protector Li replied. The emperor's eyelids twitched slightly. Perhaps it's because of the winter. They are storing up food and medicinal materials outside. I'm afraid they need to rest and recuperate. The emperor stood up suddenly, feeling dizzy. Chapter 57, The Emperor's Letter to Chaochao. Plague. It really is an epidemic. The emperor took a deep breath. You knew it was an epidemic, but you still entered the palace. Su, you are great. The emperor's words made Su suddenly relax. The Duke of Protectorate's eyelids twitched. Disease? Thinking of the strangeness in the South, the Duke of Protectorate felt a sudden chill in his heart when he heard about the epidemic. Your Majesty? The Duke of Protectorate felt his heart sinking. People who have had contact with the South Country are prohibited from entering the capital, and the border is strictly prohibited from traveling to the South Country. Everyone should wear veils, stay indoors for the time being, and reduce contact. If you have symptoms such as cough and fever, you will be treated uniformly. Let the Imperial Medical Bureau come in. The emperor waved his hand, and Su had already retreated to the side. Your Majesty, how is your health? The Duke of Protectorate was terrified. If anything happened to His Majesty, there would be chaos in northern Zhao. The emperor nodded, but he didn't dare to joke about the foundation of the world. Even though he was reluctant, he still withdrew. When the epidemic broke out, there was an uproar in the palace. No one was allowed to leave the palace and was temporarily placed inside. The Imperial Medical Bureau secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the epidemic was difficult, there was a chance as long as they had a direction. The emperor looked at Su deeply, remembered what the eldest princess said, and looked at Lu Chaochao not far away. Lu Chaochao has been teething recently, and her teeth are itching badly, so she is currently grinding a small biscuit. Feel the emperor's gaze. She even grinned at the emperor with her toothless mouth and smiled at him. The maidservant trembled with laughter. The eldest sister said, "Su is a blessed woman. The daughter she gave birth to is quite extraordinary. If you, my brother, have any unsolvable problems, perhaps she can bring you a miracle." Could it really be her? After the emperor left Cunning Palace, the capital city was quickly blocked off. After a thorough investigation in the palace, Su and all the other female relatives were placed in the palace where the eldest princess lived before she got married. This is an epidemic. It's contagious and it can kill people. Madam Su, was it you who mentioned the epidemic? Someone came to inquire secretly. If it was Mrs. Su who brought it up, it would be a great merit. This is the fortune of the loyal and brave Marquis Mansion. But think about it. How could the women in the back house of the Su family, who never go out of the main house, know about this? And I have dispelled this idea. It must be the Duke of Protectorate. The Duke of Protectorate has always been at the southern border, so he must be the Duke of Protectorate. Su smiled and said, "How could I be that capable?" When Yunyang was young, she often went to the palace with the eldest princess. She was grateful for the care of the Empress Dowager. She specifically asked Your Majesty to stay by the Empress Dowager's side and personally take care of her to repay her kindness. Su would never let Marquis Zhongyong take advantage of her. Besides, this is Chaochao's credit. There was panic inside and outside the palace gate, but fortunately there was no source of infection here, and the situation was quickly brought under control. But the Queen Mother still had a high fever. Perhaps it was because the disease was discovered too late and the Queen Mother's illness was particularly serious. Carry me, carry me." Lu Chaochao pulled Su's sleeve, and Su was going to serve the patient with a veil on. Su originally wanted to leave her behind, but Lu Chaochao complained in her heart, "Without me, they will be dead." Suicide set the li. When I arrived at Cunning Palace again, the Empress Dowager had become extremely thin. All the waiters wore thick veils to avoid infection. Lu Chaochao also wore a veil. The emperor's eyes were red, and the Empress Dowager had become increasingly thinner in recent days, with her vitality visibly fading away. Lying in bed, I couldn't even hear her breathing. As soon as he raised his head, he looked at Su. Su brought Lu Chaochao with her. When she entered the palace, she knew there was an epidemic, but she still brought Lu Chaochao with her. Lu Chaochao was only 10 months old, and Su was in so much pain that it felt like her eyeballs were hurting her, but she was willing to take risks with her. He thought that the root of the problem might be Lu Chaochao. He thought of the eldest princess again, a person who worshipped all the gods and Buddhas in the world, and was so angry that she didn't even respect the gods and Buddhas. But she admired Lu Chaochao very much. The eldest sister is not someone who would let go for no reason. "Chaochao, come here." The haggard emperor waved to Lu Chaochao. He thought he must be crazy. The imperial physicians all said that the Empress Dowager was beyond help, but he believed the 10-month-old baby. Lu Chaochao was wearing a furry hat and was originally in Dingji's arms, but she kicked her feet and slipped out of his arms. "Lie on the ground. Crawl quickly towards the emperor." Haha, walking on 2 feet is wobbly. How can it be as fast as crawling on all 4s? He quickly crawled to the emperor's feet and stretched out his hand. The two looked at each other in the eye. Su was extremely anxious. This was the emperor, and his majesty had never even held the crown prince. This girl, just as she was about to go forward, she saw the emperor bend down and hold her in his arms. Lu Chaochao smiled and hooked her arms around his neck, looking extremely intimate. Even the emperor was shocked. None of the princes were not afraid of his aura. Not to mention hugging them. I would be scared and cry if I looked at them for even a second. This little girl is the first one who is not afraid of him. "Chaochao, do you want to accompany the Empress Dowager?" You see, the Empress Dowager is sick. Now, the imperial physician has developed an antidote and mild symptoms can be cured quickly, but the Empress Dowager is old and has been infected for a long time, so there is no cure. The emperor's eyes were red. Lu Chaochao nodded and let the emperor put her on the couch. The emperor dismissed everyone. Su looked back every few steps, feeling extremely flustered. "Your Majesty, my daughter is still young. so be careful not to offend the Empress. Su regretted it. Will anything happen to her, Chaochao? The Queen Mother likes Chaochao, so keep her for a while. After half an hour, you can take her out of the palace. The Emperor was just trying to save the situation. Su breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Chaochao lay at the head of the Empress Dowager's bed, feeling the deathly aura all over her body, and she waved her little hand. There are many elixirs in the space of her jade pendant. But the Emperor is here. The little guy was in trouble. The Emperor saw her obvious disdain and asked, "But you want me to leave?" The little guy's eyes curved in a crescent, and his little head kept nodding. The Emperor chuckled all his life. This girl was really precocious and actually understood it. He did not hesitate and went straight outside the curtain. Lu Chaochao then spread out her hands, and a jade-like spiritual medicine with the aroma of green grass appeared in her palm. The spiritual medicine was the size of a finger, and as soon as it appeared, a strong fragrance filled the room. The Emperor took a few deep breaths, and all his fatigue disappeared. His eyelids twitched. Sure enough, what the elder sister said was right. Lu Chaochao placed the elixir next to the Empress Dowager's lips. The elixir turned into a light green light and went straight into the Empress Dowager's body. When the aroma disappeared, the Emperor heard Lu Chaochao shouting, "Gulyalu!" As soon as he turned around, he saw Lu Chaochao pointing at his bulging belly. "Gurgle, gurgle." "It gurgles." The Emperor's face twitched and his stomach was bulging. "You said it was hungry?" He picked up Lu Chaochao and looked at the Empress Dowager. Her lips, which had been as pale as paper just now, had now regained their rosy color. The Emperor's heart was pounding and he was very excited, but he controlled his thoughts. "Chaochao, you are a treasure given by God to Beizhao." He untied the veil and gently touched the little guy's face. "What do you want? Tell me. Do you want to be the goddess of Beizhao? Do you want to be the princess of Beizhao, second only to the Emperor? Do you want to do it?" Chapter 58, I want to adopt her as my daughter. The words haven't finished yet. Then I heard the soft and sticky voice in my arms say loudly, "Again, again and again. Eat meat. Big, big chicken. Chicken leg." He opened his hands and made a huge gesture. The Emperor's smile slowly froze. "Chitangtang, sika, sak." She also made a shush gesture, asking not to tell Mom. He looked like a thief. "Emperor, my head hurts," the Emperor added. "Chaochao, being a princess can give you supreme power, and you will be loved by everyone. Do you want to be a princess?" The Emperor patiently persuaded her. Of course, he had to coax such a magical little creature who was blessed by God. Lu Chaochao put her hands on her hips, and her belly puffed out. "Mud, mud. Think. Dang, dang, dang. Well, what did it?" Her little face wrinkled into a ball. "Daddy is not a good man. I don't want to be his father." "No, no, don't howl. Daddy is not well." The Emperor frowned and said, "Damn Marquis Zhongyong, I'm going to beat you to death. This little guy has a shadow on his father. I am different from your father. I am a good father." The Emperor tried to smile kindly. Of course, he would never say that his sons were so scared that their calves trembled when they saw him. How nice it would be to put the little princess on Yudi and make her a member of the royal family. But when the Emperor saw the little girl's resistance, he did not force her, for fear of making things worse. He just coaxed her more anyway. "You don't like the father of the loyal and brave Marquis? Well, but your mother has to stand up for herself. Divorce is ultimately a matter between the man and the woman, and even the Emperor has no right to interfere in the affairs of a couple." Lu Chaochao blinked her eyes. Her mother didn't like that trash at all. The Emperor took off the jade pendant from his waist and said, "This jade pendant represents me, as if I were here in person. Since you don't want to be a princess, I will keep the position of princess for you. When you change your mind, come to me." The Emperor coaxed her with good intentions. He had never coaxed even his own children, but he was coaxed into doing it willingly. Lu Chaochao casually stuffed the jade pendant into her arms. "Spread out your little hands." "Again, sugar." "Emperor, what we mean is that the position of princess is not as good as a big chicken leg. Eat, eat, eat. Let's eat the imperial meal." The Emperor held her in one hand and saw the Empress Dowager's rosy lips. He felt more satisfied. He called his trusted followers to serve the Queen Mother and did not allow outsiders to visit. "You are still too young to show off. You need to grow up peacefully." The Emperor gently touched her little head, and the soft fur made him feel warm. Totally different from those stinky monkeys. After staying for more than half an hour, the Emperor reluctantly returned Lu Chaochao to Su. Su's face was filled with fear. She felt that the Emperor's kindness made her scalp tingle. Did Chaochao do anything? Su, you're a good person. Your future blessings are waiting for you. The emperor waved his hand. You leave the palace first. His eyes fell on Lu Chaochao. The little guy covered his mouth and yawned, looking sleepy. After the emperor finished speaking, he left Cunning Palace. It was 3 days later that the female members of the family were sent out of the palace. Su looked exhausted, having dealt with a group of ladies. She sent a message to the eldest princess. Let her rest assured and take care of the baby. The queen mother seems to be getting better. This pregnancy was not easy to come by, so don't make the queen mother worry. When we returned to the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery's mansion, the lights were already on. The lights in the mansion of the loyal and brave Marquis were always on. As soon as I entered the door, Lu Yuanze sent someone to invite me in. Your Majesty, why did you keep Chaochao here? He was also kneeling outside the palace at the time and was very curious about this. Su yawned and said, the queen mother liked Chaochao, so she kept Chaochao for a while longer. Later, the little guy wet the bed, so your Majesty asked me to bring him back. Lu Yuanze frowned. You are so ignorant. How could you pee on the queen mother's bed? Forget it after all. She is not Jing. He wanted to say something about Lu Jingyao, but he kept his mouth shut. Looking at Lu Chaochao's stupid appearance, he felt a little annoyed. Chaochao is only 10 months old. She is still an ignorant baby. Is it normal for her to wet the bed? Mrs. Su glanced at him. Chaochao was carefully carried back home. Lu Yuanze suppressed the irritation in his eyes. How is the queen mother? Your Majesty has sent people to ask the abbot of Hugui Temple for blessings. Hopefully, the danger can be averted. When Su left the palace, she heard that His Majesty had sent people to look for the abbot. Lu Yuanze nodded, glanced at Su, but hesitated to speak. Does the Marquis have anything to say? Su asked with a faint smile on her face. If you look closely, you can see that her smile does not reach her eyes. Lu Yuanze shook his head. Nothing, it's almost the end of the year. Yunyang has been working hard. A few days ago, I was confused and made Yunyang angry. Su's eyebrows slightly frowned. Yunyang and the Marquis are the same mind. It won't be hard. It's just suicide. Yunyang is now busy taking care of Chaochao, and the Marquis doesn't even have a single person to trust around him. Yunyang. Lu Yuanze's face was slightly stunned, and then he was filled with anger. Yunyang, when we got married, I told you that you will be my only wife in this life. Taking a concubine is absolutely not allowed. Lu Yuanze refused righteously, and there was even some hurt in his eyes. If Su hadn't heard Chaochao's voice, she would have been moved to tears again. He really thinks he is a fool. After Lu Yuanze left, Su raised the corners of her lips indifferently. At night, Lu Jingyue held Chaochao in his arms and strolled with Su Jiqing under the moon. Su Jiqing tightly grasped the handkerchief. She had finally made up her mind to take the last step with Lu Jingyue. Who would have thought? Lu Jingyue was holding a baby in his arms. Chaochao sticks to me, so I brought her here. Su, you don't mind, right? Lu Jingyue seemed to be blind to her depressed look. Su Jiqing put on an embarrassed expression. Her clothes were slightly open, and at this moment Lu Chaochao's eyes were fixed on her, pointing at her. Eat, Grandma? Su Jiqing's face suddenly turned red. She wanted to take down Lu Jingyue, not the baby Lu Chaochao. Lu Jingyue suddenly covered his sister's eyes. Su, pull up your clothes quickly and don't dirty my sister's eyes. Why don't you be careful? My sister is still young. Lu Jingyue's eyes were full of complaints. Su Jiqing felt so choked up that she almost vomited blood. In the countryside, she just accidentally exposed her shoulders, and Lu Jingyue blushed with embarrassment. At this moment, he was scolding in a serious manner, just like a monk. Lu Chaochao lay on her brother's shoulder. Humph, you want to seduce me, Guogua? Dream on? Humph. In the original book, she got my brother drunk, stripped him of his clothes, and they lay on the same bed. Then they entered the gate of the mansion. Lu Chaochao complained in her heart. Lu Jingyue's eyes and eyebrows lit up slightly. Just then he heard Su Jiqing say, Brother Jingyue, tomorrow is the anniversary of my parents' death. Can Qingqing find a place for them to pay tribute? Su Jiqing said in a low voice with red eyes. Her pitiful look was simply engraved in Lu Jingyue's heart. Yes, her every move, every word and action were all in line with Lu Jingyue's preferences. Chapter 59, Cuckold Dad. Oh no, tomorrow is the day my brother will be drunk. My second brother is defenseless against her, so she brought the glass of wine and added some ingredients. Lu Chaochao watched the show in her heart. Lu Yuanze was extremely alert. When you come to the Marquis Mansion, just treat it as your own home and worship at home. You saved my life, so it's my duty. I'll come to accompany you tomorrow. Lu Yuanze looked expressionless. The two walked in the snow for a while before Lu Yuanze sent her back to the yard. She stood in the snow, looking at his receding back sadly. As long as Lu Yuanze turned around, he would be able to see her appearance. Sure enough, Lu Yuanze turned around. It was not until Lu Yuanze walked away that the smile on her face suddenly fell. The maid behind her came forward and said, "Miss Su, may I help you wash up? Your body is soaked in snow, and you will catch a cold easily." Sufiki nodded slightly. After washing up, Su Jiqing returned to the house and sat in front of the bronze mirror with her hair loose. There is also a sandalwood table in the inner room, with some papers on it, emitting a faint scent of ink. What is this? She flipped open one and saw the flamboyant handwriting. Unlike a young man like Lu Yuanze, this handwriting is full of power and reveals a sense of effortlessness and courage. It's the Marquis's handwriting. This was originally the Marquis' study, where he would occasionally take a nap. "These are all the Marquis's writings," the maid replied respectfully. Su Jiqing's face felt a little hot, and her fingertips felt as if they were burned as they passed through the ink. Lying on the bed, I felt as if I was enveloped by a strong scent of the opposite sex. This is the bed where Lord Lu slept. On the second day, Su Jiqing looked extremely bad. She was wearing a light-colored long dress, and her whole body was shaky like a little white flower that depended on others. When Lu Yuanze came over, he couldn't help but sigh. "Qing, don't be sad, you still have me. I will take good care of you for your uncle and aunt. Believe me." Lu Yuanze's eyes were sincere. Su Jiqing nodded with red eyes. As the night was getting dark, the maid brought out the vegetarian meal. Lu Yuanze dismissed his attendants, personally took the copper basin, and held a memorial ceremony in the garden with Su Jiqing. Paper money was swirling in the air. The thin girl was kneeling in the snow, crying silently. "Mom and Dad, King mit Zhengyu. Brother Yuanze is a good man. If your spirit is in heaven, you can rest in peace." Su Jiqing sobbed softly and poured the 2 glasses of sake on the ground into the copper basin. Lu Yuanze accompanied her to burn all the paper money. Su Jiqing's lips were already white from the cold. "Have some dinner. You're not feeling well. Don't freeze yourself." Lu Yuanze helped her into the room. The table was already filled with dinner. His eyes fell on the 2 wine glasses, and he looked away slightly. "Brother Yuanze, thank you for coming to me. Although I saved you, Qing was all alone in the world. It was you who gave Qing the courage to live. You also saved Qing. This glass of wine is for you, Qing." Su Jiqing personally brought the wine to him. Lu Yuanze's expression was calm. "Qing, I should toast you." He picked up the wine glass. Clink glasses with Su Jiqing. They both drank it in one gulp. Su Jiqing breathed a sigh of relief. He also persuaded Lu Yuanze to eat a lot of vegetarian food. Maybe it was because she used too much silver charcoal, or maybe it was because she was drunk. She just felt that the room was a little stuffy, and the young man in front of her had a double image. Even the sounds in my ears gradually became hazy and no longer real. She seemed to hear the young man sigh. "Qing, you are drunk." But she just felt like her whole body was like a furnace, and she wanted to seek some coolness. She seemed to be carried to the couch. The candle was blown out, and she seemed to hear the sound of the door closing. As her footsteps got farther and farther away, she felt like there was a fire in her chest that wanted to burn her to ashes and make her lose all her sanity. "Ha!" she murmured softly. She opened her clothes, leaving only her inner garment, but still felt the room was hot. With a creak, the door opened. When the door opened, a hint of coolness came into the room. She came back to her senses slightly, and her body moved faster than her mind. She stood up quickly and hugged the newcomer tightly in her arms. The visitor was stunned. She pressed herself tightly against him, leaving no gap between them, and absorbed the coolness. Her voice was trembling, and she sighed comfortably. "Don't push me away." The voice is so soft and irresistible. The man pinched her waist tightly, his eyes red. "Do you know who I am?" The voice was low, with a hint of the elegance and oppression of a mature man. "Sofikin blast. Why am I dreaming again?" Last night, ever since she knew that this was Lord Lu's former study and the bed where Lord Lu had slept, she felt extremely shy. Why did I have such a bold dream tonight? Su Jiqing's voice was trembling, and her hands were groping the other person's body, and she couldn't help trembling even when she was undressing the other person. She fell softly into the other's arms. Yes, yes, my lord. She bit her lower lip lightly, her eyes sparkling. It's Lord Lu. My lord, don't push me away. Don't push Ching away. She murmured in a low voice, as if with a hint of pleading. She tiptoed, hooked her hands around the man's neck, and moved herself up little by little. Veins bulged on Lu Yuanze's forehead. He had been like a fish in water for the past decade. Recently, I have been exhausted by the troubles caused by Su Shiyun and Pei Jiaojiao. After drinking a few more glasses with his colleagues tonight, he felt a little confused, but as a man, he knew very well what he was doing. Su Jiqing is different from the old-fashioned and dignified daughter of the Su family. It is also different from Pei Jiaojiao's gentleness and thoughtfulness. This is an extremely young and inexperienced girl who is begging humbly. This is a 16-year-old girl in the prime of her life. Different from them all. The girl's clever little tongue entered his mouth, and the string of rationality broke on the spot. The man stretched out his arms and picked up the woman. The woman screamed and hugged his neck tightly. When the little maid came back with the lamp, she blushed when she heard the melodious sounds getting louder and louder in the room. He was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he hurried back to the main courtyard to report. Madam, something happened," the little maid said in a crying tone. "I don't know which idiot accidentally brought the Marquis back to his original study and into Miss Sue's room." The little maid burst into tears. When she heard the lewd sounds in the room, she couldn't connect him with Miss Sue at all. How could he be so unrestrained? Sue covered Chaochao's ears, and Dingji immediately took the little guy away. "Why are you crying? Don't ruin the joy during the new year." Sue's eyes were red, and she seemed to grit her teeth as she said, "The Marquis has been with me for nearly 20 years. That's enough. I can't monopolize the Marquis's favor alone." She seemed to sigh, her eyes red. Having said that, everyone saw the lady crying. Sue stayed awake all night. She stood in the yard, covered in snow, staring blankly into the distance. That's the direction of the study. Behind her back, Dingji gave her ginger soup several times. Chapter 60 Helper becomes love rival. Sue stood in the yard and did not sleep all night. The snow fell on her shoulders, but she pretended not to hear it. "Madam, please come in." Dingji knelt in the snow and begged her to come in. Sue felt her whole body numb from the cold, but she knew she couldn't walk. The little maid replied tremblingly, "Last night, the Marquis called for water 3 times. Sue's face was pale, and it was hard to tell whether it was because of the cold or the broken heart. The whole house was eerily quiet. When Lu Yuanze opened his eyes, he saw the pretty woman in his arms, and his rationality instantly returned. Even Su Jiqing was startled. Not a dream. Last night was not a dream. Her face turned pale, and when she saw that she was covered in bruises, she was so shocked that she bit her lower lip tightly and trembled all over. Wrong, all wrong. She felt as if her throat was choked, and she was completely filled with fear. Lu Yuanze was originally a little complaining, but in the end he was comforted by her panic and quickly took her into his arms. "I will explain to my wife. Don't be afraid. My wife is kind and compassionate. This matter is my fault. Don't be afraid. I was the one who lost control of myself last night." Lu Yuanze pursed his lips. The beauty of last night made him forget his worries. Su Jiqing was really about to cry out loud this time. It's over, it's all over. Aunt Pei gave her the preferences of everyone in the Lu family so that she could please the Lu family. But it was definitely not to send her in to steal his man. But when she saw Lord Lu exuding the aura of a mature man, she was dazed again. Lord Lu is not Lu Jingyue, nor is he comparable to that green boy like Lu Jinghuai. Outside, the little maid knocked on the door. "My lord, the lady has been standing in the yard all night. Please go and take a look. The lady has been freezing in the snow all night," the little maid said in a crying voice. Lord Lu stood up suddenly, put on his clothes in a panic, and said only, Ching, I will give you an explanation." Su Jiqing felt as if she were being pricked by a needle when she felt the maid's contemptuous gaze. What made her even more anxious was that the person she truly loved was Lu Jinghuai. She was shaking all over. She is Lu Jinghuai's woman. She can't marry Lu Yuanze. She is harboring a big secret. Once it is revealed, she will be condemned and even killed without a burial place. So at this moment, Lu Yuanze didn't even put on shoes or socks and rushed back to the main courtyard in a hurry. Sure enough, there was a woman covered in snow standing in the yard. The woman was staggering, looking at him with indifference. Lu Yuanze panicked. Yin Yang, I entered the wrong room last night. I mistook her for you. Su Shiyin seemed to be frozen. Her voice was hoarse, and her eyes were covered with mist. My lord has been with me for nearly 20 years. Yin Yang should not be so selfish. My lord, let Yin Yang calm down for a while. Dingji supported her, and with every slight movement, a lot of white snow fell from her body. As soon as I turned around, Su's body went limp, and Dingji was so panicked that he shouted with red eyes, Madam! Lu Yuanze wanted to enter the courtyard, but he saw Dingji shouting angrily. My lord, please stop provoking my wife. Madam has been waiting all night since you entered Miss Su's room. After saying this, he carried Madam into the inner room. After entering the door, Su opened her eyes slowly. Several maids immediately came forward silently, changed her clothes, and warmed her feet with hot water. After drinking the ginger soup, I instantly came back to life. Lu Chaochao's eyes turned red with heartache. She held her mother's hand, which was frozen like a lump of ice, and covered her face with it. Hiss! The little guy shivered while holding his hands. Su quickly pulled her hand away. Silly girl, don't freeze your face. Mother is not cold. She is just pretending for him to see. If she didn't pretend, how could he feel at ease to let Su Jiqing into the house? Dingji glanced at the door and said, Madam, the Marquis has left. He stood outside the courtyard gate for half an hour, and only left in a hurry when he heard the little maid come to report that Su Jiqing was going to hang herself. Madam, you are so accurate. Miss Su has indeed set her sights on the Marquis. Lu Chaochao's eyes sparkled with stars. Wow, my mother is really smart. Su couldn't help laughing out loud. It's not that she is smart, it's that she is just cheating every time. No matter how talented and gifted Lu Jinghuai is, or how bright his future is, he is not yet grown up. Compared to Lu Yuanze, a mature man, he is still a step behind. Besides, she had a romantic moment with Lu Yuanze, and she stood alone in the snow all night. The news had already spread throughout the mansion, cutting off her chance of entering the mansion again. Now, she can only cling tightly to Lu Yuanze as a lifeline. Lu Chaochao was relieved when he saw that his mother looked sick, but her eyes were bright. In the afternoon, Su Jiqing came to Ting Fenjuan wearing a pink dress to apologize. Yesterday, she was still dressed like an unmarried woman. Today, her charm is still there, and her face is full of irresistible spring breeze. Madam, how dare she come here? Dingji glared angrily. Su chuckled and said, Of course she has the nerve to come. She has the support of the Marquis. Su Jiqing bit her lower lip lightly. Her body was not feeling very agile, but she still walked into Tingfeng Garden step by step. As soon as he entered the door, he knelt in front of the hall. The red marks on the neck are extremely conspicuous. Madam, this is all Qingqing's fault. It has nothing to do with the Marquis. Early this morning, Qingqing realized that she had made a serious mistake and originally planned to hang herself to make amends. Su Jiqing was like a little white flower that had been devastated and was about to fall. It was the Marquis who stopped Qingqing. Su wiped away tears with red eyes, but couldn't help but smile. Su Jiqing's every move and every dress are in line with the Marquis's preferences. Pei Jiaojiao, you took great pains to send Su Jiqing to the Marquis Mansion. You taught her the preferences of everyone in the mansion, but you never expected that in the end she would compete with you for a man, right? Su stood up and helped Su Jiqing up with red eyes. Miss Su, you are from a good family, and I don't want to torture you. It's just the matter between you and Brother Jingyue. Su looked a little embarrassed. Su Jiqing's face was slightly stiff. I only treat Jingyu as a friend. We are gentlemen and have never crossed the line. The one who really crossed the line? It's Lu Jinghuai. So thinking started slightly. That's good. Su breathed a sigh of relief. I have been married to the Marquis for many years. He is a devoted man and has never had a concubine. Speaking of which, Miss Su is the first one. I am now raising 3 sons and 1 daughter, and I don't have the energy to serve you anymore. You and the Marquis are destined to be together. Miss Su, don't be afraid. The Marquis's mansion is simple and clean. Once you enter, you will take good care of the Marquis. If Miss Su can give birth to another son or daughter, the Marquis will definitely be happy. Su patted her hand gently, and Su Jiqing nodded shyly. You saved Jingyue's life. Being his aunt is too much of an injustice to you. Su Jiqing raised her head abruptly and pinched her palm deeply. Su acted as if he hadn't heard it. Chapter 61, Seizing the Prince's Body. Miss Su is the daughter of an honest family, and this matter is about Marquis Mengle. If she becomes his concubine, wouldn't that mean the Marquis's family is ungrateful and repaying kindness with hatred? I intend to make Qingqing my second wife, but the Marquis is being promoted right now, so I'm afraid he won't agree. We will follow the rules for a co-wife in this mansion. We won't tell anyone about it for now. What do you think? Mrs. Su looked as if she was thinking about her. Wait until the Lord agrees in the future, and then I will bring you home in style. Su Jiqing immediately bowed and said, Qingqing thanks Madam for your help. Qingqing is willing to serve Madam as a slave and appreciate Madam's kindness. She could almost hear her own heart pounding. As expected, Su is a fool. It's fine if you become a slave, but if you save Zhongyu's life, you are saving me. The courtyard you live in will be renamed Qingping Courtyard, and Miss Su will live there. I will not allocate any maids. You can go to the accounting office and withdraw 300 taels of silver and choose for yourself. Su is sincere. You must choose the right one, as you will compete with Pei Jiaojiao in the future. Sofikin responded. Of course she could understand what Su meant. As long as the Marquis had no objection, she would be the second wife in the Marquis's mansion. She knew everything about the Marquis. After Su Jiqing left, the smile on Su's face slowly faded. Madam, she kept talking about your goodness all the way. Dingji smiled secretly. Keep it a secret for now and don't reveal her identity. In the mansion, she will be treated as a co-wife. Pei Jiaojiao must be given a severe blow. Su simply used this incident as an excuse to stay indoors and told others that she was seriously ill. And Lu Chaochao. She sat cross-legged in front of the small box and stuffed the jade pendant given by the emperor into it. She was still mumbling, the emperor is stingy. He didn't even give me a chicken leg. What's the point of giving me a broken jade pendant? God knows people out there are fighting over this jade pendant. I don't know whether the little prince escaped this disaster. Originally, the little prince took care of the queen mother all night, and when he returned he had a high fever that wouldn't go away, so he was transported through time. But now, the mother pointed out the epidemic directly, and His Majesty conducted a thorough investigation overnight, thus saving the little prince from disaster. I guess I escaped a disaster, right? Lu Chaochao held the milk bottle and took a few sips. Well, she's just a baby who knows nothing and doesn't care about anything except drinking milk. In the afternoon, Lu Jingyue came to look for Su. Today is Laba Festival, and it's very lively outside. Lu Chaochao held her brother's hand and wanted to go out and join in the fun. Please, please, Ergua. She looked at him eagerly. Lu Jingyue wanted to tease her. Well, what do you want to ask for? The little guy bent his knees with a click, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed to him. I kowtow to you every morning. Boom, boom, boom. The knocks became louder and louder. You're shortening your life. You're shortening your life. You bastard. Lu Jingyue suddenly jumped away and quickly picked her up. Forget it, forget it. I'll take you out. But you have to be obedient, otherwise I won't take you out next time. Lu Jingyue even put on some haggard makeup on himself. Lu Chaochao nodded happily. Just before leaving, he happened to meet Su Jiqing in the outer courtyard, who was coming out of the Marquis' study. The woman's face was rosy, her lips were glistening with water, and her eyes were as beautiful as water in a picture. When he ran into Lu Jingyue, he was stunned on the spot. Lu Jingyue stared at her intently, his eyes red. And Lu Chaochao. He shouted loudly, "Little girl." His voice was so childish and full of milk that the two of them took a few steps back in shock. Lu Jingyue opened his mouth and said, "Yes. She is already my father's woman, and I should call her little girl." He spoke in a dry voice, emphasizing each word, "girl." Then he ran away with red eyes. Su Jiqing was stunned. From today on, several young masters in the mansion began to call her little lady. Directly confirmed the identity. And Lu Jingyue curled his lips. Chaochao, the best is yet to come. He strolled down the street holding Chaochao in his arms. Little Chaochao looked so cute that everyone passing by would take a second look at her. It's my second sister-in-law. It's my second sister-in-law. Second sister-in-law. Lu Chaochao suddenly became excited. Lu Jingyue was stunned. Then Lu Chaochao pointed at the carriage in the distance and said, "Hurry! Kankin, let's go Kankin. That's my second brother's official match. My second brother's engaged sister-in-law. Sister Wenning." Lu Chaochao screamed in her heart. Lu Jingyue's eyes fell on the carriage, and sure enough, it was the Wen family's logo. The Wen family returned to Beijing. In his memory, Wenning was always chubby. Following behind him, and calling Zhengyu brother. And now, a pair of hands stretched out from the carriage. The hands were white and slender, as if carrying tiny starlight. The girl revealed her face. Her eyes were as bright as stars. Her features were delicate and a little reserved. There was a hint of smile on the corner of her mouth, and you could vaguely see the dimple where she used to be. Ah, it's my second sister-in-law. Stupid second brother, hurry up and get on. Second sister-in-law has returned to Beijing. My second brother is a fool, a big fool. My second sister-in-law has liked my second brother since she was a child, but my second brother threatened to die for the sake of my little white flower and broke off the engagement with sister one. Later, the heroine sacrificed her own family for the sake of justice. Her mother and brothers were arrested and were about to be beheaded. Sister Wen sought help everywhere, but received no help, and the Wen family was implicated. I was even dragged into an alley by someone, sob, sob, sob. Sister Wen died naked in the alley. Lu Chaochao's eyes were red, and she didn't notice at all that Lu Jingyue seemed to be in a daze. Lu Jingyue only felt a fishy sweetness in his heart. Ven Ning Ke. At this moment, he was looking at Wen Ning from afar. She was so bright and beautiful, but such a woman died naked in a dark alley. Just to save him. Hey, second brother, don't run away, second brother. Why are you running away? Lu Chaochao was speechless. Her second brother actually fled in panic. Lu Jingyue only felt his heart heavy. It's so stressful that I can't breathe. Lu Chaochao pointed to the distance and said, Second sister-in-law? The little head nodded. Lu Jingyue shook his head. Chaochao, that's not my second sister-in-law. Second brother, you are not worthy. He touched Chaochao's head. Chaochao was very smart and had seen Wen Ning's portrait. Chaochao tilted her head. She didn't understand. Wen Ning is a good girl, but second brother is not worthy of her. She deserves better. Lu Jingyue looked at Wen Ning from afar, feeling extremely bitter in his heart. Lu Chaochao blinked, seeming to understand, but not quite. As he was speaking, he saw the servant coming towards him in a hurry. He ran until he was sweating and panting. Second master, I finally found you. Hurry, the eldest master has gone to the East Palace. I ask you to bring Miss Chaochao over there. The servant's face turned pale as he ran. Ah, is the little prince dying? Lu Chaochao was a little surprised. Even though he had clearly avoided the prince from being infected with the disease, the plot still pushed him back. Lu Chaochao's words frightened Lu Jingyue to death. Although he didn't know why he was looking for Chaochao, he still ran towards the East Palace at this moment. The Eastern Palace was heavily guarded, and normally he had difficulty even getting through the main gate, but now he could pass through without any obstruction. People in the East Palace were already in panic. What's going on? Lu Jingyue asked, pulling the person aside. The prince fell into the water. After waking up, he seemed to have lost his soul. The servant was terrified. Lu Yanshu sat in a wheelchair with a stern expression. He glanced at Chaochao and took over Chaochao. Lu Yanshu has been very close to the prince recently. Today, he happened to be in the East Palace. The prince just woke up and suddenly covered his head. There was no one beside him, but he shouted, Get out! Get out! Get out of my body! Just like there are two different souls hidden in his body, fighting for control of the body. Lu Yanshu just felt like he was going crazy. He really dares to think. Don't be afraid, Chaochao. It's the prince, he's looking for you. For some reason, the prince called Chaochao's name in a hurry. Keep calling Chaochao. One sound is more urgent than the other. Oh no, the prince can't win, he's gonna die. Lu Chaochao held the milk bottle and took a few gulps. He didn't notice the pale faces of his brothers behind him at all. Chapter 62, The Prince Becomes a Slave. Lu Yanshu took a deep breath. There were cries of pain coming from the hall. There is something very wrong with the prince today. His eyes were sometimes ferocious, sometimes painful, as if there was a battle going on inside his body. Get out! Get out! All of you get out! The voice was fierce, completely different from the innocence of a 7 or 8-year-old child. There was a hint of cruelty in his eyes. The palace maids knelt far away and did not dare to get close at all. Someone has already hurried to invite the emperor. The floor of the room was littered with broken teacups. The prince, in casual clothes, was breathing heavily, kneeling on the broken porcelain, his knees covered in blood. But he didn't care at all, as if he didn't feel any pain. He just held his head tightly, his forehead covered with cold sweat. What kind of evil spirit dares to cause trouble in front of me? Get out of my body at once. The prince felt an extreme pain in his head. Chaochao, Chaochao. He called Chaochao's name in a low voice. Hurry, hurry, and find Chaochao. Xiaqingshi's whole body was shaking, with big drops of cold sweat dripping down. It turned out to be a wandering ghost that penetrated his body. Xiaqingshi felt cold all over. He only felt an invisible powerful force that seemed to be pulling him out of his body. You can leave with peace of mind. I will take good care of this body for you. The person who was fighting for his body seemed a little gloomy, and it was also him who dismissed all the palace servants. Get out! Xiaqingshi felt a trance in front of his eyes. My fingertips were trembling with pain. His eyes gradually became blurred, as if his soul was about to be pulled out. Suddenly, someone comes in. He tried to open his eyes, but could only vaguely see. A round ball struggled to crawl in from the threshold, holding a small milk jug. He would take a few sips from time to time, with a look of satisfaction on his face. She seemed to be walking unsteadily, and she crawled over unsteadily. The whole body was filled with the fragrance of milk, and the warm little hand fell on his forehead, which made his soul, which was about to escape, be firmly imprisoned in the place. Oh, I'm almost dying. Lu Chaochao widened his eyes in surprise. Originally, you were supposed to die from the plague, but I clearly changed the trajectory of your fate. I understand. Heaven has restored order and restored everything to its original state. Thief, thief. God! Lu Chaochao muttered a few words. She was tired of squatting, so she simply sat cross-legged next to the prince, holding the bottle. The prince cannot die. If he dies, he will become the heroine's liquor. Lu Chaochao hates dogs licking his boots. She blinked, and a hint of mischief flashed in her big eyes. She laughed slyly. Mrs. Paper Pot Mutt, wanna live? The prince was so angry that he rolled his eyes. If he doesn't want to live, does he want to die? He wanted to speak, but he couldn't fully control his body now. He wanted to speak, but the other half of his soul was biting his lips tightly, and traces of blood were oozing out. The prince was trapped and became extremely anxious. Lu Chaochao seemed to notice something strange and scratched the little tuft of hair on his head. Not! As soon as she said this, the prince nodded quickly. Kesu, even if Chaochao saves you once, the heavens will still put you back on track. Unless, Lu Chaochao pouted, unless you share life with Chaochao. Lu Chaochao's merits are greater than heaven, so it is easy for him to save someone. However, mortals are not worthy of sharing Chaochao's life. They can only be his servants. If you become Chaochao's servant and follow Chaochao, you will no longer be bound by the laws of heaven and can be reborn. Chaochao's little tug is almost broken. She sat cross-legged on the ground. I am willing. Be Chaochao as slave? She stammered, speaking intermittently, trying to speak clearly. The prince kept gasping for breath. He could feel that his hands and feet were no longer under his control, and the breath all over his body became strange. He's about to be erased. Xiaqingshi gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with bloodshot. He stood up and knelt on the porcelain. I, Xiaqingshi, am willing to serve Chaochao and be his slave for the rest of my life. If you break this oath, God will strike you with lightning. Just as he finished speaking, thunder suddenly sounded in the dark night sky. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. This, of course, does not mean that the prince has taken the oath successfully. It is the way of heaven that is stopping Lu Chaochao. Lu Chaochao put her hands on her hips, threw the bottle on the ground, and her little round face was full of annoyance. Pointing to the sky with his right hand, "Shut up." His tone was fierce, and he looked impatient. If you make any more noise, I will smack you." The gathering dark clouds slowly froze, as if they had suffered a great injustice, and then dispersed. The prince was stunned. Click and kowtowed to her twice. The knock is particularly sincere. Not a loss. Even the heavenly Tao was humiliated. He was just a little prince. What was wrong with him bowing twice? What was wrong with him being a servant? Even the heavenly Tao dared not say a word. Lu Chaochao looked at her fingertips and then put them into her mouth. With a ferocious little face, he took a big bite. Take out your finger. There were only 2 teeth marks on her saliva-covered fingertips, and she fell into deep thought. Can't bite through? Only 2 teeth. Lu Chaochao was too young to understand embarrassment, but she felt her face burning. Babies also need to save face. She was so angry that she splashed the porcelain, and a drop of bright red blood instantly appeared. There is a strong and refreshing scent in the air, and taking a breath makes you feel refreshed. She poked her finger between the prince's eyebrows. Chi-Chi, the contract is done. The drop of blood sank directly into it. Xie clearly felt a powerful force injected into him, stabilizing his soul. The clamoring soul from another world was kicked out instantly. The prince sat on the ground exhausted. Xie, I am willing to follow Chaochao and become Chaochao's servant. Thank you, Chaochao, for saving my life. The prince solemnly bowed to Chaochao. He never said that he could hear Chaochao's thoughts, for he was afraid that Chaochao would feel uncomfortable. He finally understood. Lu Yuanze's daughter must be from a prominent family. Unfortunately, Lu Yuanze, this idiot, mistook the fisheye for a pearl. The prince took off the jade pendant from his waist and hung it around Lu Chaochao's waist. Chaochao, this jade pendant represents my personal presence. With this thing, you can walk freely in Beijiao, and no one can hurt you in the slightest. Oh, Chaochao said lightly. Your father only gave you one. Her backers could scare her father to death. The prince touched his head, and Chaochao seemed to dislike it. What is Chaochao like? Xie squatted down and said to Chaochao carefully. Chaochao's eyes lit up. Meat. Big chicken legs, big chicken legs, big chicken legs. Tonghalu, tonghalu. Shogaman, shogaman. She looked at Xie with burning eyes. Xie didn't have much experience in raising children, but he understood that a 10-month-old baby couldn't chew on chicken legs. Rejected on the spot, he watched helplessly as the light in Chaochao's eyes went out. Lu Chaochao originally thought that he could at least get a chicken leg in return for saving his life, right? After being ruthlessly rejected, he can angrily rebuke the ruthless heaven and kick Lu Chaochao in the cold underworld. I was so angry that I cried. With a cry of wow, tears and snot flowed. Got cheated? It was agreed that after signing a slave contract, the slave would obey the master in everything. Not even a chicken drumstick. He didn't even give me a chicken drumstick. Wow. Chapter 63, The Confused Abbot. Xie felt very disappointed. On the first day, he made the young master cry. He was finished. He was dead. When Lu Yuanze pushed the wheelchair in, Lu Chaochao was already burping with anger. The fair-minded man who had just angrily denounced the injustice of heaven now sobbed and complained. Bad, bad. Chop him, chop him. He cursed harshly, mumbling something incoherently. Lu Yuanze held her in his arms, the smile in his eyes almost overflowing. My little sister is naughty. Please forgive me, Your Highness. He looked at the prince carefully and saw that although he looked tired, he still had the familiar smile on his face, so he breathed a sigh of relief. No, Chaochao is just showing her true nature. It was me who annoyed her. The prince glanced at Chaochao cautiously. Chaochao was so angry that she turned her, but towards him. We'll have 4 happiness meatballs for dinner, Lu Yuanze said calmly. Chaochao stopped crying and continued crying with her hands covering her face. At honey-glazed pigeon, Chaochao's crying became weaker. It's cool today. Let's prepare another pot. Chaochao doesn't seem to want to eat, so we can only. Lu Chaochao suddenly cried out, CIC, cow. She stared at her older brother with her eyes wide open and puffed cheeks. The prince secretly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly ordered the palace servants to prepare dinner. There was a hint of suspicion in Lu Yuanze's eyes. During this period of time, Lu Yuanze had a close relationship with the prince. He was quite talented, and the prince respected him very much. It's so different when facing Chaochao. When Chaochao was eating, he personally picked the bones for Chaochao, brought hot water, picked up food for Chaochao, fed him rice, and washed Chaochao's hands and face. There is a sense of diligence. He deliberately praised Chaochao and raised Chaochao's status to a very high level. Until Chaochao had finished his meal and returned home, he was still standing at the door reluctantly and only dared to turn around after Chaochao left. Sitting in the carriage, Chaochao dozed off in the arms of his second brother Lu Jingyue. Chaochao, what happened in the East Palace today? Lu Yuanze asked. Chaochao smacked his lips. Damn chicken leg. Lu Yuanze's eyelids twitched. Besides chicken legs, is there anything else? Lu Chaochao took a long time to utter, pigeon, and used the word baby pigeon. Besides eating, Lu Yuanze made her so angry that her head hurt. The little guy frowned and thought for a long time. Cry, brother Taiji, cry. Bang, bang. And then he pointed to his forehead, which meant kowtow. Lu Yuanze, otherwise, why don't you just complain a little in your heart? But at this moment, her inner voice was the food in the East Palace is so good. The crispy pigeon is really delicious. It melts in your mouth and is so delicious. The soup tonight is delicious. Hey, my stomach is so full. Why don't I have two stomachs? I didn't get to eat the roasted lamb leg tonight. What a pity. It smelled so good. Slurp, slurp. Grow teeth, grow teeth. Grow teeth quickly. Lu Yuanze silently covered his ears. Forget it. I won't listen. When the carriage returned to the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery's mansion, the moon was already above the willow trees. Lu Yuanze still stayed in Su Jiqing's room today. Ever since Su promised to make her his co-wife, Su Jiqing has done everything she can to get Lu Yuanze to stay in her room every day. Pei Jiaojiao gave her all the Lu family's preferences. Now it is convenient for her to do things. Speaking of which, Lu Yuanze has been really in high spirits recently. Lu Jinghuai's fiancé Zhang's family, Old Man Jiang, was promoted from the minister of Dali Temple to the president of Hanlin Academy, becoming a second-rank official. Lu Jinghuai has recently written another great poem that is the best in the world. Who doesn't know the name Lu Jinghuai? Almost wine. Have you not seen that the water of the Yellow River comes from the sky, rushes to the sea, and never returns? Have you not seen that the white hair in the mirror in the hall is sad, which was black in the morning and turned into snow in the evening? From far away, you can hear the sounds coming from Qingping Courtyard. What a good poem, a great poem, a masterpiece for all time. Lu Yuanze drank a few more glasses, his brows full of joy at this moment. His Jinghuai and his Jingyao, this pair of children, really brought him honor. When this poem was brought into the palace, even His Majesty asked about Lu Jinghuai's name. Lu Yuanze sat in a wheelchair with a calm expression. Lu Jinghuai can actually compose such a quatrain? When Lu Jinghuai first heard this poem, he was almost shocked to death. What about the group of people outside? Lu Chaochao yawned. His sister is from China, a country with a 5,000-year-old heritage. There are countless celebrities for him to copy, so of course he can do it. Lu Jinghuai slowly tightened his hands. Lu Yuanze said calmly, for the imperial examination, it is not enough to just be able to write poetry. Lu Jinghuai's uneasiness slowly subsided, as if everything could become simple in front of his elder brother. At night, the abbot of Hugua Temple stood under the moonlight. His eyes were blinded for no reason, and now his disciples could only look up at the sky for him. The fourth prince was still a young monk, and at this moment he looked up at the starry sky. Master, the purple star is shining, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. Why is this? Master, the purple star is getting weaker and weaker. It has already started to turn black. The fourth prince was a little uneasy. The purple star represents the emperor and the royal family. The fourth prince's eyes suddenly lit up. Master, master, there is a strange phenomenon in the sky. There is a strange phenomenon in the sky. So strange. The fourth prince suddenly jumped up, and even countless monks came out to look at the wonder in the sky. Many monks put their hands together and prayed for peace for the people and good weather under the vision. Master, this is so strange. A brilliant star appeared out of nowhere, brighter than all the other stars. It lifted up the purple star. The originally dim purple star is now shining again. The purple star is brighter than before. The fourth prince knelt on the ground with a thud and kowtowed several times. He is a member of the royal family, so naturally he stands on the royal side. The abbot was stunned. What does that star look like? He originally calculated that the royal family was going to face a great disaster, which would lead to the destruction of the CF family. Even the country changed hands, and the world was in turmoil. He just happened to keep the fourth prince in Buddhism to preserve the royal bloodline. The fourth prince looked up at the star and said, Master, it is the brightest and most shining star in the sky. I don't know where it came from, but all the stars are orbiting around it and revolving around it. Even Ziwei's star is inferior to it. I am willing to be its partner. Master, has there been any extraordinary people in the world? The fourth prince looked at. The stars represent the situation in the world, and this star is destined not to be an unknown person. The abbot smiled faintly. The person who breaks the impasse has appeared. This man can change the world's situation and save the people from danger. The world is saved. The abbot clasped his hands together. Master, can he save your eyes? The fourth prince asked, feeling sorry for his master. The abbot shook his head. This kind of powerful person who lives in seclusion from the world has a strange temperament, so don't ask him for help for trivial matters. He still doesn't know why he was blind. The great man must be troubled by the task of saving the world, right? The abbot thought. A powerful person? Save the people from fire and water? 10-month-old Lu Chaochao held the bottle in both hands and drank with a gulp of sound. With a thud, the baby was full and the bottle fell to the ground. In the dream, I was still mumbling. You didn't even give me a chicken leg. You're so stingy. I won't save him anymore. I'll kill him with a blow. Stir-fried pork elbow with sour sauce, stir-fried kidney, spicy and sour pork tendon, sesame sauce and phoenix tail, stir-fried sea cucumber with green onion. She is worried about her teeth growing and chewing meat. P.S. Could you please give me a 5-star rating and leave a comment, please? Chapter 64, Mini Backers. Lunar New Year's Eve. Firecrackers were set off all over the capital, and festive window decorations were posted everywhere. The children were wearing new clothes and playing around. Lu Chaochao is 11 months old. Congratulations, she has grown another tooth, and now she is a baby with 3 teeth. Happy, one step closer to eating a big chicken drumstick. No matter who she met, she would grin with her big front teeth, revealing 3 small white teeth. Mrs. Su's cheeks ached as she watched. Okay, mother knows you have grown a new tooth. I'll give you a chicken leg to chew when I get home tonight. This girl kept shouting in her dreams, growing teeth, growing teeth. Lu Chaochao smiled happily. After getting the chicken leg she wanted, she became very happy. The complicated clothes never made her feel irritated. We are going to the palace to offer sacrifices to the heaven today, and there will be a palace banquet later, so you must be obedient. Su put on a thick coat for her. It was very cold during the sacrifice, and she was worried that Lu Chaochao would freeze to death. After getting dressed, Lu Chaochao glanced at his mother. He crept under the bed and used his hands and feet to push out a small box. There was a small key hanging around his neck, and with a click, the key opened. There was a string of jade pendants inside. Any piece of it would make her scumbag father drool, but she owns a lot of them, and the ones she dislikes are still gathering dust in the corner, taking up space. Lu Chaochao curled her lips. Mrs. Su was taking a bath and changing her clothes. All she could see was her, but sticking out and her head down, searching for something. The 2 tufts of hair on his head were shaking. Lu Chaochao is only 11 months old, and his hands are very small. He took a handful of chestnuts from the box. There were only 2 chestnuts in a handful, and the chubby boy couldn't hold them all, so he grabbed several handfuls and stuffed them into his arms. He grabbed 2 more handfuls of peanuts and stuffed them into his small purse. He grabbed another sweet potato the size of a thumb. After busying himself for a while, his pockets were bulging. He locked the box again and pushed the box in. Offering sacrifices to heaven is extremely tedious and boring, and one is not allowed to leave. Su didn't dare to drink water, for fear that she would have to go to the toilet. I just took 2 sips of thick rice porridge to fill my stomach. Why do we require the legitimate son and daughter to participate in the heaven sacrifice this year? Chaochao is only 11 months old and can't even walk steadily. Dengji sighed and busied himself putting a scarf on Chaochao. Su glanced at Lu Chaochao, who was ignorant of the world and squatting on the ground poking ants. She always felt that maybe the emperor wants to see Chaochao. But, Your Majesty, you are not that free, right? Su put everything aside, and just as she was about to go out with Chaochao in her arms, she saw a look of joy on Su Jiqing's face. Madam, Su Jiqing's face flushed. In the past half-month, she had tried her best to please Lu Yuanze. Lu Yuanze didn't even step into Su's room. He actually looked like he was indulging in the pleasures of a gentle and permissive life. Happy New Year, ma'am. Su Jiqing hesitated to speak. The joy in her eyes could hardly be concealed. To say it frankly, delaying the sacrifice to heaven is a serious crime. Su had a 3rd-rank imperial edict, which required her to enter the palace to offer sacrifices. She has become Lu Jinghuai's little wife. She's going to piss Pei Jiaojiao off to death. The sharp weapon she cultivated was pointed at herself. Lu Jinghuai doesn't know yet. Sushing Bao Tosu. The Marquis loves Qingqing very much. Last night, the Marquis said that he wanted to make Qingqing his 2nd wife. Madam is old and raising several children. I'm afraid she won't be able to take care of everything. I specially asked Qingqing to share Madam's worries. It was worth it. Her calves were shaking when she walked this morning. Pei Jiaojiao is beautiful, but she is no longer young. As for herself, she was young, beautiful, humble, and well-read, almost combining the advantages of both Su and Pei Jiaojiao. Pei Jiaojiao also gave her the Marquis's preferences. She deliberately created the same hobbies as the Marquis, making the Marquis feel that they were quite compatible. Last night, the Marquis was so carried away that he agreed to make her his co-wife on the spot. Su couldn't hide the loneliness in her eyes. In that case, let's record Miss Su in the family tree on the first day of tomorrow. But this marriage... Su hesitated for a moment. Fortunately, Su Jiqing interrupted and said, "Sister, the new year is busy, so there is no rush for marriage. As long as it is recorded in the family tree, she will be a formal co-wife." She just called her sister. Bah! Any random person is trying to claim to be a relative. Dingji couldn't help but complain. Madam comes from a famous family. She is the pampered daughter of the Su family, but she has no sisters. Dengji said angrily. A co-wife is only slightly higher than a concubine or a concubine. She is also worthy of being called sister together with the principal wife. Su Jiqing blushed with shame and tried hard to suppress the anger in her eyes. Humph, so what if she's the legal wife? What's the point if you're not loved by a man? She doesn't know yet that the Marquis has been keeping a mistress for almost 20 years, right? There was pity and gloating in her eyes. The Marquis said, "It is true that Su loves him deeply. What Miss Dingji is teaching you is that Qingqing didn't realize her own identity." She lowered her head with a sneer on her lips. Okay, just serve the Marquis well. Su didn't even look at her and left the house with her people. Today, the emperor led his court officials to offer sacrifices to heaven. The women took their children to the other side of the altar, just in time to block the sight of the court officials and avoid the cold wind. Su stood in position. I thought to myself, this is a great location. How could she know that this was specially reserved for Lu Chaochao by the emperor and the crown prince? All the court officials knelt in the cold wind. Although Lu Yuanze had a high title, his official position was low. He was kneeling slightly behind and could not see the front at all. Lord Lu, after the palace banquet, shall we have a few drinks together? Let's taste the wine together. Every line is a masterpiece that will be remembered for ages. Lu Jinghuai is truly a man of real talent. His failure to gather positive energy during last year's Ghost Festival must have been an accident. After all, it was his first time participating in the parade. Lu Yuanze felt proud, and his heart was filled with excitement. This is his son. Lu Jinghuai is his son. I heard that your majesty is extremely fond of Song of the Wine. Your majesty has already given your high regard to Lu Jinghuai, even before he took part in the provincial examination. If he really gets the top 3 honors... A minister secretly glanced at the prince. I'm afraid that smoke will come out of our ancestors' graves. The glory of the Su family in the past will fall on Lu Jinghuai's head. I don't know whose child Lu Jinghuai is. Such an outstanding son is raised outside. Ever since the Minister of Rights was caught cheating in public last time, everyone knew that Lu Jinghuai was the son of a concubine. I just don't know whose son he is. Lu Yuanze pinched his palms, his face slightly gloomy, and said nothing. Su's family was founded because the old master assisted His Majesty in ascending the throne and became the emperor's teacher and one of the 3 highest officials. Lord Chun, the Minister of Rights, glanced at Marquis Zhongyong. Idiot. He helped Lu Yuanze keep a mistress and offended Lu Chaochao, which was even more stupid. He touched his ears, which were swollen from being pinched by his wife. But when he thought of his wife's pregnancy, he grinned foolishly. The imperial physician has examined the baby and confirmed that it is a boy. He had a son in his old age. This life is worth it even if he dies. He didn't remind Lu Yuanze that his daughter was awesome, and she had a lot of backers. Just piss him off to death. On the altar, the Imperial Astronomical Observatory recited sacrificial texts, praying for good weather and good harvests in the coming year. The emperor brought the prince with him, his face solemn. The emperor already knew that Lu Chaochao had saved the prince, and he was grateful to God for giving him Lu Chaochao. The emperor just bowed his head. Then he saw a baby emerging from behind a huge bronze tripod. The baby was grinning, showing 3 little teeth, and was laughing. Chapter 65, Roasted Chestnuts at the Heavenly Sacrifice Ceremony. The emperor was stunned. The prince was reciting the words of offering sacrifice to heaven, and when he lowered his head, he caught a glimpse of Lu Chaochao's little face. The little prince stuttered for a word, and instantly returned to normal. He even moved secretly to block Lu Chaochao's figure. How did she climb up there? Lu Chaochao put her little hand to her lips and blew on it, then pointed under the altar. The emperor opened his mouth. He knew that at this moment he should be furious and chop off her head. But, thinking of the dream last night, I shut up silently again. He even glanced at the shocked Minister of Rights on the altar. The old minister had white hair and stared at the chubby baby sitting in front of the bronze tripod with wide eyes, but he didn't dare to say a word. Oh my goodness, whose kid is climbing onto the altar? His Majesty is still protecting him. If it was a prince, he would be beaten half to death on the spot, and even his mother would be banished to the cold palace. At this moment, His Majesty deliberately blocked her so that she would not be discovered. How could he know that the emperor had had a dream last night? Last night, he dreamed of Bei Zhao's ending. It is so sad and makes those who hear it cry. Bei Zhao was not defeated, but died of love-induced brain damage. In the dream, the prince died quietly after an epidemic, and a wandering ghost from nowhere took over the prince's identity. He actually fell in love while wearing the identity of the crown prince of Bei Zhao, thus destroying Bei Zhao's many years of foundation. The foundation that our ancestors worked so hard to build was handed over to that woman to become the empress. The emperor nearly had a stroke on the spot. I also dreamed of the old emperor who had died many years ago. The late emperor held his hand, spitting with excitement. He is saved. He is saved. The ancestral graves of my CF family are smoking. The empire of my CF family will surely last for thousands of years and will be passed down for thousands of years. Take good care of your little ancestor, Chaochao. Otherwise, I will climb up and beat you to death. The emperor touched his face and almost got slapped by the late emperor. Therefore, at this moment, the look he gave Lu Chaochao was particularly kind. It was snowing again at this moment. The accumulated snow fell on their shoulders, and everyone was shivering with cold since they had not had any meal yet. Lu Chaochao drank 2 sips of milk and felt empty in her stomach. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He sat on the ground with his short legs crossed, dragging the copper basin for burning paper to his feet. The emperor watched her. I grabbed a handful of chestnuts from my arms and threw them in. The emperor opened his mouth, looking unusually blank. After a while, the court officials who were braving the cold wind and heavy snow smelled the fragrance of sweet chestnuts in the air. Smells so good. That overbearing aroma went straight into everyone's nose when they were starving. The chestnuts are roasted and burst, and the sweet fragrance spreads. Lu Chaochao used his only 3 teeth to crack open the chestnuts, took a bite of the chestnut, and drank a sip of milk. The comfortable brows and eyes melted away. Wow, these chestnuts are so fragrant and sweet, soft and sticky. The little prince swallowed his saliva as he recited the sacrificial words. He felt that he had gone through the greatest test in the world in his life. The sacrificial words before his eyes turned into exploding chestnuts. Finish eating the chestnuts. The sacrificial speech has not yet been completed. Lu Chaochao took out another handful of peanuts. The peanut aroma was even more overbearing, and the rich flavor spread throughout the venue. Some people even thought that all they needed was 2 tails of wine. Lu Chaochao sat in front of the copper basin, her little face red from the fire. Then he threw small sweet potatoes as thick as thumbs into the brazier. After a while, I could smell the fragrance of sweet potatoes in the air. There was a black circle around Lu Chaochao's mouth, and she sipped milk from time to time, which made the emperor's eyelids twitch. I silently said in my heart, "Ancestor, it is you who let me pamper her. Please don't blame me, Ancestor. I don't know what kind of sweet potato this girl ate. The taste is so overbearing." The court officials were almost fainted from hunger. Who on earth was so lacking in public morality that he actually brought snacks into the solemn ceremony of offering sacrifices to heaven? Eating alone. The chestnuts, peanuts, and sweet potatoes that I usually look down upon, now in this icy and snowy weather, I especially want to have a few. Lu Chaochao clutched the small bottle and burped. He patted his bulging round belly and waved towards the emperor and his son. He secretly climbed down the ladder in the corner. The eunuch was so frightened that his soul left his body and his face turned pale. When did she go up there? But when he saw that His Majesty and the crown prince looked kind, he was even more shocked. The chief eunuch silently remembered Lu Chaochao in his heart and raised the status of this little girl again and again. Alas, the inconspicuous mansion of the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery is about to usher in tremendous wealth. Lu Yuanze, the loyal and brave Marquis, had average talent, but he didn't expect to be so fertile. How could he know that Lu Yuanze was planning how to kick Su out of the house? Such great wealth and glory is not his. At this moment, Su was kneeling under the altar and turned his head. Scared to death, where is Chaochao? There was no one behind him. Liang Qin, Lu Chaochao pulled the corner of her clothes and tilted her head with a cute look on her face. Su secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Don't run around every morning. You can't make mistakes when offering sacrifices to the heaven, or you will be punished. 2 years ago, someone made a mistake when offering sacrifices to the heaven and His Majesty. He was dismissed on the spot, dragged away, and beaten with 30 sticks. He lost his life for half a day and his job. The family's years of hard work were destroyed. Lu Chaochao frowned. Why would he be punished? The emperor and the crown prince are such kind and benevolent people. Why is your mouth so black? Su stroked the corner of her mouth. It was pitch black, and she didn't know what she had eaten secretly. Lu Chaochao touched his head. The sweet potatoes were burnt, and his teeth were all black. Su didn't say anything. She knew that Lu Chaochao often hid food in his pocket. A few snowflakes fell on Lu Chaochao's shoulders, and the chill made him sneeze. The prince on the stage paused slightly, then speed up the pace. After a while, the ceremony of offering sacrifices to heaven was over. This year's ceremony of offering sacrifices to heaven ended so quickly. In the past, the ceremony of offering sacrifices to heaven would take half a day to complete. Today, it will be over in just half an hour. Mrs. Su rubbed her stomach, which was so sour and uncomfortable because of hunger. But no one dared to eat too much during the sacrifice to heaven. I don't know who was so bold as to bring out roasted chestnuts and sweet potatoes. 10 heads wouldn't be enough to chop off. Su had been hungry all morning, and her saliva started drooling at the smell. Chaochao's eyes rolled around, and he never said a word. He went to the altar and roasted it himself. He even ate it in front of the emperor and the crown prince. Anyway, I'm not vegetarian. Chaochao. She slapped her bulging belly, making it make a loud clapping sound. Chaochao. Good baby. He raised his head slightly, looking well-behaved. Su narrowed her eyes and smiled. Of course, Mother knows that you are a good child. Our Chaochao is well-behaved and lovely and never does anything out of line. Her baby Chaochao has never cried since he was born. He doesn't cry even when he's hungry or peeing. There is no other child in the whole capital who is as sensible and well-behaved as him. Su has a very thick filter for Lu Chaochao. She never imagined that her daughter was the culprit for roasting chestnuts during the ceremony of offering sacrifice to heaven. Chapter 66, Palace Banquet Riding on the Neck. Palace Banquet. There was laughter and chatter in the palace, and the sound of stringed instruments was endless. Some people even changed Song of the Wine into a sword dance, and the ups and downs of the poem amazed everyone watching. That Mr. Lu is truly a man of great talent. At only 17, he has created such a masterpiece. He is truly a genius. Lu Yuanze was sitting in front of the hall, and when he heard everyone praising Lu Jinghuai, he raised his neck slightly. Come to think of it, the last person who was so outstanding was Lord Lu's eldest son, right? He was only 8 years old and ranked first in the scholarship. Seeing Lu Yuanze's proud look, a minister couldn't help but sneer. Excessive wisdom will lead to harm. It's a pity for Lord Lu's eldest son. Now that he is disabled, he still occupies the position of the crown prince. What a pity, what a pity. Lu Yuanze seemed to have something stuck in his throat, and the hidden joy and pride on his face were instantly shattered and trampled underfoot. I heard that he can't take care of himself and needs someone to help him with his pee and poop. The person who spoke sighed, and Lu Yuanze was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. Lu Yuanze took a deep breath. Yenshu doesn't have that fate. His eyes sank slightly. The huge Marquis Mansion must be handed over to the prince in the future. But now, the Inkstone book is in ruins. Can't support such a huge mansion. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is already 7 years old, and His Majesty has already been looking for a tutor for him. If Lu Jinghuai can really get the top 3 places in the imperial examination, I'm afraid. Several officials looked at each other. Lu Yuanze clenched his fists. The one who passed the imperial examination and became the prince's teacher would be the future junior tutor. A rising star. However, Lu Jinghuai's status is humble, so I'm afraid it will be a bit of an obstacle. It is said that Lu Jinghuai is the son of a concubine. With such an identity, even if he passed the imperial examination and became the top 3 candidates in the imperial examination, he is not qualified to be the prince's tutor. It is a pity not to bring such an outstanding young man back to the mansion to be included in the family tree. Everyone sighed. Speaking of which, the Jiang family is still farsighted. They actually broke off the engagement with the disabled Lu family so early and decided to marry Lu Jinghuai. This marriage is a good deal for Miss Jiang. No one noticed that Lu Yuanze seemed to have made some kind of decision. Hey, there are roasted chestnuts in today's palace banquet. The court officials looked at the small plate of roasted chestnuts, roasted sweet potatoes, and roasted peanuts on the table in amazement. Such small snacks that are only available in the market are actually served at the palace banquet? How could they know that the emperor was brought out by Lu Chaochao's greed? Lu Yuanze was only a fourth-rank official and was currently sitting near the palace door. Su was on good terms with the eldest princess, so she sat at the table beside the female relatives. The eldest princess held Chaochao affectionately, her eyes full of love. I haven't thanked you enough for saving mother. The eldest princess held her waist. Her body was a great burden to her, but it was a sweet burden. My mother has been seriously ill and cannot go out to get some fresh air. She is grateful for your kindness and specially asked someone to bring this item to me. Lu Chaochao's eyelids suddenly jumped. It can't be a jade pendant. Just as Lu Chaochao finished muttering to herself, she saw the eldest princess silently take out an emerald green jade pendant from her bosom. Ah! Lu Chaochao screamed in her heart like a groundhog. Perhaps the emotions were too intense. Even the prince on the platform couldn't help rubbing his ears. Is there something seriously wrong with the royal family? The whole family loves to give jade pendants as gifts. The prince was stunned? Family? Which family? The princess gave me a jade pendant. The emperor gave me a jade pendant. The prince gave me a jade pendant. Even the queen mother gave me a jade pendant. There is no place to hang it. Lu Chaochao stared at the jade pendant in front of her with eyes wide open. The prince opened his mouth in bewilderment. Ah, his whole family has sent it. I don't give you money. I don't give you food. I just collected all the jade pendants. Lu Chaochao looked sad. The eldest princess pinched her chubby little face and said, your parents haven't divorced yet, so the favor they bestowed on you cannot be displayed yet. We Chaochao will have to bear with it for now. If Lu Chaochao was favored, Lu Yuanze would probably hold her tightly and not let go. Su's eyes were slightly hot. Yes, from the very beginning, she had no intention of leaving the children in the Lu family. You don't even know the weight of the jade pendant. This represents commitment and power. Her royal brother, who was such a suspicious and cautious person, gave Chaochao a jade pendant that looked like the emperor himself was present. It can be seen that he loves this little girl. You can't eat the jade pendant. Lu Chaochao shook his head, his face full of disgust. The eldest princess couldn't help but chuckle. If your father knew, he would probably worship you as a sacrifice. But you little guy are so disgusted. After the palace banquet, fireworks will be set off in the palace. Brilliant and colorful fireworks shot up into the sky. Lu Chaochao looked up, and the more he looked up, the further back he got. Finally, sit down on the ground. She was confused. She blinked her eyes, and while everyone was watching the fireworks, she climbed up the stairs. The highest position, the best view. The chief eunuch, Eunuch Wang, was standing on the viewing platform. When he saw her climbing up the platform, using her hands and feet, he was stunned for a moment. Watch her crawl towards His Majesty. Pulled at His Majesty's dragon robe. She sat on the ground and stretched out her hands to the emperor. Uncle, hug me. The baby's voice was particularly soft, and she smiled innocently, which stunned the emperor. The viewing platform has an excellent view. The emperor bent down and picked her up. The ministers gathered around and all looked up in the direction of the fireworks. The fireworks exploded, emitting puffs of smoke. I could only vaguely see a figure on the platform, but it was not clear. Lu Chaochao grabbed the emperor's hair, which made Eunuch Wang terrified. Not enough. Not enough. She raised her head, wanting to go higher and higher. She smiled and kissed the emperor on the cheek, leaving behind a string of saliva. Gao gao. Then he pointed at the emperor's neck. Before the emperor could react, she used her hands and feet to climb onto his neck. Be careful not to fall. The emperor hurriedly supported her. If she fell, even the coffin of his ancestor underground would not be able to hold her down. The eunuch Wang, who served in the imperial court, had always been a prominent figure. Even the court officials would be polite when they saw him. But at this moment, they were so shocked that their lips opened wide and their faces were filled with shock. Lu Chaochao, riding on the emperor's neck. Even the prince doesn't have this kind of treatment. Eunuch Wang secretly glanced at the prince, and sure enough, the prince's face had turned black. The prince was furious and said, It's all my fault. It's all my fault. You're short, and you never ride on my neck. Wow, what a good deal. Lu Chaochao's face was full of excitement. It's Chaochao's first time to celebrate the new year and watch fireworks. The prince said sourly. The emperor originally felt a little regretful that he shouldn't have let her ride on his neck and embarrassed him. This is the first time I've seen it. First time riding a neck. I'm the first one. Not shameful. Lu Yuanze, who was sitting in the stands, turned around inadvertently and rubbed his eyes. In the hazy smoke, he seemed to see a baby riding on the emperor's neck. Baby looks like Lu Chaochao. He looked carefully again, but it was shrouded in smoke, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Ha, he is really crazy. Lu Chaochao rides on the emperor's neck? He can eat shit while standing upside down. Igisaim does it. Chapter 67. 3 First Prizes. After the fireworks were over, Lu Chaochao returned to Su. Just now, several little princes saw Lu Chaochao riding on the emperor's neck. The 5-year-old prince looked on eagerly. He rushed forward in small steps and opened his arms to his amiable father. "Father, hold me!" His shout shocked his mother, Concubine Rome. Concubine Rome was so frightened that she almost knelt down on the spot. Hey, what kind of courage did her stupid son have? The prince had never been held in arms, and he actually wanted to hold one? What frightened her even more was that her son went even crazier next. The little prince thought about it and wondered if his tone was wrong. The little sister just now stretched out her hand as a matter of course, but her tone was very tender and soft. Then, "Little prince." In public, she sat on the ground, imitating Lu Chaochao, pinched her voice, and shouted at the black-faced emperor in a soft and affected voice. "Father, hug me." "Son, do you want a hug?" The voice was drawn out, the mouth was pouting, and it was trembling. He grasped the emperor's dragon robe bit by bit while Concubine Rome almost fainted. He imitated Lu Chaochao and pulled the corner of the dragon robe and shook it. "Shake it. The more it shakes, the stronger it gets." Tear. Rome Gyron's eyes went dark, and she fell limply to the ground. The little prince was stunned when he saw the torn corner of his clothes. Aha! I watched helplessly as my father's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. "It's over. Get out." The emperor gritted his teeth, glared at him, then turned and left. The little prince touched his head suspiciously. "It's exactly the same. Why are the results different?" Only a few concubines who saw the emperor hugging Lu Chaochao looked at each other and concealed the shock in their eyes. The palace banquet was over, and Lu Chaochao was already yawning. He lay in Su's arms and was extremely obedient. Lu Jingyue and Lu Yuanzhe also attended the palace banquet today, but since they were studying at Jinghong Academy, they dined with their classmates. "Where is father?" Lu Yuanzhe asked. The Marquis said that he had something to do and had to leave the palace first. The servant reported. Su sneered in her heart. Lu Jinghua was in the spotlight today, and Lu Yuanze couldn't wait any longer. 3 honors in the imperial examination? The prince's personal tutor? These few doses of strong medicine are enough to shake Lu Yuanze's last hesitation. "Mom, you still have 4 of us brothers and sisters." Lu Jinghua looked at his mother nervously, thinking that Su was sad. Su chuckled and nodded with a smile. She was in love in the first half of her life, but in the second half, she wants to beat up that bitch, Zhong Yong-ho. When the group was leaving the palace, they happened to run into the Jiang family. What's even more surprising is that Lu Yanshu is sitting in a wheelchair, also waiting for Chaochao at the door. Because Lu Yanshu was disabled, he never entered the palace. "Lu Yanshu, you still have the nerve to go out? The smell of shit and urine on you is almost unbearable." Zhang Yinma fanned his nose. "The paralytic wants to marry my sister, without even considering whether he is worthy enough. My sister is going to marry the most talented gentleman in the world. It's not something a cripple like you can dream of." Zhang Yinma knew how many tears her sister shed for this cripple. "My sister wanted to cancel the engagement, but my father was worried that outsiders would accuse the Jiang family of being ungrateful, so he was reluctant to do so. The elder sister forced her to hang herself, which frightened her father into agreeing to cancel the engagement. Fortunately, Lu Jinghua has enough talent to be valued by his father. My sister must be married to brother Jinghua. She will be the future top scholar. She will be the wife of the top scholar in the future." "Okay, Yun Montak." A pleasant voice came. Jiang Yunjin sat in the carriage, frowning slightly. Through the curtain, she could clearly see the young man sitting in the carriage. A 17-year-old boy. A talented young man paralyzed in bed. Today, the title of genius no longer exists. He is just a paralytic who has been sentenced to death by the imperial physician, a disabled person who cannot take care of himself and cannot control his feces and urine. Being paralyzed for many years did not seem to make him as gloomy as rumored. The young man was wearing a white shirt and had a calm expression. Even sitting in a wheelchair, he was more outstanding than before. If only he wasn't paralyzed. Zhang Yunjin concealed the sharpness in his eyes. When she fell into the water, she was very grateful to Lu Yinshu for helping her. But she couldn't repay him for her whole life. Don't bully my brother. Humph. If it wasn't for saving your sister, why would my brother be paralyzed? You ungrateful thing. Lu Yuanze rushed out like a cannonball with red eyes. Bah, what else do you Lu family want? Lu Yinshu saved my sister, but my sister also kowtowed to him. She went to the Lu family to kowtow every year, and she has felt guilty about it for many years. What else do you want? Do you really want my sister to cut her hair and become a nun? You want to force my sister to death. Zhang Yuma cursed. Zhang Yunjin closed his eyes slightly, opened the curtain of the carriage, and got off. Sister, Zhang Yuma wanted to say something. Zhang Yunjin waved his hand. She walked step by step on the snow and came to Lu Yinshu. It happened that everyone was leaving the palace. In front of everyone, he knelt in front of Lu Yinshu and kowtowed to him heavily. Mr. Lu, Yunjin was able to save his life thanks to your help. Yunjin will be grateful for your kindness for all eternity. If possible, Yunjin would rather sacrifice her own life in exchange for Master Lu's safety. Master Lu is angry and resentful. Please come to Yunjin. Yunjin is ashamed of you. Please take Yunjin's life back. As a way of repaying Mr. Lu's great kindness, the girl knelt in the snow, causing everyone to look back frequently. Who wouldn't frown after watching this scene? Su was so angry that her face turned red. How could she save her life? It's nothing more than trying to morally blackmail the eldest son. Saving people, I actually save my enemies. Miss Jiang, I am willing to save you. Lu Yinshu said indifferently. Life is not important. Even if it's someone else, Lu will still save you. Miss Jiang fell in love with someone else and wanted to cancel the engagement, and I agreed. Now, how can you ask for my life back? I risked my life to save you, and you treat my life so lightly. Lu Yinshu looked at her quietly. Zhang Yunjin's heart pounded under his gaze. There is a kind of pride that he has never been paralyzed and still stands on the top overlooking all living beings. Everyone sighed with regret. Lu Yinshu was truly a handsome young man with a clear mind and bright moon. His character is more valuable than his talent. Lord Chun, the Minister of Rights, shook his head and said, Mr. Lu, I am not as good as you. He is a brilliant man with extraordinary talent, and he still retains a trace of love for the world. Lord Lu, did you really make the right choice by choosing Lu Jinghuai? Mr. Lu, Zhang is not as good as you. Mr. Lu, some people may regret abandoning you one day. The onlookers were all officials, and many of them were impressed by the young man. Ms. Jiang, you probably picked up sesame seeds and lost the watermelon. Someone even said bluntly, the boy sitting in a wheelchair, the wheelchair can't trap him. Lu Jinghuai and Lu Yinshu are both Mr. Lu. But the character is so different. Why did Lu Jinghuai choose Zhang Yunjin when there were so many people he could get engaged to? He just wanted to outdo the former genius. Zhang Yunjin's face looked grim, with mockery surging in his eyes. Watching the Lu family's carriage go away, he couldn't help but sneer. Regret? Ridiculous? Lu Yinshu is just a paralytic, while Jinghuai has a great chance of winning the top 3 places in the imperial examination and thinks highly of himself. She will never regret it. The day Jinghuai won the top spot in the imperial examination was the day she was proud of herself. Chapter 68, The Paralytic Stands Up. New Year's Eve. When Su returned home, she started to make arrangements. The mansion of the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery was decorated with lights and colors, and everyone's face was filled with smiles. As we say farewell to the old and usher in the new, everyone has worked hard this year. Everyone should go to the branches to receive their red envelopes. Mrs. Su was generous and gave everyone double their monthly salary this month. Everyone was so happy that they kowtowed and thanked him. Su Jiqing came in person to collect the monthly allowance, wearing the Marquis' favorite long dress with a rosy face. Madam, I wish you good health and good luck. Why hasn't the Marquis returned home yet? Su Jiqing bowed, said some auspicious words, and then asked Lu Yuanze eagerly. Su said calmly, the Marquis left the palace early. He may be busy with government affairs and will be back late tonight. Don't wait for him. Go back to your room and rest. Tomorrow is the first day of the lunar year when we will offer sacrifices to our ancestors. If the Marquis does not return home, I will personally record you in the family tree. You are Yuere's savior, and I will never treat you unfairly." Su looked virtuous. Su Jiqing's mouth moved, and a fierce look flashed in her eyes. Pei Jiaojiao. He must have gone to look for Pei Jiaojiao. Su Jiqing bit her lip angrily, thanked Su, and then twisted her waist and went back to Qingping courtyard. The corners of Su's lips curled slightly. The smile doesn't reach his eyes. "Lu Yuanze, I have worked hard in the Marquis Mansion for half my life, but you have another family outside. Can you afford to eat at 2 restaurants?" "Madam, the elders of the Qingxi old house have been invited," Dingji replied in a low voice. The Lu family is from Qingxi. Back then, Marquis Lu had done a great service in following the emperor, so he followed the army into Beijing. The elders of the tribe stayed in Qingxi to guard the base camp. Let's put it next door. At the end of every year, the elders would gather at the Lu family. It was already very late when the Su family settled the elders. "Where's the old lady?" Dengji's eyes flashed with displeasure. She said she would pray all night and went into the small Buddhist temple. From what I saw, she must have gone there to stay up all night. Now that Lu Jinghuai is in the limelight, the old lady values her precious grandson very much. "It doesn't matter. It's just right for our family to have a quiet New Year's Eve dinner." A hint of tenderness appeared on Mrs. Su's face. She hadn't spent enough time with her children for a long time. She lost herself over the years and lived for Lu Yuanze. Live like a love-brained person. The meal has been prepared in the small kitchen a long time ago. There's also a barbecue grill in the yard, and some green plum wine is warm. Dengji said with a smile. Tingfeng Garden is very lively. This is Chaochao's first New Year. Lu Jinghua picked up Chaochao. "It's great that we have Chaochao in our family. If it weren't for Chaochao, I'm afraid this warm house would be shattered." Lu Yinshu sat in front of the window with a book in his hand, and he gently stroked his legs. "Take a deep breath." The slender, white hands put down the book and held the edge of the table. "Use a little strength on your body." "Sir, may I help you?" The servant spoke hurriedly when he saw that he was about to get up. "Back off." Lu Yinshu's voice did not allow for rejection. The veins on his hands were bulging as he held on tightly, dragging his heavy body bit by bit. Big drops of cold sweat rolled down his temples, and Lu Yinshu's eyes were extremely determined. He has a family to protect, and he has his own mission. He just felt a piercing pain in his knee. But the more it hurt, the happier he was. Since becoming paralyzed, he has never felt pain again. He can use his legs now. Lu Yinshu grabbed the edge of the table tightly and stood up little by little. His knees kept shaking and he gasped in pain, but his eyes were so bright that they almost burned people. The servant was so happy that he stuttered and couldn't speak for a long time. He rushed out the door like crazy, stood at the door, pointed inside the house, with tears in his eyes. "Whoa, wow, Grandpa, Grandpa," the young master. He was so excited that he couldn't speak and kept pointing at the house and shaking. The Su family members panicked and rushed into the house. "Yinshu, what's wrong?" "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Lu Jingyue rushed into the door, carrying Lu Chaochao. Lu Chaochao was holding the bottle and riding on his head. He drank tons of wine and looked very happy. He shook, burped, and vomited milk. Lu Chaochao pinched her mouth. "I worked so hard to eat this. I can't spit it out." When I looked up, I saw a young man as bright as the breeze and the moon. He raised a faint smile and looked at everyone. Su burst into tears immediately. Yinshu stood up. She covered her mouth, and tears instantly fell. Lu Yuanshao jumped up and said, "Big brother is not paralyzed anymore. Big brother is not paralyzed anymore. If anyone says that my big brother is paralyzed again, I will beat him to death." As the eldest brother, Lu Yuanshao had fought countless fights in the academy. Whenever someone called his brother a paralytic, he would fight with them. In the past few years, he was punished countless times by the loyal and brave Marquis. When Lu Yinshu saw his family crying, his eyes also turned red. He moved his feet unsteadily and took a step forward. After taking a step, his body went limp and he was about to fall to the ground. Everyone rushed forward to support him. Don't worry. If you can take 1 step, you can take 2 steps, then 3 steps. Then you can recover your health." Mrs. Su cried. "In this lifetime, I am so happy that I can see you stand up again." Su cried so hard that she couldn't speak. Her eldest son has always been a pain in her heart. Even though Chaochao said that she could save her brother, But her heart was still uneasy, as she had been disappointed too many times. She didn't dare to hope anymore. I dare not hope anymore. Lu Yuanze sat back in the wheelchair. The excitement on his face gradually faded away, and he returned to his usual calmness. Mom, in another 6 months, my son will be able to recover and walk freely. In the 8th month of the autumn examination, your son will bring you the top prize. His tone was light, but the arrogance between his brows was not concealed at all. He is still the genius standing at the top of all living beings. Don't let any news about Yinshu's recovery leak out for the time being. Su calmed down and said in a low voice. At this moment, Dengji was guarding the door, and he was the only one in the room. Mom, we must keep this secret. Humph! We must smash their faces. Lu Yuanze raised his little fist. You still want to get the top 3 honors in the imperial examination? What a pipe dream. There was laughter and chatter in the room, and everyone understood that they were about to kill a lot of people. Lu Chaochao, holding the bottle, smiled with a confused look on her face. While staying up all night, Lu Chaochao kowtowed to Su happily. Happy New Year, dear friends. Big pot, Happy New Year. 2 pots, 3 pots, Happy New Year. She banged her head so hard that it made a loud noise, and spread out her little hands to take the red envelope. She is almost 1 year old and can speak quite fluently, but her pronunciation is not clear. When Lu Chaochao received the thick red envelope, her eyes danced with joy. Was going to hide the money. He walked into the house with his short legs. It must be a small box hidden under the bed. Her treasures are all in the box. Dingji pursed her lips and smiled. Lu Chaochao chuckled. He crawled under the bed and put all the red envelopes and snacks into the storage space with a smile. Looking at the half-full box of jade pendants, Lu Chaochao frowned in disdain. These broken things are not worth hiding. He twisted his little body and crawled out from under the bed. Chapter 69, Chao. Chao doesn't care about money. New Year's Day. On the first day of the new year, Su invited all the elders of the family into the Marquis Mansion. The old lady also came out to take charge of the situation. Where is Yuanze? Today is the first day of the lunar year for ancestor worship. Why hasn't he returned home? Asked Patriarch Lu. The Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery was the most promising branch of the Lu family, and Qingxi valued this branch of the family, who served as an official in the capital, very much. He would make a special trip to the Marquis Mansion every year. Certainly, it's mainly about taking advantage of the situation. A school was specially built in the Qingxi old house, which was exclusively for the children of the Lu family to study for free. In previous years, Su had paid out of her own pocket and used the dowry to fill the hole. As for this year, Su rolled her eyes secretly. The old lady smiled and said, I'm out socializing today. For being rude to the elders, let Yuanze come back tomorrow to apologize. The old lady glanced at Su, her eyes revealing displeasure. Su took out Su Jiqing's birth date and time. The Marquis has agreed to make Miss Su his second wife. Today is the day to offer sacrifices to our ancestors, so please write down her name. In the future, you will be half the mistress of the mansion and half the mother of several children. The old lady was stunned. Equal wife? How come I don't know about this? Su Jiqing pinched her palms, her eyes red. The old lady's tone softened, and she seemed a little reluctant. Apart from anything else, Su Jiqing pleased her very much, and she liked her. Su smiled and said, Mother, this is the decision made by the Marquis. Besides, the Marquis has been taking care of Yunyang for more than 10 years. Yunyang, it is inconvenient for her to serve the Marquis now, but we can't leave the Marquis alone. Su looked lonely, but the old lady was relieved. Since it is the Marquis's idea, then record the second wife. New Year's Day. With the witness of all the clan elders, Su Jiqing's birth date was written into the family tree, and she became a co-wife. Several children called her little girl. This is a real elder. Lu Chaochao stood at the back with a look of horror on his face. I watched helplessly as the old lady, along with a group of clan elders, kowtowed and prayed to her ragdoll. The little guy couldn't help but cover his eyes. Lu Jinhua looked at her suspiciously. What was the little girl doing? Why did she look so guilty? On the first day of the new year, the Marquis' mansion was extremely lively. In a small alley in the west of the city, Pei Jiaojiao was wiping her tears in grievance. The kitchen is cold, and the atmosphere is quite quiet. Pei Jiaojiao was a little panicked during this period. Although Jing Huai was becoming more and more outstanding, it seemed that Lu Yuanze's heart was no longer with him. Whenever he came to the courtyard, he would always rush back to the house with her. He was always reluctant to leave her because he had tasted her. But now, Lu Yuanze's eyes were extremely clear, and he didn't even look at her for a second. It's like something is out of control. Brother Zhe, what should Jinghuai do? The classmates who used to be close to him now despise his status as a concubine son and are unwilling to make friends with him. Chaochao is of humble status. As long as she can stay by the side of the Marquis and serve him, she will be satisfied. But Jinghuai can't. He has great ambitions and talents, but now he is being criticized by others. Pei Chaochao raised her hand to wipe her tears, an action that usually made Lu Yuanze feel distressed and hold her in his arms. At this moment, Lu Yuanze frowned slightly. Pei Chaochao is over 30 years old and has finally shown some signs of aging due to the wear and tear of time. How could it compare to Su Jiqing's skin, which was as white and smooth as snow? He was now like a well-fed cat, unresponsive. Pei Chaochao's heart sank again and again. Fortunately, Lu Yuanze values Lu Jinghuai very much. Brother Zhe, how about I go and ask Sister Yin? I can be a slave and serve the Marquis and her. But can you register Brother Jinghuai under her name so that Jinghuai has a legitimate identity? I can kowtow to her and wash her feet. It doesn't matter if Chaochao is wrong. I just hope she can treat Jinghuai well and treat their two children well. We can't let the bloodline of the Marquis Mansion be lost in the world. Pei Chaochao lowered her posture to the dust, tears streaming down her face. Lu Yuanze sighed secretly. How can you be a foot-washing maid? You raised a pair of excellent children. Is she worthy of it? Jinghuai, you can't live outside. Lu Yuanze felt a little uncomfortable. Yenshu was a paralytic, but he occupied the position of the crown prince. How could this be possible? The Marquis Mansion cannot be handed over to a paralytic. The government is not capable enough, and the Lantern Festival is too young. Only Jinghuai. Yesterday, all the visiting cards Jinghuai sent out were returned. Jinghuai kept the light on in his room all night. I'm afraid he felt uncomfortable. He may not say it, but in his heart, he must want to win the first prize and bring you honor. Lu Yuanze felt warm in his heart. Such an outstanding and ambitious son must not be left outside. It's a pity that the witchcraft stuff didn't bring down the Su family or cause serious damage to them. What a pity. Don't worry, you've waited for me for 18 years and I understand your feelings. I will never let you suffer in vain. The position of the crown prince must belong to Jinghuai. And our Jingyao, her fate was predicted by the national teacher to be priceless and the greatest treasure in the world. How could such an outstanding child be left outside? You are a great contributor to our Marquis Mansion. Lu Yuanze's words made Pei Chaochao smile again. She glanced at Lu Yuanze and turned to go into the room. There was no one in the house at the moment. She shyly changed into the clothes designed by Jingyao. I don't know what's up with Jingyao's little brain. Not only can she help her brother write poems, but she can also make clothes. This dress. Pei Chaochao blushed at the sight. A thin strap that is just enough to cover the body, but can also perfectly outline the figure. Every gesture and movement seems to reveal something. She was originally hesitant, but now she put it on without hesitation. As soon as Lu Yuanze turned around, he was distracted and even in a trance for a moment. This scene was too shocking. The room is full of spring light and vitality. And at this moment in Tingfeng Garden, Lu Chaochao had a tense face and looked at her second brother seriously. Her little face seemed to be hesitant to speak, and after opening her mouth several times, she said slowly, "Ergua, you drank too much this morning." The little girl asked her second brother hesitantly, "Head, does it still hurt?" The little guy looked concerned. Lu Jingyue felt a little warm in his heart and touched Chaochao's head. Second brother doesn't feel any pain anymore. Chaochao looked at him eagerly. "Xing, is the wine soup delicious?" Her voice was thin and childish. Lu Jingyue was stunned. Suddenly, I remembered that I had a few more drinks with the elders this morning. I had to go out for something urgent and had no loose change in my pocket, so I borrowed money from Chaochao to buy some sobering soup. Lu Jingyue hurriedly took out 5 taels of silver from his pocket. "Thank you, Chaochao, for lending me money to buy sobering soup this morning. I almost forgot." He handed the silver to Chaochao. Chaochao shook his head, looked at the silver, and refused to take it. 2 pots a pot. "Chaochao, no, I care about 6 taels of silver," said the little baby, nodding his head heavily. Lu Jingyue. He silently took out another 1 or 2 taels. The little man opposite quickly reached out and put the 6 taels of silver back into his pocket. He waved his hand righteously. "We are a family. We don't care, it's all about money. Money, hold on to it tightly. Why is my second brother such a deadbeat? I even have to borrow red envelopes from children. I borrowed 6 taels and returned 5 taels. Humph, don't be so rude. Lu Yuanze, what happened to your promise not to care about money? Chapter 70, Suffering the Consequences. Evening. There's a lantern festival tonight, Mom. I want to take Chaochao out to see it. Lu Yuanze was having dinner in the hall, holding Chaochao. It's the first day of the new year, and there are so many visitors that Su is very busy. Seeing Lu Chaochao's pitiful look, he smiled and agreed. Just let her wear more clothes and bring a few servants. I can't live without someone around me. Lu Chaochao was very happy, with her arms bulging with food, which were the snacks she had secretly brought. Today is New Year's Day, so Su pretended not to see it. Madam, the Marquis has not returned home all night. Did something happen to him? Su Jiqing dressed up specially today, but after waiting for a whole day, Lu Yuanze still did not return home. Su said calmly, men have their own careers outside. I think you were stuck because of something in the court. I made you my second wife, so that you can take good care of the Marquis and not hold him back. Su Jiqing hurriedly said, how could that be, madam? Qingqing is just worried. As he was speaking, he heard a voice coming from outside the door. Madam, the Marquis has returned home. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Jiqing lifted her skirt, stepped on the snow, and ran out the door. Like a lively butterfly. Seeing Lu Yuanze, he paused slightly and rushed straight towards Lu Yuanze. My lord, you didn't come home all night. Qingqing was worried about you. Her eyes were red and her voice was tender. Her words were full of the admiration and love of a girl. Lu Yuanze pressed his waist inconspicuously. Su Jiqing smelled the fragrance on him, and her heart sank. Today, Qingqing is recorded in the family tree and is the Marquis's woman. Qingqing, I am so lucky to meet the Marquis. Su Jiqing embraced Lu Yuanze and went to Qingping courtyard. Lu Yuanze's calves were still trembling and his waist was still sore. Pei Jiaojiao was really a fairy. He immediately said, there are guests in the mansion today. Let's go see the elders first. After saying this, he fled in panic. Su Jiqing accidentally caught a glimpse of the red mark under his throat, and her eyes turned red with anger. When Su saw Lu Yuanze, she was a little surprised. I thought Su Jiqing would do everything she could to keep him. Why does my lord look so tired? Didn't you get enough rest? Su asked. Lu Yuanze looked embarrassed. He didn't expect Pei Jiaojiao to be so bold and so moving, more touching than in the past decade. The small clothes she wears are also breathtaking. I was discussing matters with some subordinates last night and forgot the time. I drank a few more cups today. Fortunately, my wife is in charge of the house. Yunyang has worked hard. I am lucky enough to marry Yunyang. Lu Yuanze's eyes were full of affection, even when he looked at a dog. So used to indulge in it. Now it's disgusting. My lord, you should go see the clan elder first. The clan elder will return to Qingxi tomorrow. Qingxi said they wanted to renovate the ancestral hall, and the old lady was quick to agree to pay for it. My lord, please give her some as well. Su smiled, looking helpless. I thought that since we are renovating the Lu family's ancestral home, it would be difficult for Yunyang to take the dowry. Otherwise, outsiders would gossip. Lu Yuanze was very proud, so when he heard about the dowry, he immediately said, how can I let Yunyang pay for the dowry? He was a little annoyed. Yunyang always said that what belonged to her belonged to the Lu family, regardless of whether it belonged to you or me. Yunyang even begged him to use it, and he felt at ease using it. But now that she is talking about dowry, how can Lu Yuanze lose face? I'll go to the clan elder later. Lu Yuanze turned around and went to look for the clan elder. I still feel a little irritated. The Lu family was not well off, so they could use Su's dowry to support Jinghuai and the Marquis Mansion. Now, we are stretched to the limit. When he heard that he had to give the clan elder 3,000 taels, Lu Yuanze's face turned green. 3,000 taels? Lu Yuanze's face turned ashen. In previous years, your wife gave you 1,000 taels. This year, we need to renovate the old house and the ancestral hall, so 3,000 taels is not a lot. The clan leader frowned slightly. Why is Lord Lu so stingy? The old lady sighed. Your father is also buried in Qingxi, and so are your ancestors. Yuanze, you can't save this money. Just let your wife take the dowry. The old lady still hoped to take out Su's dowry, as she did before. Lu Yuanze tugged at his clothes in annoyance. Using my wife's dowry to build the ancestral hall. What kind of nonsense is that? In the past, it was Su who paid the money and coaxed all the elders to return to Qingxi happily, and he never thought there was anything wrong with it. But he felt a little annoyed about having to pay for it himself. He only received a salary of a few hundred taels a year. The entire marquisate was managed by Su, but it certainly could not support such a large marquisate. Most of the money came from her dowry shop. Clan leader, why does clan education cost 1,000 taels every year? In these 18 years, not a single candidate has passed the imperial examination. Lu Yuanze frowned. The clan leader raised his eyelids and asked, "Didn't you say 1,000 taels per year?" Lu Yuanze's heart choked. When Su first came into the family, the elders of the clan came to ask for money. Su took out the money, and he deliberately said it was high. Okay, send the money tomorrow." Lu Yuanze waved his hand. Several clan elders were so angry that their faces turned red. Whenever they came here, Su had always treated them with respect. "You also have to give a big red envelope when you leave." He immediately said, "Your wife is not as good as me." If it wasn't New Year's Day, Lu Yuanze would have hated not being able to kick them out. After the elders left, Lu Yuanze's face fell. "Why are you reacting so strongly? Anyway, Su is convinced by you, so just coax her and she will take out the money." The old lady looked indifferent, as if she didn't care at all. Ever since Su married into the family, the food, clothing, and other expenses in the Marquis Mansion have been raised to a higher level. The Lu family had no background, and before Su married into the family, the Lu family lived a very frugal life. "By the way, when will Jing Huai come home? I really love my eldest grandson. The top 3 candidates must come from my mansion, and we can't let him wander around outside." When the old lady saw him, she couldn't help asking. Lu Yuanze was irritated. "Mom, I have a plan. By the way, your sister hasn't returned to her parents' home today. Can you go over and see what's going on?" The old lady waited for a whole day, but never saw Lu Wani return to her parents' home. "Mom, Wani has been spoiled by you. Please stop pampering her." Lu Yuanze waved his hand and walked out the door. The old lady sighed angrily. It was not until it was completely dark that the Lu family set up the reunion dinner. The Gu family's carriage just appeared. Lu Wani had lost a lot of weight in the half year since she got married. Standing beside him was the elegant top scholar Gu Ling. Gu Ling had a gentle expression, and his eyes fell on Lu Wani. Lu Wani shuddered violently. The two of them walked into the gate of the Marquis Mansion hand in hand. Lu Wani shrank his head and walked forward to kowtow to the old lady and wish her a happy new year. Lu Wani knelt down. Suddenly, tears welled up in my eyes. Mother, please save me, please save me." She knelt down and pulled the old lady's trouser legs, her voice trembling with despair. Gu Ling's face suddenly darkened. Inside the house, the atmosphere was a little cold. Chapter 71, Eternal Hell. The old lady hasn't reacted yet. Lu Yuanze's face darkened. "Wani, what's going on?" Gu Ling looked a little hurt. "Wani, is there something I did wrong?" He wanted to reach out, but Lu Wani stepped back in panic. "Just dodge his hand." Brother, Gu Ling hit people. Gu Ling hit people. I want a divorce. Lu Wani burst into tears. She has been living in hell for the past 6 months. Just 3 days after getting married, Gu Ling was so gentle and considerate that she couldn't express how happy she was. She even secretly hated Su for preventing her from marrying a good man, who knew that only half a month had passed. Gu Ling came home drunk one day. That day, he made her take off all her clothes and beat her with a rattan stick. She was beaten half to death. After sobering up, he admitted his mistake. Later, she returned home to seek help. However, Su asked Gu Ling to pick her up, and after that, Gu Ling stopped beating her. "But, did he hit you? Where are you hurt?" Lu Yuanze frowned. Lu Wani's crying stopped, and she bit her lower lip tightly ever since she was brought back home that time. Gu Ling stopped beating her, but she couldn't speak. Her injuries were all in places that could not be shown to others. It was all because of what Su said. Her face was the face of the Marquis Mansion, so the top scholar was still a little cautious. "It's all Su's fault. Brother, it's all Su's fault. It's all her fault. It was her. She was the one who ordered Gu Ling to hit me." Lu Wani cried and shouted. Su stood to one side, looking confused. "Wani, what you said is so unreasonable. How can you just throw dirty water at me? I love you like a pearl and a treasure, no worse than my own children. Mr. Gu is talented, but his family is poor. I am afraid that the Gu family will wrong you. When you fell in love with Mr. Gu, I stopped you. It was you and Mother who insisted on getting me married. Why are you blaming me now? Mrs. Su held her handkerchief and lowered her head to wipe away her tears. I have loved you for more than 10 years, and you have wronged me like this. Sue's eyes were red, and she looked heartbroken. Lu Yuanze remembered this incident, and at this moment he looked at Lu Wani with an extremely unhappy look. Wani, what are you doing? You chose Mr. Gu yourself. Why don't you tell me where he hurt you? Lu Yuanze couldn't help but get angry. The old lady had seen Lu Wani injured last time, and she knew that Lu Wani had been wronged, so she hugged her and cried. My lord, I have never treated Wani unfairly. Since Wani married into the family, she has been in charge of the household affairs. She is the one who makes the decisions for the entire Gu family. Even if Gu made a mistake unintentionally, he must kneel down as punishment. The entire Gu family knows about it. Gu Ling looked as if he was unable to speak and sighed deeply. Wani was already wronged when she married into the Gu family. How could I bear to hit her? Even though Wani was a little spoiled, I still loved and doted on her. Whenever she made a mistake, Wani asked me to kneel down, and I would kneel down. I have never disobeyed her. Gu Ling looked hurt. When Lu Yuanze heard this, he got angry. I asked you to tell me where you were hurt, but you kept silent. It's fine if you're spoiled at home, but why are you still so ignorant after getting married? Gu Ling is an official appointed by the court. He kneels to his parents above and to the king below. How can he kneel to you? Lu Yuanze immediately scolded. Lu Wani sobbed and said, Every time I kneel down, he hurts me. But she couldn't tell where she was injured. Su looked at her and said, How about hiring a female doctor for your sister? Lu Wani took a step back suddenly. No, I don't want a female doctor. She didn't dare to show the doctor the place where Gu Lingfeng had bitten her. Once this matter gets out, she, who is so proud, will probably feel worse than death. Su couldn't help but shake her head. Sister, we love you and pamper you, but you can't just throw dirty water on me. Lord Gu is an official appointed by the court. You will harm him. You said he beat you, but you didn't tell me the extent of the injury, and you didn't allow the doctor to see it. You're asking for a divorce. Where do you put the reputation of the Lu family? Su couldn't help but sound stern. The Marquis is looking for a promotion, so you'd better not ruin the reputation of the Marquis Mansion. Susai. Lu Yuanze's eyes changed slightly immediately. He personally helped Gu Ling up and said calmly, It's the Lu family's fault for not educating their daughter well, and you've been wronged. The old lady wiped her tears and cried. Last time when he came home, he was injured. Yuanze. That time, Wani was not familiar with the Gu family and accidentally fell. Gu Ling explained hurriedly. How could he fall like that? The old lady glared at him, regretting that she had not left any evidence, and asked Gu Ling to take the man away. That's enough. Lu Yuanze shouted angrily. Mom, please stop indulging Wani. You vais spoilet Vanyi. Look at what she looks like now. Lu Yuanze pointed at Lu Wani. More importantly, with Gu Ling's help in the court, he has the opportunity to be promoted to the 3rd rank. Su frowned slightly. She knew Lu Yuanze best. What kind of selfishness is it to sacrifice your sister for promotion? In his eyes, anything that can make the Lu family prosper is good. Brother, please believe me. Please believe me. If he beats me, I won't go back. I won't go back. He'll beat me to death, brother. Sister-in-law. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I should have listened to you. Gu Ling is really not a good guy. Sister-in-law, I know I was wrong. Sister-in-law, please save me. Lu Wani knelt on the ground and admitted his mistake in horror. Someone, come and take Wani away. This is ridiculous. Marriage is no joke. Lu Yuanze smiled and sat down with Gu Ling, and even said, Wani was spoiled by us, but I didn't expect that she would make trouble for you after marrying here. If she makes a mistake, you should teach her well, and our Lu family has no objection. Gu Ling's eyes moved slightly, and he nodded gently. This girl actually wrongly accused you. How foolish. While drinking, Su went to the next room. Lu Wani was locked in the house, and she smashed everything in the house to pieces. Seeing Su coming in, she looked at him with hatred and said, Su, you hurt me. You hurt me. You sent me back on purpose, and you let Gu Ling beat me without leaving any traces. Su said calmly, Sister, what you said is really unreasonable. You were the one who said it at the beginning. If a man hits a woman, it must be for a reason. It must be that the woman made a mistake. Women need to reflect on this. You need to reflect on what you did wrong. Did you fail to serve your man well? Did you fail to take good care of the old lady? You should reflect on what you did wrong. Mrs. Su's face was full of concern. Didn't Wani tell my sister-in-law about this? Lu Wan was so angry that he was shaking all over, pointing at Su and shivering continuously. You will not die well. You will not die well. Do you think you are happy? Ha, idiot. Do you think you are happy? Lu Wanyi's eyes were full of madness. Su Shiyun, I'm waiting for the day when you fall into hell. Su felt calm. Look, this is the sister-in-law she has loved so much for more than 10 years. But behind the scenes, she and Pei Jiaojiao are as close as mother and daughter. You all deserve to die. I want you to go to hell forever. Chapter 72. Believe every day and get eternal life. The atmosphere during the family reunion dinner was a bit weird. Mrs. Su looked indifferent, and the old lady had a gloomy face. Only Lu Yuanze and Gu Ling were toasting each other, enjoying themselves to the fullest. Drink, drink, drink until you die. Why haven't you left the table yet? Why haven't you finished drinking yet? I want to go to the Lantern Festival. 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 This old Biden, he drinks too much and has endless things to say. Lu Chaochao kept complaining in his heart. The three brothers Lu Yanshu, Lu Jingyue, and Lu Yuanzhe raised their hands and touched their ears silently. Hearing the words old bitten, Lu Jingyue started to cough violently. Old Biden? I don't understand, but it looks dirty. The corner of Sue's mouth twitched when she saw that the little guy had begun to grind his teeth, apparently reaching the point where he could no longer endure it. I'm going crazy. I'm going to throw a tantrum. If I don't act like a spoiled brat, you guys will think I'm a toothless cat. Although I have no teeth, I'm very powerful. Sue's eyelids twitched, and he waved his hand. Let the children go down and rest first, so as not to disturb the mood of the Marquis and the son-in-law. Sue smiled and pursed her lips, and Dingji picked up Lu Chaochao, who was about to throw a tantrum. Lu Yanshu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing that Chaochao was about to throw a tantrum, he became nervous. Do you know how Chaochao throws a tantrum? He was lucky enough to see it. He had a mouthful of rice in his mouth and was mumbling, spitting out saliva from the food in his mouth. It covered his face. Lu Chaochao smiled happily. My mother and I really have a tacit understanding. I love my mother. He swallowed the food in his mouth slowly. Dad, uncle, Yanshu will take my younger brother and sister downstairs. Lu Yanshu said calmly while sitting in a wheelchair. When Lu Yuanze's eyes met him, they froze for a moment. The joy in his eyes faded a little. I'll go see Wanyi too. The old lady made an excuse to leave. After everyone left, Gu Ling followed Lu Yanshu's gaze as he walked away. He sighed and said, Brother, if Yanshu had not been disabled, it would have been great if the Marquis Mansion had been handed over to Yanshu. What a pity that the Marquis Mansion was handed over to a paralytic. Gu Ling took a sip of wine and then said, Don't blame me for being too talkative, bro. I drank a few more glasses and started to talk without thinking. Lu Yuanze waved his hand, and the coldness in his eyes made him sober up a little. You are right. We cannot hand over such a huge mansion to a paralytic. His Jinghuai has grown up and is capable of supporting the mansion. His Jinghuai is comparable to 10 Lu Yanshu's. At this moment, Lu Yanshu was leaning against the windowsill, the tall young man standing upright, holding a book in his hands, studying hard. Lu Jingyue and Lu Yuanzhe carried Chaochao out of the house. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, the capital city was brightly lit. Festive red lanterns were hung everywhere. Paper cuts were pasted on the windows. Small stalls were set up on both sides of the road, and people were shouting loudly. Today, boys and girls alike walked out of their homes with smiles on their faces. Lu Chaochao's eyes almost popped out. Tang tang, tang tang. She pointed at the candied haws. There are candied haws with orange peels and candied haws with hawthorns, and sesame seeds are sprinkled on the crystal-clear sugar. Lu Yuanzhe even bought the big stick and carried a full stick of candied haws. Lu Chaochao was so happy that she kissed him hard on the face. Lu Chaochao was a master at keeping things balanced, and she immediately gave her second brother a sip as well. I'll buy it. Lu Chaochao pointed at the sparkling nail polish in the store, her eyes lighting up. Lu Jingyue was stunned. You are still young. How can you wear nail polish? That's for women to paint their nails. Lu Chaochao pouted and looked at him pitifully. How could Lu Jingyue resist such a request, and immediately bought her a small bottle of bright red nail polish. Lu Chaochao put it directly into his pocket. Perhaps it's her nature. The 1-year-old girl now likes these bright things very much. When I turned my head, I saw a graceful girl choosing jewelry nearby. Lu Jingyue suddenly buried his head in front of Lu Chaochao. Lu Chaochao was stunned. When he turned around, he saw his second brother's fiancée, Wen Ning. The Wen family returned home after being exiled and had come to the Lu family to deliver a visiting card in the morning. Seeing that the Wen family was guilty, Lu Jingyue avoided them. Too sweet. Lu Chaochao wanted to speak, but her second brother covered her mouth. He lowered his head and secretly hid in the shop next door. Lu Chaochao was so angry that his face turned red. Hateful. You're so annoying. The little guy's eyes were about to spit fire. Why don't you meet my second sister-in-law? Why do you want to avoid her? Lu Jingyue's eyes dimmed. Chaochao, I once loved Su Jiqing, and I betrayed Wen Ning. He once liked Su Jiqing, and even though he had nothing to do with her, he still wavered in the engagement. He doesn't deserve it. He didn't understand why. He used to have a very good relationship with Wen Ning, but when he saw Su Jiqing, he became like a madman. The only thing I can see in my eyes and heart is Su Jiqing. The only thing in my mind is her every frown and smile. It's like being force-filled. There was no room in his brain for anyone else. It was not until Chaochao that he saw the truth. It was as if he suddenly escaped from a nightmare and gradually became sober. Now that he saw Wen Ning, he felt guilty. She couldn't even face Wen Ning's feelings. Lu Chaochao tilted her head, not quite understanding. But, second brother, it's not your fault. You abandoned your sister-in-law, shed your blood for Su Jiqing, and fell in love with Su Jiqing. This was the will of heaven. At that time, you couldn't escape your fate at all. The power of heaven is terrifying. It will push destiny forward and deviate from the original intention. How can my second brother, a mere mortal, fight against fate? Lu Chaochao raised her little face. Now you have Chaochao. Chaochao has cut off the trajectory of your being controlled, and you can live the life you want. Lu Jingyue was slightly stunned. Spicy but not vegetarian, or guoguo, the real Gigi. If Sister Wen Ning misses her little sister-in-law, she will be miserable in both her life and her life. You really don't want to protect her? Lu Jingyue took a deep breath, not daring to think about what Wen Ning had originally encountered. But I dare not, he stammered. I still don't understand why he dared to go crazy and fight against his mother for Su Jiqing when he saw Wen Ning's face getting red. At that time, I was in a daze. Now, he knew very well that he was sober. It was also clear that he liked Wen Ning. His heart was beating like thunder. Even though he liked her, he didn't dare to get close to her. Lu Chaochao blinked her eyes. Chaochao, help me. I want to dress up my second brother beautifully and impress Sister Wen Ning. Sister Wen Ning fell in love with it at first sight. Lu Yuanxiao's eyes widened. His sister actually had this ability? Lu Jingyue didn't believe it, but when he thought about it, his sister was a girl after all. Although it's only a month away from being 1 year old. But it's better than yourself? He is extremely confident in his sister's abilities. He took out the money from his pocket and watched his third brother and sister buy a bunch of things. First, to show her Guoguo's talent, scholars like to hold fans. Lu Jingyue, holding a fan in his hand, looked very literary and nodded slightly. He does have some abilities. That is, holding a fan on a snowy day makes you look like a psychopath. Well, next I have to let my second brother attract her attention. Lu Chaochao handed the long gown with gold edges to her second brother. Lu Jingyue doubted for a moment and went into the inner room to change. When he came out, everyone was stunned and all eyes were on him. Kong, it's useful, right? Lu Chaochao patted his chest with a proud look on his face. Lu Jingyue was skeptical at first, but when he saw everyone looking at him, he couldn't help but nodded. Then, we must show the financial strength of the mansion. This is the most important thing to get a wife. Lu Chaochao solemnly took out a big gold chain and a big ring from her arms and put them on Lu Jingyue one by one. Well, she has stitched all the good things onto her second brother. Second brother, you will definitely blind my sister-in-law's eyes. My sister-in-law will definitely be so surprised that she cries. Chapter 73. Fighting every day. Is it really, really beautiful? Lu Jingyue doubted himself. He looked down at himself. The golden thread was shining so brightly that he couldn't open his eyes. Lu Yuanxiao went from being excited to being stunned. He kept his mouth shut and said nothing. From now on, he would never let his sister be his partner even if he died. They are all at Kong Ergua. Lu Chaochao pointed around, and sure enough, everyone looked at him. Even everyone had a smile on their face and looked extremely kind. Lu Chaochao pushed her second brother's feet and asked him to go find Wen Ning. Lu Jingyue's heart was beating fast. He turned around and saw the little guy raising his fist, cheering him on. He nodded heavily. I'm going. He strode towards Wen Ning. He didn't notice that as soon as he went out, the whole street became quiet. Under the light, the gold threads on his body flashed dazzlingly, glittering and colorful, making him look like a walking god of wealth. Lu Jinghua walked to the door of Wen Ning's shop. Holding the fan, he posed, then gently opened the fan. Everyone in the store looked at him. The more Lu Zheng insisted, the more he gritted his teeth, but why did his eyes look a little strange? The maidservant beside Wen Ning widened her eyes, tugged at the corner of the young lady's clothes dully, and whispered, Young miss, look quickly. Her tone was almost crying. Wen Ning raised his eyes and looked over. Even though Wen Ning was well informed, at this moment, I was also in a trance for a moment. Miss, where did this madman come from? Why is he fanning himself in the heavy snow? He is wearing gold chains all over his body, and he doesn't look like a good person. The little maid was about to cry. Why was he staring at the young lady? So scary. Stars flowed in Wen Ning's eyes, gathering into a faint smile. The originally reserved girl's eyes froze for a moment. He took a sudden step back. Then, seeing Lu Jinghue's hurt look, he silently took another step forward. I couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. Brother Jinghue, is that you? Wen Ning almost laughed to death, tears dripping down his face. I dare not recognize it. I really can't recognize it. Will everyone laugh at me? Lu Jinghue coughed lightly, feeling that something was wrong. Sister Ning. His eyes sparkled. At this moment, he was extremely clear-headed and could remember every detail of his time with Wen Ning. He was neither as crazy as he was when facing Su Jiqing, nor as confused as he was when facing Su Jiqing. Lu Jinghue's eyes suddenly turned red. He thought he really fell in love with Su Jiqing. Petralet Wen Ning was startled. Brother Jinghue, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying? Don't cry. Aining is not laughing at you, Aining. Aining hurried forward. Nice to meet you. Although, Brother Lu seemed to be stunned. Wen Ning plus hit. The little girl who used to always chase after Lu Jinghue has now grown into a big girl. Lu Jinghue thought of the ending in Chaochao, Xian Sheng. I was so heartbroken that I couldn't help myself. His eyes were red and his lips were trembling. He wanted to hug Wen Ning, but he was afraid of scaring him, so he tried his best to control himself. I miss you too. Aining, I miss you very much. Lu Jinghue thought. He had never said to Aining, I miss you very much. Aining pursed her lips slightly, with a smile in her eyes. Lu Chaochao was lying at the door, sticking her little head out. She saw her second brother and sister-in-law chatting happily, and she felt very pleased. When Ning saw her, she was very kind and smiled gently at Lu Chaochao. My second sister-in-law is killing me. So gentle, so gentle. Lu Chaochao sighed in his heart. Lu Jinghue hurriedly hugged Chaochao over and said, This is my sister, Chaochao. Chaochao, come and call me second sister-in-law. Lu Jinghue blushed and followed Chaochao's call. No, call me Sister Aining. When Ning blushed, Sister Chaochao. She took off the green bracelet on her wrist and handed it to Chaochao. Sister Aining didn't bring a suitable gift for Chaochao. I will make it up to Chaochao next time. When Ning kept looking at Chaochao, this child is so cute. Lu Chaochao grabbed the bracelet and called out sweetly, second sister-in-law. Both of them blushed. Miss, it's time to go back. The master is still waiting. The maid pulled Wen Ning's sleeve, wondering how such a good young man could have grown up to be a local tycoon. No, I need to persuade the young lady about this marriage. After Wen Ning left, Lu Jinghue reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Chaochao, I feel like everyone looks at me in a weird way. Lu Jinghue pulled his clothes. Why did everyone look at him, then cover their mouths and run away, and look back at him from time to time? Lu Chaochao was also curious, because Erguo is a good deal. She gave a thumbs up without hesitation. It must be beautiful. Sister Aining is smiling. She looks so happy. I laughed so hard that tears came out. You must be very satisfied with your second brother, right? Lu Jinghue turned around and saw Lu Yuanzhe walking far away. Yuanzhe, why are you walking so slowly? You are so far away, people will think we don't know you. Lu Yuanzhe came back to his senses and said, Oh, I don't know him. It's my blessing to know you. Lu Yuanzhe muttered softly. This was probably the most eye-catching day in his life, right? At this moment, all the thieves in the city were led to this street. Everyone wants to come and see this group of show-offs. In the crowd, several people's eyes sparkled at the gold chains covering his body. A few people looked at each other and were about to get closer when they saw a beardless man with a smile on his face say something. The two young men were a little surprised, so they picked up the little girl and followed the man. Eunuch Wang spoke extremely respectfully. When His Majesty ate a dish of 8 treasure duck today, he thought of Lu Chaochao, who loved sweets, so he deliberately did not disturb anyone and asked him to come and invite him in person. He was a senior eunuch serving in front of the emperor, and all the court officials were polite to him. To put it bluntly, Lord Lu had to bow his head and smile apologetically whenever he saw him. Now, facing his daughter whom he didn't value, he smiled fawningly. Lu Yuanze, this idiot. Now, the emperor was sitting in front of the palace, and the prince was frowning. Lu Jinghuai's intentions are not right. Even if he wins the top 3 places in the imperial examination, I am not willing to respect him as my teacher. You have talent but no moral character, so I despise you. The prince has already heard the news. If someone wins the top 3 places in the imperial examination, he will most likely be chosen as the prince's tutor. If the prince ascends the throne in the future, he will be the emperor's teacher. What a great opportunity. The emperor put down the wolf howl in his hand and said, Him? The top 3? He is a young man who has never left the capital and has never suffered any setbacks. Instead, he sucked the blood of the Su family and lived like a fish in water. How could he write such a magnificent poem? The emperor sneered in his heart. If it was Master Su, he could still trust it. But for a young boy who has just started out, he would not believe it unless his brain was stuck in the door. He plagiarized? The prince stood up in shock. This was a scandal for scholars. The emperor waved his hand and said, There is no evidence yet, so let's not mention this matter. But he is Lu Yuanze's biological son, which is an unchangeable fact. The emperor sneered. What a Lu Yuanze! He really knows how to enjoy the blessing of having many wives. The concubine's son still dreams of being on par with the legitimate son and stepping on him to gain the upper hand. The emperor is the legitimate son, so naturally he cannot stand to see such a thing. Mrs. Su seems to be interested in divorce, but the prince paused. He could vaguely guess that Mrs. Su wanted to take a few children away. But since ancient times, no woman could take her children with her when she divorced. What's more, there are 3 sons and 1 daughter. The emperor remained silent. The world is bustling with people. All are seeking profit. The world is bustling with people. All are seeking profit. If the benefits are great enough, he can give up everything. For example, he made a promise, won the top 3 places in the imperial examination, and became the prince's tutor. It was enough to make Lu Yuanze dizzy. Which one is more important, a paralyzed prince or the crown prince's tutor? As he was speaking, he heard Eunuch Wang coming in a hurry to report. Eunuch Wang served in the imperial court and was usually calm and composed, but at this moment he was a little flustered. He knelt down in front of the palace with a plop. Your Majesty, Miss Chaochao is fighting. The emperor and the prince stood up suddenly. Fighting? With whom? Who is so bold as to attack Chaochao? The prince asked repeatedly, with an angry look on his face. The emperor's complexion was also as dark as ink. Eunuch Wang said bitterly, Miss Chaochao and concubine Xian's dog are fighting. And the dog started fighting. Chapter 74, Stealing Dog Food. When Lu Chaochao was brought over, the little hair hung limply on his head, looking dejected. The little girl had tears in her eyes, but she was trying hard not to let them fall. Cool, cool, cool. Dog hair kept coming out of his mouth. The virtuous concubine entered the palace with a look of panic on her face. Seeing the emperor's livid face, she knelt decisively in front of the palace. During the ceremony of offering sacrifices to heaven, she saw with her own eyes the emperor letting Lu Chaochao ride on his neck. She dares to target Lu Chaochao when she doesn't even receive treatment from the crown prince? Lu Chaochao is just a baby. There is no need for her to offend the emperor's favorite. Your Majesty, I am innocent. I did nothing. I did not let the dog bite her. I really did not let the dog bite her. The virtuous concubine burst into tears in grievance. It was so unfair, really unfair. The emperor looked sullen and said nothing. The prince was also feeling nervous. He stepped forward and took Lu Chaochao from Lu Jingyue. Are you hurt? The prince asked softly and carefully. When someone asked me the question, I couldn't hold back the tears anymore. Sob, 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 he nodded his head frantically. He was hurt, so hurt. The emperor was shocked. Where are you hurt? Why don't you call the imperial physician? Damn it! The virtuous concubine's heart shuddered. She is the biological mother of the 4th prince, who was born weak and sickly, and worked as a young monk in the Huwa temple to recuperate. If something happened to her, what would happen to her son? Lu Chaochao kept crying and patting her chest with her hand. A dog bit your heart? Where does it hurt? Tell the emperor. The emperor felt very distressed. Will the ancestor come into his dream tonight and beat him to death? When concubine Xian saw the emperor in such a state, she became even more panicked. Lu Chaochao shook his head. Wow, my heart aches, my heart aches. I feel bad. I am hurt. Don't I have any dignity? Cough, cough, cough. The prince, who heard the inner voice, started coughing violently. Lu Yuanze regretted all the way, regretting that he did not protect his sister and let her fight with the dog. I thought she was seriously injured, but now I felt a little relieved. The imperial physician came and examined her, only to find that she was completely unharmed. He was crying so loudly that I thought he was injured. Concubine Xian raised her hand carefully. Doctor, can you take a look at my dog? The virtuous concubine was almost crying. Have someone bring the bald dog out. The dog with shiny and moist hair has bald spots here and there on his body. When he saw Lu Chaochao at this moment, he was so scared that he cried out and hid in concubine Xian's arms. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. She won't pull your hair. She won't pull it. Concubine Xian looked embarrassed. The emperor stroked his forehead and asked, What's going on? Second son of the Lu family. You want to speak? It was the first time that Lu Yuanze and Lu Yuanze met the emperor in private. I was originally terrified, but when I saw my sister, he wiped his nose on the emperor's robe with both hands, and the feeling of awe was immediately diluted. Lu Yuanze felt a little embarrassed. When I entered the palace, I passed by the entrance of concubine Xian's palace. I happened to meet concubine Xian's palace, made feeding dog food. Lu Yuanze covered his face. He was too embarrassed to say it. Concubine Xian hurriedly said, The dog food is specially made by the palace servants, with chicken sausage, fish mince, and the like. It smells a bit fragrant. Who knew this guy would come here? I couldn't stop her. She just reached out and grabbed a handful of dog food and stuffed it into her mouth. After eating it, I found it tasted good, so I had to compete with the dog for food. The dog must have scratched her, right? But he didn't really scratch her. He just howled to scare her. In order to eat dog food, she started fighting with the dog. She scratched my dog until it was bald. Your Majesty, you want to do something for me? The virtuous concubine paused. You have to make the decision for my dog. What an unexpected disaster. The emperor's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he asked again. She cried so hard. Did she lose the fight? Concubine Xian looked aggrieved. No, that's not the case. I don't know why this dog is so scared of me. It only dared to protect its food and didn't dare to scratch or scratch her. Miss Chaochao won the fight. But they knocked over the food. I won, but I didn't get to eat it. Isn't this enough to make you cry? As she listened, Lu Chaochao became even angrier. She did not act unrestrainedly, but just raised her hand awkwardly to wipe her tears. Sobbing quietly. Dokok, kosa, hiccup, kosa vil. The curse was so ugly. The emperor was so happy. You still know that a dog scolds you? Lu Chaochao's face turned red with anger. Yes, yes, I said, and I scolded you. The scolding was really ugly. As it happens above the palace, the dog in concubine Xian's arms barked twice again. Lu Chaochao immediately became furious. She stood up, tears in her eyes. Scold and scold again. She was so angry that her eyes widened. The prince couldn't hold her anymore and saw her rushing towards the dog. Ouch! She raised her fist angrily. Open your mouth. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. Lu Chaochao imitated a dog's barking in a fierce manner, baring his teeth and barking at the dog. When the other dog heard this, it immediately started howling in the virtuous concubine's arms. Woof, 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 woof. Woof, 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 woof. The virtuous concubine couldn't even hold back the dog. The prince couldn't even hold Lu Chaochao back. A baby and a dog started cursing at each other right in front of the emperor in the hall. Emperor. Although I don't understand what they say, I can tell from their faces that they are cursing very dirty words. The sky is full of barking sounds. The emperor's face turned dark upon hearing this. It's fine that you judge justice for court officials every day, but now you have to judge justice for Lu Chaochao and the dog? For some reason, he had a bad feeling. Days like this don't come often, do they? Impossible. She's not even 1 year old yet. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Take the dog down. What are you still standing here for? Eunuch Wang shouted. Two maids came and took the dog away. Lu Chaochao's cheeks turned red with anger. Ma, humph. You call me a toothless little thing. They called me a thief and a shameless person. Everyone thought she and the dog were just fooling around, but who knew they were really making a lot of noise? No one can understand that except the other party. My beloved, please take the dog rice recipe to the imperial study. Let them study it and see if they can come up with a baby food. Today is the first day of the new year. Send someone to pass a message to the Hugwa temple. Bring the fourth prince back to accompany you for a while. In order to compensate concubine Xian, the emperor ordered someone to bring the fourth prince back. Plop! The virtuous concubine's knees went weak, and she fell to the ground. This time I am willing and full of joy. Thank you, your majesty. Thank you, your majesty. Concubine Xian looked at Lu Chaochao happily, as if she was looking at a nugget of gold. This dog food is grabbed well, grabbed well. The last time she was seriously ill, the fourth prince only came back for 7 days. Over the years, she missed her child so much that she became sick, and her child's figure was always in her dreams. I didn't expect that I could go back for half a month this year. Outsiders all said that the fourth prince had a bad fate and was born weak and sickly. In fact, she understands the truth better. The fourth prince has a bad fate, which will be detrimental to the national fortune of Beizhou. When he was born, the national teacher, who was the abbot of Hugwa Temple, said bluntly, "This child has a strange fate. I am afraid that he cannot be controlled, and it will be a hindrance to Beizhou." Sure enough, the previous emperor passed away on the day he was born. In the same year, there was a drought in Beizhou. This forced Emperor Xianping to send him to the Hugwa Temple to become a novice monk in order to stabilize his fate. Fortunately, Emperor Xianping was not incompetent. Otherwise, his life would have been sacrificed to the fate of the Northern Zhao dynasty. Chapter 75. Don't spread rumors. Woo-woo. Stop crying, bring the imperial meal. The emperor saw that her eyes were slightly swollen from crying, and was afraid that the old ancestor would fall into her dreams late at night. He asked the imperial kitchen to bring over a lot of food. The emperor said that you would definitely like the sweet 8 treasure duck, so he specially summoned you to the palace to try it. Seeing that the Lu brothers were reserved, the prince invited them to dine next door. Lu Yuanze guessed. Maybe it's because my second brother is an eyesore. The prince personally picked up food for Chaochao. Chaochao's little face turned red from crying. The prince is her servant, and they share her life, so naturally he can feel Lu Chaochao's emotions. Alas, for adults, it's not worth mentioning, but it's a big deal for children. She really missed that dog meal. The prince picked up the silver chopsticks and personally fed the food to Chaochao's mouth under the shocked gaze of Eunuch Wang. You'll choke easily if you cry while eating. Try the imperial meal quickly. The prince coaxed her with eager eyes and soft words, and he didn't look as serious as the rumors said. The emperor didn't even frown at this. The queen mother recovered, and the doctors called it a miracle. The queen mother even secretly told him that she could eat 3 bowls of rice at a meal and felt that she had endless energy. The emperor kept the news secret. Oh, he's so envious. Lu Chaochao was hiccuping and sobbing while eating. Good times. Lu Chaochao pointed at the duck. The emperor didn't even raise his brows. When you leave the palace later, bring a copy back to Chaochao. After thinking for a while, he said, give it to the chef of Babao duck to show his appreciation. Eunuch Wang agreed with a smile. He knew the chef who made the 8 treasure duck. He was from the same hometown as him. He was good at making sweet dishes. He was a dull person, but he had good cooking skills. He was very excluded in the imperial kitchen. Every time he cooked a meal, he would place it as far away from His Majesty as possible. Now, I'm afraid I'll reach the sky in 1 step. His cooking skills have attracted many like-minded people. Let's go to Qingtian Palace and see if the sacred flower has bloomed. The emperor looked slightly gloomy, with a hint of anxiety between his brows. Eunuch Wang knew the importance of this matter, so he said, I will go and see it myself. Lu Chaochao tilted her head and asked curiously, what is Fafa? The prince touched her little hair and said, it's Huahua, a divine flower, the deity worshipped by Beizhou. There are countless gods in the 3 realms. Beizhou can only pray for the god's protection to resist evil spirits and ensure good weather and prosperity for the country and the people. Every year, when the sacred flower blooms, the country will prosper in the following year and natural disasters will not occur. Last year, the sacred flower did not bloom. There was an earthquake and flood in Beizhou, and the people were displaced. The prince looked lonely. Lu Chaochao seemed to understand, but not quite. When the sacred flower blooms, It means the gods will bless you. The prince saw that she didn't understand. Above Beizhao, there is a country dedicated to worshiping gods. It is called the Southern Kingdom. They come to Beizhao every 3 years to pray for Beizhao. Beizhao, all Hui people have to praise them. Lu Chaochao said, "Oh," and didn't understand. The prince stopped explaining. "You are not even 1 year old yet. You have eaten too much greasy food, and your stomach hurts." The prince asked someone to take away the 8 treasure duck. Lu Chaochao was so angry that her mouth curled up. She snorted. He crawled using his hands and feet and finally reached the emperor's desk. The emperor was reviewing memorials when he saw Lu Chaochao stealthily taking out a bottle of kojic from his bosom. The color is bright red and extremely eye-catching. Children should not wear nail polish. You often suck your fingers and nail polish is poisonous. The emperor reached out and took it. Lu Chaochao was anxious. "Give it back, give it back." The emperor shook his head. Kudin is made of flour, mud, and alum. It is natural for children to suck their fingers so they can easily get poisoned. Think, wanna play? Lu Chaochao hugged his thighs. Uncle Huang." The little guy pouts and purrs. "Hey, let's develop the hair, apply it." Her eyes lit up. The emperor was stunned. "I'll give you a magic flower, and you'll paint my nails." The prince stood up suddenly. "Father, Chaochao means that she has a way to open the divine flower." The emperor's eyes fixed. "Are you serious?" The little guy raised his chin and said, "Hugwa, come over and have a look." The emperor personally bent down and picked her up and took the prince with him all the way to the sacrificial hall. There were many palace servants guarding the hall, and the minister of rites and the minister of Taichung Temple were guarding here exhaustively. "See His Majesty coming here in a grand manner." His Majesty. The divine flower has not yet bloomed. We tried everything, including sacrificial dances and offering sacrifices, but there was no reaction. We slaughtered pigs and sheep, but there was no reaction. The sacred flower did not bloom, which meant that Beizhao's prayers to the gods were not responded to. "Do we really need young boys and girls?" The minister of Taichung Temple said with difficulty. The emperor frowned. "Impossible. Beizhao worships a righteous god, not an evil god. They must not use young boys and girls." The prince rejected it outright. But the gods are unwilling to respond. "What should we do?" The old minister looked worried. "If I had known this earlier, I would have followed Master Su's example and retired and returned home, so as to avoid facing the mess." Lu Chaochao, however, was looking at the temple dedicated to Beizhao with tears in his eyes. There is an altar in front of the temple, on which are placed chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep. A green branch, without roots or leaves, stands in a glass vase. The flower buds are tightly wrapped on the branches, and the color cannot be seen. It has no roots or water, but it still stands upright in the air, which is quite magical. The emperor waved his hand and said, "I will bring my son to pray in person. My dear ministers, please go out." The emperor waved his hand, and everyone left one after another. After everyone left, there were only 3 of them left in the hall. The prince then said, "The one worshipped by Beizhao is Zongbai, the god of justice. He is in charge of the laws of the 3 realms. He is the most strict in abiding by his own discipline and is strict and fair. A ray of his brilliance can make the northern Zhao kingdom prosperous, and everything goes smoothly." The prince couldn't help but sigh. But he is also the most difficult to worship. Many people worship him, but Beizhao rarely responds and is blessed. Zongbai, what a familiar name. Why is there no statue of him? The statues of gods are all in the south. The south is the country closest to God, and we are God's servants. Mortals are not worthy. The prince rubbed her head. Lu Chaochao kept thinking of Zongbai's name in her mind. Blink your eyes. Abiding by the law? Fair and strict? Law enforcer of the 3 realms? It sounds so solemn. Tribute, that's wrong. Lu Chaochao said crisply. Impossible. It is rumored that the god Zongbai attaches great importance to rules. His preferences are well known among the people. This is a tribute that strictly abides by the rules. The prince shook his head immediately. The emperor couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was really desperate and was trying every possible means. Lu Chaochao slowly took out a handful of candies from his arms. After some thought, "Take out another one." The little face hesitated for a moment, then took out another one. Holding a piece of candy in the palm of my hand, he took out another leftover candied haws, which had a small bite taken out of it, leaving a tooth mark. "He likes to eat this." She tiptoed and wanted to offer the tribute. But even with his hands, he is not as tall as the table. No, every year's tribute is carefully selected, with treasures sent from all over the country. If this offends the gods, I'm afraid I'll be punished. The prince was frightened. A stingy piece of candy. Half a bite of candied haws. What kind of tribute is this? There was a hint of doubt in the emperor's eyes. Believe me, he loves to eat. Lu Chaochao's eyes were firm. Zombai? The Zombai she knew loved to eat. The prince pursed his lips, glanced at his father, gritted his teeth, and presented the two things on the altar. God of justice, if there is guilt, place it on the believers. The prince bowed respectfully. I haven't finished bowing yet. Then the flower buds floating in a glass bottle slowly bloomed. Emperor? Prince? The gods responded. That's not right. The god of justice, who strictly abides by the laws of heaven, likes to eat snacks? Thousands of years have passed, and it is not written in the divine book. Everyone worships according to the divine book. Lu Chaochao, don't make or spread rumors. You believe in rumors. Mine is the truth. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise. I love you guys. Chapter 76. The victim is the emperor. The sacred flower has bloomed, my dear. Please go back and celebrate the new year. Thank you for your hard work, my dear minister. The emperor couldn't help but smile as he came out of the sacrificial hall. The minister of rites was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. He took small steps and hurriedly looked inside the hall. A gorgeous divine flower has already bloomed. The blooming posture is more beautiful than in previous years. The minister of rites opened his eyes wide, trembling all over, and fell to his knees with the minister of Taichung Temple. It is a blessing for Beizhou, a blessing for Beizhou. The common people will be grateful to the gods. Thank the gods for the blessings. Several people prostrated themselves and worshipped devoutly. Your Majesty, how do you make flowers bloom? How did the gods respond? The minister of rites had a burning look in his eyes. The emperor waved his hand and said, We'll talk about it later. Mr. Zhou, go back and celebrate the new year. You can still go to the Lantern Festival now. After saying that, he personally took Lu Chaochao and left with a smile on his lips. The emperor never stopped smiling all the way back to the imperial study. Send over some snacks that won't take up too much space in the stomach and are suitable for babies. The emperor placed Lu Chaochao on the dragon throne. How can I allow others to snore beside my bed? Cannot. But Lu Chaochao can. The emperor dismissed his attendants and personally took out an ancient book. There are mysterious pictures and texts on the ancient books, and they look quite old. This is the sacred book, sent from the South Country for offering sacrifices to the gods. The Southern Kingdom worships the servants of the gods, and they know the gods best. This is a treasure that has been passed down for several years, and all countries worship it according to the above rules. The gods' likes and taboos are all in this book. The emperor placed it solemnly in front of her. Lu Chaochao stared at him with wide eyes and pointed at herself in confusion. She sat on the dragon chair, her head not even touching the table. I had to stand up by holding onto the table and was barely able to stand level with it. The emperor had no choice but to carry her to the table, using her father, Marquis Zhongyong's memorial to prove her point. What your father wrote is bullshit anyway. Lu Chaochao looked at the emperor with a bewildered expression. Whoa! He patted his little chest, making a loud slapping sound. Illiterate shouted loudly. Serious and righteous. The emperor was stunned. Puff! The prince couldn't help himself. Why are you so proud, illiterate? Let me ask you, what are you so proud of? The prince had no choice but to take the book and explain it to her. Zombai Tian is in charge of justice. He is serious and rules-oriented. His sacrifices are the most difficult, but the fortune he bestows is also the most considerable. His sacrifice must be performed meticulously, without the slightest error. In the divine book, every year, pigs and sheep must be slaughtered for sacrifice, and incense must be burned continuously. This is the only way to show respect to the gods. Lu Chaochao was so angry that he slammed his hands on the table, but the little hands were so soft and sore from being slapped, and the little face was twisted. Fuck said. Fu said. They are all rumors. He used to steal my pea yellow. He also stole the melons I planted, secretly dug a hole in them, scooped out the flesh with a spoon, and then peed in them. When she was picking the fruit, Nima, Lu Chaochao's face turned green. Emphasis on rules? Bah, he's the most naughty one. There is also the goddess of spring who is in charge of the changing of the 4 seasons. She loves the breeze, rain, and dew, and the offerings to her every year must be prepared a year in advance. The rain and dew must be harvested according to the 24 solar terms, namely, the beginning of spring, rainwater, waking of insects, spring equinox, tomb sweeping day, grain rain, beginning of summer, grain full, and grain in ear. She is the most transcendent and spotless fairy among all the gods. Whenever the order of the solar terms is wrong, the harvest that year will be extremely poor. Lu Chaochao looked disgusted. Otherworldly? Rumors, all just rumors. It's obvious that she loves pornographic books the most. Snort. I don't want to listen. It's just a turtle chanting sutras. Lu Chaochao covered his ears. It was all fake. The emperor had no choice but to let the prince take the sacred book away. Lu Chaochao became excited. Tutu. Spreading his hands towards the emperor. Tutu. Seeing the emperor pretending to be stupid. Tutu. Ninai. Touching the pink little nails. Don't wear nail polish on babies under 1 year old. If you chew your nails, they're poisonous. Seeing that Lu Chaochao was about to cry, the emperor hurriedly said, "You can apply it to others." Lu Chaochao's tears stopped. Look at him with surprise. The prince felt his entire body shudder, as if he was being stared at by some terrifying beast. He took a step back quietly. Really? The emperor raised his hand silently. Although you can't paint it, there are people who can. Chaochao, if you paint him, you can't paint me. Click. The prince's legs went limp. Father, my life is also my life. The prince knelt on the ground and said, Father, I am your biological son. You also share some of the shame. Father. Lu Chaochao held the bottle of nail polish with her mouth stretched to the back of her head. What a deal. A red one. What a beautiful sight. She picked the brightest one. The prince gritted his teeth and said, Chaochao, how about we change someone? Apply the medicine to Eunuch Wang. Eunuch Wang's calves shivered. Your Highness, I have done nothing wrong to you. Please forgive me. The bright red nail polish made his scalp tingle. Uncle Emperor. Lu Chaochao pursed his lips. And I, and Taiji Guogua, together. The prince suppressed a smile and thought about the sad thing 1,000 times. Although it's unavoidable, no one dares to laugh as long as my father wears nail polish. Dare to offend the emperor every time. Chaochao is the favorite of my father. He is not. When his father beat him, he really beat him. Uncle, next time, we won't develop. The little guy said softly, and the emperor directly stretched out his hand. For the common people, for the foundation of our ancestors, for the common people, the emperor's eyes turned red with anger. Lu Chaochao opened the bottle cap, took out a small brush, and chose the emperor to die first. The emperor kept his eyes closed throughout the whole process. She spread out her fingers and let Lu Chaochao stain them with the cool nail polish. My fingertips are cold, and my heart is cold too. The emperor felt that today was particularly long, and that he should not eat the 8 treasure duck today. Oh, my ancestor, it's so difficult to make her happy. What a devil. The little guy waved his hands. What a good deal. Brother Taiji, it's time to get mud. The prince shivered and stepped forward silently. In his memory, Emperor Xianping was serious, rigid, and never smiled. Even my mother did not dare to act rashly in front of my father. None of the concubines in the harem, nor his dozen or so brothers and sisters, had ever been hugged by his father. Looking at my father in a dragon robe, blowing his nails with a doting look on his face. If outsiders knew about this, it would probably shock everyone. Before Lu Yuanze divorced, my father would not expose her. The prince willingly spread out his hands and let Chaochao paint his nails. Slippers, Lu Chaochao said. The two of them silently took off their shoes and socks, exposing their toes in unison, and lined up, waiting for her to apply the bright red nail polish. Eunuch Wang looked up to the sky. How shocked would outsiders be to see this scene? Lu Yuanze, you refused to accept this enormous wealth, and instead threw it away. The emperor sighed softly. I still haven't figured it out. Lu Chaochao fights with a dog. Why did he and the prince become victims? Chapter 77. Angry Dad. New Year's Day. The emperor and the prince were happy to have red nails. It started snowing heavily again, and the palace gates were about to close. Lu Jinhue hesitated for a moment in front of the palace, and then he saw the prince walking out of the door holding a baby. The little guy hung on the prince like an octopus, holding a small pot of hot milk in his hand. With her long and thick eyelashes covering her eyelids, Lu Chaochao was almost asleep, but she was still mumbling. She hasn't yet stopped drinking milk at night. Your Highness, please give Chaochao to me. Lu Jingwei lowered his voice. The prince shook his head and said cautiously, Chaochao is not asleep yet. Be careful not to wake her up. I will escort you out of the palace. Take my sedan chair, or you will miss the palace gates in time. Chaochao had a white cloak draped over his back. The little guy was warm all over and was sleeping soundly. Lu Jingwei was suspicious. The prince's attitude towards Chaochao was really polite. The loyal and brave Marquis Mansion. Do you have such a big face? Chaochao has eaten a lot tonight, so don't give him any more food. Just go back and drink some hot water. After the prince gave his instructions, Lu Jingwei waited to pick up the child. But the prince still looked at him steadily. Your Highness, do you have anything else to say? Lu Jingwei asked. The prince seemed a little embarrassed, and after a while he said, Do you mind changing your father? The prince is serious. This was the result of his discussion with his father. If he wanted to make Chaochao legitimate, he could kick Lu Yuanze out and marry Su, which would be inappropriate. Bump! Lu Yuanzhao fell in the snow. Lu Jingwei looked like he was struck by lightning and was unable to react for a long time. With a head full of snow, she looked at the prince in horror. The prince waved his hand and said, Forget it, forget it. I was just confused. Just pretend I never said anything today. He said sternly, But Lu Yuanze is not worthy of being Chaochao's father. Lu Jingwei nodded. Mother thinks so too. The prince couldn't help but smile slightly. It's great that Su was able to get rid of his love brain habit. The prince reluctantly returned Lu Chaochao to Lu Jingwei and watched them get on the carriage, which slowly sank into the darkness and disappeared from his sight. When I returned to the Marquis Mansion, I happened to meet Lu Wani crying as she walked out. She looked back every few steps and didn't want to leave the mansion. Mr. Gu, you must teach Wani the rules well. Now that she is the top scholar's wife, it is the Gu family's reputation that will be lost. Su's expression was indifferent, and she smiled at Gu Ling. Gu Ling is not a good person, and the Su family will deal with him sooner or later. But by using his hand, I can deal with Lu Wani and achieve the best of both worlds. Only after the Gu family's carriage left did Lu Jingwei carry his sister back. Is everything going well? Su knew that Chaochao was invited into the palace, and she also knew that she had saved the Empress Dowager, and the Emperor might have some affection for her. But Su had no idea how deep this preference was. It went fairly smoothly, except for a fight with concubine Xian's dog. They talked in a low voice for a while, then took Lu Chaochao to wash her up and put her back to the dormitory. Lu Jingwei fell on the bed and thought of Su Jiqing. She became the legitimate wife of the Lu family. Thinking of Wen Ning, his eyes lit up slightly, and he didn't even notice the tenderness in them. As night fell, Lu Jingwei seemed to fall into a dream. Faintly, I could hear voices begging and crying. Please, please, please save the Su family. Save Zhengyu. The Su family will not rebel, and the descendants of the Lu family are also full of righteousness. They will not rebel. They were wrongly accused. Please investigate this matter thoroughly. On a snowy day, Wen Ning, thinly dressed, was seen kneeling in the snow in a panic, stopping a passing carriage. At this moment, Wen Ning's brows were filled with lingering fatigue, and he stopped carriages again and again. Unjust? How can it be unjust when Su's own daughter reported it herself? Miss Lu Jingyao is sacrificing her own family for the sake of justice. This is a righteous act. Grand Tutor Su's entire family plotted rebellion and implicated the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery's mansion. Fortunately, the Crown Prince was kind and righteous and only killed the direct descendants of the Lu family. Everyone pointed and talked. Someone secretly approached Wen Ning. As long as you crawl under his crotch, he will present the memorial for you. How about that? A servant said with a smile. Wen Ning's hair was scattered on his temples, and he bit his lips, not sure whether it was because of the cold or hatred. Are you serious? The Su family is innocent. Please save them. I will get out of here. I will get out of here. Wen Ning knelt in the snow, and amid the laughter of the crowd, he crawled under that humiliating crotch. Streams of light yellow warm currents flowed down from the top of the head. The stench was lingering, and everyone laughed even more wildly. That's it? You still want a hand in a petition? Brothers, pull her down. Miss Jingyao has said that the Wen family will be exiled to Lingnan tomorrow. Everyone laughed happily and dragged the terrified and screaming Wen Ning into the alley. No, no, no. Don't want. No, you will not die well. You will not die well. Wen Ning's piercing voice rang out in the alley, and countless evil laughs were heard from inside. Lu Jingyue was like a figure, waving his fists at everyone like a madman. Let Wen Ning go! Let Wen Ning go! He heard Wen Ning's desperate cries and watched them tear his clothes into pieces. Ah! Lu Jingyue woke up from his dream with sweat all over his forehead. His heart was beating like thunder, and he was filled with sadness, anger, and despair, and he was shaking uncontrollably. Wen Ning! Wen Ning! His Wen Ning! It was not a dream. All of this was not a dream. It was the original trajectory of his fate after he chose Su Jiqing. This would have been his original fate without Chaochao. Lu Jingyue shed tears. How much suffering had his Wen Ning endured? He was walking in the snow without shoes or socks, with his hair loose and wearing only his undershirt as he ran to the next door. The Lu family and the Wen family were originally neighbors. When Wen Ning was a child, he chased after him and secretly left a small door. But later, when the Wen family went out, the small door was locked. At this moment, he nervously found the key, opened the small door, and ran towards Wen Ning. This time, he would hold Wen Ning's hand tightly and never let go. No matter what the law of nature is or what fate is, it will not let go of Wen Ning's hand. He wants to spend his whole life to repay Wen Ning's kindness. Lu Chaochao was unaware of this. She was just a baby who ate and slept. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, Lu Chaochao went back to her parents' home with Su. On the third day of the new year, Marquis Zhongyong changed into his official uniform early and prepared to go to court. The Beizhou New Year only lasts for 5 days, 3 days before the New Year, 2 days after the New Year, and 3 days for the Lantern Festival. Emperor Xianping was diligent in his work and was considered a good emperor. Lu Yuanze walked on the snow and entered the palace in his official uniform. When they meet colleagues along the way, they will stop and say to each other, "Happy New Year, congratulations. Happy New Year, congratulations. Wish for good luck." Lu Yuanze wondered in his heart, would it be his turn to get promoted this time? There was a faint smile on his brow. He stood outside the Golden Palace with all the officials, waiting for the eunuch to summon him into the palace. "Sir Lu, you will be promoted this time. I Wang would like to congratulate Sir Lu in advance." Some adults even congratulated him in advance. Lu Yuanze, "I am still waiting for His Majesty to promote me. He may be humble in words, but he is happy in his heart." Everyone entered the Golden Palace in an orderly manner according to their official positions. As soon as Lu Yuanze stepped into the Golden Palace with his left foot, he heard a majestic voice from the high platform saying, "Loyal and brave Marquis, go stand outside the palace." Lu Yuanze looked confused. He accepting bribes was discovered? He has a mistress, and it's revealed? The mistakes made by General Zhongyong went over in his mind 100 times. I felt anxious and uneasy. The emperor looked at the bright red nail polish on his hands that could not be scraped off and became furious. "Beizhou is respected by the right. You enter the palace with your right foot. What? Are you still counting on me to respect you?" The third day of the Lunar New Year, the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery was reprimanded by the emperor for stepping his right foot into the palace. His promotion flew by. Chapter 78 Lu Chaochao, Send Money. Lu Yuanze was outside the hall, his face numb from the cold. What did he do wrong? "Your Majesty, please tell me." When the morning court was over, all the ministers avoided him, fearing that they would be implicated. "Your Majesty has run into bad luck at the beginning of the year. Who dares to pay attention to him?" Lu Yuanze was so cold that his whole body was stiff. He rubbed his cheeks with his hands and hurried to find Eunuch Wang. "Eunuch Wang! Eunuch Wang!" Lu Yuanze stepped forward and called out to Eunuch Wang. "Eunuch Wang, I hope you can tell me how I, Lu, have offended His Majesty?" Lu Yuanze held him and secretly slipped a silver note into his sleeve. Seeing His Majesty walking away, Eunuch Wang pinched the banknotes and said, "My lord, you really shouldn't have stepped into the palace with your right foot. You are being disrespectful to His Majesty," Lu Yuanze said with a bitter face. But it was Lu who went in with his left foot." Eunuch Wang's face froze. "Haha, if His Majesty wants to punish you, he doesn't care which foot you put in. Even if you jump in with your feet off the ground, His Majesty will complain that you're breathing wrong." But Eunuch Wang couldn't say it clearly, so he just smiled and said, "As officials, how dare we guess the emperor's intentions?" Eunuch Wang looked at him calmly and said, "You have to bear the consequences of your daughter's sin." His Majesty asked him to secretly polish his nails all night yesterday, but the red nail polish wasn't even worn off. Tired and angry. "You deserve it." It's not unfair to be punished for a woman. Seeing his mysterious smile, Lu Yuanze became more and more uneasy. Lu Yuanze returned to the Marquis Mansion in a daze and happened to meet the clan elder returning home. 3,000 taels of silver have to be paid in 3 installments. How can such a huge mansion not be able to pay? What? Now that you're rich, you look down on us poor relatives? Do you think we're taking advantage of you? The clan elder was so angry that he cursed. Not even as generous as your wife, the patriarch scolded angrily. Lu Yuanze, when your father went out to conquer the world, he took away all the young men in our clan. He also took away the food and money in our clan. If it weren't for the support of the clan, would you have been able to get to where you are today? Don't be ungrateful, the elder said with a gloomy face. Those clan members who died outside must be given 10 taels of pension every year. Otherwise, how can they support orphans and widows? Lu Yuanze's face was gloomy, and he suppressed his anger. I will send someone to send them back to Qingxi in 3 days. I will not let you down a cent. Several elders left angrily immediately. Lu Yuanze was upset in the palace today and was in a bad mood when he came back. The whole mansion was gloomy and no one dared to make any movement. Su Jiqing was good at solving problems, so she immediately pulled the marquee to Qingping Courtyard. Humph! You got mad outside, and you come back to throw a tantrum. Fortunately, ma'am, you are no longer a bully. Dingji couldn't help but feel thankful. Su glared at her and said with a smile, You are the only one who talks nonsense. The smile in his eyes was very happy. I just don't know what he did wrong to deserve such a slap in the face from His Majesty. Su was curious. I don't know. Dingji shook her head. It was impossible to find out what happened in the palace. Lu Chaochao held a small brush in her hand and sat on the ground to paint her nails. Chaochao doesn't know either. She replied in a babyish voice. I'm just a baby drinking milk. How would I know? Lu Chaochao wondered in his heart. Su smiled secretly and said, You are only 1 year old. Of course you don't know. Where's Ergua? She asked curiously. Second brother. Su frowned slightly. At night, she seemed to hear the second brother crying. The second child seemed to have grown up overnight. The whole person has become much more reserved and profound. The Lu family doesn't have much wealth, but mother did bring a lot of farms and shops as a dowry. Your second brother said that since the eldest brother in the family is good at studying, he doesn't want to follow this path. He wants to go to the south to do business. It's a good opportunity to see how the flood in Linluo is going for my second uncle. Lu Chaochao recalled the plot of the original book and raised her hand. Well, I want to make money too. Su hooked her nose. What money do you make? You're only 1 year old. Lu Chaochao pouted. Well, Wazo is a good one. But no one took it seriously. Snort. Lu Chaochao was so angry that she crawled under the bed, took out the red envelopes from the space, and poured out all of them. What a pity. She has everything in her space except money. Who uses money in the world of cultivation? He poured out a bunch of them, stuck his butt out, and counted seriously. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. After counting for a long time, the total amount was only 16 taels of silver. The round little face puffed up into a little frog, and it kicked the small box under the bed. The emperor's family is really poor. The princess gave a jade pendant. The emperor uncle gave me a jade pendant. Brother Taiji gave me a jade pendant. The queen mother gave her a jade pendant. If you collect all the royal jade pendants, can you summon a dragon? Stingy stuff. Lu Chaochao was so angry that he kicked several times. She clutched the purse, crawled out from under the bed, walked up to Su, and spread out her hands. He said solemnly and righteously, Well, Lu Zao, little fairy from heaven, lend me some money. That's fine, invest. Share the money. Lu Chaochao's eyes were burning. You gave me a helping hand, and when I return to the fairyland, I will repay you 100-fold. Su pursed her lips and almost laughed out loud. Let Dengji take out 5 taels of silver and say, Here, little fairy, just consider it a gift from your mother. You don't have to pay it back. Lu Chaochao disliked the small amount of money, but still reached out to take it. You write it down. She waved her hand, and Yuqin took out the account book and wrote it down. Mrs. Su from the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery. 5 taels. Yushu said. The young lady said that she would repay it double when she gets her money back. Su nodded, not caring. Yeah, Mama's waiting for you to make a lot of money. Seeing that she was not paying attention, Lu Chaochao left angrily. I found my eldest brother's yard and spread my hands eagerly. Big pot, borrow some money? Lu Yanshu was sitting in a wheelchair, But even the wheelchair could not conceal the young man's brilliance. What's wrong, Chaochao? What do you want to buy? Big brother will buy it for you. Lu Chaochao shook his head and said in a baby voice, drilling for money. Lu Yinshu chuckled. Our Chaochao is going to support a family too? That's great. After saying that, he asked the servant to bring over 20 taels of silver and handed it to Lu Chaochao. Yushu took the silver and Yu Qin kept the accounts. A rough door. Well, wants a rough door. Lu Chaochao looked for his third brother and was about to go out. Where are you going in this heavy snow? Lu Yuanzhe was surprised. Borrow money to start a business. I wonder who third brother's richest friend is. Lu Chaochao wondered in his heart. Lu Yuanzhe saw her holding her little face, looking pitiful. Well, third brother is tired from reading, so I'll take you out to visit some friends. He sent someone to say hello to Mrs. Su and went out with the maids and servants. She went out to play? Su couldn't stop smiling. Dingxi covered her mouth and said, Our little lady is precocious, speaks early, and loves to learn from others. When she heard that the second young master was making money in business, she also wanted to go. How could Su know this at this moment? Lu Chaochao really accomplished a great thing to save the country and the people. Of course, it also caused all the kids in the city to get into trouble. Chapter 79. Borrowing from all over the capital. Lu Yuanxiao's first stop was the richest family, the Lin family. To say that I am rich. Definitely the richest man. Money basket. The Lin family's business has been growing bigger and bigger over the years, but these scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans want power once they have money. The Lin family is now using their connections to get a royal merchant title and change their status. Unfortunately, after several years, there is still no solution. But all this has nothing to do with the richest man's 9-year-old youngest son. He is still in the process of enlightenment. Lin Yinyang welcomed his friend into the house. His eyes fell on the doll in Lu Yuanxiao's arms. Last time, Li Siki said that you brought your sister to the academy, and it turned out to be true. Show me now. Lu Chaochao was reluctant to lend him money, and he grinned, revealing a few teeth. Yan bot. So cute, Lu Yuanxiao, your sister is so cute. Lin Yinyang is the youngest son of the Lin family. When he saw this chubby sister, he immediately fell in love with her. That's my sister. She looks like me. Lu Yuanxiao looked proud. Lin Yinyang curled his lips. Looks like you. It's not good looking if it looks like you. As two close friends, they naturally don't care who wins the verbal duel. My sister wants to borrow some money to do business. Do you want to join? Lu Yuanxiao smiled like a wolf. Lin Yinyang was stunned. Doing business? On our own. Lu Yuanxiao nodded. Yes, I treat you as a friend, so I came to you first. Of course, it's not because you have a lot of money. Make a lot of money. Lu Chaochao made a huge gesture. Your sister borrowed it? Lin Yinyang looked surprised. Lu Chaochao nodded his head. Gua, do you have a sister and some New Year's money? Lin Yinyang nodded. He saved his New Year's money every year. He took Lu Yuanxiao into the house and asked the maid to watch the door. He took out a box, which was much bigger than Lu Chaochao's. When it was opened, there were quite a few banknotes inside. Rich! Lu Chaochao exclaimed. Lin Yinyang touched his head embarrassedly. My father gave me a lot on weekdays, and I spent a lot, and there are still 6,000 taels left. I will lend them all to you, Chaochao. He handed all the banknotes to Chaochao. Lu Yuanxiao didn't stay long. He took the money and went out with Chaochao in his arms. Just as I was about to leave, I happened to meet Uncle Lin returning home. He was drunk and tipsy. Lin Yinyang looked distressed. My father has been coming home drunk every day these days. The Lin family has been a merchant for a lifetime, and my father wants to change the family. How can it be so easy? He wanted to donate money to become an official a few years ago, but it didn't work out. Now he wants to become an imperial merchant overnight, which is even more difficult. Uncle Lin was so drunk that he couldn't stand steadily, and Lin Yinyang's mother burst into tears out of heartache. This is Yin Yang's classmate? Uncle Lin reeked of alcohol as he spoke. Dad, this is my classmate, Lu Yuanxiao, the son of the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery. This is his sister, Lu Chaochao. Lin Yinyang helped his father. Uncle Lin burped. This is your first time coming to our house. As he spoke, he took money out of his pocket. Happy New Year. New Year, it's the first time again, the first time I come back, a gift for meeting you. This child is so cute. Uncle Lin stuffed the banknotes to Lu Chaochao and was helped away by his wife. Lin Yinyang looked apologetic. My father is not a local tycoon, nor is he a nouveau riche. He was drunk. Lu Chaochao however, looked excited. Have some porridge. Wow, Uncle Lin is so nice. Who gave 2,000 taels of silver in a red envelope. She is willing to visit the richest man's house to pay New Year's greetings every year. Lin Yinyang smiled foolishly. His father was drunk and took out the wrong thing. But he didn't care. After sending Lu Yuanzhe and the other person to the door, Lu Chaochao held onto the door and took a deep breath. "What's wrong?" asked the third brother. The little fellow, who could barely walk steadily, was seriously prying at the door and sniffing. Sniff, sniff. For wealth. Lin Yinyang found it very funny. Watching the two people walk away, I sighed in my heart. Royal merchant, oh royal merchant, why can't a noble man come to help the Lin family? At this moment, Lu Yuanzhe carried Chaochao to the Duke of Hugua's mansion again. Lu Chaochao borrowed the 8-year-old Li Siqi's savings of 2,630 taels as she wished. He then went to the home of the Minister of Rights Fong and borrowed 560 taels of silver for his 3-year-old grandson. He also went to the home of Lord Wang, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and borrowed 621 taels of silver from his 5-year-old grandson. He then went to the house of a cabinet scholar and borrowed 800 taels of silver from his 3-year-old granddaughter. He then went to the residence of Dr. Guanglu and borrowed 280 taels for his 2-year-old grandson. He went to the residence of the Minister of the Ministry of Rights and borrowed 8 copper coins for his 1-year-old grandson, and a jug of milk, because she was hungry. The two of them had bulging pockets, and Yushu and Yuqin kept several pages of account books. How much is it? Lu Yuanxiao's face was numb. The two of them borrowed New Year's money from all the children in Beijing. Yuqin swallowed and said 22,368 taels and 8 copper coins. The bulk of the money came from the Lin family, 8,000 taels. Lu Yuanzhe was stunned and couldn't help but cover but with his hands. Sister, when are we going to do business? Lu Yuanzhe was almost crying. He was in big trouble. Lu Chaochao handed all the banknotes to Yuqin. Uncle, let Uncle buy it. She leaned over to Yuqin's ear and whispered to her. Yuqin was stunned for a moment, then agreed heavily. What did you buy? What did you buy? Lu Yuanzhe was a little curious. Third brother will know soon. I definitely earn more than second brother. Lu Chaochao smiled slyly. In the evening, I returned to the Marquis Mansion. Where did you go today? You didn't come home all day, and you ran around with your sister all day. Look, my sister is so tired that she can't even open her eyelids, asked Mrs. Su. Lu Yuanzhe covered his buttocks and dared not speak. Just I want to visit friends and wish them a happy new year. I also cheated some of my friends out of their New Year's money. Lu Yuanzhe, it's over. I can't save but anymore. How would Lu Yuanzhe know? The one who can't save his ass is his father. The second day, Lu Yuanze rested for a night and finally adjusted his mood. He also asked his superiors and colleagues to put in a good word for him. He went to court in high spirits. Just stepped into the Golden Palace. Impeachment memorials flew towards him like snowflakes. It's all about impeaching him. In the hall, the group of founding heroes who had long since stopped caring about things but were in very high positions all impeached him. He was frightened out of his wits. Your Majesty, please help us. The loyal and brave Marquis allowed his daughter to cheat and swindled all of my grandson's New Year's money. Your Majesty, the loyal and brave Marquis allowed his daughter to cheat for New Year's money. Your Majesty, the daughter of the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery cheated my grandson out of 8 copper coins. Your Majesty, the loyal and brave Marquis has gone too far. And 800 taels for my granddaughter. And I, your servant. And I, your servant. They fell to their knees. More than half of the people in the court were kneeling. All of them were victims. Lu Yuanze was confused. What are you talking about? My 1-year-old daughter cheated your child out of his New Year's money? Lu Yuanze looked at his colleagues all over the floor, and his scalp went numb. Gnashing of teeth. How much did you borrow? Chapter 80 Daughter's Debt and Father's Payment. Click. Lu Yuanze knelt upright in the court. Your Majesty, I am innocent. I have never allowed you to borrow money. Never. Lu Yuanze felt more bitter in his heart. As expected, Lu Chaochao should not have been given birth. Jingyao is his lucky treasure. The emperor looked at him coldly. You mean Lu Chaochao borrowed all of them himself? Lu Yuanze was a little confused. Your Majesty, of course she borrowed it herself. The emperor grabbed the memorial and threw it straight at his head. The cover of the memorial was quite hard, and the emperor threw it at it with all his anger. The emperor has experience in hitting people. Hit him directly on the head. Asshole! The emperor stood up suddenly. Lu Yuanze's head was broken and bleeding from the sharp corner of the memorial. But when he heard the emperor's angry rebuke, he was frightened and kowtowed quickly. I dare not cover my bleeding head. She's only 1 year old. How would she know how to borrow money? If it wasn't for the adult's instigation, would she know to borrow money? She can't even walk steadily and speaks unsteadily. How can she borrow money? Lu Yuanze, do you still have a heart? She is a child less than 1 year old. What does she know? You actually used a 1-year-old child to make money. Lu Yuanze, you are so bold. The emperor picked up another memorial and threw it at him. Hey, it's great to take the opportunity to hit someone. Lu Yuanze had no words to express his pain. He really didn't. But when he saw Eunuch Wang secretly shaking his head at him, he didn't dare to explain the matter any further. After all, who the hell would believe that an 11-month-old child would borrow money? Lu Yuanze was really feeling frustrated and panicked now. Master Lu, how can you use a child to make money? The child has saved up his New Year's money for 7 or 8 years, and you are so embarrassed to borrow it. Not only did your daughter borrow money, she also gave her a talisman, saying it would guarantee her safety. What nonsense! Master Lu, we are colleagues, and we won't say anything. But you have to return the money to the child, right? Several adults surrounded Lu Yuanze. I also have 8 copper coins and a pot of milk. The minister of the Ministry of Rights hastily expressed his opinion. Lu Yuanze had no words to express his grievances, but thinking that a 1-year-old child was borrowing even milk, he probably wouldn't be able to borrow much in total, so he agreed immediately. Lu will definitely pay it back. I will send it to your house tomorrow, and none of my colleagues will lose a single cent. Lu Yuanze expressed his position while wiping the sweat off his face. I have asked around, and she has borrowed a lot. She has an IOU from each family. We will give it to you later. The Minister of Rights said calmly. He was already a veteran in the court, and even the emperor had to give him some face. The emperor glanced at Lu Yuanze and said, he used his daughter to make money. He must be severely punished to serve as a warning to others. Come here. Punish Lord Lu with 30 strokes of a cane. Lu Yuanze pursed his lips tightly, but did not dare to protest. He could only be dragged out by the palace servants. The club hit Lord Lu again and again. Lord Lu's face turned pale with pain, and his lips were bleeding from biting. I just hate Lu Chaochao for not living up to expectations. Not as sensible as Jingyao. When the morning court session was over, the emperor immediately summoned several people who had borrowed money to the imperial study. Several people looked at each other. She also gave you the talisman? The emperor sat on the dragon throne, suppressing the ecstasy in his heart. Talisman? Why don't you give me such a good thing? Is there something I did wrong? I even gave her a personal jade pendant. With this jade pendant, it is as if I were in person, and I can even enter the palace at any time and summon 100,000 imperial guards. Is there anything I did wrong? The more the emperor thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. The minister of Taichung Temple took out a yellow talisman with ancient and mysterious patterns painted on it, which had now been crumpled into a ball. Now my grandson borrowed 8 coppers and a jug of milk from her. What truth charm did she give him? It is said that there are no lies under the spell. The little guy is quite good at fooling people. He tricked my grandson out of all his 8 copper coins. The minister of Taichung Temple casually held the yellow talisman, but Eunuch Wang walked straight up to him. The minister of Taichung Temple was stunned. He didn't intend to present this kind of thing to fool children. But when he saw Eunuch Wang, he had no choice but to hand it to Eunuch Wang with both hands. The emperor looked at his ministers again. Lord Zhou of the Guanglu Temple was stunned. At this moment, he presented the yellow talisman. I borrowed 280 taels from my grandson and gave him a talisman to ward off evil spirits. It is said that no evil spirits dare to enter the house. He handed it to Eunuch Wang, Grand Secretary of the Cabinet. I borrowed 300 taels from my granddaughter and gave her a weather charm. It is said to be able to summon wind and rain. My granddaughter believes it very much and treasures it very much. She will not allow me to break it and must return it. So, he didn't give it to Eunuch Wang. The Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue and the Minister of the Ministry of Rights both received a longevity talisman. The little guy said that this talisman can increase one's lifespan by 3 years. The little guy is quite good at fooling people. Both of them handed it to Eunuch Wang. The emperor held 4 pieces of talisman paper and coughed softly. This talisman is physical evidence. I will accept it. My dear ministers, please leave. He couldn't stop smiling. The Minister of Rights had a head full of white hair. He looked at the emperor suspiciously, only to feel that the emperor was inexplicably happy at the moment. The few of them didn't think much about it and just left the palace together. The imperial study is some distance away from the palace gate, but it's raining heavily again today. There is still snow on the ground, which makes people feel irritated. It has been raining for 7 days in a row. There have been several urgent reports from Linluo. I'm afraid the flooding will get even worse. The old minister sighed. Mr. Lu, a cabinet scholar, held the talisman paper in his hand and responded casually, "Yes, it would be great if the rain could stop and the sun could come out for a few days." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a burning pain in his hand. Hey. He shook his hands in fear. Then he saw that the yellow talisman actually ignited without any fire in the rain. The yellow talisman suddenly burst into flames. In just a moment, the yellow talisman was burned out. But what is surprising is, the moment when the yellow talisman burns out and the ashes fall to the ground. It actually started from here, and it rained for 3 days straight. Unexpectedly, stop. But in the blink of an eye, the downpour stopped. The dark clouds dispersed, revealing the high sun, which gradually fell on the earth. Lord Lu was stunned. He pointed at the sky, then at the ashes. This. He pointed at the sky, then at the ground, his expression of shock beyond words. This talisman, it can't be a coincidence, right? Lord Lu stuttered. But this scene was too coincidental. Unfortunately, he couldn't convince himself. The Imperial Astronomical Observatory clearly said that the rain would last at least half a month. The court officials looked at each other in bewilderment. They suddenly remembered His Majesty's reaction. "Your Majesty, take away all their talismans." And the mood is obviously good. The Minister of Rights turned around and walked back. "I have something else to do, so I have to go back. I want my talisman back. My hair and beard are turning gray. I need a longevity charm." At this moment, no one was willing to leave the palace, and they all turned around. But when they reached the palace gate, they saw that it was closed. Eunuch Wang stood at the gate with a smile on his face. "Your Majesty is tired and has already rested. Please go back, everyone." After saying that, he added, "My lords, you must understand what should be said and what should not be said. Your Majesty, you are planning to keep it a secret." The ministers were filled with regret. He was so angry that he slapped his thigh outside the palace gate. "Your Majesty is taking a rest so early in the morning. Who are you kidding? This talisman paper is real." Chapter 81. Lu Yuanze vomits blood. Lu Yuanze was carried back home. There was blood on his forehead and his buttocks were beaten. Damn it, she's my nemesis. Lu Chaochao is my nemesis." Lu Yuanze was so angry that his eyes turned red. When the old lady heard the news, her eyes turned red and she ran out crying. Seeing the miserable state of Lord Lu, he screamed and fainted. Lord Lu was about to carry the body back to the main courtyard, but was intercepted by Su Jiqing. Su was not angry either. The old lady fainted in the snow. Deng Ji came to report. Mrs. Su looked at the sun and said, "It's warm outside. Don't let anyone wake up the old lady. Let her lie here and bask in the sun. If she wakes up, help her to the bed." She didn't mention lying on the snow at all. Deng Ji covered his mouth and laughed secretly. "Yes." "What happened, Lord?" There was disgust in Deng Ji's eyes. He was making a fuss about going over to Miss Chaochao. She insisted that Miss Chaochao was unlucky for him. "I guess he made a mistake in the court today and was punished by His Majesty." Deng Ji gloated. When Su heard about his father's death, she felt extremely disgusted. She went to Qingping courtyard immediately. Standing outside the courtyard, she could hear him cursing Chaochao with malicious intent. She is so young and has evil intentions. She should have been drowned. Bring her here quickly and drown her. Drown her. What a disaster. That damn girl, born to bring bad luck to her father. Ruo Jing. His voice stopped abruptly, probably remembering that Lu Jingyao was not yet his daughter. At this moment, he missed Lu Jingyao especially. "Madam is here." Su Jiqing was quite respectful to Su. It's great that Su doesn't please the Marquis. Su promoted her to be his second wife, making her half the owner of the mansion. On weekdays, she was not restricted from having the Marquis come to her courtyard, which was considered an extremely happy day for her. Yin Yang, you are here? Do you know what Lu Chaochao did outside? She actually went to my colleague's grandchildren to borrow money. She is lawless and deserves death. Let her come over and kneel in the snow. Make her kneel down. She is not allowed to get up without my permission." Lord Lu was so angry that his throat felt fishy and sweet. Su was filled with anger. My lord, Chaochao, is only 1 year old. She is kneeling in the snow. Is she still alive? You want to kill her. Su couldn't suppress her anger. Madam, you don't know. Chaochao is the unlucky one for her father. Since she was born, nothing has gone well. He was struck by lightning, Su was no longer obedient, and everything went wrong. Besides, kneeling won't kill you. Lord Lu's eyes were filled with gloom. Really? Yunyang thinks that Chaochao is my lucky star and my salvation. With Chaochao, everything is hope. Only then can she see clearly that you are a treacherous man who eats 2 meals at the same time. As he was speaking, he heard a report from outside the door. My lord, the Minister of Revenue, Mr. Wu, is here. Lord Lu was stunned, because the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue was a second-rank official with real power. He doesn't usually have any contact with them. This is a rare visitor. Please come in. Lord Lu wanted to get up, but as soon as he moved, his butt hurt badly. Lord Wu was smiling when he came. It was the Shangshu who asked me to deliver the IOUs. All the IOUs are here. Lord Wu looked around, but did not see Lu Chaochao. He nodded to Lu Yuanze, extremely politely. This is Lu Chaochao's father. This girl, Lu Chaochao, is very blessed. Be polite to her father. Where's Chaochao? Lord Wu's eyes were burning. Can you give me another talisman? Longevity, longevity. Lu Yuanze was immediately furious. Master Wu, my daughter is young and ignorant. I will definitely give you an explanation. This damn girl is ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Tonight, I will make her kneel in the snow for 3 days and 3 nights and kowtow in front of the gates of various mansions to admit her mistakes. Lord Lu's face was full of disgust. Lord Wu was stunned. Lord Lu, don't you know what his daughter is capable of? Thinking of His Majesty's intriguing words. Do not spread it outside, keep it secret. Hey, His Majesty wants to hide it from Lu Yuanze? No, Lord Lu is going too far. Chaochao is only a 1-year-old child, and she has been kneeling for 3 days and 3 nights. Aren't you trying to kill her? Lord Wu looked displeased. Lord Lu, Chaochao is only 1 year old. It would be fine if you asked her to borrow money, but you actually punished her? If you do this, I will impeach you tomorrow. How shameless. Lord Wu stood up quickly and looked at Lord Lu with an angry face. Lu Yuanze was so angry that he vomited blood. He didn't take any money, not a single cent. Lord Lu, please take care of yourself. Chaochao is innocent. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and left. Alas, the Duke of Protector of the country and the richest man are lucky. The Duke of Protectorate was ill and did not attend court. The richest man was a merchant and was not worthy of attending the court, but these 2 families managed to keep the talisman. Lu Yuanze was so angry that he was shaking all over. I didn't take any money, not a single penny. Lu Yuanze roared angrily. Ben was so angry that he was shaking, and he looked down at the bill. 22,000 taels. No, they are sick. Who would lend 20,000 taels to a 1-year-old baby? Is the richest Lin family sick? They actually borrowed so much. Lu Yuanze fainted on the spot due to this anger. When Su saw the bill, her eyes widened in shock. Chaochao actually managed to borrow money. When Lu Yuanze woke up, he was already out of breath and extremely weak. Evil spirit, this evil spirit. Quickly find the evildoer here. Where did you hide the money? Lu Yuanze was shaking as he spoke. 22,000 taels. She is really bold. She is only 1 year old. How could Su possibly call Chaochao here? Lu Yuanze's temper is unstable at the moment. What if Chaochao is hurt? Besides, Chaochao always returned home empty-handed. She just called Dengji to ask. Half an hour later. Madam, the young lady said that she spent all the money. Not a penny is left. Dengji was also shocked. How did the young lady spend the money? Did you hear that? The money is gone. Su said in a light tone. Just protect her. You've spoiled this child. 20,000. That's 20,000. Lu Yuanze was furious. Su Shiyin, look at what you have done with your child. The eldest is disabled, but he still holds the position of the prince. The second is a playboy. The third is an empty-headed guy, and Lu Chaochao can cheat people for money at a young age. The Marquis Mansion will be defeated by you sooner or later. Lu Yuanze couldn't help but said something harsh. My lord, is the Marquis going to appoint a new crown prince? Hatred surged in her heart. Lu Yuanze paused but didn't say anything. He just lowered his voice and sighed. Yin Yang, I don't mean anything else. Since you were protecting her, You may have to use your dowry to get this money. Lu Yuanze sighed deeply. Su shook her head. My lord, didn't I tell you yesterday that Zheng Yu is going out to do business? He needs capital. I gave all my dowry to Zheng Yu. Lu Yuanze's heart was trembling. All given to him? Su was the youngest daughter of the Su family. She had been favored since childhood and had a very generous dowry. Over the years, he had spent Su's dowry with a clear conscience and even supported Pei Jiaojiao's family. It's a pity that I vomited it all out some time ago. Pei Jiaojiao has been living a frugal life so far. Even part of Lu Jinghuai and Jiang Yunjin's engagement gift was taken back. It made Lu Jinghuai very embarrassed. A poor family, but rich Lu Yunyang's dowry was originally meant for the children, so we gave it all to him. My lord, are you still thinking about Yunyang's dowry? Su deliberately let Lu Jingyue transfer the property. Not even 1 point for Lu Yuanze. It's just right this time I can vent my anger. Chaochao, well done. Lu Yuanze's face turned green. He has to pay back the 22,000 taels himself. Moreover, the clan elder still has 3,000 taels. Chapter 82 Worship God. The old lady didn't wake up until the evening. When I woke up, my whole body was numb, as if I had been frozen. But when I opened my eyes, there was a floor heating on in the room, and I was covered with a brocade quilt. Ever since Nanny Lin died, there hasn't been anyone considerate around her. When Mrs. Su heard that the old lady had a high fever at night, and also said that her body was numb, she asked the court doctor to come over. After prescribing the medicine, the court doctor looked a little worried. Madam, the old lady can't stand any more stimulation. I'm afraid she may have a stroke. Mrs. Su wiped her tears with a handkerchief, her face full of heartache. After the court doctor left, Su's face looked indifferent. It's better to stimulate her more. Raise some cats and dogs, and let them out to scare her from time to time. Su said lightly. Thanks to the past, everyone knows that she is a love-brained person and a filial daughter-in-law. No one would doubt her. Did Chaochao say that? Asked Su. Dengji shook his head. I didn't find out anything. I ate the chicken drumstick, but didn't say anything. Su waved her hand. Chaochao wanted to wash up at this moment, so she took Chaochao to take a bath. The little guy was sitting in the bathtub splashing water and having a lot of fun. Chaochao, where did you go with the money you borrowed today? Su asked gently. Mother seems a little worried. Chaochao is a good child and won't lie to mother. Uncle, my uncle bought something. Lu Chaochao blew bubbles. Su was stunned. Since it was given to her eldest brother, there was nothing to say. My dear, I don't like daddy. Liangqin, can daddy change? Liangqin, well, I want someone who can make money. I want someone to play with. I want one, an official one. Okay, do you want 3 fathers? She looked at Su eagerly. Su joke? She brought the teacup with a smile. Chaochao, hold your saliva in your mouth when you take a bath. It's good for your body. Don't swallow it. Chaochao looked at her in confusion. Really? She picked up the teacup and took a big gulp. With puffy cheeks, he sat in the basin looking at his mother with an obedient look on his face. After Su finished bathing and put on her clothes, she said, You can swallow the water now. Chaochao is really great. After Lu Chaochao lay on the bed, Su turned off the lights and quietly left. Madam, is it really good for your health to hold your saliva in your mouth while taking a bath? I have never heard of such a recipe. Dingji looked amazed. There was a smile in Su's eyes. She talks too much, drools, and has no time to talk. Dingji? Madam, how can you be such a lady? Poor Miss Chaochao. She suffers from her lack of education. I was stunned by the trick. Lu Chaochao fell into a deep sleep. And the emperor didn't sleep all night. Do you think Chaochao is a lucky charm bestowed by God to Beizhao? She is here to rescue our Beizhao. My son, I used this truth talisman on Proton. It actually worked. The emperor's eyes sparkled. My son. The emperor hesitated for a moment. The prince looked at him suspiciously. If Chaochao's ability falls into the hands of outsiders, it will be a great disaster for Beizhao. The emperor looked solemn. The prince immediately stood up and knelt at the emperor's feet. Father, Chaochao is still a 1-year-old child. I can guarantee her loyalty to Beizhao. She has absolutely no second thoughts about Beizhao. The prince was a little anxious. The emperor waved his hand. What nonsense are you talking about? Will the emperor retired slap me in my dreams? Every night, the emperor retired would appear in his dreams and give him orders, asking him to treat Lu Chaochao well. What I mean is, only with our own people can we feel more at ease. So, what do you think about me marrying Sue? Anyway, Lu Yuanze has a mistress, and divorce is only a matter of time. Or arrange a marriage between you and Chaochao. Cough, cough, cough. The prince choked suddenly. Father, no, no, no. I can't do it. The prince's face turned red with anxiety. Your son. The prince took a deep breath. Father, your son, I was destined to die. It was Chaochao who defied heaven and changed my fate and saved my life. Your son. The prince gritted his teeth. She shared her lifespan with me in order to save me. Now, I can only be her slave and enjoy her lifespan. The emperor was shocked. But when he thought of what the retired emperor had said, he sighed dejectedly again. Let's get a divorce first. Divorce first and talk later. How could Lu Yuanze know this at this moment? Someone has long been eyeing his despised wife. At the beginning of the year, Lu Yuanze scraped together money from all over and sold a lot of his belongings. He even took back the farm that he had given to Lu Jingyao just to pay back the money. It is said that Pei Jiaojiao's eyes turned red with anger. In order to collect the 25,000 taels, Lu Yuanze even borrowed money from a loan shark. The whole person looked much gloomier. Not only to pay back more than 20,000 taels of silver. What's more, he couldn't even borrow so much money. I had no choice but to borrow money from a loan shark with extremely high interest rates. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. Soon, it was the 15th day of the first lunar month. The 15th day of the first lunar month is both the Lantern Festival and the festival for praying to gods. The 15th day of the first lunar month every year is the time for the whole nation to worship gods. Rumor has it that someone once received the favor of the gods, who descended and fulfilled the wishes of the believers. Of course, this is a myth passed down orally, and no one knows whether it is true or not. It is said that when the gods come, both heaven and earth know it. The 15th day of the first lunar month. The old lady went out early in the morning, saying that she was going to worship Buddha. Su knew that they went to Pei's house. Su Jiqing couldn't stop him either. Su prepared the incense table early and prepared offerings according to the rules of previous years. She even started burning incense, bathing, and eating vegetarian food 3 days in advance. The entire capital city was preparing in an orderly manner, even more serious than the Chinese New Year. Everyone wants a response from God. The gods of the Southern Kingdom should often receive responses from the gods, right? Su sighed and said nothing more. Lu Chaochao has no interest in worshiping gods. She was very interested in offerings to the gods. In order to show sincerity, all the tributes were made on the same day. Various crispy cakes and fragrant roast chicken filled the whole house with aroma. What? Time to say goodbye? Lu Chaochao clasped his hands together. She couldn't stop drooling. You can't eat it secretly. The gods are watching. At night, when the moon is full. Lu Chaochao tilted his head. Worship? What are you worshipping? Where is the god? Which god? Lu Chaochao reached out and touched the roast chicken, then put his hand into his mouth. His eyes lit up instantly. Wow, what a delicious taste. Well, actually, I'm not too sure. Su shook her head. This one is the Lord of heaven and earth. He is in charge of all the gods, but there are no legends about him among the people. Lu Chaochao said, oh, she was looking forward to it. I waited until it got dark, waited until the full moon was in the sky, waited until the lights were lit all over the city. Su placed the altar in the center of the yard. The altar was covered with cloth that reached the ground. It was filled with offerings. A few meters away, there was a futon, and Su brought all the servants in the mansion to worship the gods. Where is Chaochao? Asked Su. Wasn't she waiting to worship the gods long ago? He was still here just now. I guess he went back to his room. There was someone guarding the gate of the yard, so he must not have left the yard. Dingji was not in a hurry. Pray to the gods first. We can't miss the auspicious time. Su then led a grand procession of people to worship the gods. And Lu Chaochao, lying under the altar, fell into a deep sleep. He was still muttering, roast chicken, Chapter 83, asking God every morning. On the highest altar in the capital. The altar is so high that it reaches into the clouds, as if you can touch the stars in the sky with just your hand. The emperor and his court officials were standing on the altar with solemn expressions. May the gods protect all living beings. Pray for the gods to descend upon Beizhou. The emperor and all the civil and military officials knelt on the altar and prayed for the gods to descend. Every year's Lantern Festival is a festival for worshiping gods. The entire Northern Zhao attaches great importance to the Moon Worship Festival. which is more solemn and serious than the Chinese New Year. Can we pray for the gods to come this year? The so-called arrival of the gods is just a phantom of heaven and earth, separated by tens of thousands of miles and countless heavens. God descends, what a touching word. Why do we worship the Lord God every year during the Lantern Festival? Is today his birthday? A little prince asked his mother in a low voice. The bald monk said, no, because the days when he descended as a god were all during the Lantern Festival. It is rumored that he descended to the mortal world 6 times. All 6 times were during the Lantern Festival. So people on Earth set the Lantern Festival as the day to worship the main god. There is a chance to gain the god's mercy. The little monk stood beside the virtuous concubine, who held his hand tightly. The little monk is the 4th prince. He was born with a bad fate and was sent to the Hugua temple to be raised. Concubine Xian fell seriously ill every year because she missed her son so much. In previous years, the Spring Festival was a heartbreaking day for her. The whole family was reunited, but she was separated from her own flesh and blood. She was always worried about the fate of Beizhao and the people. She was afraid that natural disasters would continue and that they would have to sacrifice her son to the gods. This year, concubine Xian always had a smile on her face. Tomorrow, the 15th day, the emperor will return to the temple again. The usually arrogant concubine, Xian secretly wiped away her tears. Mother, are you cold? The little monk was a little thin. Even though he had attendants taking care of him in the temple, he was still pitifully thin. But life in the temple was hard, and he had to follow his master in doing morning prayers and get up very early every day. Mother is not cold, but is my son cold? Concubine Xian held back the bitterness in her heart, suppressed her tears, and smiled at her son. The 4th prince pursed his lips and shook his head. His little bald head looked particularly cute. Concubine Xian is heartbroken. I really hope that a god can come and save the prince's life. She did not ask for her son to be rich and powerful, nor did she ask for him to sit on the supreme position. She only asked for him to be in her arms and raised by her side. Consort Xian was the daughter of Lord Li, the Duke of Protectorate, and she entered the palace with great fanfare. Some even speculated that if concubine Xian gave birth to a prince, it would threaten the position of the Empress Dowager. When she first entered the palace, concubine Xian was quite arrogant. He always tried to compare himself with the queen. Who knows? In recent years, concubine Xian has learned to worship Buddha for the sake of the 4th prince. His temperament became calmer. 4th brother, you know so much. The little prince looked envious. The 4th prince pursed his lips, looking embarrassed. There is a library in the Hugua temple. I often go there. He was also very envious of his older brothers and younger brothers who could always be with their parents. The worship of God has begun. All the children stood obediently beside their mothers, not daring to move or talk. My father takes the divine descent very seriously, and no one dares to act rashly. The emperor was dressed in bright yellow, followed by the little prince, both of them holding incense in their hands respectfully. The emperor prayed devoutly in the temple, begging the gods to come down from heaven. The emperor looked up at the sky, but there was still no movement. He sighed softly, looking lost. The last time a god descended from the sky was on the 8th day of the 12th lunar month 34 years ago. Su Yiting looked at the sky with a deep expression. Lord Su remembers it very clearly. The last time was indeed 34 years ago, the 8th day of the winter month. That day, a shadow appeared in the sky, and all the people came to worship it. But that day, God appeared, but did not find the person who made the wish. The huge projection of God looked down at all living beings, and after a moment, it disappeared into the sky. Every time God descended, he was summoned, but that time was an exception. Su Yiting's expression changed slightly. He lowered his head slightly, frowned, and said nothing. Today, people all over the world prayed to God with great anticipation. But the gods did not respond at all. Everyone sighed. It was already late at night, and it was a little chilly. Lu Chaochao was half asleep and half awake due to the cold. She rubbed her eyes with her hand, but it was pitch black all around, and she couldn't see anything. Oh, she was lying under the altar waiting to steal the roast chicken. I don't know whether the worship of gods has been completed. Lu Chaochao sniffed. The air was filled with the smell of roast chicken. Suddenly, a disembodied voice appeared in my ears. It seemed to have broken through the void. It seems to be right in front of us, and somewhat familiar. But Lu Chaochao couldn't remember anything. She just felt her mind was in a daze, as if some of her memory had been taken away. She patted her head. The voice became clearer. Suddenly, there was a scream outside. It's the gods, it's the gods, it's the gods that have come. Oh my God. The god who hasn't appeared for more than 30 years has appeared again. The emperor, who was about to step down from the platform, suddenly looked up at the sky. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the sky. It seemed that the shadow was outside the ninth heaven, and its face could not be seen clearly. He looks down upon all living beings from a high place, and mortals only take one glance at him and then dare not look up again. Quick, go back to the altar. The emperor led all the civil and military officials back to the altar quickly. God has descended. The emperor's heart beat like thunder, and the gods responded. For whom did the gods come? Which lucky guy did the gods choose? Quick, send someone to find out who it is that got the response from the gods when praying. Tell him about Bei Zhao's prayer, and ask him to pray for Bei Zhao at all costs. We can compensate him. Even promotion and honor are fine. The emperor looked impatient. At the command, countless people left the palace. What does he want? Want to prolong your life? Want to be promoted to a higher position? Want to found a country? The prince murmured in a low voice. The ancestor emperor of Dai Viet next door prayed to become an emperor when the gods descended. In the end, he really became the founding ancestor of the country. Everyone's heart was beating like thunder when they heard the god ask, "What is your wish?" Ask God. This is asking God. The gods are about to display their gifts. Lu Chaochao picked his ears. It was so noisy. It was really noisy. No matter how I covered my ears, I could still hear the words, "What is your wish? What do you want? I can give you everything in the world. Immortality? Fame? Wealth?" The god's voice was indifferent and a little distorted. Lu Chaochao. Immortality? Fame and fortune? Rich? What is that? Worthless junk. The emperor listened to the god's question and looked anxious. Any news? Has the petitioner been found? There is no news from His Majesty yet. I can give you everything you want. The god's voice was empty, as if it transcended time and space. Lu Chaochao's eyes suddenly lit up. Tell me your wish. I can fulfill all your wishes. Lu Chaochao gurgled and crawled out from under the altar. At this moment, she was the only one left in the yard. Everybody went out to see the gods descend. She pointed at the roast chicken on the table and asked seriously, "Can you give me the roast chicken? Can you give me your roast chicken?" God. There was a strange silence. Chapter 80, for the Emperor Pu's himself. What a simple wish. Directly silenced the gods. He seldom descends to the earth because the world cannot bear his power. But every time he comes, there is a record in the south. Every wish made will be recorded in the book of God and passed down from generation to generation. This time's wish. Want to eat my roast chicken? God, I can give you endless money, so you can buy countless roast chickens. He paused. He gave a roast chicken as soon as he came. He couldn't afford to lose face for this person. Lu Chaochao curled his lips. You're so stupid. Money. Liangqin will take it and keep it safe. That doesn't belong to me. Roast chicken is the best. She tilted her head back and looked at the god as if he were a fool. The emperor was already stamping his feet in anger on the altar. Did you find it? What kind of roast chicken does she want? I'll give her enough to eat. What a waste. What a waste. Quick, support me. I'm about to faint from anger. The emperor was shaking with anger. Because they're communicating with the spirits, they can also hear the prayers. It's just that the sound is amplified and appears distorted. I could only vaguely hear a childish voice with a milky feel. The emperor is so angry. Stamped his feet in anger. I really want to stuff the roast chicken into that kid's mouth. But Lu Chaochao yawned and gradually lost his patience. Roast chicken, will you give it to me? If he didn't give it to me, what would leave? God is so stingy. He also said that everything in the world can be given. I couldn't even bear to part with a roast chicken. Lu Chaochao stood on tiptoe and reached out to wipe the roast chicken on the table, then smelled the smell on her hand. It was really delicious. She decided not to wash her hands tonight. Sleep with the scent. The god was silent for a long time. The voice seemed to become a little desolate. I will grant you your wish. The roast chicken flew into Lu Chaochao's hands. Lu Chaochao's eyelids were bright and scorching. Well, from now on, I will be your believer. I can never repay you for your kindness in giving me roast chicken. She held the chicken, and took a big bite. Her eyes and eyebrows were full of happiness, and she almost jumped for joy. Then, take the chicken, but out of your mouth. You second. The god's gaze fell on the chickens, but gradually disappeared into the night sky. Lu Chaochao tilted her head. The voice sounded familiar, but she couldn't remember it at all. She has been assimilated into this world. She held the roast chicken in both hands, screaming with happiness, her face greasy from gnawing on it. The roast chicken was extremely tender. It's great to worship God. There was roast chicken to eat. The emperor was so angry that he was about to collapse. He kept pressing his chest, and his face was ashen. Look for that idiot, even if we have to dig 3 feet deep. The emperor gritted his teeth. The prince looked strange. He lowered his head and said nothing. Roast chicken, roast chicken, roast chicken, roast chicken. I want to eat roast chicken. The roast chicken is so delicious. At this moment, his mind was filled with Lu Chaochao's mumbling, roast chicken, roast chicken. He probably knew who the culprit was. The whole city was guessing which little fool asked the gods for a roast chicken. I guess it's probably a child. The voice that could be heard faintly was the childish voice of a child. Not long after the emperor returned to the palace, he heard someone come to report. Your Majesty, I found it. Just now I met a kid outside, holding a roast chicken, saying it was a gift from God. The imperial guards reported outside. Bring the person in. The emperor frowned slightly. Not long after, a woman came forward leading a little girl. The little girl looked about 1 year old, with eyes flickering. She was obviously a child, but it seemed a bit weird. You said that the roast chicken was given to you by the gods? The emperor stood on the high platform with a majestic look. Eunuch Wang whispered, this is Lu Jinghuai's sister, named Lu Jingyao, is about to turn 1 year old. The woman standing behind her is her mother, Madame Pei. The emperor and the prince looked slightly stern. Madame Pei? Lu Jinghuai? Lu Yuanze's mistress. Pei Jiaojiao held Lu Jingyao's hand, her heart pounding, and she crawled on the ground. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Lu Jingyao kowtowed twice politely. Pei Jiaojiao didn't dare to look up at the king, and her hand holding Lu Jingyao was trembling a little. Jingyao is really smart. Children who are favored by the gods are all people who are loved by God, at least in His Majesty's. Lord Lu also thinks highly of them. The illegitimate child born to Su was compared to dust by her. Reporting to Your Majesty. Shut up, His Majesty didn't ask you. Eunuch Wang interrupted her immediately. Pei Jiaojiao panicked. Lu Jingyao squeezed her mother's hand and said, imitating an adult, yes, Your Majesty. It's Jingyao asking the gods for roast chicken. The emperor had always disliked Lu Yuanze's concubines, and now he looked at them with disgust in his eyes. Lu Jingyao is only 1 year old, but her eyes are so worldly and utilitarian. Is she really a 1 year old child? Or is it like Chaochao, where it's filled with clear stupidity? Idiot, the emperor was furious. The two of them shuddered in fear at the angry voice. Beizhao is short. Are you fed and clothed? They actually let you ask the gods for roast chicken? You are such an idiot who doesn't know the general situation and doesn't know the occasion. You really bring shame to Beizhao. As her mother, how did you teach your child? She is ignorant. She is only 1 year old. Aren't you ignorant too? The emperor pointed at Pei Jiaojiao and scolded. Pei Jiaojiao's face turned pale with fright. She only wanted to take credit for the work, but she didn't expect to be scolded. Lu Jingyao pursed her lips with a look of confusion in her eyes. Why was it different from what she imagined? Get out! You are so young, and yet you are full of lies and have no manners at all. The emperor's words frightened Eunuch Wang so much that he sent the man away immediately. As he walked, he complained, Lady, you said you were Lu Jinghuai's mother, so I believed you. How dare you lie to me? If the child was not so young, he would have suffered. Pei Jiaojiao blushed and was driven out of the palace in disgrace. However, the news that Lu Jinghuai's mother had impersonated the emperor spread throughout the capital. Father, how do you know it's not her? The emperor glanced at the prince unhappily and said, I am not blind. Apart from Lu Chaochao, is there anyone else who could have done this? Go and invite Lu Chaochao into the palace, and don't alarm others. Eunuch Wang went to invite him quickly. I felt in my heart that this time His Majesty might vent his anger on the little girl. When Lu Chaochao comes over with a mouth full of oil, well, it's confirmed. Uncle, eat chicken. She even handed the chicken bones to the emperor. The prince couldn't help but hold his forehead. How could he persuade his father to spare Chaochao? Then the emperor asked, Chaochao, is this the roast chicken you asked the god for? The little guy nodded his head. Yes, it's really delicious. So delicious. The prince was about to step forward to plead for mercy. Then I heard my father say, Chaochao is such a good child. You don't care about fame, wealth, or power. What a good child. What a good child. If it were anyone else, they would have taken my throne. But Chaochao just asked for a plain roast chicken. Prince? That's not what you said just now. The Emperor is serious about self-PUA. Chapter 85 Destroy. The Emperor looked at Chaochao with loving care. How come this child is not my daughter? Chaochao, do you want to change your father? The Emperor squatted down and asked very gently. The prince shuddered violently. I have never seen my father look like a wolf grandmother like this. Chaochao was holding a milk bottle and drinking water. He was thirsty after eating too much roast chicken. The small bell on the head made a crisp sound. Will you play with Wa? Chaochao asked curiously. Her father never played with her. Of course I can go hunting, play chess, fight wars, do martial arts, play kuju, etc. I am also quite talented in literature. He is definitely no worse than your current father. The Emperor worked hard to promote himself. Lu Chaochao waved her hands with a look of disgust. Can you braid your hair? She pointed to her hair. The Emperor was stunned. I can learn. After a long time, the Emperor said slowly. Qingxi, call the little princes here. Let them play with Chaochao in the palace. Send someone to tell Madame Su that I will be staying in the palace today. Let her get familiar with the palace. Would you like to stay in the palace tonight? The palace has come up with several new imperial dishes. They are sour and sweet and taste great. The Emperor recruited a number of new imperial chefs to specialize in developing snack for babies. Lu Chaochao's eyes lit up. Okay. The Emperor narrowed his brows slightly. The prince's eyelids were twitching. Su had 3 sons and 1 daughter, and she married the Emperor for the second time with 4 children. Oh my God, this is so exciting. That group of old-fashioned censors will probably die in the court. Father. 4 or 5 little princes entered the imperial study in an orderly manner. Kneel down obediently beside your father. Although the queen was the principal wife, she became pregnant late, and the prince was the third. The eldest prince was born to concubine Hui. He is 15 years old this year and has already moved out of the palace. The second prince is the son of concubine Qin. He is 12 years old this year and is currently studying at the Imperial Academy. The prince is the third child and is 8 years old this year. The fourth prince, Xie Junin, is 6 years old and is the son of consort Xian. He will not come today. He will leave the palace tomorrow, and concubine Xian will stay with him all the time. The fifth prince and the sixth prince are the same age, both 5 years old. The seventh prince is 4 years old, and the eighth prince is 3 years old. These children were all very good-looking, and the emperor specially picked out a few good-looking ones. You guys take good care of Sister Chaochao. If you make her cry, watch out for your butts. The emperor waved his hand. Every prince had a wet nurse and palace made to follow him, so there was no need to worry. Father, Xiaolu must take good care of his sister. The children were all warned by their mother, and they all remembered in their hearts that they were not allowed to make their sisters cry. Several people took their sister out of the imperial study. After walking out of the imperial study, Xiaowu suddenly held his chest and kept breathing heavily. Oh my God! My father actually smiled at me. Xiaowu looked horrified. My legs are shaking when I see my father. He is so scary. Xiaolu shrank his shoulders. Sister Chaochao, aren't you afraid of our father? The seventh prince looked curious. Chaochao was a little confused. Uncle is not scary, good uncle. How could uncle be scary? He treated himself to 8 treasure duck and praised himself for being smart, for asking the gods for roast chicken. The emperor was really good at flattering him. You are not afraid of our father, several princes said with admiration. Sister Chaochao, you are so amazing. When you come, your father will smile. Why don't you live in a palace? Be my sister. The fifth prince likes Chaochao very much. Chaochao is chubby and soft, so cute. Chaochao nodded his little head. Okay. I'll climb a tree for my sister Chaochao, and I can take out bird eggs. But you are not allowed to tell my mother, or she will be angry. As soon as the fifth prince said this, the little ones expressed their opinions one after another. I can do that too. I want to compete with you. I'll compete with you too. Before we set off, my mother told me that we must not lose to the other side. A few little guys were competing with each other in a proud and arrogant manner. Competing climbing trees, reciting poems, running, playing kuju, and arm wrestling. A few little guys gathered together, chattering and occasionally bursting into laughter. The maids looked at each other and silently stepped back a little, so that they could see the children while still giving them enough space. And at this moment in the imperial study, the prince raised his eyes to the emperor and said, Father, do you want them to grow up together? The emperor nodded and said, Chaochao is a treasure bestowed by God and must not be left to wander around. If I cannot marry Su, I will make 2 preparations. These princes are good-looking, and they grew up together as childhood sweethearts. They will eventually develop some friendship when they grow up. If they are destined to meet in the future, it will be their blessing. The prince looked grim and pursed his lips. He clenched his fists and wanted to say something, but only let out a low sigh. He was a little confused. He didn't even understand why he could hear Chaochao's thoughts. He always felt that he was somehow connected with Chaochao. The prince sat in front of the couch, holding the book in his hands, but for a long time he didn't read a single word. They are the same age, so they should be having a lot of fun now, right? What are they doing? The emperor asked casually. Eunuch Wang smiled and said, a few young masters are making clay figures by the pond. They made Miss Chaochao and a few little princes. Was just saying that. There was laughter coming from outside the hall. Father, we are here. The 5th prince was holding a pair of clay figurines in his hands. We took good care of our sister. She had a lot of fun playing with us. Father, this is my sister's clay figurine. Lu Chaochao was holding an exquisite and cute clay figurine. Apart from a small bun on the head, it couldn't even be seen as a person. Seeing how happy they were, the emperor even felt a little more expectant. Chaochao likes the palace very much. Porridge, playing in the mud, competition. Lu Chaochao's eyes sparkled. We beat Sister Chaochao. Several princes held their heads high and chests puffed out, looking proud. It doesn't bring shame to our father at all. Several princes looked happy. What are you competing for? The emperor became interested. Better than peeing while standing. Let's see who can pee the highest and farthest. The 5th prince raised his hand, looking excited. Father, I won. I peed the farthest. The emperor's body slowly turned to stone. Compare? Then peeing while standing? The emperor's eyes widened in astonishment. We also used urine to mix with mud to make clay figures. We used the remaining mud to make beggar's chicken and sent it to the imperial kitchen. The emperor looked at the imperial meal that Eunuch Wang had just brought over. The beggar's chicken is steaming hot and already missing a few bites. The greedy Lu Chaochao sniffed the clay figurine in his hand, then lay down and sniffed the beggar's chicken. She took a few steps back silently. I didn't steal a single bite. He looks like a good, honest kid. The emperor felt dizzy. He is really his great son. What he wants is a childhood sweetheart. It's not about who can pee higher or farther. Pooh. A bunch of useless things. Tired, destroy it. Chapter 86. More terrible than evil. Father, why are you unhappy? Father, why are your eyes red? The 5th prince asked the emperor while holding the mud mannequin. The 6th prince whispered, is it because I didn't take you with me when I went to pee? Emperor? The prince couldn't bear it and secretly pulled his 2 younger brothers. The emperor took a deep breath and suppressed the despair and collapse in his heart. He waved his hand and said, go back, go back. Don't let me see you. What I want is the sweet memories of childhood sweethearts. Instead of who can urinate far, this kind of dark history. The prince pursed his lips tightly. He didn't dare to open them. He was afraid that he would laugh out loud. Father, Chaochao wants to see the 4th brother. I will take her there. The 4th prince will return to the Hugua temple tomorrow, and I, your son, would like to see him off. The prince said seriously. It is said that concubine Xian and the queen do not get along, but in fact, the prince actually likes concubine Xian quite a bit. Probably, it was because he and the 4th prince were of similar age and looked similar. Whenever concubine Xian saw him, she always loved him very much. Perhaps, thinking of her son who was practicing hard in the temple, she was very kind to Xiechingxi. Go and persuade the virtuous concubine. The emperor pressed his brow. How could he not love the 4th prince? He suppressed all the civil and military officials, leaving the 4th prince behind, and was already under tremendous pressure. Whenever a natural disaster occurred in Beizhou, someone would come out to blame the 4th prince. The 4th prince has a bad fate, so he should be killed as a sacrifice to the gods. Throughout the year, he could only return to the palace for a few days. I'm afraid that concubine Xian will cry until she vomits blood again. Last time, concubine Xian missed her son so much that she vomited blood repeatedly, so she urgently summoned the 4th prince back to the palace. If you don't return to the palace, you won't be able to control your 4th brother. Chaochao, you aren't afraid, are you? The prince was a little worried. The 4th prince has a very bad fate. On the day he was born, all the flowers in concubine Xian's palace withered. His birth was an ominous sign. After he was born, he attracted evil spirits, and wronged spirits often appeared in the palace. So they sent it to the Hugui Temple and suppressed it. But you can't stay in the palace for long. Chaochao blinked her eyes. Chaochao, I'm brave. I'm not afraid. She patted her chest. What's so scary about the wrong ghosts? They are extremely cute. Don't stay too long. Go early and come back early. Don't scare Chaochao. Seeing that Chaochao wanted to go, the emperor did not stop him. Lu Chaochao hung on the prince and went all the way to Xianqing Palace. There were not many palace maids in Xianqing Palace, and Chaochao was a little confused, so the prince said, the evil spirit in the fourth prince's aura attracts evil spirits. The palace maids who can serve here are all strong. Once upon a time, some palace maids were even frightened to death. Sure enough, before getting close, I could feel the cold wind. There was even a low crying sound in my ears. The prince held Chaochao's hand a little tighter. The fourth prince dared not keep him in the palace because there were so many unjust cases and wronged souls in the palace that they would be attracted and commit crimes. Lu Chaochao looked around curiously. Wow, wow, wow. There's a water ghost in the pool. Yeah, there's some in the well too. Haha, they're climbing out. Ah, there are also people with charred bodies, burned to death. Lu Chaochao muttered excitedly, scaring the prince so much that his back shuddered and his pace became faster and faster. Only after rushing into the main hall did the prince heave a sigh of relief. Bells sent by the abbot were hung on the four corners of the hall. Can resist evil spirits. Inside the palace, concubine Xian was sobbing softly, almost unable to breathe. Mother wishes she could take your punishment. You have been practicing in the temple since you were born, and you have never had a good day. Junin, why can't you be at peace? Mother, don't cry. I'm not suffering. I'm not suffering at all. The little monk knelt on the ground and wiped his mother's tears, and is ashamed of himself for not being able to be with his mother and honor her. The little monk looked guilty, and can't stay for long. This half month has been the happiest time for me. There are more and more wronged souls gathering outside, and it will harm my mother. Master's bell can only last for 15 days. The prince sighed softly, and the personal maid outside the palace had tears in her eyes. Mother, and it has enough clothes. Please don't make clothes for her anymore, or your eyes will be damaged. Every piece of clothing in war was sewn by concubine Xian with needle and thread, stitch by stitch, and she never asked anyone else to do it for her. Since your mother is not around, what's the point of making a few more clothes for you? Concubine Xian's eyes were red and swollen. She cried while packing her son's bag herself. It's been 6 years, 6 years. She sent her son away again and again, and watched his back gradually go away again and again. Master said that after I turn 18, I can live a normal life. Mother, Xie Junin was also very scared. As he grew older, he could no longer suppress the evil spirit in him. Empress Xianfei, the prince whispered. The virtuous concubine then stood up and nodded to the prince. Brother Crown Prince. The fourth prince also saluted him. When Brother Crown Prince was out of the palace, he had visited him in the temple, and the two were very familiar with each other. I and Chaochao came to see you. You will go back to the temple tomorrow. I don't know when we can meet again. The prince stretched out his hand behind him. The prince was stunned. Turn your head. There is nothing behind me. Where's Chaochao? The prince was panicked. He was clearly here just now. Oh no, it's not clean outside. Concubine Xian wiped away her tears and ran to the back hall in fear. The fourth prince, Xie Junin, turned even paler. The three of them hurried over, and before they opened the door, they heard the little guy's giggling laughter. It's fun. Higher, higher. The little guy smiled. As soon as I opened the door, I saw a white figure hanging on the beam at the bottom of the corridor. Those are the wronged souls of hanged people in the palace, holding a lot of resentment. I saw. The hanged ghost was hanging on the white silk with a scarlet tongue sticking out and tears of blood flowing. Lu Chaochao held her legs tightly with her feet off the ground. He kept shouting, swing higher, higher. It's fun. On the left side of Lu Chaochao, there was a water ghost with disheveled hair. The water ghost was holding a fruit plate with a fawning look on his face. When she swung back, the water ghost took a fork and fed her a piece of fruit. Lu Chaochao's laughter echoed throughout Xianqing Palace. The fourth prince opened his mouth in astonishment and was unable to recover for a long time. Master, there are evil spirits that can never be eliminated. At this moment, he was extremely obedient in front of her. Sister, you can't even swing me? Lu Chaochao cursed unhappily. The hanged ghost cried even louder. Blood and tears are dripping on my body. Cry, cry, cry. Lu Chaochao cursed more and more fiercely, and the hanged ghost looked extremely aggrieved. Everyone silence. The little monk touched his head. The master went back and forth to exorcise the evil spirits 4 times, but he failed to drive out the evil spirits. Last time, the hanged ghost even spoke nonsense, which made the master so angry that he blew his beard and glared. At this moment, the evil one was crying very loudly. The evil spirits that were attracted to Xianqing Palace retreated silently. Chapter 87. The Evil Cried. Brother Taiji. When Lu Chaochao saw the prince, he immediately jumped down and ran straight towards him. The prince quickly picked her up. I love this place. It's fun. Wow, I made good friends. Good friends. Lu Chaochao turned his head and found that the group of evil spirits were retreating little by little. Guys, don't go. Lu Chaochao really wanted to introduce them to the prince. Hey, why are you running? The more Lu Chaochao shouted, the faster the evil spirits ran. They even left the palace and ran out of it quickly. The century-old evil spirit that could not be driven away was like seeing a demon at this moment. Lu Chaochao's face fell. With a droopy face, he asked, Why did you leave? Don't you like Chaochao anymore? Yuqin's face turned pale, and it took her a long time to find her voice. You kicked the ball with someone's head. Lu Chaochao was not convinced. It was this one that took off my head. Hand it to what? Yuqin was speechless. But I took off my head to scare you. And you kick people's heads as if they were balls. Moreover, for some reason, she could touch the evil spirits. It was really strange. I'm so sad. They don't like rice. Lu Chaochao lay in the prince's arms with a sad face. Concubine Xian was already stunned. She was stunned. The evil spirit has left? Left Xianqing Palace? The evil spirit that the abbot of Hugua Temple could never get rid of just left like that? Just fled in such a hurry? The eyes of Concubine Xian became more and more scorching, and the prince gave her a sharp look. Concubine Xian came back to her senses slightly. But how could she give up her son? She fell to her knees with a thud. This time, she knelt willingly. Chaochao, you have a way to control the evil spirits, right? Can you say Brother Junin? He is only 6 years old, and he has to accompany the ancient Buddha for the rest of his life. Please, Chaochao, can you save him? Andy begs you. I will work like a slave for you and spend my whole life to repay your kindness. Concubine Xian was desperate and tried every possible means to save her son. She didn't want anything else but to save her son. Aunt and the Duke of Hugua's mansion are willing to follow Chaochao for the rest of their lives. Xie Junin was stunned, as if he didn't expect Chaochao to be so powerful. Lu Chaochao tilted his head. Evil spirit? She has countless merits and is naturally able to restrain evil spirits. Even the strands of hair carry the breath of merit. She pulled out a few strands of hair happily, grinning and saying, Here, give them to me. It can't resist big evil spirits, but it can resist ordinary evil spirits. Hair? Can hair ward off evil spirits? Asked the prince. Chaochao nodded. Whoa, the nemesis of evil. She patted her chest with a proud look on her face. Xie Junin held a few strands of hair in his hands and felt that the dark aura around him began to fade away. The virtuous concubine seemed to be thinking about something, and the prince frowned slightly. Put it in an amulet and say you have found something powerful to control the evil spirit. Don't reveal any news about Chaochao. Empress Xianfei, you know His Majesty's methods. The prince spoke in a stern tone, and Empress Xianfei felt a chill down her spine, and she understood what was going on. No wonder your majesty dotes on Chaochao so much. Don't worry, prince. I've been very kind to you every day. I will not repay you with evil. Concubine Xian held her son's hand tightly. Today, Chaochao has come to Xianqing Palace. To avoid suspicion, fourth prince should follow the abbot back to Hugua Temple tomorrow. In May, it will be the birthday of the concubine Xian, so I will take the opportunity to return to the palace and no longer go to the Hugua Temple. It just so happens that Lord Lu must have already divorced Su. There is no need to hide anything anymore. Although concubine Xian wanted to keep her son, she also knew that the prince's intention was the emperor's intention, so she said no more. The gloom between his brows dissipated, and joy gradually appeared. This is a token from the Duke of Protectorate's mansion. With this token, the Duke of Protectorate's mansion will do its utmost to help you. The virtuous concubine looked at her with doting and kind eyes. Lu Chaochao looked at the jade pendant in front of her with an expressionless face. Fortunately, the prince got it back for her. The Duke of Protectorate was a powerful military commander, and his token of loyalty was as heavy as Mount Tai. Xie also looked at Lu Chaochao with gratitude and bowed deeply to her. When Lu Chaochao was carried back to the bedroom, she was already drowsy. "I'm so sleepy that I can't even open my eyes." The prince personally took care of her washing and covering her with a quilt before leaving the palace. Early the next morning, before daybreak, Su went into the palace in person to pick someone up. After Lu Chaochao finished the imperial meal, she saw her mother coming and immediately rushed over. "Liang dear, I miss you every morning." The little guy hugged Su dependently. Mrs. Su didn't sleep well the night before. Seeing the happy look on her face, she knew that she had not suffered any injustice, and a big stone was lifted off her face. "You still miss your mother?" "Mom, I see you're having a lot of fun." Su teased her. Lu Chaochao grinned and laughed. The food in the palace was delicious. Su heard her thoughts and was also speechless. The two of them thanked the emperor for his grace together, and then left the palace intimately. At this moment, Lord Lu was going out to attend court. When he went out, he happened to meet the abbot of Hugui Temple who was coming to Beijing. The abbot also served as the imperial teacher and had a high status. All court officials had to bow to him when they saw him, and he heard Lord Lu paying his respects. But he raised his hand. "My lord, there is no need to be so polite. My lord is very blessed, and I am not worthy of your respect." Although he was blind, he could calculate the great fortune of Lord Lu's mansion. It is even vaguely entangled with the country's destiny. How could he know that the prince and Chaochao shared their lives? Lord Lu suppressed his ecstasy, exchanged a few words with the abbot, and then watched the imperial teacher enter the palace. As expected, his Jing Huai and Jing Yao had precious fates. He took a deep breath. "I made up my mind secretly." "So?" Lord Lu frowned slightly, not daring to reveal his thoughts. Only the clenched fist revealed a faint clue. He is about to take action. As Su brought Chaochao back home, she heard the old lady's maid come to report something. There was a flash of disgust in Su's eyes, but her face was extremely dignified. "Yin Yang, I'm afraid my health is not good enough. I've been sick again and again this year, and I've become a burden to you." The old lady sighed when she saw her. She caught a cold these days and fell seriously ill. Mrs. Su just smiled and said that she wished her a long life and comforted her. "Mother can't help but think of the days when you took care of me when I was ill. The maid service was never as dedicated as yours." When Su first came into the family, she personally took care of the old lady when she was ill. She is more respectful to her mother than to her own mother. Dingji pursed his lips tightly, his eyes full of anger. For wealthy families, attending to the sick is just a formality. How could they let the mistress personally attend to the sick? Unless it's intentional. The mother-in-law has plenty of ways to make things difficult for her daughter-in-law. Born to be dominant. But you are now a third-rank official. How can I be worthy of you? Forget it, I'm just overthinking it. The old lady waved her hand. Su smiled virtuously. "Mother, what's wrong with this? It is the duty of a daughter-in-law to serve her mother. Starting tomorrow, your daughter-in-law will personally cook for the old lady, make medicine, and personally take care of her." Mrs. Su's words made the old lady's eyebrows raise slightly. "So what if she's the daughter of a noble family? Don't you still have to take care of my shit, NP?" Su smiled with her lips, but did not see the smile. "Taking care of the sick? Old woman, it depends on whether you can bear it. It depends on how many lives you have." Chapter 88 Half-Life. Mother, Mom, it's time to get up and take medicine." Before daybreak, Su started shouting outside the door like an evil spirit. The old lady is very old and would wake up at the slightest noise. At this moment, the wind outside the window was whistling, mixed with faint shouting, which frightened the old lady. "Madam, are you okay?" the nanny asked outside the curtain. The old lady looked angry and a little embarrassed. "Why don't you bring me a pair of pants? What are you doing standing outside?" The nanny was startled and frowned slightly. The old lady has suffered from urinary incontinence several times in recent months. She hurriedly brought clean underwear to the old lady, not daring to look at her expression. "Hurry up and support me, my body is numb." The old lady felt like she was not awake yet, and her head was dizzy. Madam's heart skipped a beat. "Old lady?" The old lady seemed to be suffering from numbness from time to time. The old lady slapped her in the face and said, "What? Do you think I'm dirty and smelly? You, a lowly servant, are unworthy of despising your master. You've been a slave all your life. She wet her pants and was feeling very embarrassed. Then I saw the shocked look in Madam's eyes. The nanny pursed her lips, lowered her head, and stopped talking. Only the slap mark on the face was extremely obvious. It's not even daybreak yet. What are you shouting for? The old lady looked up at the sky. The roosters hadn't even crowed yet. Mrs. Su said softly, Mom, the doctor said that you must take medicine on time. Since the daughter-in-law is personally attending to the patient, she will naturally follow the doctor's advice on everything. The old lady's heart choked. Come. Sue came into the room with a bowl of medicine in her hand. Mom, I've never cooked before. I hope you won't despise me. The old lady took a quick glance at the Chinese medicine. She couldn't make out anything because it was pitch black. She just felt that it smelled worse than usual. She took the bowl and almost vomited after taking just one bite. What's that strange smell? The old lady looked at her in shock. Sue blushed in embarrassment. Mother, my daughter-in-law got up at midnight to boil the medicine. She didn't sleep all night and took a nap in front of the stove. The medicine is a little mushy. But don't worry, Mother. It won't affect the properties of the medicine. The old lady was furious, but it was clearly she who asked Sue to take care of her, so she had to swallow the food while suppressing her nausea. After drinking it, I almost felt like vomiting. The old lady wanted to tease her, so she just said calmly, In the morning, I want to eat the breakfast you made yourself. Sue pursed her lips and said, Yes, Mother. After drinking it, the old lady lay down again, but the disgusting medicine was swirling in her stomach, making her feel very uncomfortable. I tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Finally, I closed my eyes at dawn. Mother! Mom, it's time to get up and eat. Your daughter-in-law prepared breakfast herself. Please get up and eat. The old lady's eyelids twitched and her fists clenched. The nanny couldn't help but feel frightened when she saw her hands and feet trembling slightly. Originally, she should have stepped forward to comfort the old lady, but when she thought of the old lady's curse last night, she silently looked away. Old lady, get up and have dinner. The old lady felt a heavy breath on her chest and couldn't breathe. Serve the food. He spoke weakly. One could see the fatigue between Sue's brows, but there was a smile on her face. Mother, I haven't cooked for a long time. I hope you won't despise my kindness. Sue asked someone to serve the food. Yesterday, my mother said she wanted to drink mushroom chicken soup. This is the mushroom sent by the farm this morning. My daughter-in-law stayed up all night and simmered it for an hour. It's so delicious, my daughter-in-law couldn't bear to eat a single bite. Sue personally filled a bowl for her. The old lady took a bite and found it delicious. She sat down while Mrs. Sue stood. This is something that only mean people would do if they want to torment their daughter-in-law. The old lady had a good appetite and drank a bowl of mushroom soup and had some snacks. The old lady's brows lightened up. At the beginning, outsiders all said that his son was marrying up to the Sue family. So what? Mrs. Sue loved her son terribly, and whatever she said was obeyed by Mrs. Sue as if it were an imperial decree. At this moment, seeing the high and mighty eldest daughter of the Sue family, now the mistress of the Marquis Mansion, serving her respectfully, the old lady felt extremely happy. Suddenly, she raised her hands to cover her stomach, her face distorted. What's wrong, Mother? Sue asked suddenly. The old lady's face was as pale as paper. What's wrong? My stomach hurts. As soon as he finished speaking, he farted. A strange smell suddenly appeared in the house. Lu Chaochao leaned on the doorstep and immediately vomited out all the milk. Grandma's pants are pooping, Lu Chaochao said, directly lifting the old lady's fig leaf. The old lady felt ashamed and angry, and felt a tingling sensation all over her body, as if she was being bitten by ants. When I felt it carefully again, it was gone. Puff! She farted again. My stomach began to ache violently, as if a pair of large hands were stirring inside my stomach. The old lady collapsed to the ground immediately. Hurry, and call a doctor. Sue panicked and shouted hurriedly. The court physician is on break today. Please send her to the clinic quickly. The imperial physician was too slow, so everyone hurriedly carried the old lady out. The Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery was in a panic, and outsiders all looked confused. Lu Chaochao stood at the gate and shouted, Grandma, pull up your pants. Grandma, shame on you. I heard children talking outside. The old lady in the carriage fainted from anger. It was not until the doctor gave her acupuncture that the old lady slowly woke up. The old lady has food poisoning. I heard that she had wild delicacies this morning. I'm afraid it's wild delicacies that are poisoning her. Use some decoctions to induce vomiting and diarrhea. and then the poison will be vomited out, and the problem will be solved. It's just that the old lady has a bad temper. You should always control your temper and be careful in your heart." Feng hadn't finished speaking yet. When the old lady heard this, she sat up immediately. "Su, you are such a conscienceless person. May the heavens strike you down. How dare you harm my mother-in-law? You poisoned me." The old lady's words were earth-shattering. If a daughter-in-law poisons her mother-in-law, it would be fatal. When Su heard this, her eyes immediately turned red. "Mom, how can you slander Yunyang like this?" She raised her hand to wipe away her tears, and everyone saw that her hand was red and swollen. Mother said she was not feeling well and wanted her daughter-in-law to take care of her. "You said the medicine should be boiled for a long time for better efficacy." My daughter-in-law got up and boiled the medicine and stayed up all night. After drinking the medicine, you said you wanted to eat the breakfast made by your daughter-in-law. Your daughter-in-law comes from a famous family. Although she has never cooked before, she still learned to cook. The mushrooms were sent by your relatives from your mother's side. I just helped put them in the pot. I've been busy since last night and have never even squinted my eyes. Mother, how can you slander Yunyang? Yunyang has been married to me for 18 years and has always treated you as her own mother. How could you slander me like this? Su wiped her tears gently. Dingji, with red eyes, chimed in. Madam's hands were burned. When everyone heard this, they thought, hey, for these wealthy families, taking care of the sick is just a formality. How could one let the daughter-in-law, who is the mistress of the house, serve him personally? Unless it's intentional. I also thought of the wife of the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery, who broke up with her parents in order to marry her lover. She was truly a love-brained woman. How dare she harm the old lady? Everyone shook their heads, whispered to each other, and looked at the old lady with accusatory eyes. The old lady felt the contemptuous looks of everyone, angry enough to turn red in the face. Chapter 89, The Killer Lu Chaochao. What's wrong with her? She's deliberately torturing me. She asked me to get up and take medicine before daybreak. I only let her serve me for one day before she was poisoned and sent to the pharmacy. The old lady explained, but no one cared. You made others boil the medicine all night, and you just got up to drink some. Do you think it's too early? Everyone ridiculed him. The old lady wanted to curse. Just then, they met the Gu family's carriage passing by. Lu Yuanze stared blankly out the window. She was under house arrest by Gu Ling. Even when he went out, he was followed by two fat and strong maids. At this moment, Lu Yuanze jumped off the carriage like a madman, and the two maids had no time to react. Su Shiyun, how did you take care of my mother? Are you deliberately torturing my mother? After taking care of her for one day, you sent her to the pharmacy. You have ulterior motives. Lu Yuanze's face was full of disgust, and he pointed at Su and scolded loudly. Su just lowered her head and said nothing. Little aunt, why are you so unreasonable? When Madam married into the family, you were only 1 or 2 years old, and it was Madam who brought you up. You drank her milk when she was pregnant with our eldest son. How can you say that? Dengji said aggrievedly. The onlookers glared at her and said, how ungrateful. This is Mr. Gu's daughter-in-law, right? Everyone was pointing and talking, and Lu Yuanze hurriedly pulled her mother. Mom, can I come back to take care of you in the evening? Gu Ling is sick. He is a psychopath. She shudders whenever she hears the name now. Lu Yuanze ignored the dangerous looks from the maids and took the old lady back home in front of Mrs. Su. The old lady was very pleased. The second day, the day never dawned. A shrill cry was heard in the Marquis Mansion. The old lady is vomiting blood. Hurry up, call the imperial physician. The palace was in a panic. The imperial physician came in a hurry, but the vomiting of blood was so severe that the imperial physician could do nothing. He had no choice but to carry the old lady to the door of the Imperial Medical Bureau himself. It is so similar to the situation yesterday, only it's more serious. The old lady was spitting out mouthfuls of blood. The loyal and brave Marquis Lu Yuanze was so frightened that he turned pale. What's going on? Lu Yuanze is a filial son, but he outsources his filial piety. He started to curse Su fiercely. How did you take care of the sick? Did you want to kill you? Su, how could you be so cruel? Su's expression was indifferent. My sister is ill. Lu Yuanze's voice suddenly stopped. The imperial physician came out hurriedly and gave the patient several injections before the vomiting and blood pressure were stopped. But the old lady was already pale as a ghost, and it seemed that she was almost half dead. Obviously, it's just a cold. I was sick and had vomiting and diarrhea, spitting blood, and hadn't slept for 2 days. Lu Yuanze was about to cry. Brother, I made the medicine according to the prescription. However, she accidentally knocked over the medicine bag in the yard, and she picked up the herbs again. There were some fallen leaves in the yard, and she could hardly tell the difference between the medicinal herbs and the fallen leaves. The servant brought the medicine jar, and the imperial physician examined it carefully. Only then did I discover that there was an extra medicinal ingredient in it. When it grows on a tree, it can still be used as an ornamental tree. But when the leaves fall to the ground, they become a medicinal herb. It just so happens that there is such a tree in the mansion of Marquis Zhongyong. Your servant, I saw Miss Wani accidentally knocked over the medicine bag. It's under the medicine tree. A little maid knelt on the ground and replied carefully. Lu Yuanze immediately said, Wani, come back to the Gu family. The old lady almost lost her life this time. Lu Yuanze was angry. The old lady was dying and felt like she could hardly breathe. She didn't care that Lu Yuanze was crying and refusing to leave. She was too tired to hear anything. She wanted to live a few more years, waiting for Jinghuai to pass the imperial examination and become the prince's tutor. Lu Yuanze was dragged away, and Su paused. She whispered, Mother, Wani grew up pampered. How can she take care of me when I'm sick? How about my daughter-in-law take care of me when I'm sick? The old lady's eyes widened in shock. No, 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 no. The old lady refused the 3 consecutive attacks. The old lady's face was full of fear. She even dragged her body and moved back, unwilling to even get close to Su. Su sighed, looking slightly depressed. Lu Yuanze also gave her some advice. A cold, a sickness, and in the end, only the old lady was injured. Taking advantage of the morning chaos, Lu Chaochao also secretly followed him out of the house. No one noticed that there was a lone little baby behind him. In her hand, she was clutching a handful of leaves, very similar to the ones the old lady had been poisoned with. The little girl kneaded the leaves casually until they were broken into pieces. Just as she was about to go home, she heard a kind woman ask, Little girl, there is a circus over there. Do you want to go and see it? Chaochao was stunned. He tilted his head and looked at her stupidly. The woman was holding a 3- or 4-year-old boy by the hand. The boy's clothes and appearance did not match the woman's. He tilted his head and asked, Where is the circus? This is my little master. How about going to see him together? The woman signaled. A burly man came out from behind and picked up Lu Chaochao without saying a word. When others looked over, he smiled and said, This is my young lady. She almost got lost. After saying that, he left quickly without waiting for Lu Chaochao to speak. Lu Chaochao's eyes lit up. Did he meet a human trafficker? Watch the circus, the circus. Lu Chaochao stretched out his little finger and pointed in the direction of the circus. She and the little boy were thrown directly into the carriage. Why did you bring back 2 children? There were several young women in the carriage, all of whom were fast asleep at this moment. These 2 children are good-looking. They will grow up quickly if we raise them. They are valuable. The woman smiled with a gleam in her eyes. He looks like a child from a wealthy family. He won't cause any trouble, right? The contact man frowned, with a big scar on his face running across the entire chain. What kind of trouble can there be? The boy is only 4 years old, and the girl is only 1 year old. What's the use of being rich? Even if you are Princess Beizhao, you will never come back after going to our Fufeng Mountain. Several people laughed. Fufeng Mountain was the gathering place of the northern Zhao bandits. It is easy to defend, but difficult to attack, and the imperial court failed to capture it several times during its anti-bandit campaigns. Besides, this can't be a princess. Without saying anything, they painted on the faces of several people, and soon, they had changed their faces. Lu Chaochao touched his face curiously, and his mouth was cracked all the way to the back of his head. It's really fun. It's really fun. The gods are not fun. They don't even want to give you roast chicken. Evil spirits are no fun either. They all take a detour when they see her. The old lady was fun to play with, but her old bones couldn't stand the play. She almost died after just 2 days. The old lady can't die yet. I want to be a vegetarian when I die. Fufeng Mountain, it must be very interesting, right? Look at that girl. Is she a fool? The woman was vaguely worried. Why was she smiling like a fool? Feeling the woman's gaze, Lu Chaochao smiled even harder, with his gums showing. The woman looked away. How could she know that it is easy to invite gods but difficult to send them away? Lu Chaochao, it's even more difficult. Chapter 90, Chaochao's new friend. The carriage left the capital in a dignified manner. Lu Chaochao was holding a small milk jug and squatting obediently in the corner of the carriage. The 4-year-old boy, who was dressed gorgeously, had tears in his eyes. He looked around and said, "They are human traffickers. We have been abducted." His voice was trembling, and he could not hide his fear. Lu Chaochao looked at him in surprise. "Little pot, now you know?" The little boy was stunned. Did she know it a long time ago? But seeing that the little girl was only 1 year old, and she sniffed her nose again, what does a 1-year-old child know? The more he thought about it, the more scared he became, and he couldn't hold back the tears in his eyes. There must be someone inside the capital. They were able to transport such a large truckload of people here without making any noise. Dad and Mom should be worried. My grandfather was the prime minister, and my family has been the only son in the family for 10 generations. Do you think if I tell them, will they let me go? The little boy was only 4 years old. He must have been well protected at home and looked a little naive. The prime minister? Lu Chaochao was stunned for a moment. Her grandfather, the old tutor, might have been on par with the prime minister before he retired. But after retiring, even though her second uncle was a second-rank official, he was still a far cry from the prime minister. This is the real top-notch nobleman, the only child in 10 generations. Lu Chaochao saw him looking at her, and the little guy blinked his eyes. Then, "They will kill you." The little boy burst into tears. "What? You don't have a name?" Lu Chaochao was curious. "Whoa, my name is Yuan Man. You can call me Man Man." "Whoa, will we still be able to escape?" Yuan Man cried very sadly. Lu Chaochao drank up the milk so much that there was nothing left in the pot. Burped. At this moment, the carriage was becoming more and more bumpy, and flocks of birds could be vaguely heard outside. The girl in the carriage also woke up slowly and started crying in fear. "Where is this? Who are you? Let me go back." The woman was about 15 or 16 years old. There were 3 women in the carriage. All of them were very good-looking. 2 of them had patched clothes and looked quite poor. There was another woman who was dressed like a maid, but had an extremely delicate face and looked like a lady from a wealthy family. "Where is this? Let me out quickly." Several women were crying, but the woman dressed as a maid was huddled in the corner of the carriage, looking around vigilantly. Seeing the 2 children, Lu Chaochao and Yuan Man, his brows frowned slightly. "Cry, cry, cry, why are you crying? I picked you up so that we can enjoy life in the mountains. Go to our Fufeng mountain, and you'll have delicious food and spicy drinks. That's a blessing. Don't even think about escaping." The man who was speaking bared his teeth and looked extremely ferocious. Everyone was so scared that they sobbed quietly and did not dare to disturb them loudly. But the shivering became even more violent. Several people stepped back, their faces filled with horror. And Lu Chaochao. He crawled to the window and held out his little hand. "Make milk?" The scarred man looked at her dimly, and Lu Chaochao glared back at him with his big eyes. "Oh, 1-year-old drink milk," pointing at himself. "I'm 1 year old. What should I drink if not milk?" The man reluctantly took the milk bottle and muttered as he walked away. "Don't take such a small one next time. You still need to make milk on the way?" The woman said vaguely. "She is pretty. Sell her as a child bride. Just make some milk. At least she isn't crying. But she doesn't seem to be using her brain well. She just sits there and grins foolishly from time to time." The 2 of them whispered to each other for a while, and when they passed the next town, they got a pot of milk for Lu Chaochao. Lu Chaochao didn't mind and just held him and drank tons of it. Along the way, others were crying, but she kept drinking. She pinched the soft flesh around her waist and patted her belly, and her clothes became smaller. Late at night, several people were pushed out of the carriage, which had already reached the foot of the mountain. Only now did I see that there were 4 or 5 men with knives following the carriage. "Go up the mountain. Quickly, go up the mountain immediately." Several people looked quite nervous. "You left Beijing half a day ago, and the city gates were sealed. Fortunately, you left quickly. I don't know what happened in the city. We are searching everywhere." Several people were still frightened. "Please let me go. You can tell me you want money, and let my family raise the money. Okay." A woman knelt on the ground and cried. At night, you can vaguely see the cliff-like mountain. If you go up, you may not be able to come down. Several men smiled maliciously. "Raising money? Brother, I'm not short of money. If I were short of money, I'd just go out and rob. What the brothers lack is money. Hurry, get up the mountain. Don't say anything. If you don't leave, I'll chop off your hands and feet and throw you onto the mountain to feed the blind bears. In our Fufeng mountain, the thing that's most in abundance is blind bears." As soon as the scarred man spoke, everyone was stunned. Several women came forward crying, and Yuan Man followed behind. Their feet were pierced by the thorns on the ground, and there were faint traces of blood. Lu Chaochao opened his arms towards the scarred man. Scarface stared at her blankly and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. "Hold me," she muttered. She pointed at the bushes, then at herself. They were not as tall as the grass. Could he expect her to climb up there? She was still a baby. "Carry her. She can't walk." The woman winked. "Carry that kid as well to avoid wasting time. The boss happens to be returning to the village today, so let's make him happy." The woman continued. A man nearby carried Yuan Man on his back, and everyone strode up the mountain. The mountain road was rugged, and several women almost fell down crying along the way. The mountains were high and shaking, and the howling of wolves could be heard from time to time. The women were so scared that they were shaking all over. "Why are there so many birds tonight?" The woman reached out to drive them away, and the sky above her head was full of birds. Lu Chaochao would imitate a bird's call from time to time. Friends was friends. Lu Chaochao pointed at the bird. "What? Talk to them? Well, has made new friends again." "Oh, whoa, whoa." She howled like a wolf twice more, her voice sounding childish and quite cute. But no one took it seriously. Isn't it normal for a 1-year-old child to talk nonsense? Who knows? From the other side of the mountain came the sound of wolf howls, each one more rapid than the last, and it seemed as if they were gathering in greater numbers. Everyone's expression changed instantly. "Hurry, hurry, they're wolves! Go hurry! If you don't want to leave, you will be fed to the wolves." As soon as these words were spoken, even the women who were dragging themselves and unwilling to go up the mountain quickened their pace. Lu Chaochao lay on the man's back. "Awoo, awoo. Why are these wolves chasing me so closely? I have such bad luck that I just happened to run into a pack of wolves. This little cub is barking aimlessly. If you don't know, you might think she invited them here." The woman was sweating profusely from exhaustion. She kept looking back to listen for the wolves' location. Children love to cry. Just ignore them and stop crying. No one took her seriously. Lu Chaochao clapped her hands, looking excited, her eyes sparkling. "Was made a new friend. They are chirping." Lu Chaochao said with a smile. "They are so enthusiastic. They actually came to welcome me. What enthusiastic friends. It's so fun. Fufeng Mountain is so fun. She must make friends everywhere." Yuan Man glanced at her, then looked at the wolves that were chasing him closely behind him. Why did he feel that the howling of the wolves and her? Something is wrong. It was like he was singing the same tune and responding to her deliberately. Chapter 91, The Disaster at Fufeng Mountain. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Why are they chasing us so closely? They're getting closer and closer to us. And there are more and more wolves gathering here. The woman often walked in the mountains, so it was very easy for her to locate the wolves by listening to the sounds. They seem to be gathering in packs, and they're getting closer and closer. The woman's face turned pale. Fufeng Mountain is easy to defend, but difficult to attack because of its complex terrain and numerous wild animals. It was extremely difficult for the Imperial Army to enter. "Go back quickly and inform the boss to send people to patrol the mountain." Scarface walked with heavy breathing, gasping for air in big gulps. Lu Chaochao howled all the way, his mouth dry and his tongue parched. I shook the milk jug, and it was empty. She sighed in defeat and lay listlessly on Scar's back, no longer whimpering. It's strange. Soon after she stopped, the wolves slowly stopped howling, and even the pursuit gradually faded away. The woman wiped the sweat off her face, held her waist, and gasped, leaning against a rock and cursing. What the hell is going on today? Why are they so crazy? There are so many wolves on this mountain. Even if they besiege the village will not be able to withstand it. If we really fight them, we will not be able to even fill our teeth. The woman wiped the sweat off her forehead. Although they are bandits, they are scattered in every corner of the mountain. If a pack of wolves besieges the village, they will be skinned alive. Besides, there are many villages on the hillside of Fufeng Mountain. However, the location is remote, the people there are extremely tough, and the village chief is a local tyrant. Even the wives in the village were trafficked from outside. Yuan Man always felt that he had discovered something extraordinary. Why do the wolves chase after me when I call out to my sister Chaochao? As soon as she stopped, the wolves stopped? After tossing and turning for half the night, we finally reached the halfway point of the mountain where there were villages. As soon as he approached, he was discovered by villagers patrolling at the entrance of the village. Who is it? A group of people walked out of the darkness with torches in their hands. The woman, Sister Dong, waved her hand and said, "It's me." Let them go quickly. I found some good stuff, and I'll deliver it to the boss. The woman had a high status in the village, so the patrolling villagers quickly stepped back. One of them had a big mole on his face with hair on it, and a pointed chin and monkey face. He stared straight at the abducted women. Sister Dong, this batch of goods is really good. How about giving it to our brothers to play with? The man swallowed and said, this is a batch of top quality. It's far inferior to the women you sent back to the village. Sister Dong said, Who you two? This is for the boss. The man waved his hand. Oh, it's just for fun. Just keep your virginity. Sister Dong snorted coldly and led a few people to continue climbing up the mountain along the mountain road. Only after they had walked away did the man curse. Shameless bastard. You're just trying to curry favor with the boss. Lu Chaochao had already fallen asleep, and it was not until the sky turned pale that he could vaguely see the gate of the village in the white fog. No wonder it is easy to defend, but difficult to attack. Along the way, we passed countless checkpoints. There was thick fog at night, making it extremely difficult to climb the mountain. Everyone looked embarrassed. Sister Dong went forward to negotiate with the mountain bandits guarding the village. This batch of goods is very beautiful. The boss will definitely like it. There are also 2 children who are very good. Raising them in the mountains will be useful in the future. The man who was guarding the debt pinched Sister Dong's waist, making her giggle. Let him go. Several people were pushed forward. The woman's feet were stained with blood, and her face was full of despair. Everyone knows that once you go up Fufeng Mountain, there is no coming back. The woman dressed as a maid bit her lip tightly, with a hint of regret in her eyes. You guys are enjoying a peaceful life following the boss. I, Sister Dong, am here to help you. If I were 20 years younger, I would also serve the boss. Sister Dong looked envious. In Fufeng Mountain, who wouldn't want to serve the boss? Okay, clean them 3 and see when the boss will have sex. These 2 children, Sister Dong frowned. In fact, she had originally intended to sell the child to the village, but she forgot about it yesterday. Sister Dong took him directly to meet the boss. The boss was currently sitting in the hall, leading his men to count the looted items. The gold, silver, and jewelry were moved into the warehouse, and the food was distributed. The women we kidnapped will be distributed among the villagers. The eldest boss was very tall, with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, and a hint of banditry in his eyes. Sister Dong explained her purpose with an apologetic smile, and the boss chuckled. He picked up a gold ingot, and Sister Dong caught it hastily, her teeth showing even more as she smiled. Let's leave these 2 kids on the mountain. The boss frowned frivolously and glanced at the child. What's your name? Lu Xiaohao. Lu Chaochao had to look up to see the boss's face. My name is Yuan Man. Please, send me back? My family has been an only son family for 10 generations, and I cannot be without them. Whoa. Yuan Man was timid and sobbed softly. You are quite courageous, little girl. The boss glanced at her, and Sister Dong said hurriedly, Oh, you are not brave at all. A 1-year-old child is ignorant. You are heartless. She was chased by a pack of wolves last night, but she insisted that the wolves were welcoming her. Sister Dong shook her head. Go home? Once you enter Fufeng Mountain, you can never go back. Song Yu's brows were full of disdain. Let's keep her in the mountains. She has a good appearance and can be of use to me when she grows up. Song Yu waved his hand and did not take Lu Chaochao seriously. Sister Dong agreed with a smile and went out with the 2 children in her arms. Lock him up first, and then release him once you're comfortable with it. Those women will be beaten for 3 days first. Once they are accustomed and trained, they will be sent to the boss's room. After Sister Dong said this, she went to the toilet. Who wants to go too? Lu Chaochao raised his hand. Aren't you afraid? Yuan Man followed behind and asked with sobs. Lu Chaochao was surprised. Fun. Was new friend. Have you met him? Yuan Man's crying paused. Are you referring to that group of wolves? He asked cautiously. Yes, it was new friend. She imitated the sound of a bird, and a group of birds flew in the sky and surrounded her. The chirping seemed to be saying something. Can you understand? Yuan Man stopped crying and looked surprised. Lu Chaochao tilted his head suspiciously. Isn't this something that anyone can understand with ears? Was taking you to play? Do you want to howl? Lu Chaochao's eyes were shifty and looking around. He happened to be outside the toilet. He sniffed and uttered a disgusted sound. It stinks. It must be fun to fry. Lu Chaochao took out a fire starter from the space. Since she was not searched, no one knew what she brought. While Sister Dong was going to the toilet, with a whoosh, she threw the tinderbox into the pit. Lu Chaochao pulled Yuan Man madly and ran wildly, but her short legs couldn't keep up, so she rolled all the way in the snow. It only took a moment. Then there was a rumbling sound. Boom! Bang! Explosions sounded one after another on Fufeng Mountain. Flames shot straight into the sky, followed by waves of terrible stench that spread. The toilets dug underground in Fufeng Mountain are connected. It has been closed for many years and is filled with methane. It explodes as soon as it is ignited. Lu Chaochao pinched her nose, her eyes shining brightly. In the distance was Sister Dong's crazy and sharp screams. Lu Chaochao was laughing happily. It's fun, really fun. Yuan Man was confused. If I kidnap you, I'm afraid it will be a disaster for Fufeng Mountain. Chapter 92, Digging Grave. In an instant, the entire Fufeng Mountain was filled with a strong smell of shit. The north wind was howling, and there were sounds of retching one after another. Lu Chaochao took out 2 pieces of cloth very experiencedly. Yuan Man looked at the white cloth in front of him and was very speechless. Who did it? There were angry curses all over the mountains. It's those 2 little brats who were just sent up the mountain today. Find them out quickly. Damn it, it stinks. No, it stinks too much. I can't stand it. She actually blew up a manure pit. What was she thinking? Lu Chaochao put his hands in his pockets with a grim look on his face. At this moment, the Fufeng Mountain village was filled with stench, and Song Yu frowned. What happened outside? Why does it smell so bad? He was offering a sacrifice, holding incense in both hands, raising them above his head, and worshipping devoutly. The second in command covered his nose and said, "The 2 brats who came up the mountain just now threw a fire starter into the toilet and blew it up on the spot." Song Yu waved his hand. "Send someone to handle it. Don't disturb father's sleep. Today is my late father's death anniversary. Please don't disturb him," Song Yu said indifferently. His expression paused. "Don't hurt that little girl. It's normal for children to be naughty." The little girl looked very much like his daughter, who died young. This was probably the reason why Mrs. Dong kidnapped her. The second in command agreed immediately and retreated hurriedly. Song Yu looked at the tablet of his deceased father with a gloomy expression. Song's mother sighed. "Your father said something before he died. He said that he had his fortune told by an old blind man. He said that he would become a bandit at the age of 20 and would make a name for himself. But bad luck struck him, and he died at the age of 40. But the old blind man also said that he would have a disaster when he was 50 years old." Song's mother was puzzled. "Your father died at the age of 40, and that has already come true. But what does this disaster that happened when he was 50 mean? Your father has been dead for 10 years. Song's mother tossed and turned countless times at night, but could not figure out the reason. What disaster can a dead person suffer? Today is his 50th birthday, and Song's mother suddenly remembered this matter. Song Yu waved his hand. "He's just a charlatan. What disaster can he suffer after being buried for 10 years? Mom, don't worry. Just take good care of yourself." Song's mother sighed. "You really don't want to accept the imperial court's offer of amnesty? If you submit to the court with your talent, you can still have a future. Being a bandit for generations is not a long-term solution." Song's mother had had enough of the days of fighting and killing. Song Yu's brows frowned. "Mom, don't mention it again. My father became a bandit back then, and luckily we were taken in by Fufeng Mountain, so the Song family is still alive today. It doesn't make sense for us to abandon them now." Song Yu showed a faint smile on his brows. "Working like a slave for the imperial court is not as happy as being a local emperor in Fufeng Mountain," Song Yu chuckled. Song Yu was busy paying tribute to his deceased father. However, Lu Chaochao pulled Yuan Man up the mountain. The little guy was so tired that he was panting heavily. He sat on a round bump and took 2 sips from the milk bottle. The pot is full of meat. Next to the round little mound of earth, there were burning incense, candles, paper money, and chickens and ducks for tribute. Lu Chaochao's eyes lit up. He grabbed the roast chicken and took a few bites. "It's still warm. Hey, you can't just eat this. Come down quickly. This is a grave for worshipping the dead. You're about to vomit. This is an unlucky thing." Yuan Man was frightened by her and quickly pulled her down. Okay. Lu Chaochao took the chicken leg and took 2 bites, but it was eventually taken away by Yuan Man and put back on the plate. Yuan Man looked around and was immediately frightened. There were crows cawing all around and graves everywhere, which made him shiver. "There are mushrooms." Lu Chaochao pointed at the mushrooms growing on the grave mound with a look of surprise. Yuan Man had no intention of caring about her anymore. The little boy squatted in the corner, tears streaming down his face. Wow, I miss my parents so much, Grandpa and Grandma. When will you come to save Man Man? He was the only son in 10 generations and was named Yuan Man, which shows how much his parents care about him. Man Man misses home so much. Man Man is so scared. Whoa. He lay under the tree and cried. He had been busy on the road these days and was frightened and homesick. At this moment, he leaned against the tree and fell asleep. There are still tears on her face. Lu Chaochao looked disgusted and pouted. Crybaby. After saying that, the little girl took out a small shovel from the space when no one was around. The small shovel was extremely delicate and was what she used to dig spiritual herbs. Although it looks small, it can easily pry open solid rocks. She squatted beside the grave and pried the mud out with a shovel. Heido, heido, heido. The little guy buried his head, stuck out his butt, and worked seriously. Wow, there really are mushrooms. After a while, a pure black coffin was revealed. A lot of small mushrooms grew around the coffin, growing in clumps and piles. Lu Chaochao was so happy that she was not even as tall as the coffin, so she had to tiptoe to take it off. After picking them, she stared at the coffin lid and pondered. What's inside? Never mind, just open it and take a look. A trace of spiritual energy surged in Lu Chaochao's hands. He tiptoed and pushed the coffin lid, opening it little by little. Lu Chaochao lay down beside the coffin and took a look. Many small mushrooms actually grew on the white bones. Perhaps because it had never seen the sun, the mushrooms grew very well, and Lu Chaochao immediately started howling. He climbed into the coffin using his hands and feet and picked all the mushrooms at once. The bones were crushed into pieces. Finally, when she was about to climb out of the coffin, she took off the skull, put it in her arms, and took it away. Lu Chaochao looked at the mushrooms all over the ground and felt a sense of accomplishment. The little guy lifted up his clothes, filled a bag with mushrooms, and then went forward to wake up Yuan Man. The pot is full, the pot is full. When Yuan Man woke up, he still looked a little confused. Seeing her covered in mud, he was startled. What happened? Did you fall into the pit? Lu Chaochao just smiled foolishly and said in a baby voice, Guagua mushrooms. Fat, stewed mushrooms. When Yuan Man saw her leaving, with graves all behind her, he didn't dare look back and hurriedly followed her. When the two returned to the village, they were immediately captured by the vicious bandits and taken to the main hall by being dragged by the neck. After a whole day of hard work, the air was still filled with a faint stench. Fortunately, it's not too strong. You stinky girl, look at what you have done. The second in command yelled angrily, and she was so stinky that he didn't eat for the whole day. Believe it or not, I will beat you to death. How can you be so naughty at such a young age? The third in command raised his hand. Song Yu raised his hand slightly, and everyone fell silent. He looked at Lu Chaochao. Lu Chaochao was only 1 year old. Although she looked a little embarrassed when she came, it was obvious that she had been brought up in a pampered manner. Now, after just one day, he was covered in mud, and his hair was drooping, looking extremely miserable. Just like a fairy in the sky, being pressed into the mud. What didn't mean it? Lu Chaochao's eyes were filled with tears, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly, which made people's hearts melt. Song Yu was stunned. He once had a daughter. She is cute, charming, and innocent, and is the love of Song Yu's life. He even thought about accepting the imperial amnesty for the sake of his children's safety. When the child was 2 years old, she caught a cold, and Song Yu tried his best, but failed to keep her. His wife missed her daughter so much that she also died after her daughter. Lu Chaochao approached cautiously. Hey, do you want some mushrooms? The little baby with tears in his eyes tiptoed carefully and handed over the mushrooms. Chaochao, pick it up for me. Song Yu seemed to see his daughter's appearance again. What a cute and well-behaved child. Chapter 93, Lifting My Father's Skull. Boss, this child is too naughty. How about sending him to the village to be raised for a while? The village halfway up the mountain is inhabited by the indigenous people of Fufeng Mountain. Because they are isolated from the outside world, they're not subject to the law. They're called the unruly people in remote and poor areas by the outside world. How naughty can a 1-year-old be? You're just ignorant. Song Yu raised his hand to wipe her tears. This child looks very much like his daughter. It's not that he is conceited, but how big a mess can a 1-year-old child make? Can't he control a 1-year-old child? You should also control the villagers and stop trafficking in human beings. Song Yu actually doesn't like this kind of behavior. But the villagers of Fufeng Mountain have lived here for generations, and they have always done so. Most of the people in the entire village were abducted. He and a group of bandits later settled here. Originally, the two sides did not interfere with each other, but the villagers living on the mountainside occasionally tipped off and helped them resist the imperial court. Song Yu then included them in the protection scope. However, he could never accept such behavior. Although he burned, killed, and looted outside, he only robbed the rich and the corrupt officials. The women who were occasionally brought back to the mountains were all concubines of wealthy families. They had nowhere else to go, so they were sent to the village for resettlement. Find a chance to send the 3 women in my room down the mountain. Don't let anyone see them. Song Yu said calmly. Take this bag of mushrooms away and make chicken soup. Seeing that she treated them like a treasure, Song Yu had no choice but to speak. Give her another hot bottle of milk. Tear off a piece of today's roast suckling pig for her. Lu Chaochao suddenly smiled. Lu Chaochao was so happy that she hugged Song Yu's thigh and shouted crisply, Daddy. Song Yu? The little guy hugged tightly. Daddy, daddy. Whoever has milk is daddy. Song Yu was stunned. The word daddy seemed to overlap with the voice in his memory. Song Yu's heart trembled. The bandit leader who had never shown mercy to burning, killing, and looting actually had tears in his eyes at this moment. He didn't respond, but just held Lu Chaochao's hand and took a deep breath. Good boy. Mrs. Dong made the right choice this time. He will never return this one. Song Yu picked her up with one hand. Lu Chaochao was not afraid of strangers. She hugged her new father's neck and patted him. Daddy, Chaochao, you're 1 year old. Lu Chaochao patted his chest. Song Yu was stunned. When? Lu Chaochao counted on her fingers again and again, and then said affirmatively, Tomorrow is my birthday. Song Yu rubbed her head and said, Then, I'll celebrate your birthday tomorrow. Well, wants to invite friends, many new friends. Lu Chaochao danced with excitement. Yuan Man shuddered and looked at her in horror. A lot of new friends? Are you serious? Under his frightened gaze, Song Yu nodded. Okay, we all come to celebrate your birthday. Your name is Chaochao? That sounds nice. Song Yu thought, this child must have been sent to him by God to make up for the loss of his daughter, right? Boss, a lot of people have come down the mountain. Suddenly, someone came in to report. Song Yu frowned. Boss, the county magistrate and the capital have sent letters. This time, we might be in trouble. The third boss's face turned pale, and his hand holding the letter trembled slightly. The fact that they have been able to live in peace in Fufeng Mountain for so many years must be due to an insider in the court. Even the county magistrate here took advantage of the situation. What are you afraid of? You didn't seem to be afraid when you robbed a second-rank official. Song Yu glanced at him. Boss, I'm afraid the problem lies with these 2 children. This boy is actually the only grandson of the prime minister of the dynasty. He is the only son in the family for 10 generations. The prime minister is an official of the first rank. Song Yu's expression was slightly cold. Just send him back. The third in command stood there without moving. And this in your arms, the third in command said with difficulty. She is the youngest daughter of the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery, although she is not favored by the Marquis. But the problem lies with her. But it was she who caused the trouble. The third in command was almost crying. The master from the capital has sent a secret report. Send the person back immediately without any mistakes. Song Yu looked sternly, looking at Lu Chaochao in his arms with suspicion. That gentleman said frankly that if the eldest boss is unwilling to return it, I'm afraid Fufeng Mountain will not be able to be preserved. The third boss said with difficulty, looking at the girl in his arms, puzzled. The mansion of the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery has no power in the court. How strange. The second in command was puzzled. I heard that His Majesty and the Queen Mother were both furious about this. But only a small number of people knew about it, and it was not made public. Song Yu's pupil shrank slightly, and he clenched his fists. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Song Yu waved his hand, not wanting to bring it up again. Several people were anxious, but there was nothing they could do. What's in your arms? Song Yu asked when he saw that her arms were bulging. Lu Chaochao smacked his lips and said, Let's play ball. Daddy will play football with you later. Song Yu was quite careful with Lu Chaochao. This caution is for his daughter, who died young. When his daughter was young, he was often away and rarely accompanied her. Even when his daughter fell ill, his wife sent him 3 urgent letters but failed to call him back. Until the daughter held on with all her might, waiting for him to come back. He was covered in blood, holding the dying child. She finally died in his arms with peace of mind. The little man stopped breathing, and he trembled with pain. Song Yu hugged Chaochao tightly, and he would not give him back. Song Yu took the time to kick with her a few times. Where did you pick up the skull? Use it as a ball to kick. Song Yu kicked it with a smile, and Lu Chaochao chased the skull everywhere. I could only vaguely hear the little guy mumbling, "Dig it?" Song Yu didn't care where her skull came from. I don't know which villain's skull you opened. Song Yu even joked that since he could go up the mountain to become a bandit, he didn't have much morality. After kicking for a while, Song Yu kicked the skull into the corner. The chicken soup is ready. It's time for the boss to eat. I had roast suckling pig today, and I feel a little hot, so I'll have some mushroom stewed chicken soup to moisten my throat. The snow hasn't melted yet, and the mushrooms haven't grown yet. I wonder where this little girl picked them. They are so fresh and tender. The cook brought the mushroom soup to the small stove, and it was bubbling. The room is filled with fragrance, which is more appetizing than ordinary mushrooms. Lu Chaochao smelled it and swallowed. But when Song Yu handed her the bowl of soup, she shook her head and refused. Where did you pick them? I'm in the back mountain and have never seen mushrooms before, someone asked. Everyone picked up the spoon, took a bite, and found it tasted extremely delicious. It is eye-catching and a feast for the eyes. The back three. Lu Chaochao pointed to the back mountain. I don't see any mushrooms in the back hill. The cook muttered. Box, something thicker in the box. She gestured to a long box. Dig up the soil. She took the skull from the corner and said, The bones are growing. Puff! Cough, cough, cough. In an instant, choking and coughing sounds were heard one after another in the room. Everyone looked at the skull in her hand in astonishment. Is this growing out of a corpse? The third in command's throat was broken, and his eyes almost popped out. Yuan Man vomited all over the floor. Wait! Song Yu's voice trembled slightly, and he looked at her in horror. Which grave did you dig in the back mountain? Song Yu suddenly felt a chill in his heart and had a bad premonition. Lu Chaochao blinked. The biggest and roundest one. Song Yu stood up quickly and ran towards the back mountain. Daddy! My dad! That's my daddy! My father's 50-year catastrophe has come true. Chapter 94, Little Sister. Dad! Dad! I am such an unfilial son that I can't even save your skull. Song Yu ran wildly all the way and almost fell down when he saw his own grave being dug up. His father's 50-year catastrophe was real. That blind fortune teller actually got it right. Even after death, they cannot rest in peace. After death, their graves will be dug up, their bodies will be left exposed in the wilderness, and their heads will be kicked like a ball. Song Yu felt a breath stuck in his heart. Thinking of the joy he had just had when he kicked his father's skull, Song Yu felt sick all over. The dignified bandit leader of Fufeng Mountain was so angry that he couldn't breathe. Lu Chaochao followed behind pitifully. Yes, it's Uncle and I? She scratched her head. Yes, I'm sorry. Then he silently threw the skull back into the coffin. Not a loss, not a loss. The skull is covered with mud. Your daddy is just growing mushrooms, and you are no good either. Lu Chaochao racked her brains to comfort him. The one-year-old's comfort was like adding fuel to the fire. Even more infuriating, your father said that when the catastrophe comes, the Song family will lose everything. Are you really not going to send her down the mountain? Song's mother said faintly. Song Yu felt dizzy, and the second in command asked faintly, Send him down the mountain? Song Yu paused and said, No. He clenched his teeth. The previous sonorous and powerful one will never be sent down the mountain. A little hesitation. She's just a one-year-old child. How can she turn the world upside down? How can she overthrow Fufeng Mountain? Song Yu didn't believe it. Rebury my father. Song Yu kowtowed several times towards the grave. Dad, please be magnanimous and let her go. She is young and ignorant, and she disturbed you. Fortunately, I didn't feed your skull to the dogs. Song Yu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Yuan Man secretly breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, I thought you would be beaten. You were so brave that you even dared to dig up the ancestral grave of the boss. Lu Chaochao glanced at him. Yuan Man was stunned. The little girl's eyes seemed to be full of meaning. But when I looked again, she had already lowered her head, holding the milk bottle and drinking milk with a grunt. Little sister. Yuan Man looked at her and called out. Lu Chaochao looked up in bewilderment and saw Yuan Man shouting again, Little sister. Lu Chaochao said, Oh. When Song Yu was carrying Lu Chaochao back to the camp, he happened to see several people escorting 3 women down the mountain. The 3 women had disheveled clothes, and looked terrified. They were the people who were abducted when Lu Chaochao went up the mountain. "Well, wants them?" Lu Chaochao pointed at them. Several people knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling slightly. Their whitened finger bones tightly grasped the edge of their skirts. Song Yu paused, frowning slightly. "Since Chaochao likes you, you should stay." The woman in the maid's dress breathed a sigh of relief. Song Yu's eyes swept over them sternly, and they all shuddered. The bandits who sent them down the mountain looked at them unwillingly and had to retreat. "You help Chaochao wash and dress. If Chaochao feels unwell, you will be the one to ask." Song Yu sent people to guard outside the door, and then several people served Chaochao.